Following their monumental triumph over the two Emperors of the Sea, Kaido and Big Mom, the bounties for Luffy, Kid, and Law skyrocketed to a staggering 3 billion berries each. After taking some much-needed time to rest and recover from their injuries, the powerful trio finally made the choice to depart from the Wano country, each setting off toward a different goal and a unique path. On another front, while the Revery conference was in full swing, the Revolutionary Army launched a massive coordinated assault on the Holy Land. Their daring operation was a total success as they managed to liberate Kuma, the former warlord. However, as the assembly wrapped up, the news media went wild with shocking reports claiming that Sabo was the one responsible for a high-profile assassination. The headlines alleged that Sabo murdered King Cobra of the Alabasta Kingdom, a move that sent ripples through the world. Adding to the chaos, Princess Vivi has vanished without a single trace, leaving everyone in a state of mystery. Meanwhile, following a majority vote by the member nations, the world government officially decided to dissolve the 7 Warlords of the Sea system entirely, effective immediately. Marine forces immediately swarmed the territories of the former warlords to place them under arrest. Seizing this moment of turmoil, Crocodile teamed up with Dracula Mihawk to establish a brand new organization aimed at directly challenging the Marines and the world government. Because Buggy owed Crocodile a massive sum of money he couldn't pay, he was essentially forced to hand over his entire operation to him. Buggy surrendered his mercenary delivery service to Crocodile, but thanks to a hilarious blunder by his own underlings, he was mistakenly labeled as the supreme leader of this new cross-guild organization. The Marines, viewing the cross-guild as a terrifyingly dangerous threat to global stability, came to a decision that would send shockwaves through the entire pirate world, in a move that stunned the planet. The government officially declared Buggy as one of the new 4 emperors, placing him on the same tier as Straw Hat Luffy, Red-Haired Shanks, and Blackbeard. Simultaneously, on the battlefield of Amazon Lily, home of the pirate empress Boa Hancock, Captain Koby and the Marine fleet suffered a humiliating failure in their attempt to capture the legendary queen. Just then, Blackbeard made a surprise entrance and managed to pin down Boa Hancock, intending to steal her incredibly powerful devil fruit for himself. It looked dire, but luckily, the Dark King Silver's Rayleigh arrived just in the nick of time. Using his overwhelming reputation and power, he successfully forced Blackbeard to back off and leave the island immediately. Not wanting to leave empty-handed after the Rayleigh encounter, Blackbeard decided to kidnap Captain Koby and haul him back to his pirate hideout. Back with the Straw Hat crew, Luffy was absolutely floored to hear the news that Sabo had supposedly assassinated King Cobra. He stood his ground firmly, insisting that his brother would never commit such a cold-blooded and heinous act. Robin actually backed Luffy up on that, pointing out that the Revolutionary Army targets the world nobles, not the kings of individual nations. Driven by worry, Luffy wanted to set sail for Alabasta immediately to check on the situation himself, but Zoro stepped in to stop him. He knew they couldn't just rush into a hornet's nest without thinking. With the king confirmed dead and Vivi's whereabouts completely unknown, heading to Alabasta would likely be a total waste of time anyway. Not giving up, Luffy then suggested heading straight to Mary Joie to rescue Vivi from the lion's den. However, Zoro shut that down immediately, calling it a reckless and incredibly foolish decision for the entire crew. The crew members who had personally met King Cobra felt a deep sense of grief because he was truly a kind and just ruler. They all worried about how Vivi would handle such a tragedy. Zoro gave a heavy sigh and told everyone not to underestimate Vivi's strength. She chose her own difficult path long ago, so she definitely has the resolve to handle this on her own. Hearing Zoro's pragmatic stance, the rest of the crew stuck their tongues out at him, teasingly calling him a cold-hearted and unfeeling jerk. While the Straw Hats were isolated in Wano, the rest of the world was experiencing a massive wave of earth-shattering events. There was just so much going on that it was hard for anyone to keep track of it all at once. Luffy's rubber brain was already at its limit trying to process the mountain of information, so Robin decided to just let it go for now. Luffy reiterated his absolute belief in Sabo's innocence, knowing his brother only ever yearned for a life of true freedom. Suddenly, bittersweet memories of the 3 brothers' childhood together came rushing back into his mind. After a moment of reflection, Luffy finally shared his true ultimate dream with the entire crew. Once he finished speaking, the Straw Hats were left completely speechless and stunned by the scale of it. They couldn't believe their captain had such a wild ambition. It seemed even more impossible than becoming the king of the pirates. It turns out Luffy had never shared this specific secret with them. Up until this point, only red-haired Shanks and Sabo were privy to Luffy's hidden childhood dream. Luffy just grinned, clearly imagining the grand finale of his long-held ambition in his head. Jinbei let out a chuckle, feeling quite excited, but also realizing he had hitched his ride to a captain who was going to be a real handful throughout their journey. Jinbei joked that he had joined a captain who was bound to cause a lot of trouble. President Chopper was riding the same wave of emotion, looking totally thrilled as he declared how much he loved Luffy's dream. Sanji just sighed in resignation, feeling powerless to stop the madness when both his captain and the ship's doctor were getting so worked up over it. Alright then, let's hurry up and find that final road Poneglyph so Luffy can officially become the Pirate King. Sanji exclaimed. It sounds easy when you say it out loud, but that stone hasn't been seen by anyone for a very long time. Where are we even supposed to start looking? Hearing Robin's realistic assessment made Chopper start to look pretty anxious about their chances. Chopper was looking visibly worried about the daunting task ahead. Even though he didn't have a concrete answer to where the stone might be, Frankie confidently said that if they just keep searching, they're bound to stumble upon it eventually. The dream their captain has carried for so long is finally within their grasp and feels more real than ever. While his Nakama were chatting away with excitement, Luffy just sat there in silence with a big, confident smile on his face. Meanwhile, over at Marine headquarters, soldiers were frantically setting up equipment to eavesdrop on a conversation between Sabo and the revolutionaries. Because the situation was so urgent, Sabo wasn't using a white transponder snail to jam the signal. This slip-up allowed the Navy to track his signal as he contacted his comrades back at the Kamabaka Kingdom. They had worked incredibly hard to catch this transmission, so they were determined not to let this opportunity slip through their fingers. At the same time, Big News Morgans was absolutely losing his mind with excitement over all the massive world shifts happening recently. From the worst generation rookies taking down 2 emperors in Wano, to the birth of the brand new 4 emperors, the world was in total upheaval. The abolition of the warlord system led directly to the formation of the Cross Guild, which was yet another massive headache for the government. It's a chaotic era, and Morgans was loving every single second of the drama. The Navy's assault on the pirate empress Boa Hancock's home territory, followed by Blackbeard's sudden intrusion, turned the whole thing into an incredibly tense and explosive event. On top of all that, the Revolutionary Army has been more active than ever in the last few days. They've officially declared war on the Celestial Dragons, putting everyone on notice. Furthermore, Chief of Staff Sabo allegedly taking out King Cobra and Princess Vivi going missing is just more fuel for the fire. These headline-worthy events were more than enough to make a news-hungry maniac like Morgans go absolutely wild with joy. Deep inside the seat of power at Pangaea Castle, the 5 elders were closely monitoring the situation. The elders traced a signal coming directly from the Lulusia Kingdom, which happens to be one of the 8 nations currently in open rebellion against the world government. After returning from the Revery, King Seki and Princess Komain of Lulusia were captured by the rebel forces and are currently being held under house arrest within their own castle walls. The royal family is being detained as the rebellion gains strength. A few days prior, officers from the Revolutionary Army visited the kingdom to inspire the people to rise up, making it the perfect hideout for Sabo to take refuge. When the 5 elders heard this news, they coldly remarked that it must be fate, seemingly unimpressed. They essentially called the young revolutionary an incredibly unlucky man for choosing that specific location. Back at the Kamabaka Kingdom, everyone was moved to tears of joy realizing that Sabo was actually alive and well. Ivankov and Morley were definitely the ones who had been the most worried about his safety during this entire ordeal. Sabo was now desperately trying to explain to his comrades that he was absolutely not the person who assassinated King Cobra. Hearing those words directly from Sabo allowed everyone to breathe a huge sigh of relief, finally putting some of their fears to rest. However, he followed that up by saying he witnessed something unbelievable at Marie-Joie. The moment those words were spoken, Imusama took immediate and decisive action. Suddenly, the sky above Lulusia was completely swallowed by a thick, ominous blanket of dark clouds. The entire kingdom was plunged into a terrifying darkness, and it felt as though some massive unseen object was looming directly over the island from the heavens. The king and princess, currently locked away in a dungeon, were screaming insults and threats at the guards, demanding to be released or else heads would roll. In reality, the common people would never have bothered to revolt if the king had actually cared about their well-being, instead of just his own comfort and power. Yet the old man remained stubborn to the end, looking down on the lowly commoners with pure contempt. It's no wonder he was overthrown by his own subjects. Back to the call. Sabo was just about to reveal that he saw someone sitting upon the supposedly empty throne in the heart of the Holy Land. The 5 elders immediately ordered the Navy to cut the wiretap, as this was information that must never be heard by anyone. Meanwhile, a strange and eerie blue light began to descend, filling the citizens of Lulusia with an overwhelming sense of dread. In a chilling display of power, Imusama coldly approached a world map and drew a large X right over the Lulusia kingdom. In an instant, a colossal pillar of light descended from the sky, leaving Sabo completely frozen in shock. An official decree was issued in that moment. The Lulusia kingdom had never existed in the records of history. Following that declaration, a series of devastating beams rained down from the sky, systematically obliterating every single inch of the island. Not a single soul among the population could escape that overwhelming onslaught, and they all perished in the blink of an eye. Sabo's communication signal vanished into static right along with them. Where the Lulusia kingdom once stood, there was now nothing left but a massive, bottomless hole in the middle of the vast, empty ocean. Several days later, the Thousand Sunny and the Straw Hat crew sailed into a freezing winter-themed stretch of ocean. The weather here was incredibly brutal and unforgiving, making it a real struggle for the group to even move around on deck. While Luffy was jumping around with pure excitement, Usopp and Brook were shivering and looking absolutely terrified of the cold. The environment was so harsh that even the mighty Sea King seemed to be having a hard time swimming through the freezing waters. Despite the sub-zero temperatures, Zoro was still dressed in his usual light clothing, which prompted Sanji to start mocking him for being so stubborn. As you can probably guess, the two of them immediately started a loud and chaotic argument. Nami called out to Jinbei, warning him to keep a sharp eye out for any dangerous drifting icebergs in their path. With his legendary skills as a helmsman, however, a bit of ice wasn't enough to shake the Knight of the Sea. Because the wind was kicking up with incredible force, Jinbei asked the rest of the crew to help him raise the sails and stabilize the ship. The crew jumped into action in a flash, though Sanji and Zoro were still trying to outdo each other with every single move they made. Nami mentioned that their next destination would likely be a full-blown winter island. While the deck was a mess of shouting and wind, Robin and President Chopper were actually having a pretty relaxing time inside the cabin. Noticing that his friends might need a hand with the rough weather, Chopper decided to head outside to help, wearing the precious hat that Otama had given him. Just as he stepped out into the cold, Luffy spotted something unusual in the distance and immediately pointed it out to Nami to get her attention. What they were looking at appeared to be a massive towering waterspout reaching all the way up into the clouds. Jinbei explained that it was actually a warm water eddy caused by the extreme temperature difference in the sea. The crew was amazed by the sight, but Jinbei reminded them that now wasn't the time for sightseeing, they had to dodge it. Before they could collide with the vortex, Luffy noticed a silhouette trapped inside the swirling water, and he could even hear faint cries for help. Once Sanji realized it was a lady in distress, he was determined to save her no matter what. Zoro, on the other hand, felt like he needed a little warm-up and offered to just slice the entire mass of water apart with his swords. Sanji warned Zoro to be extremely precise, threatening him with a bitter end if he even touched a hair on the lady's head. Zoro took a deep breath, focused his energy, and used his bird dance technique to cleanly slice through the massive block of water to reveal what was inside. Just then, a curious Chopper came running out to see the results. Unfortunately, the wind was way too strong, and poor Chopper ended up getting blown right off his feet and into the air. Luffy stretched out his arms to snag his doctor, but he ended up getting caught in the gale as well, leaving both of them dangling helplessly in the sky. Robin stepped outside at that moment to see what all the commotion was about. Out of the sliced water tumbled a coughing, sputtering child who looked very familiar. It was none other than Big Eater Jewelry Bonney, a prominent member of the worst generation with a bounty of 320 million berries. Luffy stretched his arm out once more and managed to catch Bonney as she started to regain her senses. However, as soon as she could speak, Bonney frantically warned the Straw Hats that the monster was still right beneath them. The crew was confused for a second, but then they looked down to see a truly massive shark with its jaws wide open, ready to swallow the Thousand Sunny whole in one massive gulp. Seeing that terrifying sight, Usopp naturally lost his mind and started running for his life. The rest of the crew, though, stood their ground and prepared to face the beast. The sudden appearance of this mechanical baby shark had the Straw Hats on high alert and feeling a genuine sense of dread. Catching sight of the shark's size, the group decided it was best to make a run for it before the creature could breach the surface again. They barely managed to avoid being devoured by the skin of their teeth. Zoro couldn't even process what he was looking at. The shark was not only unnaturally large, but it appeared to be made entirely out of metal. With the ship currently tossed up into the air, sticking a safe landing was looking like a real challenge for the crew. Suddenly, Jinbei noticed that Luffy and the others had fallen straight into the ocean. This was a massive crisis because all three of them were Devil Fruit users who couldn't swim to save their lives. Jinbei immediately handed the steering wheel over to Franky and dived into the water to rescue them, telling Franky to bring the ship toward his position. As soon as the Sunny touched the water, Franky activated the rabbit screw propellers to give them a massive burst of speed. However, the shark had already locked onto their location. The mechanical beast launched 3 supersonic torpedoes straight at the Thousand Sunny. The resultant explosion was so powerful that it caused the ship to tilt wildly and eventually capsize. Because of that, every single member of the crew was thrown overboard and into the freezing, turbulent depths of the sea. In the middle of all that chaos, Sanji's only real concern was the safety of Nami and Robin. completely ignoring the rest of the guys. Luckily, Jinbei had already reached this silly trio who were drowning. He managed to grab all three of them and began swimming back toward the surface as fast as he could through the waves. The ocean currents in this area were so incredibly powerful that trying to steer a ship was practically impossible at that point. No sooner had Jinbei and the trio poked their heads above the water than the mechanical sharks spotted them and prepared to fire another round of munitions in their direction. Jinbei told the three of them to take a massive breath because they were going to have to dive deep again to stay alive. They moved through the water like a whirlwind, narrowly escaping certain death by the smallest of margins. But the shark wasn't done. Yet it was still hungrily pursuing the Thousand Sunny with its jaws wide open. Just as the shark was closing in for a bite, a massive towering robot suddenly appeared right behind it. Before the shark could even react, the giant robot delivered a devastating, earth-shattering punch that sent the mechanical fish reeling with its eyes practically popping out of its head from the force. While the shark was being pummeled, the rest of the Straw Hat crew were still slowly sinking into the dark water. Aside from Zoro and Sanji, pretty much everyone else had been knocked unconscious. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to a nearby marine base, specifically G-14, where Captain Tashigi was currently stationed. Tashigi was busy looking after the giant children who had been experimented on by Caesar Clown back at Punk Hazard. The kids were being very cooperative, even drinking their bitter medicine without any complaints. Thanks to the treatment, they were finally starting to shrink back down to their original sizes, with Mocha showing the most progress. Mocha seemed to be the one recovering the fastest among the group. Just then, Vice Admiral Dahl, the commander of G-14, arrived to see Tashigi to discuss a very serious matter regarding Captain Koby. It was clear that the situation was weighing heavily on everyone at the base. Helmeppo was nearby, absolutely bawling his eyes out and causing quite a scene for everyone. Tashigi felt a lot of sympathy for him, knowing that Koby was his absolute best friend, and she was honestly quite worried about the young captain's life as well after his kidnapping. Through his tears, Helmeppo was begging his fellow officers to go with him to Hachinosu, the pirate island, to rescue Koby. Hibari was totally on board with the plan since she felt she owed Koby a big favor. However, Prince Gruz immediately shot the idea down, reminding them of the extreme risks involved in such a mission. Attacking an emperor like Blackbeard on his own turf without a solid plan would just turn them into easy prey. The island is crawling with thousands of dangerous pirates, like a nest of angry hornets. Helmeppo then suggested that since Egghead was nearby, maybe they could go there to borrow a Seraphim to help them. He hoped to borrow a powerful Seraphim unit for the rescue. Prince Gruz tried his best to get her hot-headed comrade to settle down and think rationally. The Sword unit currently had no way to contact their leader, X-Drake, so they couldn't just go acting on impulse. Meanwhile, back with Luffy's group, they had been separated from the rest of the crew. Luffy's group ended up washing up on a strange island away from the others. Bonney was fuming because Luffy-kun didn't even seem to recognize her at first. Just like him, she was one of the 11 famous rookies from the worst generation who had caused a stir at the Sabo archipelago 2 years ago. Since they were all soaked to the bone, they were busy trying to wring out their clothes to dry off. Bonney was looking quite impressive, but fans should probably keep in mind that she's technically only 12 years old. So let's keep it civil, folks. Bonney eventually gave Luffy a sincere thank you for saving her life. She reminded him that they were technically enemies in the race for the top. But looking at Luffy's goofy and dim-witted expression, she found it hard to believe he was actually one of the legendary 4 emperors. He just didn't have that menacing vibe she expected from a pirate of his status. Bonney was also curious about Luffy's new bounty poster, joking that she thought he had just dyed his hair white for a New Year's celebration. Luffy has been all over the news lately, and he explained that when he feels truly free, that's just how he ends up looking. It's the ultimate form of his personal liberty. Luffy wasn't even slightly worried about the rest of his crew, because he had total faith that they could handle whatever came their way. What really shocked Bonney, though, was the fact that Luffy had managed to recruit a world-famous former warlord like Jinbei to his side. That's a serious power move for any pirate crew. Jinbei asked Bonney where her own ship and crew were. As it turns out, she had traveled here all by herself, and her poor ship had already been devoured by that mechanical metal shark. Talking about it made Bonney realize she was starving, and Luffy and Chopper were feeling the exact same way and wanted a restaurant. When they started talking about finding a restaurant, Bonney got annoyed with both of them for being so oblivious to their situation. It was clear this duo had no idea where they actually were. This island they were standing on is a high-security world government facility known as Egghead, a place of extreme importance. Egghead is said to be an island 500 years ahead of current technology, and serves as the primary laboratory for the genius scientist, Dr. Vegapunk. Luffy actually remembered hearing that name before from Koby. As it happens, Bonney's reason for coming to this island was to handle some very serious business with the doctor. Back with the rest of the Straw Hat crew, the Thousand Sunny had been safely lifted out of the water by that massive robot. While everyone else was still trying to process what was happening, Frankie and Usopp were practically sparkling with joy at the sight of such an incredible and intimidating machine. The pilot of the giant robot revealed herself shortly after, looking pretty annoyed that her latest creation was still having some technical glitches. It seemed she couldn't quite override the primal instincts of the animal she was working with. Frankie gave her a big thank you, even though he still had no idea who she was. She kept muttering to herself about how the Iron Shark had a programming bug and wouldn't follow her orders properly. After taking off her helmet, she started talking to the crew, bluntly stating that she had no intention of saving pirates since she's an employee of the world government and has a reputation to keep. This stunning woman then dropped a total bombshell on them by revealing her true identity. She claimed to be the legendary genius scientist that the entire world knows as Dr. Vegapunk. The Straw Hat crew was left in a state of absolute disbelief at this revelation. The entire crew was left in a state of shock to find out that the person standing before them was actually the great Dr. Vegapunk. Frankie in particular was overcome with emotion and started pouring his heart out, explaining that he viewed Vegapunk as his absolute hero and inspiration for years. Frankie mentioned how he had spent 2 long years at the Doctor's birthplace, Baltimore, obsessively studying every blueprint and invention he could find. Even after all that time, there were still countless advanced technologies that he hadn't even scratched the surface of yet, making him eager for more. That giant robot was exactly the kind of thing the Straw Hat shipwright had always dreamed of building. Usopp was equally hyped, noting that it was many times larger than the Iron Pirate General Frankie. They could only imagine how much Luffy and Chopper would flip out if they could see this thing with their own eyes. Sanji, however, wasn't really interested in the scientific side of things. He was much more focused on the incredible beauty of the lady standing in front of him. Meanwhile, Brook was being his usual eccentric self, immediately asking if he could have a look at the young woman's underwear. Some things never change. Seeing the Straw Hats acting so chaotic and crazy, Vegapunk was momentarily lost for words. Robin, however, was a bit more skeptical and asked how it was possible for Vegapunk to be a young woman, especially since the Doctor had been active and famous for many decades now. The woman quickly explained that she wasn't the original main body of the Doctor. She pointed to the O2 written on her chest, indicating that this specific version of the Doctor goes by the name Lilith and is just one of several clones created for efficiency. Lilith then bluntly stated that her research fund was currently running dangerously low on cash. Because of that, she told the Straw Hats that if they wanted to continue sailing through these waters, they would have to hand over every single valuable thing they owned as a mandatory fee. Nami was absolutely furious to hear this. Nami's anger only made Lilith snap back, telling her that this wasn't a rescue mission and that it's actually impossible for a normal ship to navigate this winter sea alone. She threatened to sink their ship right then and there if they tried to put up any more resistance to her demands. To drive her point home, she summoned a pack of weaponized sea beasts to surround and threaten the entire crew. Frankie thought the mechanical monsters were incredibly cool and well designed, but the rest of the group was paralyzed with fear and definitely didn't share his enthusiasm for them. Zoro, being his usual cool guy self, didn't even flinch at the sight of the monsters. Suddenly, someone contacted Lilith over the radio. It was another version of Vegapunk named Shaka. He was clearly annoyed with Lilith for resorting to petty robbery, which he felt was beneath the dignity of a true scientist. Lilith shot back, asking if that scientific dignity could actually be traded for food and resources. Shaka warned her that the pirates she was trying to rob weren't just anyone. They were the crew of the new Emperor Straw Hat Luffy, and they were far more dangerous than she could possibly imagine. Lilith didn't seem to care, thinking that an Emperor's crew must be loaded with treasure that she could use for her research. She told Shaka to relax since the sea beasts had them surrounded. Shaka had to warn her again, pointing out that she was facing pirate hunter Zoro, a man with a 1.11 billion berry bounty. Shaka noted that Zoro had been incredibly calm the whole time and was already positioned to draw his swords and finish Lilith off if she pushed her luck. And he wasn't the only threat. Devil Child Nico Robin was also standing by, fully prepared for a fight if things got ugly on the deck. Those two alone were more than enough to take down all the sea beasts surrounding the ship. Even the other members like Frankie and Sanji didn't seem particularly intimidated by Lilith's threats. Because the crew was acting so relaxed and loose, Lilith had totally underestimated them and mistaken them for weaklings. Zoro finally spoke up, telling Lilith to be very careful with her words because there was something he specifically needed from her. Hearing this, Shaka, Vegapunk 01, ordered Lilith to bring the crew to their base immediately. It seems the scientists had developed a keen interest in the Straw Hat Pirates and their goals. Meanwhile, back with Luffy's group, they were making their way further onto Egghead Island. Luffy was curious about why Bonney had come to such a strange place. She revealed that she had actually lived on this island when she was a very small child, working as a sort of errand girl back then. The real reason Bonney had returned was to confront Dr. Vegapunk. She declared that if his answers weren't to her liking, she was going to kill the old man herself. It turns out, Vegapunk was the one responsible for turning Bonney's father into a cold mechanical cyborg against his will. Because of those experiments, her father had lost his entire personality and didn't even remember who he was anymore. He'd basically become nothing more than a mindless living weapon for the government. Jinbei agreed that such a thing was truly horrifying and absolutely unforgivable from a human standpoint. Luffy actually felt bad and apologized to Bonney for joking around too much earlier. The group followed a set of stairs, and finally made it up to the surface level of the island. As soon as his feet hit the ground, Luffy started shouting about finding some food, while Bonney considered telling him what happened with Sabo. What lay before them was a vibrant, colorful city of the future, filled with things like giant robots and space monsters that looked like something out of a dream. Bonney was getting annoyed with Luffy for shouting so loudly, reminding him that they were technically trespassing and should probably try to be a bit more low-key. Luffy didn't really seem to have a care in the world, deciding to launch himself toward that strange creature with the intention of taming it as a personal mount. However, the plan backfired when the beast instantly swallowed him whole, sending the rest of the crew into a total frenzy. In a bizarre twist, our rubber captain somehow phased right through the monster's body and tumbled onto the ground below. It was as if he was falling through a ghost. Everyone was absolutely certain that Luffy had been eaten for good that time. Suddenly, Bonney spots a massive, towering cake right in front of them, decorated with every kind of cream and fresh fruit you could imagine. Even though Jinbei warned them that it looked like a total trap, the hungry trio didn't hesitate for a second and charged forward to dig in. But just like before, they ended up passing right through the delicious-looking treat as if it wasn't there. After phasing through the cake, the hungry trio was absolutely fuming, demanding their meal but unable to touch a single crumb. They felt it was a cruel joke to keep people this hungry and then dangle fake food in front of them. Luffy even started panicking, wondering if they had all passed away and become ghosts. Thankfully, Jinbei was there to ground them, firmly stating that such a thing was impossible and that there had to be a logical explanation. Jinbei explains that the cake is nothing more than a high-tech three-dimensional hologram. Luffy gets so triggered by the fake dessert that he actually activates Gear 5 just to vent his frustration. It's hard to believe that all these massive things right in front of them are just projections made out of light. It turns out that both the colossal robot and that alien-looking creature they saw earlier are just fancy optical illusions too. It all makes sense now why Luffy was able to pass right through that monster's body. Meanwhile, our favorite Dr. Chopper makes a discovery of his Ono machine covered in pictures of delicious meals. Bonney, however, is completely over it and shows zero interest, convinced that this machine is just another holographic fake designed to tease their empty stomachs. Bonney is certain the machine is a dud, but Jinbei is more focused on the strange environment, wondering why it's so incredibly warm inside while the surrounding sea is freezing. A mysterious new figure suddenly emerges to address Ginpei's confusion. She reveals that although this is naturally a winter island, it has been programmed to operate in a full tropical mode. Thanks to the advanced island-wide air conditioning inventions, this girl can control the weather however she pleases. Because she's so massive resembling Kaido and scale Luffy immediately prepares for a one-on-one duel. He assumes she's just another light projection, but he couldn't be more wrong. She gets genuinely offended by his challenge and proves she's made of flesh and blood. The girl responds to Luffy's challenge with a powerful punch that sends our rubber boy flying backward. He crashes straight into that food-making machine and accidentally turns it on. In the blink of an eye, a massive spread of incredibly aromatic and delicious food is produced. Bonney rushes over to test it out, and to her absolute joy, she realizes that this food is actually real. This was exactly what they needed. The hungry trio starts devouring everything in sight as if they've been starving for months, picking out all the best dishes without a second thought for anyone else. The giant girl watches them with a sense of pride, seeing how much they appreciate her creation. She explains that the machine is capable of whipping up a staggering variety of tasty meals. The device can actually prepare 500 different types of amazing dishes, but she laments that a lack of manpower prevents it from being mass-produced. She wonders if following a blueprint is really that difficult for people. In a fit of annoyance, she throws a punch at the holographic alien creature. Incredibly, her strike actually makes physical contact with the light-based illusion. She's actually able to hit the hologram because of the special photon gloves she's wearing, which allow her to interact with light on a physical level. Luffy is genuinely impressed by this scientific feat. After talking for a while, the crew realizes they still don't know who this mysterious girl is. She finally comes clean and announces that she's a scientific genius working as Vegapunk version 205. She claims to be one of the bodies of the legendary Dr. Vegapunk, specifically Unit 05. Bonney isn't buying it for a second, but Luffy and the others are absolutely stunned to hear that name. They remember hearing about the legendary scientist through Koby's stories. Meanwhile, far out in the New World, a government vessel is cutting through the waves on its way to a specific location. The name Vegapunk carries a lot of weight. Out in the dangerous New World, a ship carrying high-ranking government agents is heading toward a secret destination. On board are the masked assassins, featuring the leopard man Rob Lucci, the square-nosed Cuckoo, and the mysterious Queen of the District, Stussy. Kaku begins explaining the details of Dr. Vegapunk to his longtime partners. He notes that while Vegapunk is technically just one individual, his incredible genius is only surpassed by how impossibly busy he is. The guy's brain is working so fast, and he has so much to do that it became a problem he had to solve in a very radical way. Vegapunk came up with the wild idea of splitting his consciousness and brain power among 6 different people. In essence, all 6 of these satellites are collectively Dr. Vegapunk himself. They are categorized by traits. Unit 01 is Shaka the Good, Unit 02 is Lilith the Evil, and Unit 03 is Edison the Thinker. Then there's Unit 4 Pythagoras the Wise, Unit CO5 Atlas the Wrathful, and Unit 6 York the Greedy. Lucci used to think this concept was impossible and finds Vegapunk to be a particularly annoying genius. To cut to the chase, the main objective for the CPA agents on this mission is very clear and very dangerous. The CP0 agents are tasked with returning the Seraphim aspirary back to its home base. But on top of that, they've been given a secret order to eliminate every single version of Vegapunk on the island. The catch is, they have to do it without damaging any of the priceless scientific equipment or research materials. Lucci immediately questions why they would want to assassinate the most useful man in the world. He wonders if this hit job has anything to do with the recent disaster involving the Lulusia kingdom. Stussy quickly advises him not to be so nosy, and Kaku agrees, warning him that it's better not to push their luck or ask too many questions about high-level secrets. They shouldn't put their group in unnecessary danger by knowing too much. Back on the island of the future, Jinbei is still wrapping his head around Vegapunk appearing as a giant child. Meanwhile, our 3 gluttons have finally finished their massive feast and are currently lying around with bellies as round as balloons. Luffy and Chopper are already wishing the rest of the crew were there to enjoy the food with them. They're certain everyone would love that. Automatic food machine. Except maybe Sanji, who would probably find a robot chef insulting. Atlas is actually quite impressed by their eating capacity, joking that they must all have the stomachs of hungry sharks. Jinbei is a bit offended to be included in that gluttonous comparison. While they talk, a robotic dog has already zipped around and cleaned up all the trash from their meal. Luffy mistakenly thinks the robot eats garbage as food, so he decides to toss a cup at it. To his surprise, the robot dog suddenly snaps and goes on the offensive. The mechanical pup lunges and bites Luffy's hand, before chasing the hungry trio around, snapping at them repeatedly. It turns out the robot is strictly programmed to hunt down anyone who litters on the island. Thanks to Luffy's lack of common sense, the 3 of them end up burning off all that food they just ate while running for their lives. The lesson here is to always use the proper trash bins. Atlas informs them that she has to head back to the lab now and says her goodbyes. She explains that if no one is watching the systems, the whole island could run into trouble. Before she takes off, she casually delivers a massive punch to a nearby holographic dragon just for the fun of it. Suddenly, a whole crowd of people starts appearing and walking around, which catches the group off guard. Bonney explains that these are likely the lab assistants. They probably went into hiding earlier because they were worried about some dangerous intruders arriving on the island. With things calmed down, everyone is coming back out to work. Luffy's curiosity leads him to another strange machine nearby. He starts mashing buttons at random and a stream of brand new clothes starts being produced. The machine helps Luffy change into a fresh outfit that perfectly matches the futuristic vibes of the island. It's a huge upgrade from his old pirate gear. The new clothes are not only lightweight and comfy, but also look incredibly cool. It turns out Luffy found an automated high fashion shop. Bonney is having the time of her life, first great food, and now a stylish wardrobe. Her old clothes were damp and sticky from the sea, which was driving her crazy, so this is absolutely perfect for her. The machine has a screen for selecting different fashion styles, so Bonney taps on the battle gear option. To her delight, the machine dresses her automatically without her having to lift a finger. Seeing how well it worked for her, Jinbei and Chopper decide they have to give it a try as well to see what futuristic looks it has for them. The clothes here are incredibly light and the special shoes actually make it feel like you're hovering slightly off the floor. Chopper is absolutely loving his new look. Jinbei, however, goes in a completely different direction, selecting a loud Hawaiian vacation style. He looks more like he's going on a beach holiday than a secret mission. He looks like he's ready for a tropical getaway. After the makeover, Bonney decides she needs to go find some weapons to settle her score with Vegapunk and tells the Straw Hats she'll see them later. While hanging out on the fashion machine, Luffy suddenly spots Kuma approaching from a distance. It looks like he's heading right toward them. This isn't the real Kuma, but a Pacifista guard stationed to protect the island. Using his advanced observation haki to see a few moments into the future, Luffy warns everyone that an attack is imminent. He was right on the money. The Pacifista suddenly accelerates and begins charging up a lethal laser beam inside its mouth. It turns out that all that food and those fancy clothes weren't actually free, so the group has technically committed a crime. Bonney is frozen in disbelief for a moment before a massive laser blast sends the entire group flying in a terrifying explosion. Luffy realizes this machine is actually trying to kill them over a few unpaid snacks. Luffy can't believe they're being targeted with lethal force for something so minor. He decides he has to fight back or they'll all be toasted. Jinbe agrees with his captain since they're backed into a corner with no other way out. Luffy winds up a rubber-powered punch to counter the next wave of attacks from the Pacifista guard. Just as Luffy prepares to strike the Pacifista, Bonney suddenly lunges forward to stop him from fighting. Because of her interference, the entire group gets blasted by another laser beam. Luffy is completely confused as to why Bonney would sabotage their defense like that. Suddenly, the young pirate starts breaking down in tears. She looks at the Pacifista and cries out that this man is actually her father. The Straw Hats are absolutely floored to learn that the person Bonney was searching for this whole time was Kuma. The female supernova sobs uncontrollably, begging Luffy not to lay a finger on her dad, as he is the only family she has left in the world. Even though Bonney is begging for his life, the heartless Pacifista doesn't stop and prepares to fire another laser. Luffy has no choice but to leap in front of the crying girl to shield her from the incoming blast. The resulting laser explosion creates a massive shockwave that rattles the foundations of the entire island. The blast was colossal, rocking the island of the future. Meanwhile, in another part of the New World, Beppo is busy soaking up the sun on the deck of the Polar Tang. It seems like a perfectly peaceful and sunny day at sea. However, the rest of the Heart Pirates are getting pretty annoyed that their polar bear navigator is just lounging around. Beppo is being quite lazy and isn't doing any work, which is frustrating his crewmates. To make matters worse, his fur is shedding all over the deck while he rolls around, making a cleaning nightmare that never ends. Law, however, isn't relaxing. He seems to sense something ominous nearby and stays on high alert. Law's instincts were spot on, as Blackbeard's ship is currently closing in on their position. Marshal D. Teach has been waiting in these waters for a long time, hoping to ambush a high-value target. As soon as the threat is clear, Law tells his crew to drop everything and prepare themselves for an all-out battle. Emerging from the thick fog, the two pirate ships finally face each other, and the tension is palpable. Law admits that escaping from the Blackbeard pirates is going to be incredibly difficult this time. Beppo and the rest of the crew start to get visibly nervous as they look over at the enemy ship. Standing at the front of his ship, Blackbeard lets out his signature terrifying laugh. He's brought along his heavy hitters today, including Champion Jesus Burgess, Van Augur the Sniper, Doc Q the Death Doctor, and even the horse, Stronger. Every single one of them has managed to obtain a powerful devil fruit ability since they last met. Blackbeard announces that the party is officially starting. Law realizes there's no way out but to fight his way through. After being hit by a surprise attack from Teach, the Heart Pirates are forced to submerge their ship deep underwater. However, the initial clash has already caused some serious problems for their submarine. The impact left a massive hole in the polar tongue, and seawater is currently pouring into the ship. If they don't fix it immediately, the water pressure will eventually crush the entire submarine and no one will survive. Their only hope now is to surface as quickly as possible and seek refuge on dry land nearby. They find a small island nearby to take shelter. In a bizarre turn of events, Law and Beppo have actually been transformed into women, thanks to Doc Q's devil fruit powers. Even in this new form, the Surgeon of Death orders his crew to get ready for a showdown with the Blackbeard pirates. His crew members can't help but notice how beautiful their captain looks now. Penguin and Shachi are so distracted by Law's attractive female form that they lose their focus and end up hugging each other. Unfortunately, this makes them catch the gender-swapping disease too. The Heart Pirates are in a state of total chaos, having no clue how to handle this weird biological attack while preparing for a major battle. Only Law manages to keep his head during the madness. After his brutal experience fighting two emperors in Wano, he discovered that a massive burst of haki can actually nullify devil fruit effects. Law concentrates his willpower and unleashes a massive wave of haki to break the curse. As the ship reaches the surface, he finally reverts to his normal male self. Once he's back to normal, the Heart Pirates make a landing on the nearby island to set up their defense against Blackbeard. The enemy has already pinpointed their location and is closing in. Doc here isn't even that surprised to see that Law managed to negate his Cygnus power so easily given his legendary status. Doc Q knows that a man with a 3 billion berry bounty wouldn't go down that easily. As the user of the sick fruit, he understands better than anyone that every disease eventually meets its antibody. He knew someone would eventually find a way to counter his plague. He jokingly refers to that specific gender-bending virus as the My Lady disease. Meanwhile, Van Augur uses the powers of his warp fruit to start repositioning his crew for the ambush. He instantly teleports Jesus Burgess deep into the island's forest. Law's group suddenly notices a massive mountain in front of them starting to shake violently, and they realize something big is about to happen. Law's crew is on high alert as they watch the mountain tremble. To their absolute horror, Burgess suddenly appears and literally lifts the entire massive mountain with his bare hands. He lets out a boisterous laugh, clearly thrilled with the insane strength granted to him by his new, strong fruit. It's an unbelievable display of power. The Heart Pirates are stunned by the sheer scale of the attack, and even Law has to take the Blackbeard commanders more seriously now. It's clear they've been hunting down the most broken devil fruit abilities available, which explains why their bounties keep skyrocketing. Without warning, Burgess hurls the giant mountain straight at Law's crew. Law is the only one who can handle a projectile that size. He activates his room and effortlessly slices the mountain into thousands of harmless pieces before it can crush them. Just then, Blackbeard himself arrives in dramatic fashion, riding on the back of his winged horse, Stronger. Blackbeard flies in to have a little chat with Law, though Doc Q looks like he's being crushed under Teach's massive weight. Both the horse and the doctor are struggling to carry him, complaining that he's as heavy as a literal hog. It's been quite some time since Law and Blackbeard last came face to face, specifically since the Rocky Port incident. The Surgeon of Death immediately points his blade at Blackbeard, demanding to know the reason for this unprovoked attack. Teach explains that as soon as he heard Luffy, Kid, and Law were leaving Wano, he knew at least one of them would have to pass through this specific stretch of sea. He's been lying in wait for the perfect moment to strike. He wasn't sure which of the 3 captains he'd run into, but he was ready for any of them. Blackbeard finds the chaos caused by the fall of Kaido and Big Mom to be incredibly entertaining. His real goal in ambushing the Heart Pirates is to steal the Road Poneglyph rubies that they managed to get their hands on during the Wano War. Law realizes exactly what Blackbeard is after and gives him a sly, confident smile, as if accepting the challenge. He knows that the stakes couldn't be higher. He declares that the winner of this brutal battle will walk away with everything, and he has no intention of losing his hard-earned prize. Blackbeard makes the first move, unleashing a space-shattering punch to ensure that no one can escape the area. Law quickly reacts, putting Hakugan in charge of the ship while ordering Shachi and Penguin to dive into the ocean to support the fight from below. He's coordinating his crew to handle the multi-front assault. Before Blackbeard can launch his next attack, Law coats his blade in K-Room and delivers a massive slash that cuts the horse, Stronger, clean in half. Blackbeard is absolutely stunned by the move. It seems he had no idea that Law had already awakened his devil fruit and was capable of such high-level techniques. Blackbeard was caught off guard, but as he falls, he managed to fire off a powerful tremor punch. The sheer force of the Quake fruit causes the entire island to shake violently. The members of the Heart Pirates struggle to maintain their footing as the massive shockwaves ripple through the ground and the surrounding sea. Doc Q is more worried about his horse than anything else, desperately hoping it isn't dead. He then starts raining down baskets of explosive apples right on top of the Heart Pirates. The crew has to scatter in every direction to avoid being blown to bits. Meanwhile, underwater, Shachi has filled his mouth with a huge amount of seawater. Shachi surfaces and starts firing high-pressure water bullets at the incoming apple bombs. It might look like a simple trick, but it's incredibly effective at neutralizing Doc Q's wide-range explosive attacks. It turns out the Heart Pirates are experts at this because they were raised in the freezing, harsh waters of the North Blue. They are master naval combatants, making it a huge mistake for the Blackbeard pirates to think they could easily win a battle at sea against them. Penguin and Shachi then swim toward Blackbeard's ship with the clear intention of sinking the massive vessel. They know the ship is the enemy's lifeline since most of them can't swim. Sinking the ship is the most efficient way to take down a crew full of devil fruit users. On land, Beppo uses his hypersensitive mink hearing to detect an incoming sniper shot and immediately warns Jean Bart. They have to work together to protect their captain from the hidden marksman while the battle rages on. Jean Bart wastes no time, sprinting forward to act as a human shield for Law. Van Augur is visibly disappointed that his clean shot was blocked by Law's dedicated bodyguards. Law then retaliates by using his shock will, extending the size of his blade Kikoku, to deliver a devastating blow directly to Blackbeard. The blade pierces straight into Teach, who doesn't even have time to react before he's hit with a massive internal shock. The damage is so severe that Blackbeard starts coughing up blood and momentarily loses his balance. Seeing his captain in such a mess, Van Augur can only sigh at Teach's usual reckless and clumsy approach to fighting. Augur teleports over to Blackbeard's side and asks if they should consider retreating back to the ship for now. But of course, Teach isn't the type to run away so easily when things get interesting. He insists that they have to see this through to the very end, no matter how much blood he has to spit out. Blackbeard jumps back into the fight, ready for a fair and square duel. Ball points out that since almost everyone on Teach's crew is a Devil Fruit user, they are essentially dead weight if the battle stays in the water. Blackbeard knows the risks well, but he believes the incredible power they gained is worth the trade-off. The Heart Pirates continue to exploit the enemy's weakness, repeatedly attacking from below to try and sink the Saber of Vegapunk. The Blackbeard crew is shocked by how skilled their opponents are at marine warfare. However, the low-level grunts on the ship remain calm, fully trusting that their captain will eventually crush Law's resistance. They believe that any early advantage Law has will soon be snuffed out by Blackbeard. Meanwhile, it's revealed that Charlotte Pudding is being held prisoner on the ship. She was kidnapped from Whole Cake Island by Van Augur and the former Admiral Akaji, Kuzan, in a high-stakes heist while Big Mom was away. The only person who stood in their way was Sweet Commander Cracker. Unfortunately, his famous biscuit soldiers weren't tough enough to stop Van Augur's teleporting bullets. To end the fight quickly, Kuzan used his overwhelming freezing powers to turn Cracker into a solid block of ice in just a matter of seconds. They kidnap Pudding because they believe her Three-Eyed Tribe heritage will eventually allow her to decipher the road poneglyphs. This would give Blackbeard a direct path to finding the One Piece treasure. Pudding remains defiant, telling them that if her mother were still around, they would all be dead already. She laments that Big Mom isn't here to protect her, but Blackbeard reminds her that Law was one of the people who helped bring her mother down. He believes a new era can only begin when the old legends are swept aside. Currently, the Surgeon of Death is locked in a desperate, high-stakes struggle against the Dark Emperor. Law and Blackbeard are clashing with everything they've got. True to his style, T starts using his black hole ability to pull his opponent into his dark void. Meanwhile, word of this massive pirate clash on Winter Island has already reached the ears of the Navy's highest command. Fleet Admiral Akainu is absolutely fuming with frustration. Now that he's the boss, he can't just run out to the battlefield whenever he wants, and is forced to sit in his office waiting for reports. Back on the island of the future, the Pacifista is still relentlessly hunting down Luffy's group with no signs of stopping. Luffy and the others have no choice but to keep running. He's still having a hard time processing the fact that Bonney is actually Kuma's daughter. When he sees a large piece of debris falling, Jinbe catches it and hurls it at the Pacifista to buy them some time. Bonney is so emotionally overwhelmed that she keeps losing her focus. Luffy has to grab Bonney and carry her along just to keep her safe while they retreat. As expected, the debris didn't slow the robot down for long, and they're soon dodging powerful laser beams again. To make matters worse, they end up running straight into a dead-end alley with nowhere left to turn. With their backs against the wall, Jinbe tells Bonney he has no choice but to fight back, and Luffy agree that it's their only option for survival. Bonney refuses to let them hurt the robot that looks like her dad, and lets out a desperate scream. She then uses her powers to transform Jinbe into a harmless little child. Just when it looks like they're about to be vaporized, the Pacifista suddenly stops its attack and simply walks away. Bonney then uses her age manipulation on herself and the others, turning Luffy and Chopper into frail old men. They look absolutely miserable and are struggling just to stay upright. They try to make their escape while they have the chance, but Luffy's elderly back pain is so severe that he can barely crawl. The destructive lasers from the Pacifista have already turned a large portion of the area into a smoldering pile of ruins. They're lucky to be alive, even if they're currently in their 80s. Since the group essentially vanished from its sensors, the Pacifista finally stops its search. Luffy's crew eventually finds a junkyard where they can hide and catch their breath. Luffy and Chopper are still stuck in their frail, elderly forms, while Jinbe is currently running around as a small toddler. Being turned into an old man has left Luffy completely exhausted and wheezing for air. He tells Bonney that he understands her pain, but he insists that the Pacifista isn't the real Kuma, and they have to stop it. Chopper immediately snaps at his captain, telling him to be more sensitive to Bonney's emotional state. Chopper scolds Luffy for being so blunt, and then turns to apologize to Bonney for the painful memories they've stirred up. On top of the emotional drama, Chopper is desperate to get back to his normal age because his tiny old lungs are making it really hard for him to breathe properly. Jinbe notes that Kuma isn't exactly a normal human anymore, but he knows that doesn't make it any easier for Bonney to see her father's clones being attacked. He shares some of the intel he has on Kuma's past, though the stories he's heard aren't exactly flattering or kind. Kuma was famously known as the tyrant of the Sorbet Kingdom, before his own citizens rose up and overthrew him. forcing him into a life of piracy. It wasn't long before the Navy caught up with him, and his secret ties to the Revolutionary Army were eventually exposed to the world government. He was eventually sentenced to life in prison. However, Dr. Vegapunk was so fascinated by Kuma's incredible physical build that he offered a deal. Kuma would be granted freedom to sail as a warlord of the sea, but in exchange, he had to become a test subject for the Pacifista project. Kuma had to agree to be modified and cloned into a fleet of mindless weapons. While they talk, Bonney finds a futuristic lightsaber among the junk. She's heartbroken and confused, unable to understand why her father would ever agree to serve the government and help them build these killing machines. She argues that no sane person would ever willingly choose to become a mindless robot, as it's essentially a death sentence for the soul. Jinbei sympathizes with her point of view. Bonney insists that her father was never the tyrant the stories claim he was, and she swings the lightsaber in a fit of rage to vent her feelings. She's certain that Kuma hated the government and would never have submitted to them unless they used some underhanded scheme to force his hand. Her powerful swing with the beam saber is so impressive that it leaves Luffy and Chopper watching in absolute awe of the futuristic weapon's power. To Bonney, Vegapunk isn't a brilliant scientist, but a cold-blooded murderer who stole her father's life. She mentions that Kuma once told her he belonged to a very special and rare race of people. She believes his unique heritage is the only reason he was targeted for these experiments, and she's determined to get the truth. There is absolutely no excuse for trying to murder him. Hearing that, Luffy and the rest of the crew find themselves in total agreement with Bonney. Meanwhile, that massive robot is currently soaring high into the sky, carrying the Thousand Sunny along with it. This mechanical giant is known as Vega-4-1, which is equipped with anti-gravity technology and jet thrusters that allow it to effortlessly stay airborne. The entire crew has been transported to Egghead Island, and they are left completely speechless as they look down at the structures below. It looks exactly like a futuristic metropolis from a sci-fi movie. Luffy is absolutely thrilled by the sight of this sci-fi landscape. Lilith begins her introduction, explaining the layout of this incredible island to the Straw Hat crew. Their current destination is the research stratum located high in the clouds, while directly beneath them lies the Fabrio phase, the dedicated zone for manufacturing. This is where the producers and research assistants handle the heavy lifting. Lilith had also received word about Luffy causing a ruckus elsewhere on the island, so she updated the Straw Hat crew on the situation. Moments later, the Vega-4-1 touches down at the research stratum, allowing the crew to finally tour the laboratory. Zoro and Brook remain deeply suspicious of Lilith, so they decide to stay behind and keep a watchful eye on the Thousand Sunny. The other 5 members follow the female version of Vegapunk inside. The paths here are made entirely out of clouds, looking just like Skypiea, which fills the group with a sudden wave of nostalgia. It feels just like old times. Since this is Frankie's very first time walking on clouds, he is just as excited as everyone else. Lilith continues her tour by explaining the intricate process of cloud creation and the scientific principles that make them function as solid ground. Unfortunately, all this high-level science is way over the Straw Hats' heads. Right in front of them stands the entrance to the main lab, which looks incredibly grand and brilliant. Lilith insists they change into local attire before entering and provides instructions on how to operate the futuristic Dom shoes. The 5 Straw Hats comply immediately. However, instead of heading to the men's changing room, Sanji tries to sneakily follow the girls. As a result, he gets a massive knot on his head from a well-placed punch from Nami. Just like Bonnie's group, everyone is startled when the automated machines suddenly strip off their clothes. Before they know it, they are all decked out in sleek, futuristic outfits. Not only are these clothes incredibly lightweight, but they are also quite fashionable. Sanji is absolutely loving the revealing new looks for Robin and Nami. Meanwhile, Usopp thinks Robin looks exceptionally cool in her new gear. On the other hand, Sanji is ruthlessly critiquing Frankie's outfit choice. Outside, Zoro and Brook are sitting back, drinking tea and having a calm conversation. Zoro points out that since this is a government island, they need to stay on high alert and be extremely cautious of their surroundings. Caribou finally shows his face again after stowing away for a while. Because he helped save Luffy back in Wano, he was allowed to hitch a ride for a bit. Zoro makes it clear that while they appreciate the help, his role is done and it's time for him to disappear. Caribou is fuming, but there's nothing he can really do about it. Back with the others, the Straw Hats excitedly take an elevator deep into the laboratory. Noticing Frankie's curiosity, Lilith continues to explain the intricate mechanics behind the elevator's operation and the mysterious energy source that powers the entire island. It's a lot for the cyborg to take in. Then, in a move that catches everyone off guard, Lilith simply walks straight through the solid-looking door in front of them, much to the crew's absolute amazement. It turns out the door was just a hologram, meaning anyone can pass through it. Suddenly, another version of Vegapunk contacts Lilith to discuss something urgent. Seeing Sanji walk through the doorway unharmed, the rest of the Straw Hat crew loses their fear and prepares to follow his lead. They follow him inside, but as soon as they cross the threshold, the door becomes solid and is no longer a hologram. To make matters even more unsettling, Lilith has completely vanished without leaving a single trace behind. Instead, Vegapunk Edison starts speaking through the intercom, guiding the Straw Hats as they explore the lab. The corridors here are incredibly winding with so many turns that it's nearly impossible to remember the way back. Naturally, Nami already has a plan to steal a few valuable items from the facility. When Usopp tries to object to her thieving ways, he gets a good clobbering for his trouble. After wandering for a while, they arrive in a large hall filled with several numbered rooms. Suddenly, the door to room 4 swings open, and a child who looks exactly like Jinbe appears right before their eyes. This mysterious child is actually Seraphim as Shark. Usopp immediately jumps to the conclusion that this must be Jinbe's son. Nami, however, suspects that Jinbe might have been shrunk down somehow. Sanji notes that this person just looks like him, especially since the kid has wings on his back. Tired of guessing, they simply demand to know who the heck this kid is. Instead of giving an answer, the Seraphim immediately enters attack mode and starts charging a laser in its palm. Frankie is absolutely horrified because he recognizes the threat right away. This is a Pacifista. Elsewhere inside the lab, Vegapunk Shaka, 01, is currently in contact with the Revolutionary Army leader, Dragon. Shaka admits that while he is indeed a genius, he seems to have developed the ability to foresee the grim fate of the future. Vegapunk predicts that his life is coming to an end very soon, so he wants to share some final words with Luffy's father. Meanwhile, Sark's laser creates a massive explosion that knocks the Straw Hats off their feet. In the chaos, Usopp finally realizes that they've walked right into a trap set by Lilith. It makes sense now. The world government wouldn't just roll out the red carpet and invite pirates on a factory tour for no reason. It turns out they've used Jinbe's genetic data to create a perfect soldier. Because of this betrayal, Nami decides to strike back using her climax act. Despite her resolve, Nami is still hesitating because she really doesn't want to fight someone who looks like a child. Sensing this hesitation, Seraphim S-Struck suddenly dives straight into the solid floor as if it were water. The crew is stunned to see a Pacifista wielding devil fruit powers. Frankie has actually encountered this specific power before and senses that something is very wrong. He wants to back Nami up, but she insists she can handle it for now. However, Sark shows no mercy, swimming through the floor and grabbing her by the throat, sending her climax attack flying. The Pacifista seems to be in a state of pure rage, squeezing Nami's neck with terrifying strength. Regardless of whether this is Vegapunk's masterpiece or not, Frankie cannot forgive such brutality. Seeing Nami in danger causes Sanji's blood to boil with protective fury. Sanji doesn't care if the opponent looks like Jinbe or a kid. He charges in and delivers a devastating kick. The blow sends S-Shark flying across the room, finally freeing Nami from his grasp. Robin is also visibly upset seeing what the Pacifista tried to do to their navigator. Robin retaliates by manifesting a giant limb and attacking with a flurry of hands. Despite the scale of her attack, S-Shark manages to evade everything and dives back into the ground. This time, however, he sets his sights on Robin, preparing a fishman karate strike. Seeing Robin in jeopardy, Usopp uses his slingshot to fire a lethal pop green projectile. The resultant explosion successfully halts the aggressive Seraphim's advance. But in the blink of an eye, the bot vanishes and reappears right behind Usopp, locking him in a chokehold. Sanji prepares to jump in, but Frankie tells him to hold steady. The Straw Hat shipwright is currently charging his own laser, aiming to blow this Jinbe lookalike to Kingdom Come. Another massive explosion rocks the room where the Seraphim are being kept as Frankie fires his blast. Meanwhile, the other Vegapunk satellites are gathered in the control room, closely monitoring the Straw Hats' performance on their monitors. The fact that Frankie can actually fire a laser beam catches Vegapunk Edison, 3, completely by surprise. He didn't expect them to be this dangerous. Edison is shocked, noting that even they haven't dared to test high-output lasers on the Seraphim yet, given they are technically still in their child stage. However, Frankie's powerful attack doesn't seem to have caused any lasting damage to Sea Shark, which is equally impressive. The Straw Hats are stunned by the Seraphim's durability. It's clear this Pacifista is in a league of its own. Nami, absolutely hating the idea of being forced to fight a child, screams at the top of her lungs for Vegapunk to stop this madness immediately. Lilith, however, is fuming because her incredibly expensive creations are being put at risk. She threatens to personally take care of them if anything happens to her Seraphim. Edison tries to calm her down, but he suddenly gets struck by a brilliant new invention idea. Edison rushes off to sketch his new design, leaving Pythagoras in charge of the situation. Even though there are 6 satellites, they all have their roles. As the others step away, Pythagoras continues to feverishly input combat data from the Straw Hats' battle with S-Shark. Sark manages to toss Sanji aside, proving to be a massive obstacle for the crew. Meanwhile, ideas are flowing so fast for Edison that he doesn't have a moment to rest. Because of this high-intensity brain work, he constantly nags Vegapunk York to keep eating so the other satellites have energy. York is currently in a separate room, and her entire job is to eat, go to the bathroom, and sleep for the group. According to Pythagoras' observations, the Seraphim are evolving and improving as the fight goes on. He is eager to push their development even further despite the difficulty. He wants to accelerate their growth rate significantly. Interestingly, even though Vegapunk Pythagoras needs a bathroom break, he doesn't want to waste a single second of research time. So he delegates the expelling process to the satellite responsible for physical needs. York handles the eating and the relief, which leaves the researcher feeling much more comfortable. To digest all that food, Atlas is the one doing the physical exercise. Meanwhile, York simply rolls over and goes to sleep. This cycle of eating, expelling, and resting has happened 4 times already today. This efficient system is exactly why the other Vegapunks don't have to waste any time on personal chores. Additionally, the research assistants are working around the clock to serve the needs of the satellites. Suddenly, Shaka appears to put an end to S-Shark's assault on the Straw Hat crew. He also orders the other satellites to stop testing the crew's strength, which visibly annoys both Lilith and Pythagoras. After the command is given, Shaka introduces himself to the Straw Hats. It then takes the precaution of disabling the magnetic grip on their dong shoes. By doing this, he makes sure the pirates can't move around freely. After all, it's better to be safe than sorry when dealing with pirates. Usopp is quite confused, since 2 other people have already claimed to be the genius Dr. Vegapunk. He even starts mocking Shaka's tone to tease him. Frankie finally speaks up, expressing his awe at the island. He remarks that this place feels even more advanced than the future with its incredible designs, like the cyborg Sea Kings, the giant robot, and the island-wide climate control system. They've never seen anything like it. The Straw Hats are truly impressed by the uniqueness of Egghead. Frankie is eager to see the whole island and thinks he'd get along perfectly with the genius doctor. However, Vegapunk Shaka throws them a curveball by explaining that this is actually an island of the past. Meanwhile, Luffy's group has discovered something eye-catching in the scrapyard. It looks incredibly advanced, yet it also carries the undeniable aesthetic of something crafted in the ancient past. It's a confusing mix of futuristic and primitive technology. Frankie is puzzled by Shaka's statement, but the doctor clarifies it immediately. He explains that long ago, there was a kingdom with technology that rivaled Egghead's current state. Luffy's group is currently staring at a civilization from 900 years ago in the form of a rusted, giant robot. The robot is massive and imposing, prompting Luffy to immediately try and find a way inside to pilot it. The Straw Hats are genuinely shocked to learn that such a modern city existed so long ago. Vegapunk mentions he once knew an archaeologist who sacrificed everything to uncover the truth of this ancient kingdom. That man unearthed machines that dated back to the Void Century. Robin herself knows a fair bit about this history. 22 years ago, her home of Ohara was wiped off the map by a buster call. Vegapunk suspects the scholars were targeted because they found records of this ancient kingdom. In the distant past, there was a massive conflict between an alliance of 20 kingdoms and a highly advanced, now forgotten empire. The victors of that war formed what we know today as the world government and proceeded to rewrite history to suit their narrative. To ensure that information about the ancient kingdom would never spread, they erased every single trace of its existence. This revelation is so mind-blowing that the Straw Hats are left in a state of confusion. Sanji realizes that anyone possessing this forbidden knowledge is likely marked for death. Usopp is now terrified and desperately wishes he could just forget everything he just heard. Vegapunk Shaka notes that this is all his own theory, and he asks Robin to confirm whether or not his deductions align with the truth she discovered. Despite being the government's top scientist, Vegapunk is kept in the dark by his superiors. He knows that even mentioning these topics could lead to his assassination. He then reveals how he came to know about the Ohara scholars' research into the Void Century. The destruction of Ohara 22 years ago sent shockwaves across the globe, and Robin was the only child who managed to survive the massacre. At the time, the media painted the scholars as demons who were plotting to overthrow the government. A few months after the tragedy, Vegapunk personally visited the ruins of Ohara to pay his respects. He had been an acquaintance of Professor Clover, the world's most brilliant archaeologist, and he wanted to leave a bouquet of flowers in his memory. In his youth, Clover was obsessed with the Void Century and sailed the seas collecting ancient texts from all over the globe. He was arrested by the Navy over 10 times. By the time he retired from seafaring, he had become the most renowned archaeologist on the planet. Over the years, many scholars were drawn to Clover's side, flocking to Ohara and turning it into a sanctuary for archaeology. Sadly, they all met a tragic end. When Vegapunk finally arrived at the site, the great tree of knowledge had been reduced to ash. However, Vegapunk witnessed a sight that left him completely speechless. In the center of the island was a large lake, and the water was filled with countless books. The scholars had clearly fought to save them in their final moments, hoping a future generation would inherit their treasure of knowledge. It's likely that some Navy soldiers saw the books but didn't understand their value, so they simply left them there. Recalling this, both Shaka and Robin are deeply moved. The painful memories of Robin's childhood begin to flood back into her mind. She remembers being forced to leave her beloved mother in a state of utter despair. It was only thanks to Saul that Robin was able to survive. Those memories cause tears to stream down her face. Seeing her cry, the other Straw Hats get angry at Shaka for bringing up such a painful topic. Robin confirms to Shaka that his theories about the events are indeed the truth. The Doctor explains that he once intended to bring the books from O'Hara back to Punk Hazard for study before the authorities found them. However, someone else had already taken them. While this was happening, over at the scrapyard, Luffy and Chopper are busy trying to find a way to climb inside the massive ancient robot. Their goofy antics are starting to get on Bonnie's nerves. She honestly can't fathom how someone like Luffy managed to become an emperor of the sea. After searching the entire exterior, it appears that this giant robot doesn't actually have a cockpit. Undeterred, the two start calling out random names, hoping it will somehow activate and move. They try a bunch of different commands, but the robot stays still until a sudden, powerful shockwave blasts out from the inside, sending everyone flying back. Before they can even process what happened, an old man appears right in front of them, stuck in the machine and screaming for help. Noticing that he's about to be sucked into the mechanism, Luffy immediately rushes over to pull him out. The old man instantly recognizes Luffy as the son of the revolutionary Monkey D. Dragon. Meanwhile, Bonnie's entire demeanor shifts the moment she sees his face. This is the one and only genius scientist Dr. Vegapunk, and he seems genuinely happy to see Bonney there. Luffy and Chopper are fascinated by how he's floating in midair, so Vegapunk shows them another hidden feature of the Dom shoes. Within seconds, the three of them are launched high into the sky, enjoying every bit of the ride. Vegapunk Shaka reflects back to that day 22 years ago on O'Hara. He remembers seeing a group of giants who had arrived at the island to salvage the books from the bottom of the lake. This sight left Vegapunk quite conflicted. At the same time, Monkey D. Dragon was also present on O'Hara. Back then, Luffy's father was the leader of the Freedom Fighters. Just like the Doctor, he knew Professor Clover and had come to pay his respects at the ruins. Dragon spoke with the giant warriors who had traveled all the way from Elbaf. They fully understood how precious those books were. The captain of the giants was a man completely covered in bandages from head to toe. He knew the scholars had died to save that knowledge. The giants were determined to ensure that the history contained in those books wouldn't be lost forever, a goal that perfectly aligned with Dragon's vision. However, Dragon was frustrated that Vegapunk refused to join the Freedom Fighters, opting instead to become a government hound. The Doctor had his reasons, though. He argued that the Freedom Fighters were far too poor and lacked the necessary funding and equipment for him to truly flex his creative genius. Joining a massive organization like the world government simply made more sense for his work. Dragon understood that logic, but he couldn't stand idly by after the scholars were murdered just for seeking the truth. He vowed to take a different path. He decided to build an army that would challenge the government directly and change the world forever. He refused to let the will of O'Hara die with Professor Clover. About a year later, Dragon, Ivankov, and Kuma officially founded the Revolutionary Army. That movement has continued to shake the world to this very day. Nami is genuinely impressed, thinking that Luffy's father is an incredible man, and realizing that Professor Clover was the one who sparked his fire. Meanwhile, Frankie is still trying to process everything Shaka has shared. He still doesn't understand why Kuma helped their crew only to be turned into a mindless machine by Vegapunk later. Sanji is particularly surprised to learn that Ivankov was one of the founding members of the Revolutionary Army. Those books from O'Hara were far too dangerous to be left for the government to find. Driven by intense curiosity, Vegapunk traveled to Elbaf to meet the mysterious giant who had salvaged the texts. The Doctor read every single book, committing the entire contents to his massive memory so he could continue his research in secret. Robin is overjoyed, suspecting that the bandaged giant is actually Saul. Knowing he might still be alive is enough to make her incredibly happy. She thanks Vegapunk repeatedly for ensuring that the sacrifice of the O'Hara scholars wasn't in vain. The Doctor then uses the Dom shoes to transport the crew to a different location, wanting to show them something special. Bonnie's confused about why Vegapunk's head looks so different now, remembering it used to be shaped like a giant light bulb. It turns out he actually cut his head off because it had grown far too large. He used to be nearly as tall as a giant due to the effects of the brain fruit, which allowed him to store an infinite amount of knowledge, causing his brain to expand continuously. That power is a perfect match for a scientific genius like him. Today, he possesses the largest brain in the world, and it's still growing every single day. Chopper is absolutely delighted to see that the doctor's knowledge also extends into the field of medicine. Luffy, in his typical fashion, assumes that Vegapunk must have gotten dumber since he no longer has a brain in his head. This innocent remark really gets under the doctor's skin. He explains that the apple on his head is actually an antenna connected to his brain. His actual brain is housed within a massive storage facility called Punk Records. The antenna allows him to sync with it remotely. He reveals that Atlas, the girl Luffy met earlier, is one of 6 satellites. Each one represents a different aspect of his personality. If you combined all 6, you'd get his original personality. This split allows him to be 6 times more productive. The satellites sync their memories and data with the main brain at the end of each day, allowing Vegapunk to learn at an incredible pace. Jinbei is absolutely floored by this concept. Vegapunk envisions a future where everyone in the world could link their minds to his brain, sharing in his vast knowledge regardless of where they are. A prospect that even piques Chopper's medical interest. Of course, a system like that would create a whole host of new problems, so it's not ready for implementation yet. Tired of the science lecture, Bonney pulls out a beam saber to settle her score with the doctor, demanding he change her father back to normal immediately. She threatens to kill him on the spot, but a panicked Vegapunk begs her to stop. He warns that the saber is a faulty prototype that attracts swarms of insects to the user's location. Unfortunately, it looks like his warning came a second too late. A massive swarm of bugs suddenly appears, terrifying the supernova so much that she faints right then and there. Meanwhile, the rest of the crew is watching the conversation between Luffy and Vegapunk on a monitor. Nami breathes a sigh of relief, knowing that Luffy's group is safe. Vegapunk understands why Bonney harbors so much hatred for him, but ironically, that failed invention actually ended up saving his life. The doctor then turns to Luffy and asks if he encountered a dragon similar to Kaido during his time in Wano. The fruit that Momonosuke ate was actually a failed experiment that Vegapunk had abandoned at Punk Hazard. It took 20 years of researching Kaido's lineage factor and an enormous amount of resources to create. Yet it still wasn't a perfect replica of the original. Luffy thinks the fruit is actually pretty great since Momo is super strong and can even breathe fire. However, Vegapunk is a perfectionist. To him, the fact that the dragon turned out pink instead of blue makes it an absolute failure. Luffy then asks about the giant robot they found. Luffy wonders if it's one of Vegapunk's inventions, but the doctor reveals that this machine actually attacked the Holy Land of Marishuaz 200 years ago. Meanwhile, the ship carrying the masked assassins of CP0 has finally reached the island. The primary objective of these intruders is nothing less than the assassination of the legendary scientific mastermind, Dr. Vegapunk himself. There's a looming fear that if that massive mechanical titan ever reactivates, the situation will turn catastrophic. This Iron Giant is the same entity that launched a devastating assault 2 centuries ago, though its origins actually trace back a staggering 900 years into the past. According to what Vegapunk mentioned, hearing those stories, Luffy became absolutely captivated and started frantically hitting the robot, desperately hoping it would somehow jump back to life. No one is quite sure what its original directive was, but it luckily ran out of power just before it could inflict any actual casualties on the populace. Even though the world government officially demanded the complete destruction of the machine, the local researchers simply couldn't suppress their own scientific curiosity. So they decided to defy those orders and secretly hid the massive relic away on this remote island. Upon learning this, Luffy's excitement only grew as he dreamed of the robot waking up so he could claim it as his own personal ultimate toy. It turns out, Luffy stumbling upon this hidden scrapyard was purely a stroke of luck, as the poor guy had actually just lost his way again. Meanwhile, the rest of the crew members are keeping a close eye on Luffy's shenanigans through the various surveillance cameras scattered around. 2 centuries ago, which coincides with the height of the Fishman Equality movement, it's highly probable this robot scaled the Red Line to launch an attack directly on the Holy Land. Vegapunk explains that the Vegaforce 1 was actually designed as an homage to this enormous ancient robot, though he admits he lacked the advanced technical capability to truly perfect the design. Seeing that Luffy is safe and sound brings a bit of relief to the other Straw Hats. However, Luffy is currently demanding that Vegapunk drop to his knees and apologize to Bonney for the absolute madness of the crimes he has committed in the past. The brilliant doctor snaps back, essentially telling Luffy he hasn't got a clue what he's talking about, and mentions he has something important to give to the girl. Right then, Vegapunk makes a shocking request, asking if Luffy could help him escape from Egghead Island entirely. At that exact moment, the CP0 vessel has successfully reached the island's perimeter. Noticing that the surrounding sea beasts are preparing for an assault, Lucci doesn't hesitate to order his subordinates to open fire and take them down. They quickly realize that Bonney is present on the island and decide she needs to be eliminated as well. Detecting this imminent threat, Pythagoras sprints as fast as possible to deliver the urgent news to Vegapunk, and Shaka immediately. Initially, Lilith was actually quite amused, mistakenly assuming that the intruders were specifically targeting the Straw Hat Pirates, but the moment they realize it's the leopard man Lucci who has arrived, the crew is struck by a wave of pure dread. Sanji turns to Robin, swearing with absolute conviction that he will protect her this time. Having received confirmation that government agents are on their doorstep, Shaka bluntly tells them to hand over the Seraphim, S-Bear, and then promptly get lost. However, he warns everyone to stay on high alert for combat, because those elite spies aren't the type to just pack up and leave quietly. Simultaneously, over in the Kamabaka Kingdom, the former warlord Kuma starts behaving in a bizarre and inexplicable manner. Completely ignoring the desperate pleas of the Revolutionary Army members, he begins sprinting toward an unknown destination. Both Dragon and Ivankov are screaming for their old comrade to stop and stay put, but it seems their efforts are entirely in vain. Back at the lab, Vegapunk Pythagoras transmits Shaka's message to the CP0 agents waiting outside. He thanks them for the effort of returning the Seraphim, but notes that S-Bear is perfectly capable of entering the facility on its own. He explains that his current research is keeping him far too busy to entertain guests at the moment. He requests that CP0 simply command the Seraphim to return to the harbor and then depart immediately. Lucci catches on instantly, realizing that Vegapunk is onto their true intentions. KQ is especially annoyed, complaining that they're being kicked out before they even got a glass of water. Lucci then makes a direct call to Vegapunk, pointedly asking if the doctor knows anything about the string of mysterious disappearances recently. He mentions that over the last couple of months, several Cypher Pole agents who set foot on this island have vanished without a trace, with not a single one of them ever returning home. Vegapunk calmly responds, claiming his records show that they all left the island perfectly safe and sound. Lilith, however, loses her temper and starts berating Lucci for having the nerve to suggest the Vegapunks were involved in something shady. She snaps that they have better things to do than mess around with CP0 agents. After hearing those harsh words, Lucci falls into a long, calculated silence. He ultimately decides to abandon their ship and utilize S-Bear's special abilities to force their way onto the island. Meanwhile, back at Kamabaka Island, the former warlord Kuma has already left his Revolutionary Army allies far behind in his frantic dash towards some unknown location. He suddenly uses his devil fruit powers to teleport himself away, leaving Dragon and the others standing there in absolute shock. Over at the Egghead scrapyard, Luffy is genuinely confused as to why a guy like Vegapunk would want to set sail with his pirate crew. He asks, "Don't you have your whole laboratory set up right here?" Vegapunk explains that while he's a genius with a mind full of revolutionary ideas, he's constantly held back by a lack of funding and resources. He confesses that his lifelong dream has always been to build a world where every single person has access to free, unlimited energy. However, in order to achieve that goal, he began researching the ancient fuel source that originally powered that giant mechanical robot. He admits this is a strictly forbidden pursuit, as the world government is determined to prevent anyone from uncovering the secrets of the Void Century. Suddenly, a massive explosion erupts in the distance, catching the whole group off guard. Vegapunk quickly explains to Luffy that he is now a high-priority target that the government wants to wipe off the face of the Earth. Because of this, he's begging Luffy to let him join his crew and escape the island. Recognizing that Vegapunk has figured out their scheme, Lucci feigns a retreat while secretly ordering his team to abandon ship and prepare for a surprise raid using S-Bear's teleportation. Moments later, the CP0 members are launched one by one onto the island of the future. It's confirmed that the explosion from earlier was indeed the work of the elite CP0 agents. Unlike the standard CP9, Cypher Polija 0 answers directly to the Celestial Dragons, placing them at the very top of the government's intelligence hierarchy. Rumors throughout the world suggest that their members are some of the most troublesome and dangerous people alive. The sudden arrival of CP0 has left the residents of Egghead completely baffled, wondering why they didn't use the standard port entry. The fact that these spies easily took down 2 of the island's weaponized sea beasts only confirms that they are conducting an illegal infiltration. Inside the facility, the various Vegapunk satellites are stunned by CP0's sudden presence. The Straw Hat crew is in a state of total panic, wishing more than anything that Lucci would just get the heck out of there as fast as possible. It looks like they intentionally sacrificed their own vessel to land on the island via the Nikyu power, all to ensure they complete their mission from the higher-ups. It seems there's no other way out now. Following this, Shaka issues an order to evacuate all the researchers and island workers to safety. He tells Atlas to return to the lab immediately to prepare the Seraphim units and transfers operational command over to Sentomaru. The Seraphim being deployed include S-Hawk as number 1, Snake as number 3, and S-Shark as the final unit. Checking back in with Luffy's group, Vegapunk asks one more time if he can catch a ride on their ship. Luffy jokingly points out that they aren't exactly on a pleasure cruise. It's clear that if the world's greatest scientist disappears, it will be an absolute catastrophe. However, because Luffy actually thinks Vegapunk's apple-shaped head is pretty cool, he agrees to the request without a second thought. Vegapunk says he'll head up first, but warns that this place is about to become a war zone. He tells Luffy to bring Bonney along to the lab. Then, the doctor suddenly activates a cloaking device and vanishes, leaving Luffy and the others completely stunned. They wonder if there's anything this guy can't do. Meanwhile, the CP0 team is currently battling a massive space monster. They have no idea it's actually just a high-tech hologram, so they're just wasting their ammo firing at nothing. Kaku seems to be enjoying the fight and launches a powerful kick just to see what the beast is made of. Only Stussy, who seems familiar with the island, knows that her teammates' attacks are completely useless against the illusion. This realization makes Lucci a bit surprised by the situation. Not stopping there, Kaku leaps high into the air, aiming to find Vegapunk in the upper laboratory located among the clouds. But the moment he passes the defensive barrier, the square-nosed agent is bombarded by laser fire so fast he can't even react. This is the Frontier Dome, an automated defense system designed to neutralize any threat to the laboratory level. The clear lesson here is to never underestimate the defenses of the world's most brilliant scientist. Listening to Stussy calmly explain the system after the fact without giving him a single warning, Kaku starts shouting insults at her in frustration. On the other side of things, instead of retreating to safety, Atlas charges out aggressively to deal with the intruders causing trouble on Egghead. Even with Shaka desperately trying to hold her back, she insists on launching her signature super-powered punch. However, Lucci immediately shifts into his hybrid leopard form and unleashes a Rokuhugan blast right into Atlas's face. Even Kaku is shocked to see his longtime partner using such a high-level ultimate move right from the start. The impact of that strike is so massive that it causes Atlas's face to practically explode, and she falls to the ground completely unconscious. Witnessing this brutal display, the local residents flee in absolute terror before the Leopard Man can target them. Seeing that Atlas is still barely breathing, Lucci prepares to deliver a finishing blow. Just then, Luffy comes running through the battlefield in a great mood. And just like that, Luffy and Lucci finally come face to face again. The area is in complete chaos following the attack on Atlas. Seeing Rob Lucci again has poor Chopper crying out in fear. Luffy immediately demands to know why the guy is even here in the first place. Lucci mocks him, saying this is a government-owned island, so it's actually Luffy's presence that is the anomaly. Sensing that things are about to get ugly, Chopper desperately tries to convince Luffy that they should just leave. Kaku also realizes the situation has become messy with both the Straw Hats and Jewelry Bonney present in the same spot. He points out that the world has changed, and he warns Lucci not to engage Luffy, who is now officially one of the 4 emperors. He reminds him that attacking such a high-profile pirate requires direct authorization from the top brass. Stussy agrees with Kaku's assessment, noting that even a minor skirmish here could escalate into a full-scale world war. She then commands their subordinates to report the situation to the Navy HQ immediately. Sensing something is wrong, Luffy hands Bonney over to Jinbei for safekeeping and rushes toward the clouds of smoke. When he sees the severe injuries Atlas has sustained, he's visibly shocked and angry. Despite the advice from his 2 partners, it's clear Lucci is still holding a massive grudge against our boy Luffy. Seeing Luffy's concern for Vegapunk's satellite, Lucci arrogantly tells him to back off, claiming this is strictly internal government business. Luffy basically tells him to shut up, noting that Atlas was kind enough to give him food and drinks. Meanwhile, the news of the Straw Hat cruise on Egghead reaches Akainu's ears instantly. The situation is getting significantly more convoluted by the second. It's suspected that Vegapunk must have sensed a threat, which is why he's teamed up with the Straw Hats. If a genius like him were to form a real alliance with a Yonko, it would be a devastating blow to the government's military standing. Akainu sends out an order for Lucci to avoid combat with the Emperor at all costs, until the Navy reinforcements arrive. Admiral Kizaru has already been briefed and is en route to Egghead Island, yet Rob Lucci has already decided to ignore his orders in favor of settling his personal score. Back on the ground at Egghead, total chaos is spreading across the island. Jinbei and Chopper are currently trying to figure out how to get Atlas back up to the lab so Frankie can perform some emergency repairs on her. They want their captain to come with them, but it's obvious that Luffy is itching to land a solid punch on Lucci's smug face. Just as you'd expect, Luffy tells the 2 of them to head on ahead while he handles everything else down here. They both try to talk him out of it, but it's clearly a lost cause. Much like Luffy, Lucci isn't paying any attention to his teammates either, fully committed to fighting his old rival. In an instant, Luffy charges forward at high speed to attack. Lucci manages to block that incredibly powerful punch and counters with equal ferocity. The two of them then trade a rapid-fire series of blows, testing whose haki is truly superior. After being pushed back by one of Lucci's strikes, Luffy drops into a fighting stance, ready to get serious with him. Lucci seems curious about the details of Luffy's massive new bounty and updated status. Luffy tells him he's about to find out exactly what Year 5 is all about. He takes a deep, grounding breath and focuses on activating his ultimate form. Almost instantly, the unmistakable drums of liberation begin to resonate as he awakens his true power. You can feel it. Luffy's heartbeat is getting louder and faster by the second. His hair and clothes start turning a brilliant white color. Then, a massive wave of Conqueror's haki explodes outward, mixed with the iconic laughter of the sun. Decisive. This transformation catches Lucci completely off guard, but he also seems to be getting hyped up. Everything in the immediate area starts turning into bouncy rubber, and Luffy just can't stop dancing around. Even Chopper, Jinbei, and the government agents are totally stunned by his bizarre new appearance. While Lucci is still processing the change, Luffy hits him with an attack so fast he has no time to react. Watching Luffy laugh and play around like a total lunatic leaves Stussy absolutely speechless. Watching the fight through the monitors, Nami and the others are just as shocked. They recognize this as the very same form Luffy used to take down Kaido. Seeing Lucci buried in the rubble for a bit too long, Luffy starts teasing him relentlessly, which clearly gets under the leopard man's skin. Lucci then powers up to reveal a brand new awakened form of his own. The two of them clash again with enough force to literally shake the foundations of Egghead. Jinbei and Chopper are forced to scurry away to find some cover. They're just hoping that Luffy remembers his current status and doesn't let this fight turn into a massive international incident. Nami's group notices that Lucci's appearance has shifted slightly as well. Shaka quickly realizes that Lucci has actually awakened his devil fruit, which explains his incredible increase in speed. Lucci's new awakened state looks incredibly intimidating and powerful, as if he's saying Luffy isn't the only one who's leveled up. Kaku tries his best to calm his partner down, but it's clearly not working. At that moment, the original Vegapunk rushes into the monitor room to ask about the White Warrior. Frankie is absolutely thrilled to be meeting the legendary genius Doctor in the flesh. Vegapunk asks Nami what exactly they call Luffy's new white transformation, but she honestly has no idea, assuming it's just some advanced application of his rubber powers. However, looking at the ancient Devil Fruit Encyclopedia, there isn't a single mention of any Gomu Gomu no Mi having these kinds of properties. Vegapunk is fascinated by the boy's appearance, noting that he looks exactly like a certain deity described in ancient texts. Nami finds that hard to believe, mainly because she knows Luffy is basically a total idiot. Our captain just keeps on laughing like a complete clown, showing absolutely none of the dignity you'd expect from a Yonko. Vegapunk explains that Luffy is the warrior of liberation, a figure who brings joy and puts smiles on people's faces. This figure is known by the legendary name Sun God Nika. He adds that the truth of this existence was completely wiped from the history books, which is why almost nobody in the modern world knows anything about it. Luffy makes a funny face to taunt his opponent and even starts physically messing with his own head to mess with Lucci's mind. Vegapunk muses, the devil fruits are essentially born from the collective dreams and desires of humanity, and because they are so unnatural, they are hated by the sea, the great mother of nature. This explains why the sea rejects them. Suddenly, Lucci and Luffy recreate a powerful punch exchange reminiscent of their historic battle at Enies Lobby. The massive shockwave from their collision rattles a huge portion of Egghead Island. The two of them just won't quit, continuing their chaotic and endless brawl. At this point, Sentomaru arrives on the scene and begins observing the fight. He looks toward Vegapunk and asks for his official orders on how to handle the situation. He wonders if he should be attacking the pirates, but with the 3 Seraphim units standing ready for battle, the Doctor tells him that CP0 is actually the one trying to kill him. He says they need to be driven off the island immediately. If Sentomaru follows through with this, it would mean he's officially committing treason against the world government. However, since Vegapunk was the one who practically raised him, he feels he has no choice but to help. Kaku gets nervous seeing the Seraphim units and tries to order Esper to eliminate them. But then, something totally unexpected happens. Sentomaru gives Esper the exact opposite command. Kaku finally realizes that Sentomaru actually has a higher level of command authority over the units. The Seraphim immediately start raining down laser beams on the Cypher Pole agents. Stussy then explains that the command hierarchy places CP0 below Sentomaru, the Vegapunks, and the 5 Elders. Because of this, it's almost impossible for them to gain the upper hand while they're on Egghead. Over on the other side, Lucci is getting absolutely thrashed by Luffy. The sheer power and unpredictability of Gear 5 is simply too much for him to handle. Sentomaru then orders S-Snake to lead the Straw Hats up to the Frontier Dome, while Sasehawk and S-Shark stay behind to keep the CP0 agents busy. Seeing a miniature version of himself, Jinbei asks Chopper if his eyes are playing tricks on him. Those tan-skinned kids were clearly modeled after the 7 Warlords of the Sea, which is just mind-blowing. When Luffy spots Sentomaru, he runs over to say hi. He asks if he's there to help old man Vegapunk escape, and Sentomaru confirms that he's taken on that responsibility. Sentomaru isn't sure if he can fully trust Luffy yet, and he's also shocked to see Luffy's weird new form. He admits he never expected the kid to actually become one of the 4 Emperors. Suddenly, Lucci strikes with lightning speed, piercing right through Sentomaru. Luffy is horrified when he sees this brutal development. It turns out the Leopard Man's plan is to take out the Axe Wielder so he can seize control of the Seraphim units for himself. Warning alarms start blaring all over the island. The residents of Egghead are in a state of total panic seeing Sentomaru suffering such a severe injury. Luffy rushes to his side to check if he's okay, apologizing for getting him distracted. Sentomaru tells him not to underestimate him, though it's clear he's hurting. He actually saw Lucci's attack coming and tried to raise his arm to defend himself, but he just wasn't fast enough. Lucci is getting annoyed that his target is still conscious, which is preventing him from taking over the Seraphim. Furious, Luffy builds up speed and charges straight at Lucci, but the assassin manages to dodge Luffy's punch and even lands a counter hit that sends our captain flying back. The Leopard Man then prepares to deliver a lethal finishing blow. Sentomaru struggles to get back up to defend himself, but thankfully, Luffy intervenes just in time to stop the CP0 agent's dark plans. He starts spinning, his body like a literal pinwheel, and knocks Lucci way back. However, he gets so much momentum going that he can't figure out how to stop spinning. Meanwhile, Chopper and Jinbei are racing toward Vegapunk to get some medical help for Atlas. Chopper yells out, asking what on earth Luffy is doing and why he's still spinning around in circles. The Seraphim are currently in the heat of battle, and they're not holding back. Despite their youthful appearance, their power is easily on par with the original warlords they were based on. A whole bunch of Cypher Pole agents are being wiped out in a matter of seconds. Kaku and Stussy watch from the sidelines, visibly impressed by the sheer combat capability of these kids. It looks like the future of these Seraphim units is going to be terrifying. Inside the control room, Frankie has actually moved to tears seeing Shark's swimming ability. He wonders if his brother, Senor Pink from Doflamingo's crew, has passed away, since it's common knowledge that 2 people can't have the same devil fruit power at once. Shaka asks if he's finally caught on, and informs him that the man he's thinking of is actually currently locked up in Impel Down. Frankie thought Vegapunk had somehow managed to recreate that specific devil fruit. Vegapunk explains that while Zoan-type fruits can be synthetically produced, Paramecia types are much harder to deal with. He compares it to the failed experiments of that villain Caesar. Nami mentions that Caesar is a man better off dead. She adds that the simul fruits are just far too dangerous to exist. Only 1 in 10 people who eat them actually get powers, while the rest are cursed with permanent, uncontrollable laughter. Vegapunk notes that if given enough time and resources, he could even replicate mythical Zoan fruits, though he's unsure if they could ever be truly awakened. Recreating Logia-type fruits is still a massive technical hurdle. For Paramecia abilities, he explains that he harvests blood from the original power users and processes it into a substance called green blood, which is then integrated into the Seraphim. This is how they can wield powers that are supposed to be one of a kind. Right as he says this, Snake is shown using her love-themed beams to petrify a whole group of government agents. Meanwhile, Esper is absolutely dominating the field by utilizing the incredible powers of the Paw fruit. Vegapunk confidently states that the Seraphim represent the absolute pinnacle of scientific achievement, referring to them as the strongest humans ever created. This explains the real reason why the 7 Warlord system was finally abolished by the government. What kind of terrifying monsters have you brought into this world? Since the Seraphim are officially Navy weapons, they pose a massive potential threat to the Straw Hat Pirates. Meanwhile, Rob Lucci has managed to recover and return to the fight after being hit by Luffy. Sentomaru notices that Lucci is still up and kicking, so he tells his assistants to clear out and get to safety immediately. Seeing that Luffy isn't around, Lucci seems quite pleased with himself. He's still determined to kill the Axeman and lunges forward. But suddenly, Luffy pops up with a gigantic head, trying to take a huge bite out of him. Lucci panics slightly and uses his Rokushiki techniques to dodge the attack. He jumps all over the place, trying to find an opening to counter the rubber boy. Even though Luffy misses the bite, he manages to spit out a bunch of crushed rocks right at him, forcing Lucci to use Haki to block them. Next, Luffy uses the high-speed transit pipes as a springboard and somehow transforms his hair into a pair of goggles. Then he unleashes a devastatingly powerful punch that looks like it's about to punch a hole right through the leopard man's torso. Lucci coughs up blood, completely unable to comprehend the kind of power he's fighting against, and starts to lose consciousness. Meanwhile, S-Snake is showing Jinbei's group the fastest way out. The Straw Hat helmsman thanks her, mentioning that this Seraphim seems much nicer than the real Boa Hancock. This makes S-Snake act all flustered and shy, snapping back that she's just following her orders. As the departure time for the vacuum rocket approaches, Chopper screams for Luffy to hurry up and get on board before it's too late. Sentomaru pulls himself up with the last of his strength and puts all his faith in Luffy. He asks him to take care of Old Man Vegapunk for him. Luffy gives him a firm agreement. Then he uses the pipes one last time to launch himself like a rocket, landing on the transport just in the nick of time. The rocket takes off like a bullet, leaving Chopper and Jinbei spinning around like crazy. Finally, Bonney wakes back up. She's totally confused about where they are and why on earth Luffy looks like a wrinkled old man. The vacuum rocket continues to hurtle forward at a blistering speed, racing. Luffy heads straight for the research laboratory situated high up in the clouds. It appears the taxing side effects of Gear 5 have temporarily transformed him into a frail old man who desperately needs time to recuperate. In the blink of an eye, Luffy's crew reaches their destination, and the Frontier Dome's defensive grid is immediately activated. All subsequent transportation runs are being called off, meaning absolutely no one can infiltrate deep into the heart of the facility anymore. Meanwhile, Rob Lucci has shifted back into his human form and begins walking toward the spot where Sentomaru lies. Having reached his absolute limit for physical endurance, the axe-wielding warrior collapses onto the ground shortly after. Ultimately, the masked assassins have gained the upper hand and now hold the authority to command the Seraphim. After departing from Kamabaka, Kuma is still soaring through the skies at a remarkably high velocity. Moving back to CP0, they actually give Sentomaru some credit for doing an excellent job of buying time. Since he is currently unconscious, the Seraphim fall under the direct control of the government agents. Lucci has no intention of waiting for the Navy to arrive before making his next move. He fears that if they delay, Vegapunk might find a way to escape the island. The Doctor has already informed the remaining members of the Straw Hat crew that he has become a high-priority target for the world government's elimination squad. Isn't he supposed to be the most brilliant mind on the entire planet? Wouldn't his death be a catastrophic loss for the administration? That is indeed the case. Vegapunk has engineered countless inventions for the benefit of the world government, with his most notable works involving research on devil fruits. He also created the Seraphim, the most advanced version of the Pacifista human weapons. Imagine what would happen if a scientist of his caliber teamed up with the Straw Hats and used that unparalleled intellect against the authorities. Naturally, the government wants to avoid a scenario like that at all costs. Vegapunk never actually intended to start a rebellion, yet those stubborn fools in the government are dead set on wiping him out anyway. Nami doesn't seem particularly sympathetic, viewing him mostly as a heavy burden to carry. Perhaps it was fate that led Yonko's pirate crew to set foot on this island right now. Vegapunk expresses his desire to set sail along with the crew. While Frankie and Usopp enthusiastically welcome the legendary Doctor, Nami isn't thrilled about the old man at all. She tells him that if he really wants to come along, he better start by removing these shackles from them. Meanwhile, Luffy is back to normal. While Jinbei leaves some tasks to the lab assistants, Bonney is absolutely fuming and is hunting for Vegapunk with a pipe in hand. She is determined to force the Doctor to restore her father to his original state. Otherwise, she plans to end his life. At this moment, Lucci has taken command of 4 Seraphim. He gives the order to surround the entire island, ensuring that no one can escape from his grasp. The former warlord, Bartholomew Kuma the Tyrant, is still soaring through the sky, and his destination turns out to be the Red Line. The resulting impact causes a massive explosion, leaving the citizens in shock. Everyone is panicking, trying to figure out what is going on. Why on earth is Bartholomew Kuma appearing in this specific location? Word was that he had already escaped from the Holy Land of Mary Joie. Wasn't he supposed to be the ultimate slave of the Celestial Dragons? It makes no sense. After lying motionless for a while, Kuma suddenly pulls himself back up, scaring the onlookers away in total terror. The Navy has received reports of Kuma's presence here and is quickly mobilizing a plan to move in and capture the fugitive criminal alive as quickly as possible. Kuma's body twitches as he gazes intensely upward toward the residence of the Celestial Dragons. Back on Egghead Island, Lucci has ordered a total blockade of all escape routes for Vegapunk. even authorizing the destruction of any ships. Even with control over the Seraphim, things are getting complicated. Breaking into the Frontier Dome is proving to be a difficult task for the assassins. Stussy realizes that Lucci is fully prepared to ignore his superior's orders in order to satisfy his own agenda. That cold-blooded man stubbornly refuses to acknowledge Luffy's status as one of the 4 emperors, proving he's just as delusional as ever. Shaka notes that the situation is becoming quite dire now that the enemy has sealed off every possible exit and is preparing to destroy their vessels. Their trump card, the giant robot Vegaforce 01, can only operate within the island's unique environment, making it useless for an escape. Lilith is getting fired up, as this is the perfect chance for someone as reckless as her to fight. The main Stella Vegapunk has already finished packing his bags. He has gathered all 6 of his clones together, but the big question remains, how are they actually going to get away? Lilith is itching to strike back at the CP0 agents, but Shaka is firmly against the idea. He reminds her that the clone's primary mission is to protect the main body, not to start a war. The 2 Vegapunk clones keep bickering back and forth without an end in sight. The Straw Hat Pirates are feeling a bit hesitant about the whole thing, knowing that even if they manage to escape this island, the world government will be hunting them down relentlessly for the rest of their lives. The genius doctor feels a heavy sense of guilt for turning Sentomaru into a traitor against the government. Suddenly, Pythagoras remembers that they still have one more secret ally remaining on the island. Edison tries to stop him, fearing that calling this person will put them in the enemy's crosshairs. Regardless of the risks, Vegapunk decides to reach out and plead for assistance without overthinking it. To his relief, the person on the other end of the line agrees to help immediately. Vegapunk is a bit taken aback, but he knows that with this person's help, he and his clones can easily make their getaway. Lilith announces she's going to activate Vegaforce 01 to transport everyone to the harbor. The old doctor quickly relays the news to the Straw Hat crew. It's quite a shock that all 7 Vegapunks will be boarding the Thousand Sunny, which means Lilith is coming along too, making Sanji absolutely ecstatic. While Sanji is over the moon, Bonney is moving like the wind as she continues her search for Vegapunk. Luffy and Chopper are doing their best to chase after her and keep her from doing something reckless. Suddenly, a strange sound echoes from the laboratory, signaling that the protective Frontier Dome has been deactivated. The clones are completely baffled and can't figure out who could have possibly disabled the system. Pythagoras checks the control room but finds no sign of an intruder. The sudden shutdown of the dome brings a surge of joy to the CP other agents, who see it as their lucky break. However, Lucci is suspicious, thinking this might just be a clever trap set by Vegapunk. He and Kakeru leap up onto the cloud layers to scout the situation inside. It appears the defensive laser grid is indeed offline. The 2 assassins then spot the Thousand Sunny and Vegaforce 01 stationed right there. That's the reason Lucci couldn't find their ship down at the harbor earlier. Now, the persistent assassin wants to destroy the Sunny on the spot. Simultaneously, Admiral Kizaru is approaching on a massive battleship, speeding toward the island to capture both the Straw Hats and Vegapunk. The government is mobilizing every available warship to close in on the island. Lucci is determined to wipe out their final means of transportation once and for all. This time, he leaves the task to Kaku, who is ready to strike. The tension is rising as the forces close in. At that very moment, Zoro is taking a nap outside on the deck while Brook is inside, casually preparing a meal. After spinning his body to gain momentum, Kaku unleashes a massive Rankyaku slash aimed directly at the Sunny. This sudden attack wakes Zoro up from his deep slumber instantly. Zoro draws his blade and negates the Rankyaku with a single strike, which completely catches Kakeru off guard. The impact of the clash forces Brook to come running out to see what happened. Zoro growls, wondering which idiot had the nerve to interrupt his sleep. Kaku is stunned to see his old rival standing there. Kaku realizes it's the same Zoro he faced back during the CP9 incident. He's absolutely livid. Zoro tells him that he doesn't care why they are here, but if they are planning on damaging the ship, he won't hesitate to cut him down where he stands. Kaku challenges him to try it. Even though Pythagoras has managed to reactivate the Frontier Dome, the CPO agents have already successfully infiltrated the interior. It seems they're dead set on destroying the Straw Hats' ship. Zoro and Kaku immediately launch into a duel to settle their old score. Lilith pulls out a massive rocket launcher to provide some backup for Zoro. Meanwhile, Luffy, Jinbei, and Chopper are racing back toward the lab since they lost track of Bonney. Upon reuniting with the rest of their teammates, the crew is incredibly relieved to see them safe and sound. Luffy mentions that there are so many cool things on this island, especially that giant robot. The others respond that they already saw everything through the monitors, including his fight with Lucci. They ask if it's true that he agreed to let Vegapunk join them on the ship, insisting they need to leave immediately. Luffy feels a bit disappointed about having to depart so soon. Unfortunately, there's no other choice since this is a government-controlled island and CP0 will be closing in shortly. We can't afford to waste any more time. Luffy then asks if anyone has seen where Bonney went. It turns out she's still on a mission to assassinate the Doctor. Robin also realizes that Vegapunk himself has vanished from the area. Everyone is panicking, wondering where the old man could have gone at a time like this. Let's hope he hasn't been killed already. The two of them are actually playing a high-stakes game of cat and mouse in a different part of the facility. Bonney refuses to listen to any explanations, focused only on her attack. She demands to know if he will restore her father, but Vegapunk insists he has a very valid reason for what happened. Under a barrage of attacks, Vegapunk has to work hard just to dodge. He eventually flees into a secret room with a murderous Bonney right on his heels. Looking back at the past, Vegapunk once successfully managed to create a perfect human clone, marking a massive milestone in his scientific career. He believed that even if the rest of the world refused to acknowledge her, she was undeniably a human being. The Doctor viewed this as a significant step toward achieving global peace, and he took great pride in his work as the head of the peace-seeking scientific division. But things took a dark turn. After the chase, Bonney transforms herself into a little child and starts crying loudly. She pretends to be injured just to make Vegapunk feel guilty for his actions. The soft-hearted Doctor falls for it instantly, panicking because he doesn't know how to handle a crying child in the middle of a conflict. Seizing that opening, Bonney shifts into a muscular form and swings her pipe at him. Vegapunk barely manages to dodge, but as he tries to run, Bonney catches him and strikes. Suddenly, strange glowing stones with unusual shapes begin to fall out of Vegapunk's body onto the floor. The brilliant Doctor is suddenly transformed into a small child himself. It turns out those sparkling stones were actually the physical manifestation of his years. A saddened Vegapunk pleads with Bonney to return his lost time to him immediately, as he feels helpless in this state. Bonney tells him not to worry, as her powers don't have a permanent effect on living beings. She then lifts the tiny Vegapunk up and demands to know the real reason why he turned her father into a mindless cyborg. The genius is at a complete loss for words as he faces her rage. He struggles to find an answer. Meanwhile, Kuma is desperately trying to climb the red line for some unknown purpose. Vegapunk had promised Kuma that he would keep the truth a secret from Bonney forever. She snaps back, asking if he thinks she's stupid enough to believe those lies. Why would her father give up his own life just to become a hollow machine? She accuses the Doctor of essentially killing him. At that very moment, Kuma is being blasted by the Navy's heavy artillery and falls back down toward the ground below in a shower of sparks. Bonney aggressively forces the old Doctor to reveal the entire truth of the situation. Suddenly, a strange sound catches her attention, causing her to stop. She walks over to a massive door marked with a distinct paw print symbol, sensing something significant inside. There is definitely something related to Kuma hidden behind this door. Bonney breaks inside and is greeted by the sight of a massive glowing paw-shaped bubble. This represents the concentrated power of the Nikyu Nikyu no Mi that the tyrant warlord has always possessed. Somewhere in the New World, the Kid pirate ship is sailing along after leaving Wano. Killer looks at the charts and wakes up Kid, informing him that they are approaching land. He asks if they should go ashore and investigate the area to see what they can find. Kid has no intention of missing out on exploring the island in front of them, as it's the legendary and mysterious land of Elbaf, the home of the giants. Meanwhile, at Marine Base G-14, Vice Admiral Dahl is speaking with a legendary Garp over a Den-Mushi communication. She tells him that she's heading to Egghead and can't accompany him on his mission. It turns out Luffy's grandfather is planning to launch an attack on a Yonko's territory without even notifying Marine headquarters. To everyone's surprise, Garp is already at the base, calling out for Helmeppo. The young officer is in tears, crying to his mentor because Koby has been kidnapped by Blackbeard and he felt powerless to help. Garp just lets out a hearty laugh at the situation. He tells Helmeppo to get on the ship because they are going to Hachinosu to teach those pirates a lesson. They're going to show the Blackbeard crew what real justice looks like. Helmeppo and Hibari are moved to tears of joy by the legendary hero's words. It looks like Koby finally has a real chance of being rescued. Back at the lab, Bonney stands frozen as she stares at the massive paw bubble. Vegapunk warns the girl not to get any closer, claiming it has nothing to do with Kuma. He recalls a past conversation where he explained to Kuma his research on death. The Doctor found that when a person dies, their body weight drops by exactly 21 grams. He theorized that this tiny amount of weight represents the human soul itself. The Doctor realized that Kuma's special abilities gave him the unique power to turn intangible concepts and feelings into physical, tangible objects that can be interacted with. Because of this, Vegapunk wanted Kuma to use his power to push out his memories so they could be studied. Although Kuma was initially very reluctant to agree, Vegapunk eventually begged and pleaded until the warlord finally gave in to the request for the sake of science. The Doctor warns Bonney again never to touch that bubble because it contains all of Kuma's concentrated pain and suffering. It's powerful enough to kill anyone who dares to touch it. Meanwhile, Kuma refuses to give up, despite being under heavy fire, standing back up to fire his lasers. He continues to fight back against the odds. Bonney remains silent, wondering if those bubbles really contain her father's memories. Outside, the duel between Zoro and Kaku is becoming increasingly intense. Kaku knows full well that the Straw Hat crew has grown exponentially stronger recently. He decides to start fighting seriously and begins to transform his body into a completely new and more powerful form. Meanwhile, Stussy asks Lucci for his plan on how they should go about capturing Dr. Vegapunk, but Lucci seems suspicious of her. He clearly suspects she's hiding something as the four Seraphim leap into the clouds, ready to follow their orders. The Straw Hats are feeling very anxious about the escalating situation. While Shaka tries to come up with a tactical solution, Lilith is still itching to jump into the fight. Even the great Vegapunk couldn't have foreseen things turning out this way. CPO is notoriously difficult to predict, and Shaka has a very bad feeling about the next few minutes. Luckily, Zoro is still stationed on the ship to guard it, and they trust him to win. However, the enemy isn't just one person. It's an entire squad of Seraphim ready for battle. Going 2 against 7 doesn't exactly sound like favorable odds. Shaka reveals that these Seraphim are equipped with advanced self-analysis capabilities to handle any situation. At times, these machines don't even need direct commands to know exactly what they need to do. Even so, Vegapunk holds a higher level of command authority than CP0, so it shouldn't be too hard to turn the Seraphim back to their side eventually. CP0 definitely wouldn't want that to happen. Edison and Lilith rush outside to take control of the situation personally. With so many enemies closing in, it's clear that Zoro and Brook won't be able to hold them off alone. Frankie decides he needs to help. Sanji starts laughing about the possibility of dying before they even find the One Piece, which makes Nami absolutely furious. She tells him to get moving since the whole crew is in danger. Sanji immediately follows her orders and heads out with Frankie to the battlefield. Sanji wonders if they should even bother helping now Mosshead, which just shows how much he enjoys their rivalry. Kaku is still determined to settle his old grudge with Zoro once and for all. He's been training specifically for this moment of revenge. He's pushed himself through hellish training to become stronger than ever. Brook is a bit curious about Kaku's strange new appearance. Zoro suggests that he has likely awakened his devil fruit powers, but is confident that one good slash will still do the trick. Kaku lunges forward in rage, shouting that Zoro's swords won't be enough to cut him. Zoro tells Brook to focus on guarding the ship while he handles the fight. Their blades collide, creating a massive shockwave that rattles the surrounding area during their duel. It seems the awakening has made Kaku's body significantly more durable than before. Zoro is getting tired of fighting weird creatures and wants to wrap this up as fast as possible. Meanwhile, Lucci orders the Seraphim to start demolishing the lab before Vegapunk can reappear. This turn of events has Nami and Usopp reduced to a blubbering mess. The destructive power of these artificial weapons is absolutely terrifying, as they level the research facilities in mere moments. Brook is starting to get very worried about his friends inside the building. Kaku is convinced the Straw Hats have no chance in this situation. With constant laser fire and the destructive power of the Nikyu no Mi, it's an unstoppable onslaught. Nami and Usopp are screaming their heads off as if the world is ending. This display of power makes Kaku feel incredibly smug and superior. Suddenly, Stussy quietly approaches him from behind and sinks her teeth right into his neck. In an instant, the Giraffe Man loses consciousness and falls face first onto the ground without a sound. Lucci is stunned, unable to comprehend why his own partner would do such a thing. Stussy coolly remarks that she just helped him get some sleep and asks Lucci if he wants to join him. Finally, this mysterious female agent has revealed her true colors to everyone. She's actually a clone of Miss Buckingham Stussy, the very first successful human clone, and a former member of the Rock's Pirates. Lucci realizes there is a mole in their ranks and strikes with a Shigan, but he only hits a flickering afterimage of Stussy. Stussy outmaneuvers him, pulling out a tube of lipstick made from sea prism stone and pressing it against Lucci. This immediately drains the strength of the Leopard Man. Before he can react, Stussy bites down hard on Lucci's shoulder to finish the job. She admits that she knows how powerful they are, so she wasn't about to engage in a fair, direct confrontation. Lucci is left frustrated but powerless as he collapses. Zoro and Brook remain on high alert, not quite sure what to make of her yet. With Kaku and Lucci out of commission, only the Pigeon Hattori is left standing there. Brook is absolutely shocked by the sudden turn of events. Zoro figures that the enemy must be having some sort of internal fallout or a betrayal within their own ranks. Stussy tries to reassure Zoro that she isn't their enemy, but he isn't about to trust someone who just stabbed her own allies in the back. Brook is so intimidated by her mysterious aura that he doesn't even want to step off the ship. It turns out Stussy has been Vegapunk's secret ally all along, hiding deep within the government's intelligence agency for years. The Straw Hat crew is completely floored to learn that the Doctor had a spy planted inside CP0 this entire time. Vegapunk hadn't planned on revealing her identity so soon, but things just turned out this way. It's incredible that she stayed loyal to the Doctor for 20 long years. Now that Zoro and Brook are safe, everyone can breathe a sigh of relief. We still need to stay alert. While everyone else is focused, York has somehow managed to fall fast asleep. Stussy explains to Vegapunk that even though Lucci is out, she can't override the orders given to the Seraphim because her authority level is the same as his. The Seraphim are continuing their relentless laser attacks. Edison and Lilith are on their way to the scene to intervene, so they just need to hold on a bit longer. Zoro and Brook decide to engage the Seraphim to prevent the group from getting trapped in the facility. Zoro notices that one of the kids, S-Hawk, feels strangely familiar, especially his sword style. Hawk continues to swing his massive blade, slicing through buildings and creating total chaos. This really sets Lilith off, and she prepares to charge into the fray. Lilith finally reaches the battlefield and shouts for the Seraphim to cease their attacks at once. However, Sagehawk completely ignores her and prepares to strike. Luckily, Zoro steps in just in time to block the devastating blow with his own swords. The tension is palpable. Zoro stares at the kid, thinking about how much he resembles a certain person. He asks the boy who he's supposed to be. Meanwhile, a terrified Lilith starts crying like a baby because she doesn't understand why the machines won't obey her commands. Edison decides to try too, so offers no respect, and fires a laser beam directly at Edison. Frankie manages to catch Lilith before she can fall to the ground. The subsequent explosion from the laser strike is massive and shakes the entire surrounding area, showing their immense power. Sanji was one step ahead and managed to save Edison's life before the Seraphim could strike. It turns out Lilith is actually quite a cute person under that tough exterior. Finally, the fighting comes to a halt as the situation stabilizes. Zoro is still confused. Zoro wonders aloud what kind of creatures these things actually are. These are the ultimate warriors that Dr. Vegapunk takes immense pride in having created. They won't be attacking the crew anymore since the Doctor's authority level is higher than the government agents. Sanji takes the opportunity to mock Zoro, calling him a slow learner, which naturally starts another one of their classic arguments. Frankie then relays the plan to Brook, explaining that they need to find a way to get Vegapunk safely off this island as quickly as possible. Having the Seraphim on their side definitely makes things a lot easier for the crew. They are truly reliable allies to have. Meanwhile, Lucci and Kaku have been securely tied up with Sea Prism stone chains by Stussy. She informs them that the group is preparing to leave. Stussy will be joining them on their journey. Usopp is getting a bit annoyed that the Doctor keeps adding more people to the group without asking permission. On the other hand, Sanji thinks Stussy joining the crew is wonderful news. The whole group then decides to regroup. Luffy and Chopper are still frantically searching for Bonney as the departure time approaches. They still haven't found a trace of Vegapunk either. The scene then shifts to Sphinx Island, which is the well-known home of the legendary Whitebeard, where children are playing. The local kids are currently pouring their hearts out to Marco, trembling as they describe the terror they felt. It turns out that right after Marco departed from the island, the Navy swooped in like vultures. Our Phoenix hero is clearly overwhelmed with guilt, wishing he had been there to shield the villagers during their darkest hour of need. These particular Marines are absolute scum, showing a level of cruelty that rivals the most vicious pirates on the high seas. They were ruthlessly threatening everyone, demanding they hand over Whitebeard's legendary treasure immediately. Since this island isn't officially allied with the world government, they have zero legal protection. The soldiers barked that if the location of the loot wasn't revealed, they would simply frame the entire population for the crime of resisting the Navy. A disgusting rack-faced officer even pulled his pistol to intimidate the little ones, leaving them paralyzed with fear. An elderly grandmother bravely stepped forward to shield her grandkids, but she was nearly gunned down by these heartless thugs right then and there. Right in the nick of time, the former warlord, Revery, burst onto the scene and absolutely demolished that rat-faced captain and his lackeys. He roared that this was his father's homeland and warned them not to lay a single finger on it. Seeing a powerhouse of his caliber suddenly appear sent the Marines into a total panic as they scrambled to retreat. It raises the question, how on earth did he manage to evade the Navy's pursuit after the warlord system was completely dismantled? This Weevil guy is a genuine monster in combat. The terrified Marines immediately radioed Marine headquarters to beg for reinforcements. The local children admitted that if it hadn't been for his timely intervention, things would have ended tragically. Everything would have been lost without him. Marco offers a soft smile, acknowledging that the man really acted like a hero, and expressing relief that the kids were unharmed. Suddenly, the original Miss Bakken shows up and starts tearing into Marco with a barrage of insults. She demands to know why he's only showing his face now that the danger is past. She reveals that Admiral Ryokugyu arrived and took Weevil away by force. She demands Marco go rescue her son and hand over every cent of Whitebeard's inheritance. Miss Bakken flashes back to the agonizing moment she stood helpless as her beloved son was dragged away in chains. She laments that he was a stubborn child, truly the spitting image of his father, Whitebeard. Marco just scratches his head in total confusion, unsure of how to react to these wild claims. Bakken gets incredibly heated, sensing that Marco still doesn't believe that Weevil shares Whitebeard's biological bloodline. She snaps that there is actually one person in this world who can verify the truth, and that is none other than the old genius, Dr. Vegapunk himself. Meanwhile, a massive fleet of world government vessels is currently racing toward Egghead Island at full speed. Admiral Kizaru is on the lead ship, personally delivering tea and snacks to a private cabin. Sitting right in front of him is one of the 5 elders, a man possessing the world's highest authority, St. J. Garcia Saturn. The Admiral curiously asks if the elder has ever met Vegapunk in person before. Saturn replies that he met the doctor exactly once, a very long time ago. He remarks that it's quite a tragedy things have come to this. Down below in the factory district, pure chaos is still unfolding at a rapid pace. Scores of Garmin agents have already been neutralized and are scattered across the floor. The powerhouse responsible for this total shutdown is a brand new model of Pacifista, officially designated as the Mark III units. These machines are equipped with an incredibly durable shield capable of both absolute defense and lethal counterattacks. This is supposedly the ultimate shield technology ever conceived by Vegapunk. These new models are leagues beyond the ones used back during the Paramount War. One Pacifista coldly orders the remaining agents to surrender immediately, threatening to wipe them out if they don't comply. Seeing no way out, the agents are forced to drop their weapons and accept capture. They're left wondering who on earth could have given them these orders. Since Pacifistas aren't supposed to act on their own whim, it turns out Sentomaru has finally regained consciousness and is the one pulling the strings. He struggles to stand up, leaning against a wall to assess the dire situation. Since the Frontier Dome is completely locked down, he can't get through to Vegapunk. It looks like his only hope now is to rely on the newly crowned Emperor, Straw Hat Luffy. The transponder snail in Sentomaru's hand won't stop ringing. He realizes the Navy has likely figured out his plan to defect and support the Doctor. With his back against the wall, Sentomaru makes a bold move and decides to activate all 50 units of the Mark III Pacifistas at once. He then commands the mechanical army to protect Vegapunk and the Straw Hat crew at any cost, ensuring they can set sail safely. He warns them that the Navy is making suspicious moves, so they must keep a sharp eye on the coast. He knows that if the main body is harmed, everything they've built will be destroyed. While the agents are being hauled off to the brig, the Pacifistas begin their synchronized operation. Elsewhere, Bonney has locked Vegapunk out of the room so he can't stop her from approaching the massive paw-shaped bubble. She reaches out with trembling hands, desperate to uncover the truth of what happened to her father. As she makes contact, a vast and surreal landscape unfolds before her eyes, filled with the heart-wrenching sound of someone sobbing. It's the memory of Kuma as a young child. He's wailing in absolute agony, crying out because he simply can't endure the suffering any longer. The young Kuma is begging for help, desperate to escape his nightmare. Seeing this sends Bonney into a state of panic, as she starts to realize the horrific ordeals her father actually went through. Back at the lab, Luffy has returned after a fruitless search for Bonney. He's completely winded, gasping for air after, sprinting around like a wild beast on a rampage. He even managed to break those high-tech Dom shoes Vegapunk gave him. Usopp is getting seriously anxious, pointing out that every second they waste just allows more dangerous threats to close in on them. Robin wisely notes that setting sail immediately is probably impossible right now. She wonders where the old Applehead and Bonney could have vanished to. Luckily, Shaka reveals he's been tracking Bonnie's location through the surveillance monitors. Luffy immediately blows his top, shouting about why he wasn't told sooner. Just then, Stussy, Zoro, and Brook arrive in the room, all decked out in futuristic outfits that look incredibly slick. Of course, the moment Sanji spots a beautiful woman like Stussy, he turns into a complete idiot, showering her with cheesy compliments and refusing to leave her side. In another development, Atlas has been fully repaired using available spare parts and is back to her old self. Lilith and Edison have also joined the group. Being surrounded by so many lovely ladies is clearly too much for Sanji to handle. Atlas expresses her deep gratitude to Luffy for saving her life earlier. For Luffy, the logic is simple. If you give him food, you're a friend for life. Meanwhile, Nami is absolutely unloading on Lucci, scolding him for having the nerve to hurt Atlas. She snaps that he hasn't changed a bit since their encounter back at Water 7. Nami warns that if he even thinks about coming after Robin again, she'll make him regret it personally. Robin is touched by Nami's protective nature, though she tells her friend there's no need to get so worked up over him. Shaka then takes a moment to thank Stussy, as her betrayal was key to neutralizing the CP0 threat. Even though CPO is down, two major crises remain. The main Vegapunk is vanished, and the Frontier Dome is malfunctioning. If anyone tries to leave now, the defense system will vaporize them instantly. This means the crew is effectively trapped until things can be fixed. Shaka insists they must locate the Stella body before they can even think about escaping. Normally, he could just use the surveillance system to find him, but the violent impact from the Seraphim's attacks has knocked out most of the internal cameras. Pythagoras checks in with Shaka, reporting that the third floor is empty and he's moving on. Nami is eager to help out so they can get off this island as fast as possible. Brooke and Edison agree with her plan and decide to tag along for the search. Stussy is genuinely concerned for the old doctor and joins the hunt, which of course means Sanji is following her like a lost puppy. Zoro tries to step up and help with the search as well, but he gets immediately shut down by the others. They mockingly ask who's going to find him if he's the one who gets lost. Chopper and Robin both agree that Zoro staying put is the safest bet for everyone. Meanwhile, Frankie and Usopp team up, with Lilith acting as their guide. Lilith is acting a bit lazy about the whole thing, so she basically drags the group along with her. Zoro is visibly annoyed and pouts at being underestimated by his own crew. He's stuck waiting around with Captain Luffy, who is still completely drained from his previous marathon. As they sit there, they glance over at the two restrained CP0 agents, which brings back memories of their intense clashes in Water 7. Luffy even wonders idly how Iceberg is doing these days. High above in the sky, Big News Morgans is having the time of his life aboard his world news balloon. He's absolutely ecstatic after receiving intel that the world government is deploying an assassination squad to eliminate Vegapunk. He draws parallels to the Ohara incident from years ago. He knows that this time, the government will look like the ultimate villains, since Vegapunk is a global icon with countless life-saving inventions. Finding out that the new Emperor Luffy is also on the island is the icing on the cake for Morgans. He decides to spin a complete lie just to get those clicks. His headline: Emperor Luffy kidnaps Vegapunk, seizes Egghead Island, and declares total war on the Navy. It's a sensational story that the world government might actually thank him for. In a shocking twist, Princess Vivi and Wappo are actually hiding out on his ship. Vivi calls Morgans an idiot for writing such garbage, insisting that Luffy would never do something so cowardly. Wappo is terrified and tells Vivi to shut up before they're discovered. He warns that if the government finds them, they're dead meat. He reminds her they're guests here and shouldn't insult their host. But Morgans doesn't care about the truth. He just wants to shake the world with his writing. To him, whether it's true or false is irrelevant, news is just entertainment. Meanwhile, inside the memory bubble, Bonney is calling out to her father, but he can't hear her. She watches in horror as cruel individuals track him down and begin to brutally torture him. Bonnie's heart breaks, and she tries to rush to his side to protect him. But she realizes she's just running for a memory. She hears Kuma's voice, begging his captors to just kill him right there rather than sending him back to that literal hell on Earth. His entire existence has been a relentless cycle of violence and oppression that left him breathless. The guards beat Kuma savagely, forcing him to crawl back to labor. From the outside, Bonney is sobbing and screaming for the attackers to stop hurting her father already. The mental strain becomes too much, and Bonney is forced to break contact with the bubble, collapsing in tears. At the same time, in the real world, despite being bombarded by the Navy, the real Kuma is still relentlessly scaling the red line toward Marie-Joie. Bonney admits that facing her father's past is almost unbearable, but her resolve to know the truth is stronger. She steels herself and reaches back into the memory bubble. Meanwhile, Pythagoras is still searching for the Stella when a mysterious figure creeps up behind him and launches a sneak attack. A massive explosion rocks the area. Hearing the blast, Nami immediately pings Luffy to get a status report. She sternly reminds him to keep a tight leash on Zoro so he doesn't wander off, as finding one missing Vegapunk is already a massive headache for the crew. Suddenly, the communication line with Shaka cuts out completely. The ambush of Pythagoras was clearly devastating, and his signal has gone dark as well. Shaka is growing increasingly frantic now that he can't reach his other selves or the main body. Shaka tries to use the surveillance snails to get a visual, but the mysterious saboteur destroys them one by one. With the comm system totally sabotaged, Shaka is cut off from the entire group. Luffy is left standing there looking completely dazed by the sudden turn of events. Over in Tower A's third floor, Nami, Brooke, and Edison are continuing their search. However, Nami's treasure radar goes off when she spots a chest overflowing with sparkling diamonds, and she immediately forgets about the missing doctor. She starts stuffing her pockets, but Edison tries to stop her, claiming those gems are vital for research. Nami argues that since they're abandoning the island anyway, finders keepers. She proceeds to cram her backpack full of them, and even tries to make Edison carry the heavy load. It turns out these are actually synthetic diamonds created in the lab. Realizing that finding the real Vegapunk is the actual priority, Nami reluctantly agrees to leave the gems for now, though she definitely plans on coming back for them. Just dreaming about that mountain of diamonds has Nami's eyes turning into belly symbols. Down on the second floor, Chopper, Robin, and Atlas are moving as a unit. Robin's sharp eyes catch sight of preserved human organs in glass vats. Atlas explains that these are part of Vegapunk's research, representing the biological foundation for creating clones. Even though he's a doctor, Chopper is totally creeped out by the macabre sight. Meanwhile, Luffy sprints back to the control room to grill Shaka about why the communication devices have all gone silent. Luffy is confused because he could hear everyone just a minute ago. Shaka points to the wall of monitors, showing that the feeds are being manually deactivated one by one. It's clear that an intruder is lurking within the lab, systematically blinding them. Over in Tower B's second floor, Sanji is wandering with Stussy and Jinbei. Our resident cook is so mesmerized by Stussy's charm that he's basically floating behind her, completely forgetting that they're supposed to be on a high-stakes search mission. Sanji recalls seeing Stussy at Big Mom's tea party on Whole Cake Island. They've entered the massive weapons development floor, which is vast enough to get lost in. Meanwhile, on the third floor of Tower C, Usopp, Frankie, and Lilith are moving together. Usopp is geeked out by the advanced bubble gun Lilith is carrying, which can repel almost anything. York, on the other hand, is just yawning her way through the crisis, seemingly unbothered by the missing Stella. Suddenly, the group stumbles upon the site where Pythagoras was attacked. Usopp rushes over to check on Pythagoras, who was lying motionless on the ground. To their horror, they see that his mechanical head has been completely severed from his body. They think he's a goner, but then something strange happens. Pythagoras' head actually sprouts tiny legs and starts walking around. He explains that the attacker was so incredibly fast that he didn't even get a glimpse of their face before he was dismantled. While they're trying to process this, York wanders off on her own. York finds the childlike Seraphim, a snake, nearby. She coos at the cute little machine and tells it to wait outside. But suddenly, Snake strikes a heart-shaped pose with her hands and activates her terrifying devil fruit power. Using the Mero no Mi's beams, Snake instantly turns York into solid stone. The hand-caught clone then heartlessly kicks the statue aside like a piece of junk. Lilith is shocked that a Seraphim is acting without authorization and screams for it to stop at once. Snake completely ignores the command and fires a laser barrage at Usopp's group, causing a massive explosion that blasts them right out of the building. As they plummet toward the ground, it becomes terrifyingly clear that the Seraphim are no longer following orders from the Vegapunks. Thankfully, their Dom shoes allow for a soft landing. Frankie is fuming and asks if he's allowed to blow this brat to smithereens. Snake just glares down at them with a look of pure arrogance. Lilith frantically tries to radio Shaka for backup, but there's still no response on the other end. Lilith warns that defeating a Seraphim is a tall order, considering they are literally the most advanced and powerful weapons ever built. All the other Seraphim have suddenly gone rogue and are wreaking havoc throughout the facility. Hawk and Esper are currently trying to assassinate the captured CP0 members, and only Zoro's quick reflexes are keeping Lucci and Kaku alive. Zoro is actually getting a kick out of S-Hawk's swordsmanship, noting that it feels like he's sparring with a younger version of his master. Still, he notes the clone is nowhere near the level of the real Mihawk yet. Luffy and Shaka arrive on the scene to find Zoro single-handedly holding off two Seraphim. Shaka immediately shouts out an order for Esper and S-Hawk to cease their attack. Zoro grumbles that it's a pain to protect these CP0 guys while they're still in handcuffs. The Seraphim completely ignore Shaka's command and launch a synchronized assault, aiming a massive sword slash and a high-powered laser beam directly at Luffy. Luffy and Zoro are forced to scoop up the restrained Lucci and Kaku to dodge the blast. Shaka realizes with dread that since they aren't listening to him, another Vegapunk with equal or higher authority must be the one giving the orders. The communication blackout, the dome lockdown, and the rogue Seraphim are all part of a calculated plot. Someone is systematically trying to execute every single person on this island. Lucci and Kaku are fully awake now and realize the Seraphim are a threat they can't ignore. Kaku suggests that Zoro should unlock their cuffs so they can fight together as a team. Lucci backs him up, pointing out that their combined strength is exactly what's needed right now. The Straw Hats respond with looks of pure disgust at the idea of teaming up with them. Meanwhile, deep within a hidden section of the lab, a secret prison is revealed. It turns out several CP agents from various branches have been missing for months, held captive here. The agents are in terrible shape, starving and weak after being denied food and water for weeks. It looks like they were intended to be left there to rot away into nothingness. One agent recalls how they were sent to Egghead 2 months ago to investigate Vegapunk. Just as they were leaving, they were ambushed by sea beast weapons and dragged into this dark dungeon. They initially thought Vegapunk was the culprit behind their kidnapping. However, it turns out the doctor is innocent, as the main Stella body is currently shackled right next to them, looking incredibly frail. The world's greatest genius is stunned that someone has been operating a shadow prison right under his nose. Vegapunk realizes there must be a traitor in his midst, as his Poneglyph research should never have been leaked to the world government. Now, massive navy armada of over 100 ships is converging on the island. Down in the factory, Sentomaru orders all the workers to evacuate the island immediately. When they ask why, he's forced to explain the grim reality. He reminds them of how Ohara was wiped off the map years ago for daring to research the forbidden history. The entire population of Ohara was massacred, with Nico Raven being the only survivor. Vegapunk chose to carry on the will of those scholars by continuing their research into the Void Century. Now that the government has found out, they have made a final decision. They are going to execute the most intelligent man on the planet and erase everything he knows. This upcoming event is destined to be a tragedy even greater than Ohara. Sentomaru is worried that the Straw Hats haven't left yet, sensing something must have gone wrong. Zoro tells the CP0 agents that if he releases them now, there's no way they'll agree to be cuffed again later. Kaku swears up and down that he'll surrender quietly once the danger is past. Luffy, being his usual gullible self, actually believes him and agrees to help. It's obvious the Giraffe Man is just lying through his teeth to get his hands free. Hawk suddenly launches another attack, but this time he uses a massive Rankyaku kick instead of his sword. The pressurized air blade slices the entire room in half. Luckily, the group manages to jump out of the way just in time. Zoro notices something peculiar about the Seraphim's style. The Seraphim's legs are transforming into blades exactly like the powers of Mr. One. It's clear the machine has been granted the abilities of the Dice Fruit. Luffy asks about S-Hawk's power, and Zoro explains that the brat can turn his whole body into steel blades, making him a major pain to fight. Hawkman turns his hands into razor-sharp swords and begins a relentless assault on the crew's swordsman. The Seraphim's speed is incredible, forcing Zoro to juggle dodging attacks while literally carrying the handcuffed Kaku. Eventually, Zoro gets tired of the extra weight and just tosses Kaku onto the floor. Luffy jumps in to back up his first mate against the Mihawk clone, as Hawk is surprisingly nimble and easily weaves around Luffy's punches with graceful movements. Kaku continues to yell at Zoro, begging him to finally take the cuffs off. He complains that being shackled just makes him a liability in the middle of a war zone. Zoro isn't buying it though, refusing to free a man he knows is a treacherous snake. Meanwhile, Shaka asks the agents a serious question. He wants to know their true objective on Egghead. Lucci doesn't hesitate and bluntly states they were sent to assassinate all 7 Vegapunks. Kaku facepalms, unable to believe Lucci just spilled their top-secret mission to their targets. Shaka asks if they plan to kill Stussy for her betrayal as well, and Lucci coldly confirms that he will personally execute her. Kaku is just exasperated that Lucci is being so stubborn in such a dire situation. He wonders if Lucci even wants to survive. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoes through the building, and it sounds like Nami's voice. It's clear the Seraphim are going on a total rampage. Shaka is torn, wondering how he can possibly protect everyone and all his other selves at once. Sanji's Nami radar goes off immediately, and he bolts toward the source of the scream. It turns out Nami's group is indeed in over their heads, facing off against a truly terrifying opponent. Sark has cornered them and is completely ignoring Edison's orders. Even though Edison is technically the most brilliant of the clones, the Sun Rebellion has him completely stumped for a counter strategy. While he thinks, Nami and the others are left to fend for themselves. Nami and Brook are doing their best to stall the Seraphim, but Seraphim at Arsark is already charging a massive laser in his palm. Realizing they're outgunned, they decide to run for it. Sark uses his swim fruit power to dive into the floor and chase them through the ground. The Jinbei clone is closing in on Nami's team fast. Meanwhile, in another part of the lab, Snake has dropped down to confront Frankie's group, and they're gearing up for a serious fight. Back with Luffy, Esper is charging up a massive Ursus shock. Kaku is freaking out because he knows just how devastating that blast will be. Seeing no other choice, Luffy demands the keys from Shaka, and the Vegapunk clone hands them over, trusting Luffy's judgment. Shaka just wants to save the main body and is willing to bet on the Straw Hat. Luffy looks at Lucci and asks him point blank, once they take down these Seraphim, is Lucci going to be a sore loser when he realizes he still can't beat Luffy? Zoro watches on as the alliance begins. He genuinely believed that Lucci wouldn't be so easily provoked, but it turns out he was completely mistaken about that. It's actually quite a shocker how quickly the guy took the bait and fell for it. Lucci is still carrying a massive grudge over being humiliated and defeated by Luffy twice before, and he's fully intent on settling that score once he's finished with the task at hand. And he didn't stop there, threatening that your crewmates aren't going to be surviving much longer either. Meanwhile, Bear is busy compressing the air between his paw-shaped hands to create a devastating explosion. In the blink of an eye, the 2 sets of handcuffs are removed, and that explosive technique tears the laboratory apart into total chaos. Luffy immediately shifts into his Gear 4th form, hovering menacingly in midair as he prepares to unleash his next move. He begins charging his attack while Lucci also transforms into his standard hybrid leopard form. Together, they launch a synchronized assault on the Seraphim standing right in front of them. The combination of the Roku Wajane and the Kong gun is so powerful that it sends Bear flying back a significant distance. Over on the other side, Zoro and Kaku have also prepared themselves for a fierce battle. They are squaring off in a heated confrontation against S-Hog. The Seraphim attempts to draw its sword, but Kaku and Zoro are much faster on the draw. This particular Seraphim ends up facing a fate that is almost identical to what happened to its comrade just moments ago. These 4 guys actually coordinate their efforts quite well, though it's a real shame their alliance is only destined to last for a brief moment. Now the scene shifts over to a small, cozy bar on the island of Elbaf, located deep within the New World. The red-haired Emperor, Shanks, is there along with his crewmates enjoying some drinks together. A young giant boy is pleading to join the red-haired crew, behaving exactly like a certain rubber man did all those years ago. However, the older captain is firm in his refusal. The kid is a huge fan of Shanks, but no matter how hard he tries to persuade him, the young emperor remains steadfast in his opposition. The 3 top officers, Ben Beckman, Yasop, and Lucky Roo, all suggest that Shanks shouldn't be so rigid and stubborn. They point out that sometimes kids can end up delivering the biggest surprises. Suddenly, Rockstar comes rushing in to report on the situation developing out on the coast. It seems the kid pirates are trying to provoke the red-haired fleet, and a full-scale war is about to erupt. That guy really has some nerve. Shanks notes that the timing is actually perfect, since they were already planning to set sail anyway. He'd been so caught up in chatting with everyone that he completely lost track of time. It's mostly because Shanks was so overjoyed to reunite with old friends he hadn't seen in years and had assumed were dead. Ben reminds Shanks that they shouldn't keep the enemy waiting for too long. Lucky Roo chimes in as well, jokingly asking if Ben is really the one to talk about punctuality. He adds that their boss isn't the only person that the kid pirates are holding a serious grudge against. Yasop asks for Shanks' opinion on what their next move should be. Naturally, they're going to hoist the sails and head out to sea. It's silly to even wonder about it. The young giant is thrilled that Shanks has decided to fight, while the bar owner seems to be swooning over the sheer charisma of the Emperor. Shanks is determined not to cause any collateral damage to the island, which is why he's heading out to meet them. He also asks the 2 captains, Brogy and Dory, to lend him a hand this time around. They immediately agree without a single moment's hesitation, and step outside alongside the top-ranking members of the red-haired crew. Every high-level commander is present. The roster includes Ben Beckman, Lucky Roo, Yasop, Hongo, Building Snake, Howling Gab, Lime Juice, Monster, and Bonk Punch. Leading them all is Shanks himself. He asks Rockstar to deliver a very specific message to Eustace Kid. He tells him that he has exactly 2 choices to make. Either he truly wants to engage in a serious fight with me, or he can simply hand over the road Poneglyph rubbings and get lost. He urges him to choose wisely. After parting ways with Luffy's group and heading northeast, the kid pirates follow their charts until they reach the coast of Elbaf, the legendary island nation of the giants. Surprisingly, they've once again run straight into the red-haired pirates. Cannonballs are being fired off incessantly, but the members of Kid's crew aren't showing even a hint of fear or intimidation. Kid slowly steps out looking incredibly cool, fully prepared to strike back at his opponents. Just off the coast, several ships belonging to the red-haired fleet are blocking the path of the Kid pirates. These are all part of the red-haired alliance. Every single captain there is a notorious figure who has sworn a blood oath of loyalty to the Emperor. Kid remains silent as he gazes at his mechanical arm, lost in deep thought. Killer points out that their previous encounter was completely one-sided, and they even managed to take Kid's left arm before he even got a chance to see Shanks in person. This time, however, it might not just be an arm at stake, but their very lives. Shanks slowly emerges, fully geared up and ready for combat. A massive crowd of fans surrounds him and Ben Beckman. They absolutely adore Shanks because he doesn't charge them a single cent for his protection. Kid lets out a loud, excited laugh, declaring that a loss will only happen if I'm actually defeated. Which one of these 2 powerhouses will emerge victorious in the end? The outcome will be revealed shortly. Now, let's head back to the control room on the 4th floor, Building A. The 2 Seraphims haven't suffered a scratch yet, so Luffy's temporary alliance continues their relentless assault. While Bear fires off laser beams, S-Hawk is constantly unleashing powerful slashes of sword energy. Keikyu and Lucci are incredibly fast, allowing them to dodge every single laser beam fired at them. They strike back with a flurry of consecutive punches designed to deal maximum damage. Zoro and Kaku are doing the same thing to S-Hawk. The swordsman even utilizes his lion song technique in an attempt to finish off his opponent. Meanwhile, Luffy and Lucci are throwing their most powerful attacks directly at S-Spray, successfully pushing it back. Having to knock down these two Seraphims has left the quartet panting for breath. They're feeling confident that these cyborgs won't be able to get back up again. However, Shaka immediately speaks up to correct them. He reminds them that the Seraphims represent the pinnacle of human strength, so they shouldn't be so careless. Even though the quartet's combined attack was spectacular, those two Seraphims didn't take any damage and are standing firm as if nothing happened. Luffy can't wrap his head around how they are this strong, wondering if they are Kaido or something because they are just too tanky. It's only now that Zoro realizes the Seraphim is a spitting image of King, the guy he fought back in Wano. This leads Shaka to realize that the Beast Pirates also had a Lunarian in their ranks. He remembers that person's name was Albert, a test subject, who escaped from Punk Hazard alongside Kaido. The Seraphims were enhanced using his Lunarian bloodline. Zoro informs everyone that their main weakness is the flame on their backs. Attacks will only be effective if that flame is actually extinguished. Zoro repeats King's distinctive features: white hair, brown skin, black wings, and that flame on his back. The other three get incredibly annoyed at him, telling him he should have recognized those traits from the very beginning. At this point, Shaka decides to head out, because he's narrowed down a location where the main body might be hidden. Sakar prepares to swing its sword at the doctor, but he stopped just in time. It seems like you're in quite a hurry, aren't you? Down on the third floor of Building A, Nami's group is still desperately running away while being relentlessly hunted by Sarchark. Its swimming ability allows it to pop up anywhere and everywhere at any given moment. Eventually, Edison is punched so hard that he's knocked unconscious, falling flat on the ground. Not wanting the enemy to have their way, Brook draws his sword to attack. However, with just a single counter move, S-Shark manages to knock the head clean off the Straw Hat musician. Faced with this nightmare scenario, Nami is at a loss for words. How could she possibly bring herself to hurt Jinbei? Seeing his master in such peril, Zeus suddenly pops up to give her a pep talk. He reminds her that the thing in front of them isn't the real Jinbei, so he wants Nami to stand up and fight back. As long as she has faith, she can just leave the rest to him. Then, our navigator summons the Zeus Cloud to back her up. What that Seraphim did is absolutely unforgivable. Nami decides that the kid in front of her isn't cute anymore, so she proceeds to attack, with Zeus transforming into a dark, electrified storm cloud that pierces right through the Seraphim. This move leaves S-Shark with its eyes rolling back and smoke billowing from its mouth. Nami feels terribly guilty for doing this, but she really didn't have any other options. Nevertheless, the Seraphim shows no signs of staying down. It quickly dives into the ground using its Suisui no Mi powers. Burke manages to get his head back onto his body and warns Nami that the kid is closing in. Both she and Zeus are panicked because their previous attack didn't stop it. Suddenly, Shark appears right behind Nami, intending to pin her down. At that exact moment, Sanji makes his entrance. According to the constitution of Sanji's personal kingdom, Rule 1 is that anyone who dares to frighten Lady Nami deserves the death penalty. Brooke was just about to rush forward and attack S-Shark when suddenly, Sanji of the Black Leg appears and delivers a powerful kick straight to its chest, saving the crew's navigator just in the nick of time. He caringly asks Nami if she's alright, while simultaneously venting his rage at the child wearing Ginbei's face. He doesn't care who this brat is. He's gonna teach him a lesson in manners. Over on the third floor of Building C, Lilith is wondering why Snake decided to turn York into stone. She then proceeds to attack the little girl using her bubble gun. Snake swings her arm to bat the bubble away, but then she suddenly collapses to the ground. It turns out those bubbles are made with sea energy. Since the Seraphims have green blood, this is their most critical weakness. Usopp and Pythagoras are on the sidelines cheering loudly for Lilith because she's just so cool. Frankie runs over to try and restrain the Seraphim. However, she's already recovered and delivers a kick right to the Iron Man's face. Because the bubble only grazed her slightly, the disabling effect wore off incredibly fast. The Seraphim gets angry and fires off a laser beam toward them. Frankie takes advantage of the kid being distracted and pins her down with the bubble. This time, Snake is completely immobilized. There's no escaping now, kid. Usopp and Lilith are overjoyed that Frankie managed to pull off such a great feat. Even so, Snake starts acting all pitiful and sad, which causes the Straw Hat Shipwright to let his guard down and loosen his grip. Seizing that moment, the Seraphim launches a lightning-fast kick that begins to petrify Frankie. Half of the poor guy's body starts turning into stone. Oh no, somebody do something or Frankie is finished. Love keeps firing her bubbles, but the clever S-Snake isn't going to make the same mistake twice. She flies up and gives a wink to Usopp and Lilith. Without even realizing it, both of them are charmed by how adorable the child is. Ultimately, they are all turned into stone after being hit by the Marrow beam. Deep down in the laboratory basement, which serves as the factory for creating devil fruits, Shaka walks in and is stunned to see that a large number of people are being held captive here. These are all the government agents who visited Egghead not too long ago. Upon spotting the main body, Shaka rushes over to check on him. He asks who on earth could have done something like this to him. Vegapunk then asks who Shaka came here with. Realizing it's too late, Shaka turns around only to be shot directly in the head by an unknown assailant. After a hit like that, it's looking very grim for Unit 01. Even more shocking is that the person responsible for this whole mess is finally showing their face. A massive fleet of Navy and world government ships is currently swarming toward Egghead, and it won't be long before they reach the shore of the island of the future. Admiral Kizaru wants to grab a quick bite before heading into battle. Meanwhile, inside, Saint Saturn is calmly sipping on a glass of red wine as the hour of execution for the genius scientist draws near. At this time, Stussy has used the transponder snail to get in touch with Sentomaru to report on the current status of things. Admiral Kizaru is on his way with orders to eliminate Dr. Vegapunk and then take full control of Egghead. It seems the government views this situation as even more dire than the O'Hara incident years ago. The first reason is that the Doctor inherited the forbidden research of O'Hara and delved even deeper into it. The second reason is that he possesses combat capabilities that O'Hara never had. These reasons were more than enough to justify mobilizing the Navy's elite forces. Jinbei and Stussy are continuing their search for Vegapunk. They'll get back in touch with Sentomaru if anything comes up. The axe-wielding guard understands exactly what's unfolding, so he immediately orders the island's residents to evacuate as fast as possible. Seeing the urgency, everyone follows Sentomaru's lead and begins to flee in a state of panic. Back on the third floor of Building C, Lilith and Usopp have been completely petrified, while Frankie is only able to move half of his body. He furiously demands that S-Snake undo her ability on him, promising that if she does it now, he'll let the whole thing slide. The Seraphim just gives him a cold stare without saying a word. Pythagoras rushes over to interrogate her, demanding to know who gave Snake her orders. She simply lifts her leg high and stomps down with incredible force, which ends up taking out Vegapunk for entirely. This causes the whole area to erupt in a massive explosion. Snake just continues to walk away with an emotionless expression. On the second floor of Building A, the screams and explosions are loud enough to reach Robin's group. She suggests that it might be the Seraphims that are starting to revolt. That scream sounded like Nami, but she's sure someone will go to rescue her right away. They need to find Vegapunk as quickly as possible before something truly awful happens. Atlas recalls that there's an old laboratory that has been abandoned for quite some time now, and is very likely the main body is hidden there. Because of this, the whole group decides to follow her lead and check it out. Meanwhile, over on the third floor of Building A, Nami is extremely worried because Edison has stopped moving altogether. Brooke says he'll leave his physical body behind to go search for Vegapunk in spirit. During all this, Sanji is taking punch after punch from S-Shark right to the face. Even so, he isn't budging an inch because he's being powered up by the sheer force of love. On another front, Zoro and Luffy are having a very tough time trying to take down the two Seraphims, panting as they wait for the flames on their backs to go out, but they just won't. Suddenly, Luffy notices that the hawk-eyed kid has vanished. He fears it probably switched its assassination targets to pick off the weaker members instead of the stronger ones. In that case, there's a good chance the Seraphim is heading toward the other Straw Hat members. Realizing this, Zoro immediately gives chase to S-Hawk to stop it from doing anything bad. Luffy doesn't really trust Zoro's sense of direction, so he tells the square-nosed Usopp to go help him out. Kaku finds the whole thing incredibly annoying but follows along anyway, though he's fuming that Luffy had the nerve to call him Usopp. Then Luffy starts raining down a barrage of punches on Sesbear, hoping the flame on its back will finally vanish. Lucci is getting frustrated because Luffy just keeps attacking, without giving it any thought at all. He's truly speechless at how much of an idiot Luffy is. Meanwhile, Bonney is still sitting off in a corner crying her eyes out because she feels so much pity for her father. In reality, this whole incident actually started about 3 months ago. That mysterious person made contact with the 5 elders, the highest-ranking figures of the world government who reside in Pangaea Castle. the informant revealed that Vegapunk was digging deep into research regarding the Void Century. Cypher Pole agents were dispatched immediately to investigate the matter. However, they couldn't find anything conclusive. Every ship that tried to leave ended up mysteriously vanishing. Then CP-7 and CP-8 were sent out in another attempt to uncover the truth. Unfortunately, not a single squad ever returned to report to the government. Then out of nowhere, that stranger contacted the Five Elders again. Their conversation made it crystal clear that Vegapunk was betraying the government. An order was promptly issued to eliminate the genius scientist. The CPO was sent out to sea. However, the Five Elders anticipated that Vegapunk would put up a fight, so one of them personally set out along with Admiral Kizaru. Additionally, a massive amount of reinforcements were mobilized from various Navy branches. A real war is just on the horizon. The most unexpected factor for the government was the arrival of the Straw Hat Pirates, led by a newly crowned emperor. This makes the progression of the conflict even more unpredictable. The outcome of today's incident will deliver a clash beyond anyone's imagination to the world. The mysterious person responsible for everything on Egghead has finally been revealed, and surprisingly, they're someone very close to Vegapunk. It's none other than clone number 6, York the Greed. This is quite a shock considering she seemed like the most harmless one of them all. York tells the main body that she wants to become a celestial dragon, which is why she orchestrated this entire situation. Vegapunk is furious and simply cannot comprehend how a part of himself could want to be one of those scum. York just smiles, saying Vegapunk is just as naive as Shaka. It turns out her ambition clouded her judgment during a visit to Marizois. York believes that it's better if there's only one of them left in this world. Finally, the day has arrived for the fated battle between Kid and Shanks. This time, Kid seems strangely calm. Just a few hours prior, it was York who gave the orders for the Seraphims to take action. She realized the government wasn't just targeting the original body, but wanted to eliminate every Vegapunk. She had already come up with a contingency plan and ordered the kids to take care of anyone who got in their way. Now that the Frontier Dome is closed, they must destroy everyone on the island except for her, the main body, and the captive agents in the basement. The 4 Seraphims immediately obey. Once the chaos starts, people will try to find the mastermind. York knows she's physically weak and wouldn't be able to resist if she were caught. Because of that, she assigned Essek the job of pretending to turn her into stone, and then later undoing it when no one is around to see. At the same time, she ordered that the inside of the lab must not be destroyed because it's so vital. Back in the present, S-Snake is still flying around hunting down her targets. The island's residents are in a state of total panic, lugging their bags onto ships to escape Egghead. Out near the coast, a ship belonging to the Blackbeard pirates is slowly making its way toward the island. Meanwhile, returning to the battlefield on Elbaf, a massive showdown is about to take place between the red-haired pirates and Eustace Kid. Kid asks his crew if they're ready to face off against the Emperor. Just like their captain, they aren't scared at all. In fact, they're totally thrilled to be challenging a Yonko. Once again, Kid is very satisfied with that answer. He can't wait any longer. It's time for the Kid pirates to truly shine. Standing right in front of him are the various pirate crews serving under the red-haired Emperor. They're trying to intimidate and threaten Kid, warning him not to do anything reckless or he'll lose his life right there. Even though they're talking big, these guys don't actually have any real strength. Kid is surprised that this is supposedly the red-haired fleet, wondering if they're even in the New World. Killer notes that some of them do have decent reputations and bounties, so they shouldn't be too careless. Regardless of whether they're just pawns, Kid says they shouldn't expect any mercy from him. Finally, Shanks makes his appearance. He orders everyone to clear a path so they can witness his performance. Those subordinates are still shouting and acting like they're tough, completely oblivious to who they're really dealing with. Shanks knows exactly what's going on, which is why he has to handle this personally. The fans are still clinging to the Emperor like leeches. They're sad because Shanks has only been on the island for a short while and is already leaving. Originally, Shanks just wanted to stay for a few days, to catch up with some old pals. Who would have guessed that Kid would show up to cause trouble? It's simply unforgivable. The red-haired fleet is actually famous for being weak, as most of the members are old or past their prime. They only managed to survive in the New World because of Shanks' reputation and his protective flag. Lucky Roo thinks that Shanks doesn't necessarily need to fight this time. However, the red-haired Emperor isn't about to underestimate someone who has a massive 3 billion berry bounty on their head. Shanks asks Yesip if Kid is fully recovered and in good health. If he is, then there's nothing else to worry about. He then asks Hongo for any news on Blackbeard. Apparently, Teach has left his base, but there's no word on where he is. Shanks had assumed he might be heading to Wano. Afterward, the Emperor looks over a file on Kid, a troublemaker from the South Blue. Kid is all set for the battle. The enemy has 9 ships in total, along with several notorious faces who have active bounties. Kid isn't afraid of anyone. He uses his magnetic powers to gather metal from all over and constructs a massive railgun. Kid's awakened ability causes the ships to be drawn together. Shanks immediately senses something and his expression changes. He jumps into the fray, ordering the ships to move aside and asking the 2 giant captains for help. Using his observation Hakie, the red-haired Emperor sees a dark future where Kid sinks every ship and kills all his allied pirates. This would be a catastrophic loss, so he has to stop it right now. Shanks rushes directly at Kid, catching him completely off guard. Just after that, the red-haired captain coats his sword Griffon and Conqueror's Haki and unleashes the divine departure technique. Kid's crew members start falling unconscious one by one, unable to withstand the massive pressure of his Conqueror's Haki. Shanks swings his sword and strikes Kid directly, causing his magnetic railgun to shatter into pieces. Kid takes the full force of this devastating one-hit kill attack. The clash between the 2 captains creates a huge explosion on the Vegapunk. Kid coughs up blood as his eyes roll back and he quickly falls into unconsciousness. The entire crew is blown away by just that one attack. Shanks calmly sheaths his sword and walks over to his opponent. Before arriving, Kid had been so hyped up while talking with Killer. He already had 3 road Poneglyph robings and believed that with just one more, the title of Pirate King would be his. He thought Kaido, Big Mom, and Shanks were just old news and that he was now the strongest. But unfortunately, that was just a foolish dream that Kid would never realize. Even Killer was taken down while trying to back up his captain. Seeing their 2 strongest members defeated by a single move left the Kid pirates in absolute terror. They immediately surrender and beg Shanks to spare their leader's life, trembling as they hand over all the road Poneglyph rubbings their crew had collected. Shanks stays silent and jumps off the ship to return to his comrades. However, the ordeal isn't quite over yet. The 2 giant pirate captains are now powering up an attack aimed directly at the Kid pirates. They warn the brats who dare to point their weapons at someone else's homeland to prepare for their fate. With that, they unleash their powerful Hakoku's sovereignty attack. The sheer overwhelming pressure caused the Vegapunk to snap violently in half, sending every single member of the Kid pirates plunging into the depths of the ocean. Meanwhile, at the territory of Elbaf in the New World, the pirate with a staggering 3 billion berry bounty and his entire crew were completely obliterated. They were wiped off the map entirely by none other than red-haired Shanks. On a different front altogether, we look to the pirate island of Hachinosu and the New World, the notorious hideout of Blackbeard. The ghost princess Perona has managed to sneak into the dark, damp dungeons of the island, where she finds only 2 guards on duty. Since there are only 2 sentries, she isn't even slightly intimidated. Utilizing the supernatural abilities of her hollow fruit, Perona summons a swarm of depressive ghosts to swarm the guards. In an instant, the 2 men lose all will to fight, falling into a pit of despair, allowing her to easily snatch the keys from them. With the keys in hand, Perona pushes deeper into the prison with the sole intent of liberating her master. Surprisingly, despite being held captive, Koby hasn't stopped his physical training for a single moment. When Perona spots him, she's absolutely stunned. Unable to believe that a celebrated figure like Koby is being held by Blackbeard, she finds it hard to process that Koby is trapped here. Perona decides to strike a bargain and free the pink-haired young man, but only if he agrees to help her rescue Moria, who is locked in a cell further down. As a dedicated Marine, Koby feels a moral conflict about collaborating with a pirate. Working with the enemy goes against his code, but looking at his current predicament, he realizes this is his only shot at freedom. Once the pirates discover that Captain Koby has vanished from his cell, the island erupts into chaos. Blackbeard's underlings find the situation hilarious and decide to turn his escape into a twisted game of hide-and-seek. They literally turn it into a human hunt for sport. As it turns out, Emperor Buggy, the figurehead of the Cross Guild, has been rolling out a plan to place massive bounties on Marine officers. Despite only holding the rank of captain, Koby became a household name across the seas following the legendary Rocky Port incident. Because of his fame, the Cross Guild has slapped a 5-star bounty on his head, which is worth a cool 500 million berries. Suddenly, the massive skull formation on the island begins to speak. It notices that the prisoners are attempting a mass breakout before they can be sold into slavery, and it identifies the culprit. The one responsible for this mess is Koby, who is currently hauling a massive iron weight attached to his hand while trying to move quickly. That giant talking skull is actually Avalo Pizarro, the captain of the 4th ship, using his powers to merge with the island itself. He barks orders at the subordinates to take Koby alive, fearing the wrath of Teach if they fail. At this moment, the other prisoners are overwhelmed with gratitude, thanking the captain for his bravery. Even though he could have slipped away solo, Koby chose to stay and help everyone else escape the nightmare. To ensure the others make it out safely, Koby decides to act as a decoy and split off from the group. Meanwhile, Shiryu of the Rain scolds Pizarro, telling him he should have easily captured the boy already given his ability to become the island itself. Pizarro is clearly just playing around to kill his boredom. That's when the drunkard Vasco Shot decides to step in. He wields the power of the liquor fruit, allowing him to float around on spheres of alcohol. Shot's plan is to literally torch the entire town to cut off the escape route for the fleeing prisoners. Pizarro immediately shuts that idea down, reminding him that Teach would be furious if the town were reduced to ashes, especially since the Rocky Port area was just recently repaired. All the while, San Juan Wolf is just lying there fast asleep as if nothing is happening. He's completely useless in this situation. On the other hand, Koby has become the primary target for every pirate on the island. He's desperately buying time for the captives to reach safety. But everywhere he turns, more hostiles block his path. Escape is starting to look impossible. His mind drifts back to the moment he was originally captured by Blackbeard. Teach revealed his grand ambition. He wants to transform this pirate island into a legitimate kingdom recognized by the world government, with himself as the king. Koby called it ridiculous, stating the government would never approve of a nation built on crime. Blackbeard just laughed, telling him not to stomp on other people's dreams so harshly. Teach claimed he was willing to negotiate for Koby's life. However, Koby stood his ground, insisting that the Marines and the world government don't negotiate with terrorists. He also pointed out that Blackbeard's plan would fail because Koby is actually a member of the secret unit known as SWORD. Blackbeard was confused, but Kuzan stepped in to explain the situation, suggesting they might as well give up on negotiations. Put simply, while Koby is a Marine, he also isn't officially one. He's part of a group that doesn't strictly follow the chain of command or official orders. Members of SWORD are Marines who have technically resigned their titles so they can wage war against emperors without needing permission from the higher-ups. In return, the Navy takes zero responsibility for their actions and can fire them at any moment. Teach finally grasped what Koby's status actually meant. Even so, Blackbeard refused to ditch his original plan. He argued that as long as Koby is hailed as a hero, the Navy can't just throw him away. He's convinced the government will be forced to the table. He then ordered his men to throw Koby back in the dungeon while he figured out the next move. The pink-haired hero is still on the move. Koby is willing to cooperate with pirates for now, but he has no intention of being a puppet for their schemes. Suddenly, a sentry on the island's edge spots a ship approaching. Without warning, massive explosions begin to rock the outer perimeter of Hachinosu. These are Koby's reinforcements, the exceptionally talented members of the Sword Squad. The Marines currently have the upper hand, completely overwhelming the aggressive pirate defenders. In the heat of the battle, a pirate manages to slice off a Marine's head, but the soldier remains unfazed. The Marine's body instantly regenerates, functioning much like a Logia-type user. The rest of the pirates are terrified to see the buildings themselves beginning to move and shift. It turns out a female Marine is using a whip to strike the structures, effectively controlling them like puppets. The chaos is real. The pirates are absolutely flabbergasted by this turn of events. This woman is Rear Admiral Kujaku, the granddaughter of Great Staff Officer Tsuru. She possesses the whip fruit, making her a master of taming and controlling whenever she strikes. Her power allows her to command inanimate objects to do her bidding. Meanwhile, a group of pirates has cornered Koby, intending to finish him off and collect that juicy bounty. On the outskirts, the Navy has moved into position, ready to dive into the fray. And that's not all. Captain Tashigi is also part of this high-stakes mission. Pirate Island is looming right in front of the legendary hero Garp. He lets out a hearty, boisterous laugh, looking completely ready to tear the whole place apart. Back on the island, Koby is in a tight spot surrounded by a mob of malicious pirates. The pirates are gloating, thrilled that they finally cornered their prey. With so many enemies and the heavy chains slowing him down, Koby has no way to fight back. They're preparing to execute him right on the spot for the reward money. But just as they prepare to open fire, every single bullet that flies out of their guns turns into a flower. The pirates are utterly baffled why on earth are their weapons firing blossoms. Koby realizes this is the work of Hibari. She's the elite sniper of the sword unit, wielding a very special firearm. Her gun uses flower bullets, an ingenious design by the one and only Dr. Vegapunk. Believe it or not, that invention actually won him a Nobel Peace Prize. Since the pirates' weapons are now useless, Hibari signals to Koby to get out of there as fast as his legs can carry him. Hibari clearly has a huge crush on Koby as her face turns bright red and she starts stuttering whenever they interact. Meanwhile, another Marine is perched on a rooftop keeping a close eye on the situation. This is Rear Admiral Prince Groose, a man who wields the powers of the clay fruit. His primary ability allows him to create clay golems to fight in his stead. Those Marines were getting their heads chopped off earlier. Yep, they were all his clay clones. Groose is incredibly confident in his creations, believing that with them, the pirates don't stand a ghost of a chance. There's no way the pirates can win this. At the same time, Kujaku is still hard at work taming the buildings, arranging them into a massive perimeter wall to ensure that none of the enemies can escape the island. With the intel from Groose, Tashigi quickly informs Vice Admiral Garp that the stage is set. Without missing a beat, the legendary old man punches the air with such force that it propels his ship flying through the sky. Down on the ground, Hibari is lowering a ladder for Koby. Koby is overwhelmed with joy and gratitude that everyone came to his rescue. Just as he's about to climb up, the pirates behind him start panicking. Garp's ship has literally sailed through the air and is now hovering directly over the center of Pirate Island. Koby and the Blackbeard pirates are staring up in pure disbelief. However, Vasco, Shot, and Shiryu remain eerily calm despite the spectacle. As the massive ship begins its descent, the rank-and-file pirates scatter in every direction to avoid being crushed. Koby, however, actually runs closer to get a better look. He wants to see the legend with his own eyes. The pirates quickly realize who is standing at the bow of that ship. It's the legendary marine hero himself, Monkey D. Garp. The ship hangs in the air for a heartbeat before plunging down to flatten everything in its path. Thanks to Kujaku's control over the buildings, the pirates have nowhere to run. Garp lets out a thunderous laugh, winding up his arm for a devastating blow. "I'm here to bail you out, Koby," the old legend shouts. The pirate captains are scrambling for cover as Garp leaps into the air. He charges his right fist, coating it in a thick, visible layer of both armament and conqueror's haki. Koby watches in awe, feeling a bit conflicted. He wonders if his life is truly worth such a grand rescue. Garp bellows at the pirates, "Do you idiots have any idea who you kidnapped? Koby is the future of the Navy, and more importantly, he's my favorite student." With that, Garp unleashes his signature move. The Galaxy Impact creates a colossal shockwave that absolutely levels the entire town. The power behind the attack is so immense it's like a hurricane blowing everything away. Not just the pirates, but even Koby and Hibari are sent flying by the sheer force of the blast. It's hard to wrap your head around a 78-year-old man possessing that kind of world-shaking power. Garp then descends gracefully toward the ground alongside his ship. Even though Koby has seen Garp in action before, he's still left speechless by the sheer, unbridled insanity of his mentor's strength. An entire town decimated by just one punch. Garp's attacks send shockwaves through the entire pirate island. Buildings are crumbling everywhere, and low-level pirates are being tossed around like rag dolls before they even realize what hit them. Prince Groose quickly uses his clay powers to create a soft landing pad, ensuring the ship touches down safely. Garp steps onto the soil of Ichinosu, looking as cool as ever. The Blackbeard pirates are fuming over the destruction, swearing that they'll curse the old man's name for the rest of time. Helmeppo and the other Marines immediately draw their weapons, demanding that the pirates surrender on the spot. Garp chimes in, telling the snot-nosed pirates to listen up if they keep resisting. They're only in for a world of pain. Garp actually seems disappointed in himself, grumbling that his strength must be fading in his old age. "Are you kidding me, old man? You just wrecked half the island." Koby and Hibari rush over to Garp. Fortunately, Koby looks relatively unharmed. His comrades are absolutely thrilled to see him safe and sound. Groose comments on how Garp is a total force of destruction, and he can't believe Garp dubbed Koby the future of the Navy. Kujaku, however, thinks it makes sense given how close the mentor and student are. Koby's subordinates are overjoyed to see their captain in one piece. Koby is surprised to see Tashikita here, since she isn't even a member of SWORD. Hibari suggests they should make their exit immediately while they still can. But before she can even finish her sentence, a sudden chilling frost begins to envelop her entire body. She's frozen solid in an instant. Everyone is terrified by the sight. Even Garp is taken aback when the former Admiral Kuzan Aokiji appears right before them. Koby begs him to release Hibari from the ice, knowing she'll die if she stays frozen like that. The pirate underlings are cheering like they've won the lottery, telling everyone to watch Kuzan in action. Kuzan coldly remarks that if Koby escapes, Teach is going to be incredibly pissed off. The former Admiral's mind then wanders back to a meeting they had 2 years prior. Following his defeat at the hands of Akainu for the Fleet Admiral position, Kuzan officially left the Marines a year later. While staying on a certain island, he ran into Blackbeard. Teach was furious because Kuzan had gone and frozen his entire crew on a whim. Dakyu, Stronger, and Vasco Shot were all turned into ice statues. Blackbeard demanded that Kuzan undo it immediately. Kuzan shot back, warning Teach to think twice before using his tremors because if he did, his frozen crewmates would likely shatter into a million pieces. "Your idiots started this," Kuzan said. "They're frozen because they ruined my mood, and I'm sure you know exactly what I've been through lately." Frightened by Kuzan's cold confidence, Teach was absolutely fuming and ready for a fight. He smashed a nearby wall in frustration and approached the former admiral with his dark shadows swirling in his palm. It looked like an epic clash was about to go down, but then they suddenly made up as if nothing happened. Blackbeard just laughed it off, calling Kuzan a complete madman. As it turns out, Kuzan was telling them all about his brutal showdown with Akainu. He noted how strange it was that two people from the same organization ended up tearing each other apart like that. Thanks to Akainu's magma, Kuzan actually lost a portion of his left leg. He has to use his ice powers to create a prosthetic limb now. Even so, he didn't go down without a fight, leaving Akainu with plenty of injuries of his own. Mentioning scars prompted Devon to ask Kuzan if he had any intel on the mysterious man with the burn scar. There are 4 road poneglyphs out there. Kaido and Big Mom each had one, which means 2 are still missing. Rumor has it that the man with the burn scar is the one holding the very last poneglyph. Kuzan joked that maybe he was the guy they were looking for. Blackbeard's crew told him he was crazy, since he only just got his scars. Lafitte added that this mystery man is said to travel on a pitch-black ship. Whenever anyone tries to get close to him, a massive whirlpool supposedly appears and swallows them whole. It's very likely the result of a devil fruit power. Shiryu believes the man with the burn scar actually works for the world government. It would make sense for them to hold on to the poneglyphs as the ultimate way to prevent pirates from ever reaching the One Piece. Kuzan himself has some pretty dark memories related to those poneglyphs, specifically the Ohara incident 22 years ago. He had to personally take down his best friend to finish his mission. Seeing an opening, Lafitte whispered to Blackbeard that they should kill Kuzan while he's drunk and steal his Logia power. Kuzan overheard the plan and was not happy at all. In a flash, he unleashed his freezing aura, turning almost all of Blackbeard's top subordinates into ice, including Van Augur, Vasco Shad, Jesus Burgess, and Stronger. "Go ahead and try it. I'll send you all back to the Ice Age," he warned. The pirates were impressed by the sheer scale of his power, thinking it would be amazing to own. Kuzan noted that the rumors about them hunting down powerful devil fruits were clearly true. He dared them to attack. Seeing Kuzan's rage, Blackbeard quickly tried to de-escalate, claiming he had no intention of fighting and that his crew was just being stupid. Then, in a wild move, Blackbeard actually invited Kuzan to join his crew. "The world government kicked you out, so why not join me and change the world?" Teach proposed. Kuzan was skeptical, telling him not to confuse a few drinks with actual brotherhood. He told Teach to stop trying to seduce him into the pirate life, as he wasn't that easy to win over. "I might be handsome, but I'm not that easy," Kuzan joked. Blackbeard laughed, saying Kuzan didn't understand how pirates really work. He explained that they are just a random gang of thugs. They are a group of individuals who share a common goal and mutual interests. That shared ambition is what makes them pirates. He told Kuzan that since he's finally free, there's no reason to hesitate. It seems Blackbeard's persuasion worked, as Kuzan eventually became the 10th Titanic captain. Back in the present, Garp demands that Kuzan release Habari. Garp wants him to help rescue Koby and return to the Navy. Kuzan admits he's always admired Garp's straightforward nature, but he refuses to follow orders anymore, choosing to walk his own path. Realizing he can't talk sense into his former student, Garp tells Koby to stay back. Garp begins coating his fists in haki, stepping forward to face Kuzan head-on. The former admiral's freezing aura spreads rapidly across the ground, suddenly locking Garp's feet in place. Kuzan then unleashes another wave of cold to try and freeze the old man completely. The Marines are terrified as they watch the frost creep up Garp, while the pirates are cheering with excitement. Kuzan prepares a massive chunk of ice and slowly approaches Garp, asking him a pointed question. "Can you actually choose between killing me and saving your favorite student?" he asks. But Garp isn't so easily contained. He shatters the ice instantly, shocking the low-level pirates. Seeing Garp break free, Kuzan hurls the massive ice block straight at him. Garp dodges it with ease and starts firing back with powerful punches. They continue to trade blows, but Kuzan's ice doesn't seem to be slowing Garp down at all. The old hero charges forward with incredible speed and destroys the icy platform Kuzan was standing on. Catching Kuzan off guard, Garp grabs him and slams the former admiral into the ground with a devastating move called Blue Hole. This incredible attack sends Kuzan crashing deep into the earth, causing the entire island of Hachinosu to tremble. As Kuzan is buried in the crater, Garp's face shows nothing but deep disappointment in his former protege. Meanwhile, over on Winter Island in the New World, the brutal clash between Blackbeard and the Heart Pirates has finally reached its conclusion. Teach is wearing a triumphant, wicked grin. Law's iconic hat lies on the ground and the doctor himself is slumped over, utterly exhausted and covered in blood. Their ship, the Polar Tong, has been completely wrecked and is slowly sinking into the dark ocean depths. It seems like the rest of the Heart Pirates are finished. Without a ship, Blackbeard mocks them, saying they can't even call themselves pirates anymore. He mentions that the people whose hearts Law stole at Rocky Port are still living on Hachinosu. He laughs, saying those people would be thrilled to see Law in this state. Blackbeard's captains only sustain minor scratches and are already regrouping. However, Beppo hasn't completely lost consciousness just yet. Desperate to save his captain, Beppo takes a gamble and swallows a special medicine Chopper made for him. Blackbeard is busy debating whether to sell the Op fruit or use it himself, though he knows Law would never perform the immortality surgery on him. Just as he's about to finish Law off, Beppo suddenly transforms into his Sulong form and delivers a massive slash that blows Blackbeard and his crew back. "Get your filthy hands off my captain," he roars. Blackbeard is stunned. How can a mink go Sulong without a full moon? Beppo uses a huge rock as a shield and hurls it at them to buy precious seconds. He even manages to kick the enemy sniper aside. He can't maintain this form for long, but it gives him just enough power to make a move. He successfully dives into the sea carrying Law with him. Blackbeard is furious at losing his prize and orders his men to give chase. Law finally wakes up and begs Beppo to go back for their crew, but Beppo refuses to listen. Beppo swims away as fast as possible, telling Law they have to trust their comrades. They're warriors of the icy north, and he's sure they'll find a way to survive. He tells Law that they've been through too much together for him to die now. On the shore, Burgess is chucking massive boulders into the water, so Beppo dives deep to hide their location. That day marked the total defeat of the Heart Pirates at the hands of the Blackbeard Pirates. Elsewhere, in a war-torn kingdom, Vice Admiral T-Bone was suddenly attacked while trying to help the local citizens. By the next morning, a tragic obituary had made the front page of the newspapers. Vice Admiral T-Bone, a man beloved by both the Navy and the public, has passed away. The news of his death sent shockwaves across the globe, though the Navy has been tight-lipped about the details. At headquarters, Sengoku is discussing the matter with Tsuru. The killer is still at large, but it's clear they're going to collect a massive payday for this. Sengoku laments the state of the world, wondering why the very people they protect are now stabbing them in the back. Times have changed. It's not just pirates who are greedy. Even ordinary citizens are now after a quick buck. Now that the Marines have bounties on their own heads, they've become easy targets. In places like the Pepe Kingdom, thousands are starving every year. Desperation likely drove someone to kill T-Bone. It seems the Navy underestimated Buggy the Clown. His methods are truly despicable. How can the Marines possibly protect the people if they constantly have to watch their own backs? Sengoku believes that if they don't take down the Cross Guild soon, the Navy will crumble from within. He asks Hina where Garp is, only to find out that his old friend has already headed to Blackbeard's territory to save Koby. Garp left days ago, and he even took Tsuru's granddaughter, Kujaku, with him. The two veteran officers are shocked that Garp would just run off and do something so reckless without a word. Meanwhile, back at the headquarters of the Cross Guild, Buggy is absolutely ecstatic that a vice admiral has been taken out. The man responsible for the deed has traveled all this way to claim his reward. The massive bounty has already been set back to help his struggling family. Buggy laughs and welcomes the man as a new member of his crew, noting that the Navy would execute him if they were caught him. The man breaks down in tears, accepting his fate as a pirate, comforted by the fact that his family is finally saved from poverty. The new recruit was literally starving to death, but Buggy's fanatical followers were just thrilled to see their captain personally scouting for talent. Right on cue, they started their usual routine of loud cheers and shameless flattery, boosting the clown's ego and acting as if he were a legendary visionary once again. Out of nowhere, a subordinate rushes in to announce that the Cross Guild's flagship is finally complete. Remember, it was Crocodile and Mihawk who originally ordered Buggy's crew to build the thing. Buggy was actually feeling pretty anxious to see the result, hoping it would finally prove to those two heavyweights that he's actually a useful partner in the organization. He really wanted to show Crocodile and Mihawk his value, but when the flashy clown actually saw the ship, his jaw hit the floor in pure shock. Instead of a fearsome warship, it looked like a giant, personalized floating tribute made specifically for him. His subordinates clearly completely misunderstood the assignment and went way overboard on the theme. His crew is basically a walking disaster. Buggy was practically weeping at the sight of it, fearing for his life. Unsurprisingly, Crocodile and Mihawk were absolutely disgusted. They mocked him, asking where all that confidence went, and demanded to know if he seriously expected them to sail the seas on such an embarrassing eyesore. They dragged him into a meeting room for a little talk, which basically meant Buggy got the beating of a lifetime before being hung up like a punching bag. While Buggy suffered, Crocodile and Mihawk sat down to discuss their operations. From their perspective, things were actually moving along quite smoothly, despite the clown's constant blunders. The Marines have finally started taking the Cross Guild seriously as a major threat. These two masterminds are looking to build their own ideal nation, which means they need massive amounts of funding and military might. Meanwhile, Buggy was just dangling there, begging them to end his misery because he couldn't handle the stress anymore. The Jester reached his breaking point and decided he'd rather die than live in fear. Knowing there was no escape, he mustered all his courage and lashed out. He yelled at them, questioning how they could even call themselves pirates when all they care about is calculated schemes and money. He told them straight to their faces that they had their priorities completely backwards. Crocodile and Mihawk were actually caught off guard hearing such bold words from someone they considered a complete loser. Buggy then brought up the news that red-haired Shanks was finally on the move. He reminded them that he and Shanks were once in the same crew together, but fate and circumstances ended up pulling them in very different directions. They were never able to reach Loftail back then. Buggy recalled how Shanks was always the one shining with talent and potential, making Buggy feel like he could never measure up, so he just gave up. But what really ticked him off was that after Roger was executed, Shanks decided not to go after the One Piece right away, which Buggy saw as a total waste. He felt like he had totally misjudged Shanks, calling him a coward and refusing to ever follow him. In Buggy's eyes, Shanks wasn't the rightful successor to Captain Roger at all. He still hasn't forgiven him for the whole Devil Fruit and Treasure Map incident from their youth, swearing that things won't be so simple the next time they cross paths. It took 24 long years for that useless Shanks to finally grow a spine and go for the One Piece, but Buggy thinks it's a bit late for that. Whether it was blind luck or pure destiny, Buggy has somehow climbed the ranks and now stands as an Emperor of the Sea, on the exact same level as red-haired Shanks himself. Since he's already an Emperor, he's decided he's not afraid of anyone anymore. Buggy the Genius Jester has officially declared his intent to become the king of the pirates. He told his partners that they shouldn't just pick between money or power, they should seize everything. It's time to go out there and claim the greatest treasure in the entire world. Buggy got so fired up that he actually fell off the hook he was hanging from, which was a stroke of luck for him. Crocodile was genuinely stunned that Buggy actually believed he had the capability to achieve such a thing. He reminded the clown that they only let him keep the Emperor title because it was convenient for their plans, not because he was actually competent. Crocodile scoffed, telling Buggy to stop acting like he could ever reach the top. He insisted this was a serious business venture, not some silly pirate game for a fool like him. Mihawk added that he had zero interest in starting a massive war with the other three emperors just for the sake of a treasure hunt, as that's not his style. Buggy countered that it's a race for the treasure. If they beat the others, everything belongs to them. He decided to use the power of his voice to ignite the spirits of every pirate under his command, preparing to give the speech of a lifetime to set their hearts on fire. Buggy grabbed a transponder snail and desperately made a broadcast to all his subordinates outside. Even with Crocodile trying to physically stop him, the savior wouldn't be silenced. He yelled out to his brothers, asking them to remember the real reason they all chose the life of a pirate and headed out to sea in the first place. He asked if it wasn't for that legendary ultimate treasure. He told them to hoist the sails and go claim it, declaring that it was finally time to seize the One Piece for themselves. The subordinates went absolutely wild as this was the grand ambition they had been waiting for. Meanwhile, Crocodile and Mihawk were absolutely fuming at this reckless move, shocked that the clown would dare pull such a stunt. The scene then shifts to Kamabaka Island, which serves as the new headquarters to the Revolutionary Army. Several deputy commanders are positioned at the island's edge, keeping a sharp eye on the surrounding horizon. They spotted an unidentified ship slowly approaching the shore and immediately wondered if it was a threat or a friendly vessel. Word spread like wildfire through the camp that Sabo was finally back. Everyone let out a massive sigh of relief, thanking the heavens for his safe return after so much uncertainty. He had actually made it back in one piece. A crowd of comrades rushed out to welcome their brilliant young chief of staff home. A hero almost opened fire on the ship before realizing it was him. To everyone's surprise, Sabo didn't come alone. He brought a massive group of refugees from the Lulusia kingdom with him. Ahiru was so worried she immediately kicked him for his long silence. She demanded to know why the radio had gone dead for so long. Sabo explained that he knew the government was wiretapping the signal, so he had to cut communication for safety. The high-ranking leaders gathered around, relieved to see that Sabo was still breathing. Bello Betty was also there. recognized as a savior by the Lulusia citizens from their previous encounter. Sabo didn't waste any time and headed straight into a private meeting with Dragon and Ivankov. He admitted that the situation with Kuma didn't go as planned, but they had to make the best of a difficult situation. Sabo prepared to give a detailed report to his superiors about every single thing he saw while he was inside Mary Joie. This was a monumental turning point in history. He started off by stating that, despite the chaos, they had successfully managed to complete all of their primary objectives. All three major goals were met. First, they destroyed the symbol of the Celestial Dragons to declare war. Second, they rescued Kuma and freed as many slaves as they could. And finally, they torched the food supplies in the Holy Land. These bold actions naturally grabbed the entire world's attention and caused a massive stir. The Marines were forced to deploy their top-tier fighters just to hold the line. At the same time, the Revolutionary Army's influence sparked uprisings in 12 different nations, with 8 of them successfully overthrowing their local regimes. Sadly, the news about the Lulusia kingdom was far more tragic and mysterious. Lulusia was completely wiped out for reasons no one can explain yet. Even though the government tried to bury the truth, 7 other nations have now openly refused to pay their heavenly tributes anymore. Furthermore, revolutionary forces are actively raiding government supply ships globally to cut off the flow of resources to the Holy Land. They're finally giving those arrogant celestial dragons a taste of what it's like to have nothing. Even though they haven't managed to sever every single supply line yet, the world government is clearly struggling and feeling the pressure of this logistical nightmare. As expected, the government isn't just going to take this lying down, they're preparing to mobilize the Holy Knights to retaliate. With his new title as the Flame Emperor, Sabo has become their #1 target. Sabo himself couldn't care less about the fancy nickname, but the rumor that he assassinated a king changed everything. The alleged killing of King Cobra somehow turned Sabo into a legendary hero in the eyes of revolutionaries everywhere. Most people in the movement hate any nation allied with the world government. But while many kings are indeed monsters, there are still some who are wise and truly loved by their people. King Cobra was definitely one of the good ones, and everyone who actually knew him thought he was a fantastic ruler. Unfortunately, misinformation has painted him as a villain to the general public. While his death is a tragedy for those who knew the truth, it has inadvertently stoked the fires of revolution across the world. The news was heartbreaking, but it served as a powerful spark for the movement. Ivankov then handed Sabo the latest newspaper and asked for the real story behind that shocking photograph. Sabo was genuinely stunned to see just how badly the media had twisted the events to frame him for a crime he didn't commit. Flashback to over a month ago in Mary Joie, right as the Revery was kicking off. The 4 revolutionary commanders launched a surprise attack on the Celestial Dragons' estates and incinerated their food storage, sending those pampered nobles running in terror. They never imagined they'd actually become targets in their own home. The nobles were absolutely livid about being threatened. One of them was even ready to execute his own guards for failing to protect him. This arrogant celestial dragon was still being a monster, whipping his slaves because they weren't moving fast enough to suit his selfish needs during the escape. The noble actually pulled a gun to execute a defenseless person right then and there. Luckily, Karasu, the North Army commander, intervened just in time with his murder of crows, snatching the weapon away. He then used his powers to summon more crows to guide the fleeing slaves toward safety and freedom. The guards started spraying bullets everywhere in response. Karasu took the hits directly, but since he's a Logia user, the bullets just passed through his body as he reformed. He then zipped behind the enemy lines and unleashed a devastating technique that wiped out the entire squad of guards in a flash. Terrified out of his mind, the celestial dragon turned tail and ran. Suddenly, Karasu felt the overwhelming presence of 2 massive hockey users approaching the battlefield. It was none other than Admiral Fujitora and Admiral Ryokugyu, showing up to put an end to the rebellion. Meanwhile, Lindbergh, the South Army commander, was hovering above the ground, using his custom inventions to help more slaves escape the chaos. The situation was getting incredibly messy. Karasu transformed back into crows to fly over and provide backup, handing off the rescue duties to Lindbergh. Karasu found himself facing off against the blind swordsman Fujitora. He immediately sent a swarm of crows to harass the admiral. Over on the other side, some celestial dragons were actually trying to shoot the slaves as they ran for their lives, showing their true colors as the worst kind of people. Morley suddenly burst out of the ground, knocking those arrogant nobles aside and showing the slaves the path out of the Holy Land. But then, Ryokugyu appeared from the shadows, transforming his entire body into a massive, ancient tree to stop the revolutionaries in their tracks. The admiral launched an attack at the West Army commander, but Morley was ready and parried the strike with her trident. Ryokugyu was hurling insults and demanding to know where their leader was hiding. Morley, in her typical fashion, joked that he was asking so many questions because he must have a crush on her, which only made her fight harder. The intensity of the fight sent shockwaves that knocked several celestial dragons off their feet. One of them actually had the nerve to yell at Ryokugyu for being too loud and causing him minor injuries. The Admiral was furious, but had to swallow his pride and keep his mouth shut, even though he was seething inside. Meanwhile, Karasu's crows were getting dealt with by Fujitora. Fujitora was seriously considering calling down a meteor, which is absolutely insane given where they were. The CPO agents were just watching from the sidelines, evaluating the situation. They noted that while the revolutionary commanders were strong, the admirals were really being held back by having to protect the useless nobles. CP0 believed the admirals could easily win if they didn't have to worry about the celestial dragon's safety. Karasu checked in with Sabo to see if he'd found the keys for Kuma's shackles yet. Sabo, currently deep inside the castle, spotted the Charlos family still treating Kuma like a pack animal. The nobles still hadn't given up on trying to kidnap Princess Shirahoshi. Sabo was absolutely fuming at the sight of Kuma being humiliated as a slave, and swore he wouldn't let them get away with it. Elsewhere, Bonney was frantically searching every corner of the palace, desperate to find her father. In a different wing of the palace, Rob Lucci was shadowing Princess Vivi, which was clearly getting on her nerves. She told him she'd rather have an admiral's protection than his. Vivi was also deeply worried about Shirahoshi, knowing there were still creeps like Charlos looking for any chance to grab her. Vivi was determined to keep her friends safe. Meanwhile, King Cobra was heading to a meeting with the five elders, accompanied by Chaka and Pal. His loyal guards were told to wait outside. Cobra assured them everything would be fine and that the meeting shouldn't take very long at all. He jokingly told his guards that they should probably spend the time looking for Vivi before she caused any trouble. Inside the palace, Sabo had successfully located the keys but was now caught in a brawl with the security forces. These regular guards were absolutely no match for someone of his caliber though. Using a combination of his Dragon Claw techniques and his Fire Fruit powers, Sabo laid them all out in seconds. Bonney caught sight of the action and approached him, realizing that they were both after the same thing. She suggested they team up to make their escape easier. They successfully grabbed the keys and made a run for it. Sabo had heard rumors that Kuma had a daughter, but he was genuinely surprised to find out it was actually Jewelry Bonney from the worst generation. It's a small world after all. Bonney had been keeping tabs on the revolutionaries for a while, so she felt she could trust Sabo with her father's life. She begged him to take Kuma to a safe place. Sabo then used a small trick to summon one of Karasu's crows so he could hand over the keys and get the rescue moving. He gave the bird the keys and sent a message to the other commanders to prioritize Kuma's safety and get him back to base immediately. Sabo himself decided to stay behind a bit longer, as he had some unfinished business to attend to in the castle. When asked about her next move, Bonney revealed she was heading to Egghead to track down Dr. Vegapunk and force him to fix her father's mind. They nearly got spotted by a patrol, but managed to hide just in time by leaping into the rafters. Sabo overheard some guards gossiping about haunted rooms in the palace where people supposedly vanish without a trace. He gave Bonney directions to Egghead and wished her luck on her journey. But that rumor about the mysterious room stayed on his mind, and he couldn't just ignore it. Sabo decided to investigate the haunted room himself to see what the government was hiding. At the same time, the doors to the empty throne room were sealed shut, as King Cobra was granted his private audience. He was absolutely floored by the sight of the massive, symbolic throne standing before him. Cobra finally stood before the five elders, ready to ask the questions that had been bothering him. He recounted the history of how the world government was formed 8 centuries ago by an alliance of 20 kingdoms. Back then, those royal families moved to Mariswa to form the nobility we see today. They became the Celestial Dragons, and theoretically all 20 kings were supposed to be equals. They created the empty throne as a sign that no one person should ever rule the world as a dictator, surrounding it with weapons as a vow of peace. However, Alabasta was always the one exception to this rule. Queen Nefertari Lily chose not to live in a holy land and instead returned to govern her people. That's why there are only 19 swords around the throne instead of 20. Cobra had been digging through Alabasta's oldest records, but he found something very disturbing. There's almost no mention of her after she left Mary Joie. It's as if Queen Lily never actually made it back to Alabasta after leaving the Holy Land. When confronted with this, the five elders played dumb, claiming that after 800 years, such records are naturally lost to time. It was a classic deflection from the most powerful men in the world. Unbeknownst to them, the mysterious Emu was listening to every single word of this conversation from a separate room. Frustrated by their non-answers, King Cobra decided to drop a bombshell and asked what the Will of D actually meant. This question visibly rattled the five old men. It seemed Queen Lily had left some kind of secret message for her descendants. Upon hearing Cobra's question about the D, Inu actually stood up and left the flower room. Meanwhile, back outside, Princess Shirahoshi was in deep trouble as she'd been captured by the cyborg Kuma Charles was absolutely giddy about finally getting his hands on a giant mermaid. He bragged about his plan to ride Shirahoshi into town like a pet, and he threatened her with unimaginable pain if she even tried to resist his demands. Shirahoshi's pleas for help were ignored by most because nobody dared to challenge a celestial dragon. Even her former suitors turned tail and ran like cowards. But when her brothers saw the danger, they rushed in, ready to fight to the death and swearing they'd never set foot in this corrupt place again. Charles ordered Kuma to fire a laser which shook the entire courtyard. It was heartbreaking to see Kuma in that state, but the Neptune brothers knew they couldn't hold back anymore. Charles was still screaming insults, completely oblivious to the fact that his luck was about to run out. Just as things were hitting a boiling point, Rebecca and the Tontata warriors arrived on the scene. Sei from the Habo Navy also charged forward, his eyes locked on that disgusting noble, ready to deliver some much-needed justice. With the support of his friends, Sei had zero hesitation. The good celestial dragon, Mioscarid, actually stepped in to stop the Neptune brothers from doing something that would declare war. Seeing a fellow noble side with inferior beings made Charles even more psychotic, and he screamed for more blood. Mioscarid told the princes to let Sei and Leo handle the dirty work. Since they're pirates, they're already outlaws and can just flee the island afterward. It's basically their job description. The two Straw Hat Grand Fleet members didn't give a damn about the noble status. They channeled all their strength into a combined attack, absolutely flattening Charles's head and sending him crashing into the dirt. The crowd was paralyzed with fear and disbelief. Attacking a celestial dragon like that is basically a death sentence in the eyes of the law. Kuma was still trying to target Sei and Leo, but Morley suddenly appeared from underground and grabbed him. She told him he didn't have to follow those orders anymore, and that they were going home. Karasu flew in right on time to drop off the keys they needed to free him. The rescue mission for Kuma was officially a success. Back in the throne room, King Cobra pressed the elders again, demanding to know the truth about the name D. Instead of answering, they just coldly told him that his time was up and ordered him to leave the room immediately. Suddenly, Imu stepped into the room and began walking toward the empty throne. This completely stunned both the five elders and King Cobra. The elders were visibly panicking because they didn't expect Inu to reveal their existence to an outsider like this. The fact that King Cobra was watching made the situation incredibly dangerous. Imu didn't seem to care at all though. Their piercing gaze was so intense that it seemed to freeze everyone in the room with absolute soul-crushing terror. Imu whispered the name Lily before calmly taking a seat on the Forbidden Throne. This was a monumental moment hearing the secret ruler of the world speak for the first time. We still don't know who or what Imu is, but the aura they give off is beyond terrifying. Cobra was left speechless at the sight. Cobra couldn't believe someone would dare to sit on that throne, breaking the very foundation of the world's supposed peace. Imu offered to answer Cobra's questions if he answered one in return. Naturally, Cobra's first response was to ask for Imu's true identity. Cobra remembered hearing that name before it belonged to one of the original 20 founders of the world government. Imu ignored the question about themselves, but did address the D. They explained that the people carrying that initial are their ancient, sworn enemies. Imu mocked the modern-day D carriers, saying they have no idea what their own name even signifies. They claimed that Queen Lily made a catastrophic mistake 8 centuries ago. Without that blunder, pirates wouldn't even be able to look for the Poneglyphs today. It was because of Lily that those ancient stones were scattered across the globe. The thought of someone actually deciphering the Poneglyphs is a massive threat to Imu's absolute control. Because of this, the government is willing to kill anyone who even gets close to the truth. The five elders drew their weapons on King Cobra as Imu demanded he reveal the contents of Queen Lily's secret letter. Cobra realized he was trapped in a den of monsters, and that there was no way he was walking out of that room alive. Cobra asked if he'd be allowed to leave if he told them what they wanted to know. The elders were blunt. They told him his fate was sealed the moment he laid eyes on Imu. They could never let someone live after witnessing the world's greatest secret. It's standard procedure for them. Anyone who discovers the truth must be erased. Sabo was actually hiding just outside the room, and even through the walls he could feel the chilling, murderous intent radiating from inside. Cobra finally spoke the truth. The queen's full name was Nefertari D. Lily. The moment he said it, a shadowy arrow pierced through him. Sabo couldn't just stand by anymore and burst into the room to intervene, desperate to save the king. Sabo unleashed a fire fist at the elders and even tried to hit Imu, but the flames were swiped away like they were nothing. Then, in a terrifying display, the five elders began to transform into massive, monstrous shadows right before his eyes. Sabo was horrified to find that the Holy Land was actually home to such demonic beings. Unfortunately, a hidden camera caught a shot of him standing next to the wounded King Cobra, which is exactly how the government framed him for the assassination. Koby realized Sabo was Luffy's brother and was confused as to why the revolutionaries were helping him. Sabo told him they were there to take down the people at the top, and he expressed his pride that Luffy had already done so much for Alabasta in the past. As the monsters closed in, Sabo grabbed Koby to make a run for it. Knowing he wouldn't make it, Koby begged Sabo to get a message to Vivi and Luffy that they all share the D and must carry on the fight. King Koby finally saw the path that Alabasta needed to take. The message hit home for Sabo, reminding him of when he, Ace, and Luffy were kids, wondering about the D in their names without having any real answers back then. He remembered Ace jokingly calling him Sadibo back in the day. Suddenly, another of Imu's arrows struck both Sabo and Koby. Sabo coughed up blood and collapsed, his grip on the king slipping as the shadows loomed over them. In a final act of heroism, King Koby used his last bit of strength to block the monsters so Sabo could escape. Sabo could only watch in despair as the king finally fell, but Imu sensed they weren't the only ones there. Wapol was actually peeping through a hole in the wall. Wapol had seen the whole gruesome scene and was absolutely terrified. Even though he hated Koby, watching a fellow king get murdered by those monsters was too much. He knew he had to get out of there immediately or he'd be the next one on the hit list. Back at the Revery, the other kings were gossiping about why Koby and Wapol had suddenly disappeared. Since they were told the two wouldn't be returning, they just carried on with the meeting. As the Reverie finally came to an end, the Fishman royalty prepared to head back home. Prince Fukaboshi decides to make a move and head toward the harbor early, hoping to prevent that despicable celestial dragon from pulling any more of his usual dirty tricks. Meanwhile, Princess Shirahoshi is searching everywhere to say her goodbyes to Vivi, but she's nowhere to be found. It turns out that Vivi is currently being held captive and is under the tightest surveillance by the CP0 agents. It's a real reunion of villains, as former CP9 members like Khalifa, Blue Ino, Kumadori, and Fukuro and Vol officially joined this Elite Zero organization. Even though Vivi is tied up and in a tight spot, she can't help but worry about Shirahoshi's safety instead of her own. Vivi only finds peace of mind once she confirms that the Little Mermaid Princess is out of harm's way. At the same time, Saya and Leo, fresh off their assault on St. Chalos, shock everyone by boldly declaring themselves subordinates of Straw Hat Luffy. On another front, Admiral Fujitora seems to be covertly aiding the Revolutionary Army in their quest to liberate the slaves. This betrayal sends Green Bull into a total rage, leading the two powerhouses into a direct confrontation. Vivi is left wondering what her own fate will be until a sudden noise changes everything. A strange sound echoes through the area, which turns out to be King Wapol frantically gnawing through the walls in a desperate attempt to flee. Recognizing this as a once-in-a-lifetime chance to escape, Vivi hitches a ride on him. The CP0 agents don't even realize what's happening, and by the time they look back, their high-value target has completely vanished. With the guards left in the dust, Vivi asks, "Wapol, where exactly are you running to?" He responds that he's going as far away as possible, even to the ends of the earth if necessary. This suits Vivi's situation perfectly, so she decides to stick with him for the long haul. Catching a glimpse of her husband with another woman, Wapol's wife is absolutely stunned, convinced she's being betrayed. Meanwhile, the Reverie officially concludes, but the truth behind King Koby's tragic death is being heavily suppressed. At this very moment, Sabo's condition is looking quite dire. He's in a bad way, having sustained massive injuries from Imu's devastating attack, but he's pushing himself to escape this death trap. The guards are on a relentless manhunt for him, but Sabo refuses to fall here. He knows he must survive to pass on King Koby's final messages to both Luffy and Vivi. He is carrying the weight of Alabasta's secrets. During his flight, a lone guard spots him and lunges for an attack. Fortunately, Sabo's reflexes are still sharp enough to take the guy down quickly. He then decides to pull a fast one by stealing the guard's uniform. Donning the disguise, he continues his escape right under the enemy's nose. Back with the Alabasta contingent, the royal guards are growing frantic because King Koby hasn't returned from his meeting with the 5 elders, and to make matters worse, Princess Vivi has also gone missing. Worried sick about their rulers, the search efforts redouble. Pell takes to the skies in his falcon form to scout for Vivi from above. Chaka attempts to head back to the seat of power, but the guards are adamant about blocking his entry, forcing him to consider more aggressive options. Chaka finally has to resort to brute force. Igaram is in tears, clutching a photo of Princess Vivi and desperately asking anyone nearby if they've seen her. Unfortunately, not a single soul has any information on her whereabouts, leaving poor Igaram sobbing in a state of complete helplessness. Down at the harbor, Wapol and Vivi are lying low while plotting their getaway. Vivi comes up with a clever plan. They'll hide inside the royal luggage crates to trick the navy and sneak onto a ship. As the other kings from the summit begin boarding their vessels, the tension is sky high. While the world's leaders depart for home, Vivi and Wapol successfully stow away on the ship belonging to the Aegis Kingdom to leave the Holy Land. They reach out to the news mogul Morgans, begging for assistance. Smelling a massive scoop, Morgans doesn't hesitate for a second and agrees to help. Vivi is completely baffled as to why Wapol is so terrified. He stubbornly refuses to give her any details, insisting that she should be the last person to find out the truth. She tries to borrow a transponder snail to call her father, but Wapol shuts her down immediately. Meanwhile, the CP units are still on the hunt. The authorities are searching every corner for Sabo and Vivi. Jewelry Bonney is currently hiding out on the Tajin Kingdom ship. As for Sabo, he's badly hurt and hiding in the hold of a ship bound for the Lulusia Kingdom. He's in agony, but he refuses to give up on life just yet. He's determined to fulfill the mission entrusted to him by King Cobra. It doesn't take long for the world-shaking news to hit the papers. The King of Alabasta has been assassinated, and Princess Vivi is missing from the Holy Land. Back at Penka Castle, things are heating up. The five elders are discussing Sabo, noting how his destiny seems intertwined with those who carry the D initial. They also want to wrap up the messy business over at Egghead. Suddenly, Imu-sama makes contact with the elders. It turns out they want to deploy the weapon Vegapunk created. This weapon is known as the Mother Flame. The five elders suggest testing its destructive power on a remote forest or an open sea to see if it lives up to the rumors. They believe the outcome of this test will dictate the future of Egghead Island. However, a different target is chosen. Imu insists on using the Lulusia Kingdom as their guinea pig. They couldn't care less about the huge population living there. The five elders have no choice but to obey, since Imu is the one who shaped the world. Imu's reasoning for choosing Lulusia as the target is chillingly simple. It's simply because it happens to be the closest location. The elders agree, noting that Lulusia has been showing signs of rebellion lately. They plan to use it as a brutal warning to anyone else thinking of defying them. Finally, the names of the five elders are revealed, including Saint Saturn, the god of science and defense. We also have Saint Mars for the environment, Saint Mercury for justice, Saint Nujuro for finance, and Saint Jupiter for agriculture. On top of that, Imu orders the elders to capture Vivi and bring her back at all costs. Following the conclusion of the Revery, the world is in chaos. Nations across the globe are erupting in open rebellion, giving the Navy a massive headache. To add fuel to the fire, the abolition of the warlord system has plunged the world into further turmoil. In response, the new Seraphim units are being deployed everywhere to engage in combat. These are clones of the remaining warlords like Doflamingo, Moria, and Crocodile. Upon arriving in Lulusia, Sabo finds that the citizens have already revolted and locked up their king and princess. It's here that he discovers he's been framed for a terrible crime. He's been blamed for the murder of King Cobra. Sabo desperately wants to clear his name, but with the crowd so worked up, he decides to keep quiet for now. Thanks to Bella Betty's inspiring influence, a wave of new recruits is eager to join the Revolutionary Army. Because of the influx of volunteers, Sabo decides to take them back to their base. When Lulusia was actually being obliterated, Sabo had already made it a safe distance away. He recounts the terrifying events he witnessed, describing a massive shadow that blotted out the entire sky. The entire island was blown to bits in the blink of an eye. Yuvekov is curious about this Imu person. While not certain, they recall that one of the 20 founding monarchs of the world government from 800 years ago bore that exact same name. That individual belonged to the Nerona family. Ivankov shows Sabo a book that details a specific power capable of granting someone eternal life. This suggests that there is a person somewhere in the world who simply cannot die. Ivankov is definitely hinting at something major here. The subject of their discussion is Imu-sama. There's a strong possibility that they underwent the perennial youth operation by a previous owner of the Ope 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 no Mi, allowing them to live for centuries. Regardless of their true identity, this Imu must hold the ultimate authority to make the five elders bow down. Ivankov suspects the weapon used on Lulusia was a secret government project, and only Vegapunk would have the genius to build it. However, Dragon has a different take. The revolutionary leader speaks up to defend the doctor. He knows Vegapunk well enough to know that the man would never intentionally build a weapon for such heartless mass slaughter. That leaves only one possibility. It must be an ancient weapon. If Imu really is from the Void Century, it makes total sense for them to have one. Dragon has learned the truth about these weapons from Robin. And while they are real, he wonders why Imu waited until now to use it. Why use it now instead of centuries ago? Meanwhile, in Mary Joie, a celestial dragon has actually been executed, though the news has been tightly suppressed from the public. The one who headed down this judgment is the former king of a place known as God Valley. He is Saint Figurlin Garling, the supreme leader of the Holy Knights. The man he executed was Saint Don Quixote Mayoscard, who was famous for advocating for the fishman race. Garling finishes the execution with a cold remark about those who protect trash. He claims that anyone who guards garbage is even lower than the garbage itself. Over at the G1 Navy branch scrapyard, Brando is showing Fullbody and Django some warships with massive dents in them. These ships were used as battleship bags for target practice. This is the result of Vice Admiral Garp's extreme training regimen from his youth up to today. Former Admiral Akuji, once Garp's star pupil, trained the same way. The strict rule was no haki and no devil fruit powers allowed, just raw physical strength and punches. Their monstrous strength wasn't something they were born with. It was forged through years of relentless effort. Switching back to the battle on Pirate Island Hachinosu, the massive Sanyuan wolf has finally woken up from his nap. He stands tall with his gargantuan body. His appearance gets the pirates all hyped up, thinking they're about to see some real destruction. Wolf plans to teach the Sword members a lesson for trashing their home, but Garp isn't intimidated at all, and leaps high into the air. He winds up and delivers a massive punch. The blow lands right on the giant's head, leaving everyone watching in total shock. Garp's strike is so powerful it literally sends Sanchuan Wolf flying off the island and crashing into the ocean. The pirates are absolutely stunned by how easily he handled him. Seeing their heavy hitter knocked out so quickly makes them realize just how terrifying Garp really is. Some of the pirates try to fish Wolf out of the water after he loses consciousness, but they quickly realize no one has the strength to pull a giant of that scale back up. They are still reeling from the display of power by the Navy hero. Even Garp's own students are in awe, praising him as a true legend. The old man just laughs it off, claiming he hasn't even broken a sweat yet, and tells his disciples to keep their heads high. Then Vasco Shot decides to step up. He starts taunting Vice Admiral Garp before gulping down a massive amount of liquor. He then spits out a torrent of flames aimed right at Garp. Nonchalantly, Garp grabs two nearby pirates and uses them as human shields, letting them get scorched instead. He then tosses the flaming pirates around like living bombs, causing fires and destruction all over Hachinosu. Bizarro is fuming at Garp's antics, but finds himself unable to stop the chaos. It's incredible to see the Navy hero single-handedly turning the whole island upside down. The pirates are running for their lives, terrified of what Blackbeard will do when he sees the state of the town. They're convinced he'll kill them all for failing to protect it. Garp just keeps smiling, completely unbothered by the sheer number of enemies he's facing. Down by the shore, Kujaku and the others have the ship ready. The Marines have successfully evacuated the wounded onto the ship. Tashigi is currently looking after her Bari, trying her best to thaw out the ice prison Akiji trapped her in. However, Garp, Koby, Groose, and Helmeppo are still stuck on the island. They're searching for a way out of that hellhole, but they're swamped by an endless swarm of pirates. To make matters worse, Akiji is back on his feet after taking that heavy hit from Garp. He's made it clear that he isn't letting Garp or Koby escape the island. Garp is surprised by Kuzan's persistence in wanting another round. Koby warns him to stay on guard against a Yonko commander. Garp orders the younger trio to dash for the coast and stay alive no matter what. Unfortunately, Koby's good heart ends up being a liability when he falls for a cheap trick. He thinks there's another slave left behind and turns back to help. Seeing the opening, Shiryu of the Rain uses his invisibility to sneak in for a kill. Luckily, Garp manages to throw himself in front of Koby to shield him, but he ends up being stabbed right through the torso. It's a serious wound that leaves Garp badly hurt. Despite the pain, he manages to grab the invisible attacker and slams him into the pavement. He reveals the culprit to be Shiryu, the notorious former jailer from Impel Down. The pirates cheer, amazed that someone could actually pierce Garp's legendary toughness. They're convinced the old hero is finally slowing down. Helmeppo and Groose are panicking for their mentor, while Koby is drowning in guilt, blaming himself for Garp getting injured. Garp brushes it off, telling his students he's fine and to focus on getting to the ship. He reassures Koby that Shiryu was targeting him from the beginning anyway. Sensing blood in the water, the Blackbeard pirates charge forward, eager to claim the glory of taking him down. The Cross Guild has placed a massive 3 billion belly bounty on Garp's head, which is a huge motivator for these criminals. Kuzan stays silent for a moment before deciding to face Garp once more. He steps forward and commands the subordinates to clear out of his way. He tells them they're out of their league and that he's the only one capable of handling the old man. Kuzan freezes any idiots who get in his path. Seeing this, Garp powers up his haki and lunges forward to meet his former student in battle. Kuzan throws a frozen fist at his former master. Garp can't help but smile as he flashes back to the old days. Years ago, when Garp was still relatively young, Kuzan had begged him to take him on as a disciple. Garp originally turned him down flat. He told the kid he valued his freedom too much to be tied down as a teacher. He suggested Kuzan find another instructor, but Kuzan was persistent, insisting that only Garp could help him reach his true potential. Despite Garp's grumpy rejections, they eventually became a legendary duo. The two of them spent their days punching the hulls of scrapped warships as part of their training. They maintained a strict rule: no hockey and no devil fruit abilities allowed. Over time, they developed a very close bond. But everything changed after the tragedy at Ohara. Kuzan began to question the Navy's version of justice. Meanwhile, Garp started taking out his frustrations on the battleships after his son, Dragon, left to form the Revolutionary Army. Despite their growing differences, Garp and Kuzan remained incredibly close for many years. Garp would often vent to his student about his grandson Luffy's crazy dream of becoming the Pirate King. Even though Kuzan had nothing to do with it, Garp kept complaining. Even after Kuzan rose to the rank of Admiral, Garp still treated him like the same old student. He would constantly pester Kuzan to go out drinking with him. Fast forward to the present, Kuzan notes that Garp has trained some very troublesome enemies. Garp just calls him a fool. Then, in a split second, the two of them land heavy punches squarely on each other's faces. The impact creates a massive explosion that tears through the island, sending debris and houses flying everywhere. Both master and pupil are sent reeling in opposite directions. Pizarro yells that they'll never leave Ichinosu alive after causing so much trouble. He warns them not to underestimate the power of his island fruit. Hibari is finally recovered and apologizes for being a burden to the team. Kujaku steps in to comfort her, assuring her that everything will be fine as long as they stick together. Pizarro raises his massive hands to manipulate the very land of Hachinosu, forming a giant stone hand aimed directly at Garp's ship. He mocks them, predicting that tomorrow's headlines will feature the tragic deaths of the legendary hero Garp and Captain Koby. He wants the world to know they fell to Avalo Pizarro, the fourth ship captain of the Blackbeard pirates. Koby is in a panic, pleading with Pizarro to stop because there are innocent civilians on the vessel. Meanwhile, Garp is lying on the ground, remarkably calm. He tells Koby to keep his cool and reminds him that justice will always prevail in the end. He thinks back to when Koby first joined the Navy, and Garp took him under his wing to personally train him. In their first lesson, Garp posed a moral dilemma. If you're on a boat that only fits 2 people, and you see a child and an old man, what do? Koby's instinctive answer was that he'd give up his spot so the others could survive. Garp immediately beamed him with a piece of chalk for being an idiot. He told Koby he should leave the old man behind because his time is almost up anyway. He asked him what the Marines are fighting for. It's for the future of humanity, right? He argued that the youth have much more to contribute, so they and the child must be the ones to live. A female Marine instructor actually slapped him for teaching such a controversial lesson, arguing that all lives are equal. Garp, however, stood his ground on prioritizing the youth. Fast forward to a few weeks before the current battle, over on Amazon Lily, Blackbeard had captured a large number of Navy soldiers. Vice Admiral Yamakachi was forced to stand by helplessly because he hadn't received any orders to engage a Yonko. The captured soldiers were in tears, terrified of what fate awaited them at Pirate Island. That's when Koby stepped up to negotiate with Blackbeard. Teach thought Koby was trying to start a full-scale war and got pretty excited about the challenge. Koby offered to trade his own freedom for the lives of the 800 soldiers Teach had taken. Blackbeard just burst out laughing, suggesting that Koby might be overestimating his own value to the Navy. Ultimately, the Pirate King agreed to the deal. Back in the present chaos on Hachinosu, that giant stone hand is closing in on the retreating Marine ship. They're firing everything they've got at it, but cannonballs aren't doing a thing. Tashigi realizes the situation is critical. She orders everyone to abandon ship and jump into the sea for safety. Prince Groose is watching in disbelief for the sheer scale of the threat. On the island, the Marines are worried about their comrades and ask Garp for their next move. Garp calmly assures them that Koby's team can handle the situation, which leaves them totally stunned. He quickly outlines the plan. Koby will be the one to destroy the massive hand, and he doesn't take no for an answer. Next, Groose is to use his powers to shield the ship from falling debris. Finally, Helmeppo is tasked with guarding the other 2 at all costs. Koby is doubting himself, but Garp shuts him down, insisting that he needs to make a decisive move right now. The 4 Marines spring into action immediately. The pirates are just laughing them off, thinking there's no way these kids can change anything. Gruss asks Koby if he's got some kind of secret weapon or a bomb to take down that giant arm. Koby admits he doesn't have anything like that, but he's going to give it his all regardless. Even Groose is skeptical about Koby's chances of destroying something that can easily crush a massive warship. The Blackbeard pirates start raining cannon fire down on them. Remembering Garp's specific orders to protect his teammates, Helmeppo draws his blades and starts slicing through the incoming shells to clear a path. Despite his friend being in danger, Koby knows he has to keep moving forward. Garp and Kuzan clash again, but the old hero is clearly wearing down from the severe injuries he's taken. He insists it's just a scratch before launching a surprise charge at his former student. Kuzan is caught off guard and takes a massive punch that sends him sprawling. Without wasting a second, Garp leaps toward the giant skull structure, terrifying Pizarro. Pizarro screams, asking if the old man even cares about the lives on the ship. Garp doesn't flinch and unleashes his Galaxy Divide attack, literally splitting the giant stone skull in two. The display of raw power is so intense it leaves everyone completely speechless. Pizarro is visibly hurting, coughing up blood from the damage. Koby sees his opening and leaps high into the air, determined not to let Garp down. Pizarro is absolutely furious and tries to bring his massive stone hand down on the ship anyway. Garp recalls a conversation with Helmeppo about Koby's incredible progress. He noticed that Koby was always covered in bandages despite their regular training. Koby focuses all his strength into his fist, aiming to shatter the stone arm as Garp instructed. The pirates mock him, thinking he's totally delusional. It turns out, Koby had asked Helmeppo to keep his extra grueling night training a secret from everyone. He knew he didn't have the natural talent of his peers, so he put in 200 times the effort. His sole motivation for this soul-crushing training was to become a Marine who could truly protect the innocent and fight injustice. Garp was shocked to learn Koby would go right back to training after their sessions, despite Helmeppo's warnings. He did this every single night, punching the battleships until his hands were bloody and raw. Garp couldn't help but smile at his students' insane dedication. Back in the present, Pizarro is still mocking Koby, promising to crush their ship into splinters. He taunts them, saying Akiji will just freeze them if they jump into the water. Even the other Marines are shouting for Koby to stop, thinking it's a suicide mission. Koby knows that if he fails, everyone on that ship is dead. With everything on the line, he unleashes his Honesty Impact. The shockwave is so massive that it literally splits the giant stone arm right down the middle. The entire battlefield is stunned by the display. Pizarro was clutching his hand in real-world agony again. Garp just lets out a huge laugh, proud that his student finally tapped into his true potential. Helmeppo is moved to tears, seeing his best friend succeed like that. Gris is left wondering when Koby got so incredibly strong. He quickly uses his clay abilities to create a giant net, catching all the falling debris before it can hit the ship. Helmeppo immediately rushes over to give Koby a big hug. The two companions were absolutely thrilled and tremendously happy that they had managed to successfully neutralize a major potential threat. Gradually, Garp's naval vessel began its retreat, moving away from the dangerous pirate island. Everyone who had participated in the mission was accounted for and safe aboard the ship. That is, everyone except for the venerable old hero himself, the grandfather figure, Garp. We attempted to urgently reach out to Luffy's grandfather, pleading with him to swiftly return and join the others, make his way back to the ship immediately. However, the legendary Vice Admiral firmly stated that he intended to remain right where he was, announcing that he would handle the remaining situation personally and resolve the conflict on his own terms. He emphatically ordered everyone else, "You must all quickly pull back and retreat from this area right now." The entire crew was absolutely dumbfounded and shocked by this astonishing decision made by their respected mentor and grandfather figure. Koby, distraught, demanded that they turn the warship around instantly to rescue Garp, but his determined comrades physically restrained him. "Well, it seems this is truly the only path forward now," Garp declared somberly. He urged them, "From this moment onward, you must all continue marching forward because every single one of you represents the brilliant future of the Marines." Garp delivered this profoundly weighty final message to his devoted junior officers while simultaneously being skewered by the devastating ice sword wielded by Kuzan. He was completely encircled by the overwhelming force consisting of all the top-ranking commanders of the Blackbeard pirates who had gathered around him. The commanders of the terrifying Blackbeard pirate crew. Kuzan, standing tall, remained completely silent and utterly stoic, refusing to utter a single word, even as his esteemed former mentor Garp burst into roaring laughter, seemingly full of genuine excitement even in his dire state. The headlines in the morning newspaper were surely going to scream tomorrow, detailing the triumphant return of the promising young hero Koby, juxtaposed with the utterly precarious and uncertain destiny of the living Marine legend, Garp the Fist. Furthermore, the spectacular and destructive assault on the advanced future island of Egghead, led by the newly crowned Emperor Luffy, was anticipated to cause an unprecedented global tremor and profoundly shake the foundations of the entire world. Finally, after what seemed like an eternity, the naval battle fleet successfully reached and docked at the technologically marvelous Science Island. The glorious morning sun had officially peaked over the horizon, signaling the official start of a brand new day. Flocks of message-carrying birds soared into the sky, busily flying out to deliver all the freshly broken, up-to-the-minute news about the recent world events to citizens spread across the entire globe. Back in Windmill Village, located within the peaceful East Blue, the very birthplace and hometown of the great Emperor Luffy, the local residents were gathered together, buzzing with excited discussion and fervent speculation. They were particularly agitated and chatting loudly about the fate of the Garp family, specifically the legendary grandfather and grandson pair. As reported by the newspapers, the venerable marine hero, Monkey D. Garp, had become hopelessly trapped within the fearsome stronghold of the Blackbeard Emperor. Crucially, his exact current status and condition remained a complete and terrifying mystery. To successfully prevent the villagers from spiraling further into confusion and widespread panic, the wise village chief felt compelled to step forward and calmly address the crowd. Offering reassuring words, he reminded them firmly, Garp is the magnificent man responsible for forging countless legends throughout history. What relevance is a small, trivial matter such as this? It is truly nothing. There's absolutely no reason for any of you to feel excessively worried or stressed. Just then, catching the sound of unexpected laughter coming from nearby, the chief quickly whipped his head around and yelled out loudly with great frustration. He immediately regretted his outburst when he realized that the noise was coming from Makino's child, causing him to feel deeply apologetic for his harsh tone. Regardless of the chief's reassurances, Makino herself remained incredibly concerned for Garp's safety and well-being. Lately, her young son had become quite accustomed to seeing Luffy's smiling face constantly featured in the daily newspapers. It really appeared as though the delighted youngster genuinely adored the rubbery pirate captain, which explained why he laughed with such exuberance every time he saw his picture. Simultaneously, over at the Mountain Bandit family's hideout, Dodman and her crew had also received the shocking news regarding both Garp and Luffy. Dadan was simultaneously weeping profusely while angrily scolding the notorious grandfather and grandson duo, dramatically demanding to know why they perpetually insisted on creating such monumentally earth-shaking and world-altering events. Why do they always do this? Just as she finished her rant, the ground beneath their feet suddenly began to violently shake and tremor with shocking intensity. The strong seismic activity caused numerous household items within the bandits' home to crash down and shatter relentlessly, indicating that some truly massive natural catastrophe was unfolding. Furthermore, many other geographically diverse locations across the Great Sea, the Grand Line, were currently enduring the exact same frightening conditions, including iconic places such as Reverse Mountain. Reverse Mountain, which is the current home of the massive whale Laboon and the venerable Dr. Crocus. The famous water town of Water 7, which serves as the homeland for the cyborg Frankie and Wano country, the isolated land of the samurai, were also hit. Even the powerful marine headquarters and the notorious underwater prison Impel Down were not exempt from this worldwide phenomenon. In fact, even those self-important celestial dragons residing high up in the Holy Land of Mary Joie reportedly felt the disturbing vibrations. It proved utterly impossible to pinpoint the specific epicenter of these intense quakes during this current, highly abnormal seismic period. While the exact reason behind this upheaval remains completely unknown, the global earthquakes have been constantly occurring ever since the entire Lulusia kingdom mysteriously vanished from all world maps. Spontaneous earthquakes have been erupting incessantly all over the planet. Adding to this terrifying situation, the sea levels across the entire world have dramatically risen by approximately 1 full meter. According to critical intelligence reports provided by marine reconnaissance ships, there is absolutely zero residual evidence or trace of the Lulusia kingdom remaining. Instead, in its place, it's a truly colossal, enormous hole that plunges so deep its bottom is completely obscured from view. The surrounding seawater was perpetually rushing and pouring furiously into this gigantic chasm. Furthermore, there wasn't a single indication or sign suggesting that this massive hole would ever close up or diminish. Attempting to approach or investigate the site was deemed utterly impossible. All over the world, countless vulnerable coastlines and numerous smaller islands have been completely swallowed and submerged by the encroaching ocean water. Kamabaka Island, unfortunately, was noted as being one such location, among the many that have been severely impacted. This rising disaster left the inhabitants of Kamabaka, the spirited Okama, feeling profoundly disheartened and utterly disappointed because they could no longer freely run and dance along their beloved beaches as they once did. Residents in countless other affected areas were being forced out of necessity to take to boats and ships in a desperate search for safer, higher ground, and new places to reside. Thankfully, the beloved Windmill Village did not suffer excessively severe damage, too devastatingly. Concurrently, focusing on the future islands situated deep within the New World, an enormous national-level military mobilization order had been issued. This unprecedented operation was vastly larger in scale and scope than even a traditional buster call. This mobilization comprised a fearsome force, including 29 major warships and a supporting fleet totaling 100 vessels of various sizes, all completely encircling and surrounding the island. The future island. Supporting this immense naval presence were 30,000 highly trained and elite Marine soldiers. The command of this absolutely terrifying and overwhelming military operation was entrusted primarily to the formidable Admiral Kizaru, accompanied by a host of Marine Vice Admirals, most notably Doberman and Dahl. Upon detecting the presence of these massive intruders, the mechanical sea beasts, created for defense, immediately began to viciously bite and tear into the naval warships belonging to the Marine fleet. Instantly, a blindingly fast laser beam sliced through the air, and the giant mechanical sea beast was defeated and completely incapacitated right where it stood. The individual responsible for delivering this swift, devastating strike was none other than Admiral Kizaru himself. Consequently, Sentomaru became incredibly irritated and visibly upset, incessantly scolding his notorious Uncle Yellow Monkey. Kizaru, alongside his forces, was preparing. The Marine troops were actively charging up their energies in final preparation for the impending major battle. The Admiral then offered strong advice to Sentomaru, urging him to surrender immediately and consider switching his allegiance. He emphasized that attempting to confront 30,000 well-equipped troops at this very moment was nothing short of suicidal madness. Regardless of this serious threat and warning, Sentomaru remained absolutely steadfast and resolute in his deeply held personal convictions and choice. Sentomaru was adamant in his choice. He declared that he would immediately shoot back and retaliate if Admiral Kizaru continues attacking the defensive sea monster weapons. It was revealed that Dr. Vegapunk had originally succeeded in developing the sophisticated laser system utilized by the Pacifistas, achieving this technological feat by extensively studying and reverse engineering the unique light devil fruit abilities belonging to Admiral Kizaru. Sentomaru confessed that he never, in his wildest dreams, would have anticipated that his own uncle would be the specific person dispatched to this location with the grim mission of neutralizing the brilliant scientist. Furthermore, Kizaru couldn't realistically be held accountable for his actions, as Dr. Vegapunk's intrusive investigations and unauthorized prying into the forbidden history of the Void Century constituted an unforgivable capital offense against the world government. Based on the actionable intelligence reports that Admiral Kizaru had been provided, Dr. Vegapunk, along with all of his crucial satellites, was confirmed to be currently located within the highly secured laboratory level, where they were protected vigilantly by the 4 most advanced Seraphim units. Compounding the issue, the esteemed scientist was also found to be collaborating directly with the crew of the newest Yonko, the Straw Hat Pirates, a group consisting of 10 formidable members. Meanwhile, the CPO team, which was currently being led by the formidable Rod Lucci, Kaku, and Stussy, a team numbering around 100 agents, had all been successfully detained and captured by the defensive Pacifista Mark III units. Kizaru internally noted that this particular conflict offered absolutely no tactical advantage to the Marine forces. In fact, the more destruction they inflicted, the higher the resulting overall damage would be. The Admiral shrewdly predicted that Rab Lucci's covert mission to assassinate the scientist had definitely ended in failure. Dr. Vegapunk, precisely because the dangerous Straw Hat Pirates crew was currently active on the island. Meanwhile, completely parallel to the ongoing conflict, deep within the protective confines of one of the major warships, St. J. Garcia Saturn was observed leisurely enjoying his morning breakfast. The esteemed Elder Star was strictly insisting that nobody under any circumstances should discover his clandestine presence at the scene. Saturn seemed quite intrigued and highly interested in the controversial headline of the latest edition published by the audacious Morgan's News, which dramatically claimed that the Straw Hat Pirates had successfully captured Dr. Vegapunk, holding him hostage, and had subsequently erected a powerful defensive barrier around themselves. Vice Admiral Doberman reported that, based on his intelligence, they had yet to receive any sort of mission completion status report from Rob Lucci. Furthermore, the island's entrance was currently being heavily guarded by Sentomaru, and the main dome barrier is currently sealed 100%, effectively making any movement, whether internal attempts to exit or external attempts to enter, completely impossible. This tight lockdown situation has now persisted for a grueling 24 hours. The Marine faction remains entirely devoid of any additional or crucial intelligence regarding the inside. Conversely, Doberman noted that all non-essential staff members and scientists previously working on the island had managed to flee the location the previous day. Doberman is presently tasked with actively working to pinpoint the exact locations of these fleeing individuals. Saint Saturn immediately issued a ruthless directive. He commanded a complete and total eradication, insisting that they must ensure absolutely no one, staff or scientist, was afforded any opportunity for survival. Additionally, Saturn dismissed the presence of Kuma's daughter, the notorious supernova jewelry Bonney, on the island, stating it was no longer a relevant problem. St. Saturn opined that, The young girl had now completely exhausted her usefulness and exploitable value, giving the Marines free rein to deal with her however they deemed appropriate. Meanwhile, the group trapped inside Egghead Island was actively making preparations to establish communication with the outside world. The intended recipient of this urgent call was none other than the central authority at the Holy Land of Mary Joie, because Admiral Kizaru was in possession of a special black-colored surveillance on his person. Admiral Kizaru was perfectly capable of successfully wiretapping and eavesdropping on the private conversation taking place between the two sides. The satellite reaching out to the Five Elders was York, who is famously known as the evil iteration of Dr. Vegapunk. York immediately began scolding the Five Elders harshly, accusing them of plotting to kill Vegapunk and all of his satellites. She did this despite the fact that she was the very person who had originally been responsible for leaking the critical information concerning the main Vegapunk's treasonous actions. She argued that if she were genuinely interested in uncovering the secrets of the Void Century herself, there would have been absolutely no rational reason for her to reveal the core secrets pertaining to Dr. Vegapunk's investigations to the Five Elders in the first place. St. Ethan Baron v. Mistura remarked coolly that York's continued survival up until this point was nothing short of a literal miracle, and simultaneously interrogated her, demanding information regarding the present actions and whereabouts of the notorious Straw Hat Pirates crew. York, showing defiance, explicitly refused to answer his inquiries. Instead, she immediately fired back, challenging the Five Elders about the immense marine fleet that was currently blockading Egghead Island. She asked if they were perhaps planning on initiating a full-scale war against her directly. St. Topman Warcury explained that the Five Elders had collectively reversed their previous decision concerning the elimination of the satellites. He stated that the prototype Mother Flame weapon technology that York had previously transmitted to them was extremely promising and highly desirable, and therefore they wished for her to continue the necessary work to fully develop and mass produce it. Upon hearing this crucial change in strategy, York swiftly presented two non-negotiable conditions for entering into this arrangement. Firstly, she demanded absolute assurance that both she and the crucial laboratory structure would remain completely safe and undamaged. Secondly, she insisted that once the Mother Flame weapon was fully finalized and operational, she herself must be granted the esteemed status of a celestial dragon. The Five Elders instantly accepted and sealed the deal, but they were utterly unprepared for what happened next as the voice of York on the other end of the Denmoshi suddenly broke down, wailing uncontrollably and hysterically pleading for immediate assistance. She cried out that Luffy of the Straw Hats is about to kill me. The Five Elders and Admiral Kizaru were profoundly taken aback and immensely surprised by this sudden, desperate outburst from York. It was instantly revealed that Vegapunk Satellite 6, York, was currently being restrained and coerced by the Straw Hat pirate crew, and was simultaneously being forced to divulge the entirety of her sinister and secret conspiracy with the world government. The entire Straw Hat group, meanwhile, was actively recharging their strength and energy reserves following yesterday's lengthy and incredibly draining battle. Recognizing the new dynamic, Bonney quickly suggested a pragmatic strategy. They should simply drag York out and utilize her as a highly effective human shield, allowing the group to gently pack their belongings and quietly make their escape from the volatile location of danger. Following this, Luffy eagerly requested that Usopp hand over the Denmushi receiver to him personally, declaring that he intended to negotiate directly with the Five Elders. Luffy then made a bold announcement to the vast marine forces gathered outside, proclaiming, "I am Monkey D. Luffy, the individual destined to become the king of the pirates. Right now, my formidable crew has established a strategic alliance with Vegapunk. You warn them, if you genuinely wish for York to survive this encounter unharmed, then every single one of your battleships must retreat from this location immediately." The Marine forces were left utterly aghast and thoroughly stunned that Luffy possessed the sheer audacity to issue such a provocative ultimatum. They quickly concluded that the young emperor was far more reckless and ruthless than the public rumors had ever suggested. Meanwhile, the eavesdropping trio of Morgans, Vivi, and Wapple were secretly monitoring the unfolding conversation, and they were thrown into a state of panic that was just as severe as the Marines. The Five Elders made a concerted effort to interrogate Luffy, pressing him for details about the current chaotic situation inside Egghead. Luffy, in his typical innocent and naive manner, began to answer his adversary straightforwardly, just as he usually does. Mercifully, his quick-thinking crewmates managed to intercept and silence him just in the nick of time. Despite this interference, St. Topman Warcury, Jupiter, was still sharp enough to recognize the distinct voice of Mika Robin resonating from the other end of the Denmushi line. St. Saturn immediately issued a crucial command to his subordinates. They were to prioritize the absolute protection of three specific assets: York and her satellite group, the critical nuclear fusion reactor, and the Mother Flame weapon prototype they had developed. Everything else on the island, he commanded, must be completely wiped out and destroyed, leaving zero traces behind. Regarding the status of Lucci and the other CP0 agents who were currently stranded and trapped inside Egghead, St. Saturn expressed a chilling lack of concern. To the Elder Star, the lives of mere humans were utterly insignificant, no better than expendable insects or vermin. He coldly stated that if one agent died, another could easily be assigned to take their place. This deeply unsettling declaration caused the nearby scarred Vice Admiral to feel a distinct sense of horror and dread. Meanwhile, back with the Straw Hats, York was still acting quite brazenly, and rather haughty towards the Straw Hat pirates, foolishly believing she was untouchable thanks to the powerful endorsement of the Five Elders. This arrogance quickly resulted in the big sister, Nami, angrily striking York on the head, causing it to instantly swell. "Stop barking so much, you pest!" Nami snapped fiercely. Robin attempted multiple times to restrain her passionate navigator friend, but Nami absolutely refused to cease her physical punishment. In a parallel moment, Nico Robin was also nursing some minor injuries and was receiving medical attention from Chopper, who was meticulously bandaging her wounds. Robin's simple words of sincere gratitude brought immense joy and delight to the little doctor. Vegapunk, the primary scientist, also expressed his profound thankfulness to Robin, admitting that if she had not appeared precisely when she did, he would likely have perished. During the intense escape from the Seraphim units, Robin's particular group had actually received unexpected assistance from Kaku, the CP0 agent. Because Kaku was forced to engage 2 Seraphim units simultaneously, he sustained very serious injuries. Ultimately, it was Roronoa Zoro who successfully managed to strike down and decisively defeat the aggressive Seraphim attackers. Elsewhere, Lilith suddenly burst into heart-wrenching tears, mourning the undeniable loss of Shaka and Pythagoras, 2 fellow satellites. She found their deaths to be an utterly unacceptable and difficult reality to face, despite the intense and precarious situation developing outside. The carefree duo of Luffy and Bonney were blissfully continuing to gorge themselves on the enormous pile of food that Sanji had just served them. Separately, Rob Lucci was engaged in the clandestine act of surreptitiously leaking sensitive internal information to the surrounding marine forces, ensuring that his colleague Kaku remained completely unaware of his actions. Following these events, Usopp took the initiative and began contacting the trapped CP0 agents who were being held captive in the basement area, checking on their status. The agents expressed deep appreciation because the Straw Hat crew had provided them with much-needed provisions and food. In the same breath, they desperately begged the crew to transport them off the perilous island. Usopp, ever pragmatic, firmly and flatly denied their request immediately. He reasoned that, after all was said and done, the 2 opposing factions still remained firm enemies. The Seraphim units themselves were also present nearby and were being completely immobilized and held captive within specialized bubble spheres. These unique containment bubbles were engineered based on the defensive properties of Kuma's paw shields, and were further infused with sea stone energy, thereby making them an incredibly potent and highly effective weapon against anyone possessing Devil Fruit powers. Of the Devil Fruit, Frankie expressed genuine appreciation and thanks when S-Snake, the Boa Hancock Seraphim, actively lifted the restraint she had placed upon him. This was surprising, as the young Seraphim clone had previously demonstrated an extremely difficult and unpleasant demeanor. Vegapunk, witnessing this unusual behavior, found it decidedly odd, as he had never input programming instructions for S-Snake to behave in such a manner. The real reason, however, was that moments earlier, Luffy had mistakenly believed that the Seraphim unit standing before him was actually Boa Hancock herself, prompting him to urgently plead with the unit to release his captured crewmates. This unusual interaction completely flustered the young Seraphim girl, and she subsequently obeyed Luffy's request instantly and without question. Jinbei, observing the whole exchange, roared with amused laughter, commenting that S-Snake was truly the most flawless and perfect clone of Boa Hancock. He noted that previously, the Empress always regarded nearly all men as utter garbage, but she had always made a singular, profound exception for Luffy. It was quite hilarious, then, that the Seraphim unit created in her image also appeared to harbor similar affection and special feelings for the rubber captain. Vegapunk theorized that this unexpected emotional response was likely a genetic factor that had somehow been unintentionally replicated during the complex process of creating the clone. As soon as Lilith was freed from her restraints by Snake's intervention, she immediately provided Nami with a powerful bubblegun weapon. It was thanks to this specialized tool that the resourceful Straw Hat Navigator was successfully able to capture and neutralize all the remaining Seraphim units simultaneously. In addition to this crucial action, it was also Nami who courageously intervened and rescued Sanji when he was struggling. The cook was facing immense difficulties dealing with the S-Shark Seraphim unit. Luffy continued to express his gratitude toward the Seraphim clone, causing the young girl to blush deeply and appear visibly flustered. Simultaneously, Atlas realized with frustration that although the main communication system was now fully operational once more, the massive dome barrier remained stubbornly locked shut and impenetrable. Atlas correctly deduced that York had secretly implemented a master override password designed to completely neutralize all control systems. Naturally, York asserted that she would never willingly reveal this highly guarded secret key. This betrayal infuriated Lilith, who yelled, "You filthy, treacherous traitor! You are truly making me absolutely mad." Pythagoras then carefully estimated that the enemy forces arrayed against them consisted of exactly 100 heavily armed warships and a formidable contingent of 30,000 Marine soldiers. It definitely appeared as though the Marines were preparing to unleash their full, overwhelming offensive force. Vegapunk then specifically called Nami over to analyze their course and determine the group's subsequent planned destination. Based on the readings from the log pose, it indicated that the next potential island the Straw Hat Pirates might set foot upon was the legendary land of Elbaf. Upon hearing this absolutely thrilling news, Luffy and Usopp were absolutely ecstatic, dropping their jaws in pure, unadulterated delight. The two friends threw their arms over each other's shoulders and immediately started singing and cheering loudly. This was because for an extremely long time they had both passionately dreamed of traveling to the storied island of the Giants for an incredible journey of adventure and glorious exploration. Just then, Stussy realized that Rob Lucci was intensely glaring at her, and she sharply demanded that he stop his hostile staring instantly. It was clear that the avenging CP0 agent remained extremely bitter and resentful over the fact that he had been secretly bitten and sneak attacked earlier in their encounter. Following this moment of levity, Dr. Vegapunk quickly devised a detailed escape strategy. His plan involved utilizing the massive robot known as Vega Force 1 to physically lift and transport the Thousand Sunny ship, carrying it directly over the heads of the opposing naval fleet. Next, he instructed that Phoenix would activate the Thousand Sunny's special emergency retreat system, which would forcefully launch the entire group straight up into the atmosphere. Vegapunk confidently stated that the enemy forces will be absolutely unable to catch us if we manage to fly up an entire kilometer into the sky. He concluded that this temporary evacuation plan seemed relatively sound and satisfactory. Crucially, however, they absolutely needed to neutralize the massive dome barrier first. Consequently, the three most intelligent Vegapunk satellites immediately rushed towards the computer banks, working frantically to hack and crack the master override password, the secret password that York had cleverly established. Subsequently, the esteemed scientist entrusted the massive Vega Force 1 robot's controls to Lilith. She excitedly rushed outside, accompanied by Luffy, Bonney. Lilith was visibly bubbling with excitement, noting that this marked the very first instance of her ever leaving the island's shores. In stark contrast, both Luffy and Bonney felt a genuine sense of sorrow and regret because the cuisine they had been enjoying on the island was exceptionally delicious. Bonney, notably, appeared significantly happier and more cheerful than she had been when they first encountered her, which certainly caused Luffy a moment of slight surprise. The immense relief of no longer needing to execute Dr. Vegapunk had left Bonney feeling far more relaxed and unburdened than she had in a long time. At this precise moment, the Marine Command was successfully confirming the internal situation on the island thanks to the information acquired via Rob Lucci's clandestine intelligence report. The Marine leaders shrewdly realized that Luffy was merely putting on a confident facade of being in complete control, when in reality, he was likely consumed by profound anxiety and nervousness. St. Saturn vehemently desired for Admiral Kizaru to utilize his Pika Pika no Mi light abilities to swiftly infiltrate the island. Although Kizaru definitely possessed the overwhelming power and means to accomplish this with ease, the Admiral felt a strong sense of reluctance and hesitation about directly confronting his own trainee and former subordinate, own acquaintance, Sentomaru. Kizaru knew that if he initiated an attack right then, Sentomaru would countermand all orders and command the Pacifistas and mechanized sea beasts to immediately target and sink the Marine battleships. The resulting material loss and casualties would be absolutely catastrophic. St. Saturn grasped his head in frustration, recognizing that the entire situation was proving to be incredibly challenging and extraordinarily complex to resolve effectively. Meanwhile, Rob Lucci had successfully transmitted all the necessary and critical strategic information directly to Admiral Kizaru. The Marine forces were already expertly positioned and prepared for battle. They stood ready to launch a full-scale assault the very instant Kizaru gave the command. The various vice admirals began meticulously deploying battle formations for their subordinate officers, working to ensure with absolute certainty that the Marine faction would maintain a position of advantage and superiority throughout the conflict, a position of strategic dominance. Concurrently, completely unaware of the escalating danger, Luffy was still happily absorbed in playing and fooling around with the strange sky island-like clouds floating around them. The main group successfully arrived at the designated location of the Thousand Sunny ship and the massive Vega Force 1 robot. Suddenly, Admiral Kizaru harnessed his powerful light beams to instantaneously transport himself directly into the interior of Egghead Island. Sentomaru instantly detected the unexpected and dangerous arrival of his uncle, and promptly issued a command for all available Pacifista units to immediately move in and eliminate the intruder. Kizaru aggressively lunged straight toward his nephew, unleashing an extremely powerful and high-velocity light kick. The young man who was wielding his distinctive axe weapon felt rather confident in his own personal defensive capabilities, and thus raised both of his arms in an attempt to successfully block the devastating light kick. The resulting violent impact of this clash caused intense tremors that shook the foundations of the entire future island. Immediately following the impact, Luffy's facial expression completely changed, and beads of anxious sweat began pouring down his face as he suddenly sensed that an immensely powerful individual had just stepped onto Egghead Island. Simultaneously, Sentomaru and Kizaru were furiously engaging in a rapid exchange of powerful punches and crushing kicks. The determined young man wielding the axe successfully demonstrated his phenomenal and dominant defensive abilities against the relentless, highly potent light kicks being unleashed by the Yellow Monkey Admiral. The coastal area surrounding the exterior of Egghead Island was rapidly descending into an extreme state of utter chaos and turmoil. Admiral Kizaru's successful intrusion onto the island effectively served as the official starting gun, signaling the opening of hostilities. Obeying Sentomaru's desperate command, the formidable Pacifista Mark III units relentlessly discharged torrents of scorching laser beams against the Marine forces, who immediately responded with their own ferocious and determined retaliation. This fierce exchange of firepower quickly resulted in substantial and significant losses being inflicted upon both factions involved. Besides, in order to decisively seize the tactical advantage, 5 high-ranking vice admirals simultaneously surged forward in a coordinated attack. Their primary strategic objective was twofold: to overwhelm and defeat the defending Pacifista units, and to successfully liberate the trapped CP0 agents who were imprisoned deeper within the island. At that very moment, the specialized, weaponized sea beasts also mobilized, immediately commencing their destructive actions by viciously biting and relentlessly tearing apart the hulls of the battleships. They managed to successfully sink countless Marine warships beneath the waves. Witnessing this scene of destruction, one particular vice admiral delivered an incredibly devastating and super powerful punch directly into one of the massive sea beasts. The remaining vice admirals, unwilling to allow the Pacifistas free reign over the battlefield, immediately rushed forward to confront them. The Seraphim and Pacifistas fiercely counterattacked, showing absolutely no mercy to their opponents. Deep inside the high-tech laboratory, the members of the Straw Hat pirate crew were intently monitoring the unfolding engagement through a large Denmushi surveillance screen. The situation was clearly extremely intense and critical. Vegapunk confessed that he had not anticipated the confrontation would escalate and break out so prematurely. He reassured them that since Sentomaru was currently in command of such a robust and powerful fleet of Pacifista units, it should be virtually impossible for the island's impressive defense system to be successfully breached by the Marines. Sentomaru holds what is essentially the second highest level of control and authority over the Pacifista Mark III units, surpassed only by the brilliant scientist himself and the 5 elders. The Straw Hat Pirates, meanwhile, expressed surprise that Admiral Kizaru was actually present right outside the island. It appeared undeniable that this time around, they were genuinely facing a direct confrontation with a full admiral. The traumatic and dark memories of their disastrous encounter at Savide Archipelago 2 years prior visibly surfaced, causing Brook a degree of haunting distress. Vegapunk, viewing the events, felt a crushing sense of guilt for forcing Sentomaru into such an impossible situation as the current one. He lamented that this requirement was truly too cruel and unfair. If Sentomaru had chosen the option of fleeing, Vegapunk would have entirely understood his choice. Nevertheless, Sentomaru did not abandon his post. Instead, he courageously decided to actively obstruct the infiltration attempt of his former mentor, the admiral known as Uncle Yellow Monkey. The immediate consequence of this stand was that he was violently blasted backward a considerable distance by a powerful light-speed kick. Significant distance. Kizaru persistently shouted demands for Sentomaru to surrender, arguing logically that the younger man couldn't possibly stand up to him. Not content with just one attack, Kizaru instantly followed up by deploying his signature technique, the Yasukani no Magatama, unleashing a devastating barrage of countless deadly laser beams, aimed directly at his perceived foolish nephew. Observing the unavoidable assault, Sentomaru realized he had no viable option left except to desperately evade the attack. He simultaneously shouted his firm refusal to surrender, emphasizing that he had already made an unbreakable promise to Luffy of the Straw Hat Pirates. Sentomaru swiftly dashed towards the spot where his massive axe weapon was located and immediately proceeded to retrieve it, intending to launch a fierce counterattack against Kizaru. The Admiral expressed sheer disbelief that his nephew had chosen this path, now aligning himself firmly with pirates. Sentomaru bounded high into the air, successfully dodging all incoming damage from the laser beams, and then violently swung his massive axe weapon down toward Kizaru. Sentomaru declared his loyalty, stating that he owed Dr. Vegapunk a life debt, and therefore he was willing to disregard all obstacles and risk everything necessary to guarantee the scientist's safety. Sentomaru's massive axe successfully cleaved the Yellow Monkey Admiral's light form in two, but this outcome posed absolutely no lasting difficulty, as Kizaru's formidable Logia Devil Fruit ability instantly allowed him to reconstruct and regenerate his body fully. Both Kizaru and Sentomaru paused momentarily to reminisce, recalling the pleasant memories from years ago, specifically the time of their very first meeting. Back then, the Marine headquarters had received an official report detailing how vicious wild bears were aggressively attacking a small, isolated village situated on a certain island. Vegapunk and Kizaru, showing concern, decided together to travel there and investigate the situation personally. Both men were extremely surprised, even astonished, when they arrived only to find a very young boy who had already efficiently and decisively dealt with the aggressive wild bears all by himself. This small child was Sentomaru, who had previously been cruelly driven away by the villagers due to his perceived violent tendencies. Following this rescue, young Sentomaru offered to work directly for Vegapunk, making the explicit condition that he must receive payment for his services. The brilliant scientist found himself highly intrigued and rather interested in the boy, so he quickly pressed him, asking exactly what purpose he needed the money for. Sentomaru instantly replied that he intended to use the earnings to purchase rice balls, speaking with a distinct look of ravenous longing and desire on his face. This incredibly simple and heartwarming ambition actually caused Admiral Kizaru to let out a genuine, slight chuckle of amusement. The Admiral admitted that he found the younger Sentomaru to be incredibly endearing and undeniably cute back in those days, leading him to develop a strong affection for the boy. Subsequently, Dr. Vegapunk officially hired Sentomaru, appointing him as his own personal bodyguard, a position that thrilled the youngster tremendously. As the years inevitably began to pass, Sentomaru repeatedly sought out Kizaru, constantly requesting that his Admiral uncle teach him the proper methods and techniques required to be a truly exceptional bodyguard. Kizaru had generously and meticulously taught the boy everything he knew, but he had never imagined that master and student would find themselves locked in such a painful confrontation. Returning dramatically to the present moment, Sentomaru successfully managed to land a powerful blow directly onto the Admiral's face. The Admiral openly admitted that Sentomaru's defensive prowess was genuinely outstanding and second to absolutely no one. Despite his admiration, Kizaru reluctantly decided he had no choice but to deploy a powerful laser beam attack to bring this highly undesirable confrontation to an immediate end. This particular move caused vast and widespread destruction across a significant area of the island. Predictably, it was inevitable that Sentomaru took the full force of the blast and was officially vanquished. Kizaru was now in possession of the authority chip, which instantly meant he could seize command of all the Pacifista units, now that Sentomaru had been defeated and collapsed. The Yellow Monkey Admiral wasted no time, immediately issuing a directive for the formidable machines to drastically alter their standing orders and change their mission. The revised objective was now to actively protect the Marine battleships and commence the systematic destruction of the defensive sea beasts. Consequently, the large-scale battle raging outside the island rapidly drew to a close, as the island's crucial defense system had been completely nullified. Saint Saturn expressed his displeasure, feeling that it was genuinely wasteful to have been forced to proceed in this manner. He further demanded that his subordinates maintain constant and rigorous updates regarding all reports related to casualties and damage assessment. Conversely, the Straw Hat pirates inside were thrown into a state of bewildered chaos, realizing that Sentomaru had been vanquished with shocking speed. Vegapunk began weeping openly, grieving the tragic loss of his loyal bodyguard. Despite his profound personal sadness, the scientist knew the immediate necessity was to initiate the encryption of the defense system. He reluctantly decided he must set his painful sorrow aside for the critical moment. They absolutely could not afford to waste the precious time that Sentomaru had bravely sacrificed himself to buy for them. York, the satellite representing Desire, sneered sarcastically, declaring, "You think you can crack it over my dead body? Don't forget that I too am one of the components of Vegapunk." Atlas, upon hearing this, muttered in frustration, "Ah, this person truly is despicable and wretched. She's not cute in the slightest." Vegapunk drops a bombshell explaining that since Kizaru is literally made of light, He can slip through that laser barrier whenever he feels like it. Hearing this, poor Usopp is absolutely paralyzed with shock and terror. Thinking back, that old man nearly wiped the entire Straw Hat crew off the map years ago. Kizaru gazes toward the lab, feeling a flicker of nostalgia for his history with the gang, before instantly transforming his entire body into shimmering light. He leaps high into the sky, glowing with power. Vegapunk has zero interest in a direct confrontation, so the plan is to retreat the second that barrier drops. Meanwhile, Luffy's group is hunkered down inside the Vega Force 1, with Lilith at the controls. They're currently moving the Thousand Sunny to the back of the island to execute their getaway. But even with the stakes this high, Luffy and Bonney are still stuffing their faces like it's a casual picnic. Suddenly, Lilith realizes someone has already breached the dome. Someone has officially made it past the Frontier Dome. There are 3 things that are strictly off limits: the power plant, Punk Records, and York. Kizaru muses that it's a shame he has to target an old friend, but killing Vegapunk is the absolute top priority of this mission. Kizaru's infiltration sends Usopp into a panic, desperately calling for Luffy to hurry back before things get even worse. The situation is incredibly critical. If the ship isn't in position, dropping the defensive barrier will be totally useless and leave them wide open. The enemy will swarm Egghead in an instant if they aren't careful. Suddenly, Stussy notices something isn't right. It turns out that troublemaker Lucci is plotting a betrayal and intends to assassinate Vegapunk right then and there. Without a second's hesitation, Stussy uses her own body to shield the doctor. She takes a brutal hit, coughing up blood before collapsing to the floor. This was totally unexpected. Who would have thought that Spy would pull such a cowardly, underhanded move? Reacting to the betrayal, Sanji snatches the bubble gun from Nami and uses it to restrain the bedridden Kaku. No more tricks from you. Meanwhile, Zoro has already drawn his blades to take down Lucci, but the villain is quick enough to block the lightning-fast assault. It seems Lucci was just biding his time, waiting for the perfect opening to strike. He boldly claims that once Kizaru arrives, they'll make short work of the Straw Hats. Realizing he needs room to move, Zoro shoves the Leopard Man out of the lab to settle things properly. Zoro warns Lucci that he's making a big mistake by underestimating his crew. At the same time, Kizaru is hot on the heels of the Vega Force 1, and Lilith is at a loss on how to handle an admiral made of light. When she looks around, Luffy is nowhere to be found. It turns out our rubber boy slipped outside to go toe-to-toe with the Yellow Monkey. Hey, long time no see. Luffy shouts, greeting Kizaru with a massive, high-powered kick. The Admiral is forced to raise both arms just to withstand the impact. Kizaru scoffs that Straw Hat is as cocky as ever. Luffy fires back, declaring they've gotten 100 times stronger than they were 2 years ago, so Kizaru better have a coffin ready. Meanwhile, over at the Holy Land of Mary Joie, things are going sideways. In Mary Joie, the former warlord Kuma has scaled the peak and is causing absolute mayhem. The terrified celestial dragons are screaming for their guards to restrain him. Even though he's bound by heavy chains, Kuma keeps marching forward, leaving the soldiers completely powerless to stop him. It's obvious Kuma is determined to reach a specific goal, and it isn't this Holy Land. He suddenly unleashes his most powerful move, blowing away anyone in his path. Just as the chaos peaks, a very familiar and dangerous figure steps in to block Kuma's path. Fleet Admiral Akainu. Akainu demands to know exactly why Kuma has shown up here. First, it was the Revolutionary Army's raid, and now this is turning into a historic disaster of massive proportions. The Celestial Dragons are literally trampling their own soldiers while they whine to Akainu. This is unprecedented chaos. With the food stores destroyed, the Celestial Dragons are crying about what they're supposed to eat. One of them complains about being injured by Kuma and arrogantly orders Akainu to dispose of the former warlord immediately. The Fleet Admiral has a few cold words before delivering the killing blow, stating that if they can't control Kuma, there's no reason to let such a high-threat individual remain free. He sees him as nothing more than a dangerous, mindless tool. Since his mind is gone, he's basically just a walking corpse anyway. With that, Akainu unleashes a devastating magma fist, literally melting away half of Kuma's face in an instant. Akainu seems genuinely surprised that actual blood is still pouring out of Kuma's mechanical body. Suddenly, Kuma tries to flee from the Magma Man, even though his left leg is being scorched and melted away. Using his paw-paw power, the former warlord teleports himself away. As Kuma vanishes, Akainu remembers capturing his daughter, Bonney, 2 years ago. He told her back then that no matter what she did, Kuma was never coming back, because he had voluntarily agreed to be turned into a government weapon. Bonney refused to believe it, insisting her father would never do such a thing willingly. Akainu finds it baffling that Kuma, despite losing all his humanity, is still somehow moving on his own. Meanwhile, the war on Egghead is reaching a boiling point. The Marines currently hold the upper hand after seizing control of the Pacifista Mark III units. With their power, the weaponized sea beasts are being systematically destroyed and sent to the ocean floor. The Navy is now moving to fully occupy Egghead Island. Admiral Kizaru is locked in a high-speed duel with Luffy's Snakeman form. He admits that Luffy is clearly the man who took down Kaido, calling him quite formidable. However, he's curious why a pirate would bother protecting Dr. Vegapunk, a government employee. Luffy shoots back, asking why they're trying to kill the Applehead old man. His attacks are so relentless that Kizaru is forced onto the defensive. Moments later, the Yellow Monkey Admiral turns into pure light and rockets high into the air. He flies so high that he completely vanishes from sight, leaving Luffy wondering what kind of crazy stunt he's pulling. It turns out he's building up massive momentum for a high-velocity strike. Kizaru shouts down that he actually has no personal desire to kill Vegapunk. Kizaru explains that he and Vegapunk have a long history together, so he's not exactly thrilled about this. He warns Luffy to stop meddling and stay out of his official business. Then, Kizaru launches himself back toward the island, declaring that speed itself is power. He delivers a devastating light-speed kick that sends Luffy flying toward the Vega Force 1. Kizaru briefly recalls Vegapunk mentioning this robot was his dream machine. Unable to stop his momentum, Luffy crashes headfirst into the giant robot, snapping it right in half. The force of the blow sends him barreling into the Frontier Dome, resulting in a massive, earth-shaking explosion. With the Vega Force 1 destroyed, Frankie and Bonney are thrown into the air. Luckily, the ground is made of island clouds, so the Sunny escaped major damage. Lilith panics and screams for Frankie and Bonney to get away from the wreckage immediately. The Vega Force 1 completely detonates, leaving the trio to watch helplessly as the high-tech machine is reduced to scrap. They're furious at Kizaru's ruthlessness. Meanwhile, the Admiral takes a moment to comment on how much Bonney has grown up since they last met. He asks if she still holds a grudge against Vegapunk, mentioning that they're under orders to kill him anyway. Bonney snaps back that her goals have changed and tries to strike him, but she can't land a hit on someone as incredibly fast as he is. Kizaru counters with a kick that sends Bonney crashing into the Frontier Dome just like Luffy. Frankie is absolutely livid and raises his arm to blast the Admiral with a laser, but Kizaru has already vanished into thin air. He's gone. Lilith starts worrying that the main body of Vegapunk might be in serious danger. Frankie tries to get through to the command center to report the chaos. Inside, the Doctor has finally managed to crack the security code York set up. York is absolutely fuming that her code was bypassed. Vegapunk tells Frankie the barrier can be lowered now, asking about the ship and the robot, but suddenly, Kizaru appears right behind him, declaring that their escape plan is officially over. The Admiral's sudden appearance sends everyone into a state of shock. Kizaru notes that this is a tough mission and he doesn't want to drag it out. Meanwhile, after getting zapped by the dome, Luffy transforms into his white warrior form and starts laughing like a maniac. He bounces on the clouds to the rhythm of the drums of liberation. Before Kizaru can even react, a massive giant hand reaches out and snatches him up. Everyone watching is so stunned that their eyes literally pop out of their heads. Kizaru is caught off guard by Luffy's bizarre new form. Realizing the rumors weren't just talk, Luffy is clearly still salty about being kicked into the dome earlier, and he's back for some serious payback. The presence of the sun god Nika seems to have reactivated the ancient giant robot. Luffy is having the time of his life now that he's got the Admiral of Light firmly in his grasp. Luffy's massive giant foot nearly crushed his own friends by mistake. Despite being in a tight spot, Kizaru's face remains as unreadable as ever. Knowing he's in trouble, the Admiral playfully asks Luffy to take it easy on him. "No way, old man," Luffy shouts. He drags Kizaru outside and starts spinning him around like a crazy propeller, treating the Admiral like a toy. After he's had his fun, he hurls Kizaru far away from the laboratory with incredible power. Vegapunk, Usopp, Chopper, and Atlas are cheering like crazy at Luffy's performance. Seeing his captain in this legendary new form makes Usopp feel incredibly relieved and happy. As usual, after playing with his target, the White Warrior just keeps on laughing. He continues his joyous dancing and boisterous laughter. The rest of the group realizes they need to clear out before Kizaru recovers and makes his way back. They have to be careful moving Robin and Stussy, so Edison grabs a stretcher to carry them. Atlas decides it's time to head down and wrestle control of the Pacifista away from the Navy. If they don't, everyone will be scorched by lasers the second that dome opens. Since nobody has higher authority than a Vegapunk, victory is within reach. If they can just get those Pacifista on their side, they'll have this in the bag. Meanwhile, Dr. Vegapunk spots Bonney isolated and trapped on the lower levels through the security monitors. He decides he needs to go down there personally to rescue her. Usopp tries to talk him out of it, pointing out that Vegapunk is the #1 target and going down there is suicide. But the doctor doesn't care about his own safety anymore and quickly contacts Frankie for help. He orders Frankie to rush to Bonney's aid immediately. It turns out she's still alive after that hit from the Admiral, but Vegapunk still scolds the cyborg for letting her get hurt in the first place. Frankie feels terrible and promises to reach her right away. Meanwhile, Sanji and Jinbei are over in Building A, packing up supplies as the doctor requested. Their plan is to head for the rear exit and meet up with everyone else there. When Sanji hears that Bonney was kicked away by Kizaru, he gets so angry he literally starts to burn up. He finds it absolutely unforgivable, and decides he's going to save the beautiful pink-haired girl himself. In the end, Vegapunk is determined to head out into the fray. He hands the control duties over to Edison and makes his move, heading out alongside Atlas to get the job done. Frankie is still beating himself up, thinking if he'd been just a bit faster, Bonney wouldn't be in this mess. Lilith tells him to stop whining because worrying won't help. He needs to act. Reinvigorated, the shipwright dashes off to assist. With his confidence back, Frankie rushes off to support his allies. Lilith still can't believe that Luffy managed to chuck an admiral that far away. Frankie beams with pride for his captain, knowing Luffy isn't the type to lose. Down in the factory area, the Marines are aggressively searching for Bonney. She's currently hiding in the shadows, armed with a metal pipe and ready for a fight. She shifts into her child form and launches a surprise ambush on them. In her child form, she's incredibly quick and agile, making short work of the ordinary Marines. Her supernova powers are no joke. She turns some into helpless toddlers and others into frail old men who can't even hold their weapons. With their comrades being taken out left and right, the Marines finally start getting cautious. Bonney manages to slip away to hide, but she's visibly exhausted and bruised. Meanwhile, the soldiers find Sentamaru in a pretty rough state. They find Sentamaru badly burned after his encounter. It turns out that when Bonney was kicked and fell from the dome earlier, a battered Sentamaru was the one who caught her. Even though he was at his limit, he did what he could. He urged Bonney to escape before finally losing consciousness. Now Bonney is torn, wondering if she should just keep running until the dust settles. Back at the command center, Zoro is on the hunt for Rob Lucci. Lucci is lurking in the granary, fully transformed into his awakened beast state, silently stalking the Straw Hat swordsman. Suddenly, he leaps up for a surprise attack, and the two of them clash in an earth-shattering battle. Neither of them is holding back, trading potentially lethal blows in a fierce duel. Luffy is a bit surprised to see Zoro tied up with the Leopard Man, but it looks like they are currently locked in a very even stalemate. Zoro tells Luffy to stay focused on Kizaru and leave this traitor to him. Lucci keeps slashing away, but he can't seem to land a scratch on Zoro. Zoro scoffs, telling him he's nowhere near his captain's level. Lucci admits he's outmatched by Luffy, but claims that taking down the number 2 of a Yonko crew is a prize worth fighting for. Meanwhile, despite being hurled away from the island, Kizaru is perfectly composed as he recovers midair. Just before hitting the water, Kizaru propels himself back into the sky. He unleashes a barrage of light beams toward Egghead, then transforms his entire body into light to follow the attack. Luffy finds the display a bit blinding as it heads his way. Suddenly, those points of light transform into a multitude of Kizaru clones, leaving Luffy totally stunned. The clones manifest glowing swords and begin a relentless high-speed assault on the rubber pirate from all sides. Luffy tries to dodge the blinding attacks, but one of the blades still grazes his cheek. Feeling the sting, he fires back with a kick that wipes out a few clones, but it's not enough. He decides to go big and transforms into a giant to find the real one. Luffy turns into a giant and tries to snatch up the real Kizaru with his massive hands. But the Admiral easily dodges and starts casually running along Luffy's arm. Luffy tries to blow them away with a huge gust of air, but the clones are persistent. Since he can't tell which one is the real deal, Luffy takes off into the sky. The clones take the bait and chase after him, falling right into his trap. He quickly unleashes a wide-range rubber attack to wipe them all out in one shot. Luffy thinks he's finally cleared the field, but it turns out he was the one who got played. Kizaru used the distraction to slip into the command room and catch Usopp off guard. Luffy's jaw drops when he realizes he was tricked. He got outplayed, but at least Vegapunk isn't there anymore. Usopp tries to threaten the Admiral, but Kizaru doesn't care and just squeezes the sniper's mouth to shut him up. Meanwhile, the Doctor and Atlas are speeding away in their vehicle. They're racing down in the Vegatan's 08, with Sanji hitching a ride on the back. Sanji is a bit confused by Vegapunk's sudden change in attitude, but the Doctor is adamant that he won't let the Marines lay a single finger on Bonney. He's determined to keep her safe at all costs. Luffy panics when he sees the old man pop his head out, shouting for him to get back inside before he gets killed. Spotting his target, Kizaru descends and prepares a deadly laser strike. He locks his laser on the Doctor. Atlas is terrified as the beam charges up, but the main Vegapunk refuses to turn away or change his course. Luffy rushes in and uses his giant mouth to literally gobble up that lethal laser beam, saving Vegapunk's life in the nick of time. Atlas and Sanji are absolutely floored by what they just witnessed, but swallowing a laser has some painful side effects. Luffy starts screaming in pain as his insides heat up and light radiates out from his body. Meanwhile, Frankie tells Lilith to use the Iron Shogun to move the Sunny out of harm's way as they exit the giant lab. Vegapunk signals Edison to open a section of the dome. The Marines below immediately spot him and aim every gun they have, ordering the Pacifista to target him. But once they get close enough, the plan shifts into its next phase. As soon as they reach the Pacifista, Edison flips the barrier back on. Alice screams out a brand new command at the top of her lungs, ordering the Pacifista to switch targets and wipe out every single Marine on the island. The Marines are absolutely stunned by the order. Without a second's delay, the Pacifista spin around and start blasting the Navy forces. Whether this will actually turn the tide of the battle remains a massive question mark. Total panic erupts among the Marines as the Pacifista switch sides. Since Vegapunk holds the highest level of authority, the machines follow the order perfectly, turning 180 degrees to unleash their firepower on the Navy. The sheer power of the attacks causes the entire island to tremble violently. The Marines have no choice but to scramble for cover, trying to hide from the mechanical onslaught while waiting for any chance to fight back. Vegapunk's vehicle continues its descent as everyone frantically searches for Bonney's whereabouts. Frankie is worried that driving into the center area might lead to a nasty fall if they aren't careful, but the doctor is calm. He explains that the tires are made of sea stone, making them incredibly stable. Meanwhile, Sanji is scanning the area with his love radar to find the pink-haired supernova, and he manages to pinpoint her location instantly. Sanji gets annoyed when Frankie doubts his instincts, insisting his lady radar never fails. Surprisingly, despite being a man of science, Vegapunk trusts the cook's intuition and prepares to move toward her. The vehicle is moving too slowly for Sanji's liking, so he ditches the group and flies down on his own. Bonney is relieved to see the Pacifista helping them out, but her relief is short-lived as she's spotted by the enemy. A Marine Vice Admiral suddenly lunges at her with a weapon, but she skillfully dodges the strike and falls back. She prepares to fight back, channeling her powers into her handgun as the soldiers close in on her position. She hits the incoming soldiers with her near-death experience technique, causing them to hallucinate that they've turned into piles of bones. The terror is so intense that they all pass out instantly, giving her a chance to move. While the Marines are in a panic, Bonney tries to make her getaway, but a Pacifista suddenly blocks her path. This confuses her since she thought Vegapunk had control. It turns out a veteran female Vice Admiral is overriding it. The Vice Admiral, Bluegrass, is using her Devil Fruit powers to control the machine. Her fruit allows her to ride and control anything, making her a formidable pilot. She's determined to eliminate Bonney to undo the age-warping effects on the troops. Bluegrass orders the Pacifista to fire its laser at the girl. Staring into the face of a machine that looks exactly like her father, Bonney freezes up and can't bring herself to move. She just stands there as the lethal light charges up. Just as the beam is fired, Sanji swoops in and pulls her out of harm's way. He knows she's hurting, but he tells her she has to face the harsh reality of the situation. Suddenly, a Beast-Human Vice Admiral lunges at them. Sanji grabs Bonney tight and beats a hasty retreat as the Beastman attacks. Luckily, Vegapunk finally arrives on the scene to back them up, reminding everyone that the Pacifista are under his command now. With the mechanical reinforcements covering them, Bonney manages to escape successfully, leaving the two frustrated Vice Admirals behind with nothing to show for it. Deep within the walls of the command center, that square-nosed fellow Kaku is caught fast asleep without a care in the world. Meanwhile, Robin is resting on a specialized medical stretcher, patiently waiting for her brave comrades to transport her to a much safer location. Stussy has finally regained consciousness following the failed assassination attempt by Rob Lucci, and she's already making a big decision about her next move. She has made the tough call not to join the Straw Hat Crew's escape because she still has some critical unfinished business to attend to. Edison picks up on her intentions immediately and wastes no time rushing out of a control room. Placing their full confidence in the choices of this talented spy, the Straw Hat Gang begins their rapid withdrawal from the area while the chaos continues to unfold. On a completely different front, Zoro is still locked in a fierce duel with Rob Lucci. That leopard assassin is being incredibly stubborn, throwing every dirty trick in his arsenal at the Straw Hat swordsman, yet he simply can't find a way to take him down. Meanwhile, switching back to the epic clash between Gear 5 Luffy and Admiral Kizaru, both combatants are currently going at it with everything they've got. The two powerhouses are trading chaotic blows high up in the air, but Kizaru is clearly getting tired of this exchange with Luffy. He realizes that if he stays tangled up in this fight, he'll never be able to complete the mission his superiors assigned to him. Luffy, however, just flashes a confident grin because he knows his primary goal is simply to keep the Admiral occupied as long as possible. Seizing a brief moment where Luffy seems distracted, Kizaru uses his lightspeed powers to dash away in search of Dr. Vegapunk. Noticing the Admiral's sudden move, Luffy immediately gives chase, determined not to let the old man carry out his sinister intentions against the scientist. Back on the naval warship, Saint Saturn has finally stopped leisurely sipping his wine, and has officially stood up from his seat. It seems like his patience has run out, and he's itching for some action, as he's finally decided to join the battle personally. Just then, a massive shockwave erupts near Beach H as an ominous, pitch-black storm cloud appears in the sky. The dark clouds expand rapidly, completely blotting out the sky above the island of the future. This sudden atmospheric shift has Vice Admiral Dahl breaking out in a cold sweat from pure terror. A truly dangerous and malevolent presence has begun to manifest on Egghead, and high-level fighters like Kizaru and Luffy are starting to take notice. Jinbei, Chopper, Zoro, and even Rob Lucci are instantly drawn to the massive wave of wicked haki being unleashed by this mysterious entity. Everyone is left wondering what kind of horrifying monsters actually arrived on the scene. What on earth could possibly possess such an overwhelming and sinister power? The Vice Admirals on the scene recognize this crushing pressure immediately, and they know exactly which high-ranking figure is responsible for the haki spreading across the island. Suddenly, the mysterious creature issues a startling command for all Pacifista units to cease their operations at once. Incredibly, the mechanical soldiers obey without question, stopping their attack on the Marines. The Pacifistas no longer aim their lasers at the Navy soldiers, effectively ending their assault. But it doesn't stop there. They also stop providing any protection for Vegapunk's group. No matter how many times the Doctor tries to issue new commands or override the system, the machines simply refuse to listen to him anymore. This development leaves the brilliant scientist in a state of total shock, as he was certain he held the absolute highest level of command authority on this island. A terrifying thought crosses his mind. Could one of the five elders actually be present here? Just as he's processing this, a massive explosion suddenly rocks the ground from down below. To the horror of the Marines, a giant magical circle featuring a five-pointed star manifests right before their eyes. Cruel black lightning bolts begin to arc out from this mystical circle, causing the entire island of the future to tremble violently. Realizing that the situation is taking a turn for the worse, Vegapunk immediately prepares for the worst. Vegapunk slams on the accelerator of his specialized vehicle to get back to the command center as fast as humanly possible. Meanwhile, an announcement blares across the entire island, revealing the arrival of one of the five elders, St. J. Garcia, Saturn. A strict order is issued that low-ranking officers are absolutely forbidden from even looking at his face. The news that a figure holding the world's highest power has personally descended to the battlefield has everyone stunned. Seeing such a monumental threat, the crew realizes they are in over their heads. With no other viable options, they decide that the best course of action is to make a break for it and get out of there immediately. Sanji notices a horrifying figure slowly emerging from the center of that eerie magic circle. Despite the warnings, a few curious Marines can't help but peek at the creature before them, completely disregarding their orders. As you might expect, they pay the ultimate price, dropping dead instantly after being subjected to a single malevolent glare. Finally, St. J. Garcia Saturn, one of the five individuals who hold the absolute peak of power within the world government, reveals himself. Holding the title of Warrior God of Science and Defense, he has unleashed his terrifying, awakened mythical Zoan form. The sheer pressure coming off of him is unlike anything the world has ever seen before. In this state, Saturn looks like a monstrous hybrid of a bull and a giant spider, surrounded by a swirling sash of ominous black clouds. It has been a very long time since the Saint last set foot upon the surface of the Earth. Meanwhile, Bonney's group is so distracted by this strange spider beast that they fail to notice the danger lurking above them. While they are busy questioning the existence of this bizarre monster, Admiral Kizaru is already waiting for them from above. He fires a powerful beam of light that severs the cloud path they were using to travel. Because of this, the specialized vehicle carrying Vegapunk's group is forced off its track and can no longer reach the command center. The vehicle begins to plummet straight down toward the ground as the Admiral prepares to fire another laser to finish them off and complete his mission. However, things won't be that simple for the Navy. Gear 5 Luffy suddenly appears on the scene just in time to save Vegapunk and his crew from certain death. Luffy bulks up his muscles to an incredible size and demands that Kizaru stop his attack right now. The Admiral is genuinely surprised to see that Luffy is still maintaining this powerful state, as he'd assumed the boy had already reached his physical limit. It seems the Warrior of Liberation still has plenty of fight left in him. Frankie looks on with hope, praying that his captain can find a way to turn the tide of this desperate situation. When Kizaru fires a light beam at him, Luffy manages to dodge it, though the momentum leaves him spinning around like a chaotic weathervane. Even in the middle of a life-or-death battle, the Rubber Man manages to keep things looking like a cartoon. Finally, the Rubber Boy unleashes a devastatingly powerful punch coated in Conqueror's haki, known as the White Star Gun, right into the Light Admiral's head. After landing this incredible blow, the effects of Gear 5 finally wear off. Luffy's energy is completely spent, and he shrivels up into a wrinkled old man before slowly falling toward the earth. Saint Saturn has been watching the Warrior of Liberation Nika this whole time with a face full of pure rage. That last collision was so powerful that Kizaru was sent flying into a nearby building, while Luffy crashed straight down to the ground, completely incapacitated. Both of the major combatants are now out of the picture, leaving the others vulnerable. Sanji's group ends up in a similar predicament, falling out of their vehicle and landing right in front of the waiting Saint Saturn. Frankie immediately rushes forward to shield Vegapunk, while Sanji grabs Bonney and moves to support Atlas. Vegapunk is absolutely terrified as he gazes upon the monstrous spider form of the high-ranking elder. Saturn comments that he thought Vegapunk had been executed a long time ago and is surprised the man has survived this long. Seeing the man responsible for her suffering right in front of her, Bonnie's rage reaches a breaking point. She leaps out of Sanji's arms, snatches up a sword, and charges directly at the monstrous elder. Having seen the memories stored in the paw-shaped bubble, Bonney knows for a fact that Saturn was the one who ordered her father's memories to be completely erased. The memory of Bartholomew Kuma's suffering fuels her fury as she lunges forward. Without a single moment of hesitation, the young pirate drives her blade deep into the chest of the wicked spider beast. She screams for the old man to die as she plunges the weapon into his chest. Meanwhile, the lower-ranking Marines are scrambling to flee the area following the announcement of Saint Saturn's arrival. Only officers at the rank of Rear Admiral or higher are permitted to remain in the Central Zone, while everyone else is ordered to retreat immediately. Up until this moment, the common soldiers had only ever seen Saturn's face in official portraits, making this live appearance terrifying. Usually an admiral is summoned whenever a celestial dragon is in trouble, but Saturn's rank and authority go far beyond that of a normal world noble. Even after being stabbed by Bonney, the elder remains eerily calm and unbothered. The surrounding Marines are absolutely horrified by what the young girl has done. They can't believe a mere pirate like Bonney would dare to attack one of the highest leaders of the world government, and they prepare to take action. The Marines are ready to open fire to eliminate her on the spot for her insolence. Vegapunk is equally panicked, seeing Bonney's reckless rage. Finding the Marines shouting to be too noisy, Saturn coldly commands them to shut their mouths. He knows that he could have easily dodged Bonney's strike if he wanted to, but he simply didn't feel the need to move. Saturn gives Bonney a sharp look that causes her to be blown back and injured, losing her grip on the sword. He then reaches out with his massive hand and crushes her in his grip, as punishment for her actions. Sanji tries to rush in to save her, but he is suddenly struck by the same invisible crushing force that stopped the others. Sanji is forced to the ground by a mysterious attack as he tries to intervene. Saturn pulls the sword out of his own body, and to everyone's horror, the wound vanishes as if it were never there. Frankie is completely baffled by this regenerative power. Meanwhile, the damage Sanji took has left him pinned to the ground in total agony. Seeing an opportunity, the Marines rush forward to apprehend Vegapunk, but Saturn stops them. He tells the overeager soldiers to hold their positions, reminding them that the targets have no way of escaping while he is present. He finds their frantic behavior unnecessary given his absolute control over the situation. He then turns his criticism toward Kizaru, mocking the Admiral for being much slower and less efficient than usual. Kizaru acknowledges his failure and doesn't bother making any excuses to the Saint. He knows he let his guard down during the fight with the Straw Hat Captain. Kizaru explains that he won't be able to move for a while thanks to that powerful punch from Mika. Saturn understands the situation and decides he might as well eliminate the threat of the Sun God right here and now while he has the chance. Saturn's sharp claws nearly pierce Luffy's stomach while he's unconscious and vulnerable. Luckily, Frankie reacts just in time to pull his captain out of harm's way, saving him from a fatal blow. Frankie even manages a bit of a laugh, finding it wild that his captain is being personally hunted by the highest authorities in the world. Having Luffy and Bonney both present on this island was certainly not something Saturn had planned for. However, with the Navy surrounding the entire island of Egghead, the place is already on the brink of total destruction. He's curious to see if fate will somehow allow them to escape despite the overwhelming odds. He finds it regrettable that a genius like Vegapunk chose to betray the government after all they had done for him. In the name of the world government, Saturn offers a cold word of thanks for all the scientific contributions Vegapunk has made to their military power over the years. But now, he demands to know who wants to be the first to die. He promises to carry out the executions in a specific order, using the most painful methods possible so they can truly regret opposing the government. Saturn continues to tighten his grip on Bonney's small body. Bonney screams out in excruciating pain as she is crushed. Sanji is desperate to help, but he still finds himself completely paralyzed and unable to move a muscle. Vegapunk, Atlas, and Frankie are all stuck in the same position, realizing that some mysterious power is holding them down. It seems to be the work of a terrifying devil fruit power rather than any known science. Bonney screams once more that Saturn is the one who murdered her father. The elder doesn't even try to deny it. Instead, he begins to mock Kuma's heritage, claiming he was born to be a slave. He calls Kuma the last remnant of a race of sinners known as the Buccaneers, who were meant to be wiped out by the world. Hearing those insults, Bonney begins to recall the stories her father used to tell her. When he was just a child, he always dreamed of becoming a hero who could bring freedom to the oppressed. He looked up to Nika, the sun god, a legendary warrior who fought with a massive smile on his face to the rhythmic sound of the drums of liberation. At that moment, Saturn coldly orders his soldiers to prepare for the final execution of the prisoners. The Elder tells the Marines to aim directly at the heads of Bonney, Sanji, and Vegapunk. The scientist is absolutely horrified and pleads with the Elder to stop this madness, reminding him that Bonney is still just a young child who doesn't deserve such a fate. Bonney remembers asking her father if Nika would ever come to bring her freedom, and Kuma had promised her that it would surely happen. And so, the full story of Bartholomew Kuma's life begins to unfold. It starts 47 years ago in the Sorbet Kingdom of the South Blue. Kuma was born as a remarkably large baby, causing quite a stir from the moment he arrived. His father, Clap, begged the doctor to keep his son's bloodline a secret to protect him from the world. They hoped for a happy life, but the reality of their situation was far more cruel than they could have imagined. The world government had spies even within the hospital, and Kuma's Buccaneer heritage was quickly discovered. The doctor who tried to help them was executed immediately, as a warning to others. The entire family was then dragged away to Mary Schwa to serve as slaves for the Celestial Dragons. Clap wept and begged world nobles to spare his wife and child, but they ignored his pleas and beat him mercilessly. The family of three was soon forcibly separated, never to be together again. Despite being so young, Kuma was forced into backbreaking labor immediately. Kuma had to carry tribute loads that were many times larger than his own body every single day. The world nobles would use whips to torture him if he slowed down for even a second, threatening to kill him if he didn't stop crying and keep working. Life was a never-ending cycle of pain and fear. When he was finally allowed to see his father again, Kuma could only lie and say he was being treated well by his masters. Tragically, his mother couldn't survive the hellish conditions of slavery and passed away. His father tried to comfort him by saying she was finally in a better place, free from the suffering. This loss left Kuma completely broken, and he sobbed in total helplessness against the cruelty of the world. He clung to the memories of his mother's final words, telling him to be strong and keep living. She promised him that one day a warrior of freedom would arrive to save him from his chains. Kuma asked his father about the identity of the sun god Nika that everyone whispered about. Clap explained that it was a legendary name passed down through the generations of the Buccaneer race. Nika was said to be the one who would lead everyone to a sea of freedom filled with eternal sunlight. Clap described how Nika always walked with a joyful rhythm that made everyone around him feel happy. He even started to perform the traditional dance of Nika to cheer up his son. However, a passing world noble found Clap's dancing to be too loud and annoying, so he simply pulled out a gun and shot him dead on the spot. 8 years later, on a certain island in the West Blue, the world nobles prepared for their triennial human hunting game. This time, the event was held in a kingdom that wasn't part of the world government's alliance. The island was known as God Valley, a place of immense natural beauty that was about to be turned into a slaughterhouse. The Celestial Dragons viewed the island's name as an insult to their own status as gods. Furthermore, the island was incredibly rich in natural resources, making it a prime target for the world government to seize. They decided that the kingdom would be wiped out and converted into the site for their cruel annual hunting competition. The local king immediately protested against the decision to use his people as prey for a sick game. He couldn't believe that his subjects were being treated like animals for the amusement of the world nobles. However, his defiance didn't last long as he was quickly murdered by the heartless invaders. The top candidate to win the competition was Saint Figurland Garling, a prominent member of the Holy Knights. Although he possessed a handsome and striking appearance, he was actually a cruel and tyrannical man. He viewed human lives as nothing more than trash to be discarded for his own entertainment. Despite his heartless nature, the female world nobles were completely obsessed with his looks and skill. Because he had personally killed the local king, Garling was penalized with a 10,000-point deficit at the start of the game. He didn't mind the handicap, thinking it only gave the other participants a fair chance to compete. This year, in addition to the local residents, various slaves were also forced to act as prey, and Kuma was unfortunately one of those chosen. Realizing that the chaos of the event might be his only chance, he decided to try and make a break for it and escape the hunting grounds. Saturn issued a direct order to find the Buccaneer child at any cost, leading to Kuma's swift capture. He was subjected to another round of brutal beatings that left him in a state of near death. Just as things were looking their darkest, 2 other slaves showed up to assist him. These 2 individuals would eventually become Kuma's lifelong comrades, Emporio Ivankov and a young girl named Ginny. Ivankov was quite fascinated by Kuma's Buccaneer heritage, as rumors said they carried the blood of giants and possessed incredible physical strength. Unlike the other depressed slaves, Ivankov always had a grin on his face and a fiery spirit. He declared that he was absolutely going to survive this hell, and asked the others if they had the guts to follow him into the unknown. The hunting game was about to officially begin. The rules of the hunt were simple and cruel. The residents and slaves were to be treated like rabbits. There were 150 rare rabbits and 13 super rare ones that were worth a whopping 10,000 points each. Every participant was looking to rack up as many points as possible. Whoever managed to win the competition would be granted a high-tier reward chest as their prize. As the starting gun rang out, the people of God Valley began a desperate scramble for their lives. Meanwhile, the world nobles and holy knights were delighted to finally satisfy their bloodlust. Garling was incredibly confident in his abilities and even started to taunt his fellow hunters. According to the official rules, the prey were supposed to be given 1 hour to find hiding spots. However, the impatient world nobles couldn't wait and began their assault immediately. The shooting started early, and the residents of God Valley fled in terror, hoping that this nightmare wasn't real. They felt a deep sense of despair, unable to comprehend why their fellow humans would treat their lives like a trivial game. While this was happening, the Navy was monitoring the situation. The Navy received shocking news that the Rock's pirates were on their way to the island, prompting them to immediately reinforce their defenses. They called for Vice Admiral Garp to return for support, but he couldn't care less about the world nobles and continued to enjoy his vacation. Garp had warned them before not to provoke the pirates of Hachinosu if they didn't want to get bitten back. To get him to change his mind, Fleet Admiral Kong mentioned that Gold Roger was also making a move toward the island. That news was enough to finally get the Vice Admiral's attention. Garp's expression shifted, and he finally accepted the order to return to duty. Just as predicted, the Rock's pirates were already on their way to God Valley, and many other crews were following them. This event was rapidly becoming a conflict that could potentially shake the foundations of the entire world. 1 hour had passed, and the hunt had officially entered its most dangerous phase. The slaves were terrified by the sheer number of Navy ships surrounding the island, realization hitting them that they were trapped. It seemed the world nobles intended to ensure that no one would escape this living hell alive. There was a high chance that this massacre would eventually be erased from history books forever. Rinkov began to preach to the remaining slaves, explaining that the world nobles only chose this place to steal its resources. He warned them that of the 10,000 people being hunted, very few would last long. He questioned where justice was in a world where 10,000 innocent people were being treated like prey. Some of the more naive slaves still held on to the hope that the world nobles would keep their promise of freedom for survivors. They believed that surviving the 3 weeks was their ticket out of slavery. Ivankov was furious at their stupidity, shouting that there had never been a single survivor in any previous hunt. He told them that the hope they were being given was just a sick lie to make the hunt more entertaining for the nobles. The masters wanted them to keep running so the game wouldn't end too quickly. The world nobles wanted the slaves to maintain a shred of hope so they would continue to run and provide a better hunt. Ivankov declared that none of them could ever truly win such a rigged and dirty game. Therefore, the only logical course of action was to find a way to escape the island entirely. While the slaves plotted, St. Garling was showing off his terrifying power by easily taking down the rare prey worth 10,000 points. The entire massacre was being broadcast live back to the Holy Land for the entertainment of the world's elite. The female nobles were absolutely swooning over his display of violence. As the crowd cheered for Garling, a fishman slave managed to bite through Ivankov's cuffs using his powerful jaws. Meanwhile, Ginny revealed that the prizes for the competition were actually the keys to their escape. She had discovered that the reward chest contained something very special. Inside the wooden chests were 2 incredibly powerful devil fruits that could change everything. One was the Azure Dragon Fruit, which granted the power to become a massive dragon, and the other was the Paw Paw Fruit. The second fruit had the ability to push people away to distant locations instantly. With the Paw Paw Fruit, they could warp everyone to a safe island far away from the carnage. If they could just get their hands on it, they could escape without the world nobles even realizing it. However, the reward chests were located in the center of the island under heavy guard. But Ginny had already thought of a plan to deal with that problem. She was a master thief and an expert eavesdropper who had leaked information about the competition to the world 2 weeks prior. She was certain that powerful outsiders would be drawn to the island by the news. She had set the stage for legendary figures like Rox and Roger to arrive and cause chaos. While the other slaves were paralyzed by fear, Kuma stepped forward and volunteered to help Ivankov steal the devil fruits. He believed his large size would give him a better chance of surviving the mission. Kuma's bravery and confidence in his own strength left a lasting impression on both Ivankov and Ginny. They were inspired by his willingness to risk everything for the sake of the other slaves. Ivankov praised Kuma's spirit and vowed that he would do everything in his power to ensure everyone made it out alive. They all agreed to work together to escape the living hell of God Valley once and for all. It wasn't long before the Rock's pirates arrived on the scene, leaving a trail of destruction in their wake. The Navy's defenses were completely useless against such an overwhelming force of legendary pirates. The authorities were baffled by the sudden appearance of these notorious criminals and wondered what their goal was. The crew list of the Rock's pirates was a nightmare of legendary names, including Whitebeard, Shiki, Big Mom, and Kaido. Whitebeard, however, seemed visibly annoyed by the whole situation. He criticized Rox's reckless and impulsive behavior, as the man had already charged ahead without a second thought. Whitebeard didn't even consider himself a subordinate of Rox and hated being ordered around. Meanwhile, Miss Buckingham Stussy was busy clinging to the man she loved during the chaos. Glorioso was irritated by Stussy's behavior and didn't hesitate to give her a piece of her mind. Beyond the hunt for rare devil fruits, the pirates were also after another legendary treasure hidden on the island. Whitebeard thought that Rox was being foolish for losing sight of their true objective. He argued that they needed to confirm the treasure's location before getting distracted by unnecessary fighting. However, the other crew members were already plotting to take the loot for themselves. Both Shiki and Big Mom had their own selfish agendas and weren't interested in sharing the spoils. The internal rivalries within the Rock's pirates were clearly on display as everyone looked out for their own interests. When Kaido heard that Gold Roger was also making a move, his anger flared. He had been waiting for a long time for the chance to finally settle the score with Roger. Kaido declared that this would be their final decisive battle to determine who was the strongest. As the Rock's pirates began their landing, the world nobles started screaming at the Navy for their incompetence. They couldn't believe that the military was failing to stop a few pirate crews from invading the island. The chaos was only beginning as more pirate crews appeared right on the heels of the Rock's pirates. Most notably, the Roger pirates arrived, boasting legendary members like the Dark King Rayleigh and Scopper Gavin. The Navy was baffled as to how such top-secret information had been leaked to the world's most dangerous criminals. They couldn't understand how the location of their secret competition had become public knowledge. Roger, however, was absolutely buzzing with excitement, ready to throw himself into a battle of this massive scale. He had been waiting for a clash like this for a long time, though his crew hoped he wouldn't do anything too reckless. We certainly couldn't allow that single incident to completely steal the spotlight, could we? The sudden arrival of notorious and infamous pirate crews forced the ongoing hunting competition to screech to a definitive halt immediately. The Holy Knights swiftly issued orders for the Marine forces to retreat to the rear, ensuring that they themselves would be the ones confronting the terrifying new threats head-on. Garland declared that the Marines were clearly demonstrating how utterly useless they were, especially after having completely surrounded and enclosed the entire island. Despite having performed a massive encirclement, they were currently proving to be absolutely worthless in this critical situation. The enslaved people were utterly astonished and bewildered by this dramatic turn of events unfolding before their eyes. They genuinely weren't sure if they would even manage to survive to the end of that day. And then, the pirate crews led by Rox and Roger immediately started clashing fiercely, engaging in an intense, devastating brawl that created an unprecedented level of chaos. This chaotic situation had truly never been witnessed before in the entire documented history of God Valley. Simultaneously, the Marine faction, spearheaded by the immensely powerful Vice Admiral Monkey D. Garp, arrived on the scene with great speed and urgency. His single, laser-focused objective was solely to pursue and apprehend both Rox and Roger. Seeing this formidable figure arrive, the foot soldiers instantly beamed with relief, realizing that their chance at salvation was finally at hand. They felt absolute certainty that they were going to be rescued. Seizing the vital opportunity created by the rampant chaos erupting across the whole island, Kuma and Ivankov managed to successfully reach the designated treasure chests containing the prizes. They were mere moments away from successfully acquiring the 2 devil fruits they desperately sought. However, Big Mom suddenly materialized out of nowhere and violently snatched the Azure Dragon Fruit right out of Ivankov's grasp. Big Mom took it from Ivankov. She then prepared to seize the remaining devil fruit directly from Kuma's hands as well. Acting immediately upon Ivankov's urgent and desperate instruction, Kuma swallowed the paw fruit, Nikyu Nikyu no Mi, right then and there. This drastic action was necessary because possessing that immense power was their absolute only hope for everyone to survive this deadly encounter. It was a victory achieved right under the noses of those powerful monsters. Suddenly, Saint Saturn, the Elder, appeared out of nowhere, and using his formidable abilities, he violently flung Kuma away from the area. The old man immediately began hurling vicious insults at the young boy, asserting that the Buccaneer race was inherently inferior and born only to be low-class creatures. He gave Kuma a grim ultimatum: either live out his life as a subjugated slave forever, or endure the fate of death. He offered the choice of just straight-up dying. This time, Kuma flatly refused to tolerate the terrible humiliation any further, and confronted Saint Saturn directly, meeting his frightening gaze without flinching. He simply couldn't comprehend why there existed such a stark and cruel differentiation among beings who were fundamentally all part of the human species. Kuma questioned, demanding, "If we are truly destined from birth to be slaves, then what is the purpose of even being brought into this world in the first place?" Kuma declared passionately that if he were ever to gain possession of any significant form of power, he would absolutely dedicate himself to using it to rescue as many people as possible, aiming to emulate the legendary deeds of the sun god Nika. Hearing this bold and defiant statement, Saturn became absolutely enraged and furiously asserted that this kind of dangerous, revolutionary thinking was precisely the justification for why the Buccaneer race deserved to face complete annihilation and extinction. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of the conflict, Roger was desperately trying to stop Rox's truly villainous and destructive actions, recognizing that this catastrophic, fate-defining incident would soon be deliberately buried and forgotten in the shadows of history. The scene shifts now to the Sorbet Kingdom, which is Kuma's peaceful homeland. This occurs many days after the horrific and destructive battle of God Valley had finally concluded. It was solely due to the unique abilities stemming from his devil fruit, the power of the Paw Paw fruit, the Nikyu no Mi, that Kuma was able to execute their daring escape and get away safely. The trio Kuma, Ivankov, and Ginny had successfully made their way together to Sorbet to hide out and lay extremely low. The entire sequence of horrific events that transpired at God Valley had been heavily censored and deliberately played down by the authorities. The newspapers were only reporting highly sanitized, heroic narratives concerning the admirable actions of Vice Admiral Garp, portraying him as the legendary savior figure. It is highly probable, in fact, that the treacherous reporter Morgans was the one editing and disseminating these false reports. That man is simply a deceptive fraudster, printing only the narratives that the high-ranking officials of the world government truly want the public to hear and believe. Consequently, Ivankov's group remained completely unaware of any further details regarding what transpired after their desperate departure from the valley floor. At the very same time, Kuma was solemnly praying inside the church sanctuary. Even though he had miraculously managed to save well over 500 people, he was still deeply consumed by guilt because he hadn't been able to rescue every single person present during the catastrophe. Ginny and Ivankov comforted Kuma greatly, strongly encouraging him not to blame or reproach himself for the tragic events that had occurred. They insisted that he had genuinely accomplished something absolutely amazing and told him he was truly a wonderful person. Back at God Valley, everyone had been weeping unstoppable tears of pure gratitude for Kuma's brave actions. Ginny herself was crying just the same. Due to the effects of the devil fruit he consumed, Kuma's hands now sported large, padded paws resembling an animal's touch pads. Ivankov suggested that this new, distinct set of hands had the extraordinary potential to bring blessings and usher in freedom and salvation for all oppressed people. Following all the traumatic events that had occurred, Kuma made the thoughtful decision to reside inside the church permanently, finding it a serene location that perfectly suited his gentle and pious nature. In contrast, Ivankov was eager to set sail and explore the greater world, determined to live a life that was as free and unbounded as humanly possible. Ginny, however, made it clear she had absolutely no intention of following her older brother's adventurous path. The young woman decided she wanted to remain settled at this church for a while, to truly figure out what purpose she wanted to achieve with her life. Kuma solemnly promised to Ivankov that as long as he drew a single breath, he would certainly never forget his kind friend's unique face. Following this touching moment, the two of them walked out to the coast. They walked him there to say their goodbyes before they returned to the church sanctuary. Since Ginny was 4 full years Kuma's senior, she naturally felt compelled to act as a supportive and protective big sister figure to him, which she enjoyed. From that point onward, the two of them worked incredibly hard, laboring together diligently to earn enough money so they could establish a new, stable home for themselves in the community. Kuma's daily routine primarily involved chopping up firewood and then transporting it to sell in the town. Ginny would consistently remain right by his side, providing assistance and offering unwavering encouragement in all his tasks. Noticing Kuma's incredibly gentle and naive demeanor, the local children began playing cruel pranks and trying to bully him relentlessly. Yet, any misguided youngster who dared to tease Kuma would quickly face the serious wrath of the self-appointed big sister, Ginny. Ginny would give them a thorough beating, leaving them bruised and crying. Despite Ginny's aggressive intervention, Kuma never held a grudge, and he even used his powerful devil fruit ability to instantly push the pain and injuries right out of the bullies' bodies. Remarkably, because of his profound kindness, Kuma ended up gaining several new friends from the very children who initially teased him. As time relentlessly marched on, Ginny and Kuma continued living a serene and tranquil existence. Their life within the Sorbet Kingdom was consistently filled with tranquility and calm. Ginny was known for possessing a truly robust and healthy appetite, and she tended to get hungry again very quickly after eating. Despite her rather small stature, the moment any food was presented, the young woman's eyes would instantly light up with joy and excitement. Due to this characteristic, Kuma affectionately nicknamed Ginny the Bottomless Stomach. Both Kuma and Ginny shared the traumatic history of having been captured and enslaved since the tender age of 4. Because of this shared childhood trauma, they possessed a deep and immediate understanding of each other's feelings and suffering. Now, finally experiencing the simple yet profound pleasure of eating until they were full and living in tranquil peace, Ginny was suddenly overwhelmed and burst into tears of pure, unadulterated happiness. Seeing her emotional state, Kuma was moved to tears himself, crying right alongside her while gently trying to console his beloved, kind-hearted older sister. This marked the very first time either of them had truly experienced genuine serenity and a palpable sense of hope in their turbulent lives. We now fast forward 8 years after the God Valley incident, which places us precisely 30 years in the past in the Sorbet Kingdom, located within the great expanse of the South Blue. Bartholomew Kuma, now a 17-year-old young man, had successfully established himself as a local pastor or preacher. Every single Sunday without fail, the elderly residents of the village would make their way to Kuma's house seeking his unique healing aid. Utilizing the extraordinary abilities granted by the Pawpaw Devil Fruit, the Nikyu no Mi, Kuma possessed the impressive power to repel and push all of their accumulated pain and sickness entirely outside of their bodies, essentially healing them instantly. Even before these recent events, Kuma's parents were already highly respected and well-liked by everyone in the community. Combined with the incredible selfless healing work he was now performing, Kuma became even more adored, cherished, and loved by the local population. His parents would undoubtedly feel an immense sense of pride knowing that their son had matured into such a kind-hearted, gentle, and benevolent clergyman. Ginny, in sharp contrast, found the situation utterly irritating and tiresome, watching the elders constantly take advantage of Kuma's generosity, always rushing over to the church to bother him with their requests. The young woman was now a stunning young woman in her early 20s, possessing an extremely beautiful appearance. Despite her undeniable beauty, Ginny still maintained a notoriously sharp tongue and a disrespectful attitude, showing reverence to absolutely no one in her speech. The elders had grown completely accustomed to Ginny's constant verbal scolding and nagging. If they hadn't been so fond of her striking youthful beauty, they probably would have snapped back and scolded her severely in return. They definitely would have responded harshly by now. The young men in the surrounding area were also completely infatuated with Ginny's dazzling and fiery beauty. Every day, large crowds of eager suitors would gather at the church, lining up just for a chance to speak to her. Some bold individuals even proposed marriage to Ginny right there. However, everyone in Sorbet was well aware that Ginny's heart belonged entirely to one person, the gentle and exceptionally kind young man, Kuma. Despite the entire community wholeheartedly shipping them together and encouraging their romance, Kuma remained endearingly naive and seemed completely oblivious to Ginny's true romantic feelings for him. In recent years, the Sorbet Kingdom had been steadily falling into deep and serious poverty. Furthermore, the unfortunate citizens were obligated to pay all kinds of oppressive tributes and taxes, along with various heavy offerings. Since these exorbitant payments went directly to the tyrannical celestial dragons, there was essentially no money left for the locals to donate to the church. Sorbet's new reigning king was a monstrous individual named Revery. This old man was a truly cold-blooded tyrant who constantly groveled and bowed under the feet of the celestial dragons, showing absolutely no concern whatsoever for his own starving and impoverished populace. He left his citizens suffering in utter misery and torment. Anyone who dared to resist his oppressive rule would be immediately imprisoned and deliberately starved until they met their miserable demise. Having successfully had their pain and illness completely erased, the elders joyfully returned to their homes, blissfully unaware of the incredible sacrifice Kuma would make immediately afterward. The unique power of the devil fruit, the Nikyu no Mi, the Pawpaw fruit, certainly possesses the impressive capability to completely repel all internal pain and suffering out of a person's body. However, if those expelled spheres of pain are not shouldered or borne by someone else, they will inevitably return to the original source, their initial owner, making the transfer only temporary. So Crucible Sunday, right after the relieved elders departed from the church, Kuma would personally touch the paw-shaped bubble containing the expelled pain, consciously absorbing all the suffering that they had been forced to endure. The agonizing sensations Kuma experienced upon receiving this collective burden felt like being repeatedly cut and torn to shreds. Without his incredibly robust and resilient physique, Kuma most certainly would have perished long ago from the sheer intensity of the pain. He would have surely died a horrible death. Witnessing the man she loved screaming in torment from these recurrent waves of unbearable pain, Ginny could only break down into bitter, helpless tears. This painful spectacle was precisely why she harbored such intense, burning hatred for the village elders. They had absolutely no idea how much Kuma had to suffer in secret. Yet they showed up every single week, essentially demanding that he provide his healing services without fail. They expected him to cure them completely. Kuma, however, truly found immense joy and satisfaction in being able to assist and help the people in his community. At the same time, he also felt deeply apologetic and guilty for forcing Ginny to have to endure this hardship and suffering right alongside him. To express their heartfelt gratitude to Kuma, the elders regularly sent small portions of delicious food to the brother and sister pair. Because of this kind gesture, Ginny's mood would instantly cheer up, and she would enthusiastically devour her dinner alongside Kuma, happy for the bounty. 3 years passed after this period. Kuma was now 22 years old, while Ginny had reached the age of 26. The two were no longer simply functioning as devoted brother and sister figures, they had officially transitioned into romantic partners. Ginny was constantly urging Kuma to marry her immediately, but it seemed clear that he still felt unprepared for that significant commitment. It was revealed that Kuma harbored a constant, deep-seated fear that the horrific nightmare of God Valley would repeat itself, worrying that his wife and children would face mortal danger simply because he carried the cursed bloodline of the Buccaneer race. During the same time frame, Kuma learned, primarily through reading books and newspapers, about the existence of the Freedom Fighters organization, which was bravely led by the enigmatic figure Dragon. Because they had incited major rebellions and widespread unrest in several sovereign kingdoms, this group was now officially being hunted and had hefty bounties placed on their heads. Kuma longed intensely for the day when he too could set sail and fully commit himself to the dangerous mission of helping oppressed people everywhere. Simultaneously, the persistent efforts of the eager young men lining up to court Ginny remained as numerous and dedicated as ever before. They would frequently bring delicious fruit offerings and gifts in an attempt to woo the beautiful young woman. Yet Kuma remained utterly clueless about the romantic intentions of these rivals, which naturally left Ginny extremely frustrated and annoyed with his obliviousness. 3 years later, a major catastrophic event suddenly struck the Sorbet Kingdom. The wicked and insidious King Bakori introduced a repulsive new law that was completely indefensible and morally corrupt. In an effort to reduce the amount of tribute money he personally owed to the hated celestial dragons, he made the cruel decision to arbitrarily divide the Sorbet Kingdom into 2 separate, distinct zones, a designated region for the wealthy elite and a segregated, impoverished zone. The village where the elders lived, along with Kuma's church, would tragically no longer be considered an official part of the Sorbet Kingdom. The king's soldiers were granted free rein to indiscriminately arrest and murder anyone they pleased within this new, brutal, lawless zone. Kuma became absolutely enraged upon learning of this horrifying decree. Following his anger, he immediately decided to rise up in revolt to defend the poor, suffering citizens. He fully committed himself to protecting those miserable, unfortunate people. Despite the fact that his opponents were the powerful and well-organized royal army, Kuma resolutely stepped forward and fearlessly charged, determined to drive them out. Ginny and their friends also wanted to join forces and contribute to Kuma's efforts, but ultimately their spontaneous rebellion was brutally suppressed and violently extinguished by the overwhelming military might. Every single one of the rebels was simultaneously captured and subsequently thrown into the cold, dark dungeons. Kuma desperately wanted to redeem and save his beloved homeland from ruin. However, since King Bakori was merely a powerless puppet of the celestial dragons, Kuma understood that achieving genuine and lasting freedom would require fighting the entire power structure of the world government itself. Just when it seemed that all hope was entirely lost forever. At that exact critical moment, the contingent of freedom fighters bravely led by the formidable figure known as Dragon arrived right there in Sorbet. Deploying their impressive and powerful forces, the freedom fighters utterly decimated the royal army forces. King Bakori was formally overthrown and humiliatingly forced to tuck tail and flee for his life. The populace was overwhelmingly overjoyed that they no longer had to live under the harsh and tyrannical oppression of the wicked monarch, nor endure the profound corruption of the world government system. On a related note, Ivankov had also already joined the Freedom Fighters organization and personally recommended Kuma to their powerful leader, the Dragon. Reunited with their close beloved friend from years past, both Kuma and Ginny were profoundly surprised and absolutely delighted. Just like back during the chaos of the God Valley incident, Ivankov once again enthusiastically proposed that Kuma join him on his mission to fundamentally change the world for the better. Having personally witnessed the shocking tragedy at Ohara, as well as the dramatic dawning of the Great Pirate Era, numerous individuals felt compelled to join the Freedom Fighters organization. Determined to actively fight against the moral decay and corruption of the world government, they immediately initiated countless widespread rebellions and uprisings, effectively declaring direct warfare against the Celestial Dragon hierarchy, and simultaneously rebranded the name of the Freedom Fighters Association. They renamed it the Revolutionary Army, a change that sent massive shockwaves across the entire globe. Kuma swiftly established himself as a vital and indispensable pillar of this new organization, standing proudly alongside Ivankov and Dragon. Nevertheless, because their organizational budget was quite limited at the time, the Revolutionary Army was initially forced to operate temporarily as hired mercenaries, offering assistance to nations attempting to overthrow the harsh and oppressive rule of the world government structure. Every individual who enlisted in the Revolutionary Army received rigorous, systematic, and complete training. Dragon's ultimate goal was for his army to become a powerful, borderless force, strategically dispersed and spread out across the entire world. It was later revealed that Dragon himself had previously spent time working within the ranks of the Navy. Consequently, he possessed deep and extensive knowledge regarding weapons, tactics, and combat techniques. Unfortunately, he failed to find the true justice he sought within that rigid system, leading him to make the decisive choice to leave his post. Whether he was affiliated with the Marines or leading the Revolutionary Army, Dragon consistently displayed an unwavering desire to help all people. This fundamental trait was precisely why Kuma placed his complete and absolute trust in this charismatic man. Dragon confidently reassured Kuma, asserting surely that Kuma would never regret or be disappointed by his decision to join the ranks of his contingent. Another 8 full years swiftly passed by, which brings us to 14 years ago in the current timeline. Kuma was still diligently making frequent trips back to his hometown of Sorbet to check on the health and general well-being of the villagers. Meanwhile, during the same period, Ginny had ascended and become the formidable commander of the Revolutionary Army's entire East Division. She was absolutely thrilled because she was soon going to join Kuma and serve directly alongside her beloved sweetheart. But suddenly, without any warning whatsoever, a terrible disaster struck them violently. The East Army Division was subjected to a sudden devastating ambush by their enemies, and their leader Ginny was subsequently captured and taken away. Upon receiving this incredibly shocking news, both Dragon and Kuma were completely stunned and utterly horrified. Ginny's kidnapper turned out to be an extremely arrogant and demanding celestial dragon. This despicable noble had set his greedy sights on Ginny's stunning beauty. Because of her looks, he ruthlessly decided to abduct her and force her to become his wife. From the very day Ginny was forcibly taken, Kuma gradually became sullen, withdrawn, aggressive, and started acting recklessly without regard for his own well-being. He constantly rushed to the front lines of combat, desperately seeking to bury his sorrow, using the entirety of his phenomenal power to crush and overwhelm those who habitually bowed down to the tyranny of the celestial dragons. 2 extremely painful years elapsed since Ginny had been forced into servitude as a concubine to the celestial dragon. Tragically, because she contracted a fatal, terrifying disease known as sapphire scale, she was brutally cast out and abandoned by those horrible captors. These malicious individuals cruelly discarded her and left her for dead. Returning desperately to her original hometown. Holding a small baby named Bonney in her arms, Ginny managed to make contact with the Revolutionary Army leadership. Kuma, Ivankov, and the dragon were overjoyed and utterly relieved by the sudden, unexpected phone call. However, they quickly realized that something was gravely and terribly wrong with Ginny's overall condition. Ginny expressed a strong, final desire to see everyone one last time, but it quickly became heartbreakingly evident that she wouldn't have the opportunity. Seeing Kuma's deep, enduring concern and hearing him fondly remember her made Ginny feel incredibly happy and deeply loved at what she knew were her final moments. Before she passed away, Ginny managed to entrust a message to both her superior officers and her older brother Ivankov. She asked them to please look after Kuma, an extraordinary man possessing a heart of excessive generosity and overflowing compassion. Convinced immediately that Ginny must have traveled back to the church in Sorbet, the very place where they had grown up together, Kuma instantly teleported himself away. In doing so, he tragically missed the last crucial words Ginny wanted to speak to him. The message was, "Kuma, I love you, and I will forever love you." Sadly, by the time Kuma arrived back home, it was heartbreakingly far too late. Ginny had already succumbed to her terrible illness and was no longer alive. Upon exposure to harsh sunlight, The dreaded sapphire scale disease had caused Ginny's entire body to turn a deep, chilling blue color, and her skin had become rigid and tough. Her skin was now hard and unyielding like stone. The reason Ginny disregarded her own life, exposing herself to the sunlight and traversing the open, dangerous ocean to return to Sorbet, was purely because she desperately wanted her child, Bonney, to be safe and protected. Kuma held Ginny tightly in his large arms, mourning her profound loss while vividly recalling all the cherished moments they had shared together throughout their entire life. His heart ached intensely and painfully, and he couldn't possibly suppress his profound emotions as tears streamed relentlessly down his face like rain. "Rest in peace, Ginny," he solemnly vowed. "I promise I will definitely raise our child until they are grown and thriving." After conducting the sad burial and laying Ginny to rest, Kuma returned to the church, taking on the demanding and difficult role of a single father. Since this was his very first time being a parent, Kuma was understandably awkward and slightly overwhelmed by the responsibilities. The kind elders in the village had to gather and provide vigorous, detailed support just so Kuma could figure out the proper way to feed his baby daughter formula. Watching Bonney ravenously drink from the bottle filled Kuma with an immense sense of joy and profound happiness. He was certain that when she grew up, Bonney would definitely be just as big of an eater as her dear mother, Ginny. Time continued to drift by gradually, and Bonney eventually learned to utter her first words, saying "Papa," and calling out for her father. This heartwarming milestone made Kuma overwhelmingly happy and emotional. Thanks to her inherited bottomless stomach, Bonney grew incredibly fast, shooting up like a weed, and before long, she blossomed into a beautiful and absolutely endearing young girl. During this demanding and busy period, Kuma would drop Bonney off with the elders every day, and then use his incredible powers to instantly teleport himself to the battlefield to support the Revolutionary Army. When evening finally arrived, he would always return home, diligently resuming his role as an exemplary father, dedicating himself completely to loving and attentively caring for his precious daughter. Taking heed of the cautionary advice given by all the well-meaning people around him, and specifically to prevent accidentally crushing his daughter while he was deep in sleep, Kuma constructed an extremely robust and sturdy iron crib for her safety. Beyond contributing his physical strength and fighting prowess on the front lines, Kuma also took on the crucial responsibility of training and mentoring the Revolutionary Army's younger new recruits. Sabo, for instance, was one of the many young soldiers whom Kuma diligently trained. One unfortunate day, Kuma made the heartbreaking discovery that Bonney had also begun to exhibit the dreadful symptoms of the deadly sapphire scale disease, exactly like Ginny had before her. For this devastating and critical reason, he felt forced to immediately close and completely seal off all the windows of the church, preventing any harsh sunlight from reaching his beloved daughter inside the building. Kuma's two close, concerned comrades immediately noticed the situation and summoned a doctor to examine her condition urgently. However, sapphire scale is an exceptionally rare illness, so rare that it is even more scarce than the infamous Amber Lead syndrome. Therefore, the vast majority of physicians in the Sorbet Kingdom could only shake their heads in defeat, admitting they had no idea how to treat the ailment. Determined to find a cure and dedicate himself completely and wholeheartedly to Bonney's care, Kuma made the painful decision to officially resign from the Revolutionary Army. Dragon readily consented to this difficult choice made by Kuma. He promised Kuma that he would leverage every contact and relationship he possessed to reach out to doctors all over the world, desperately hoping that they could somehow find some effective treatment or a potential remedy for Bonney's condition. Several years passed following this promise, and Bonney was now 5 years old. Since Kuma was still completely unable to find a definitive medical solution for his daughter, he made the difficult choice to prevent her from ever leaving the safety of the church during the daytime hours. This strict confinement also meant that the other village children constantly taunted and teased her mercilessly. They habitually called Bonney a dragon ghost or a vampire because of her inability to step into the sun. Bonney's fiery personality and sharp, sassy, and disrespectful attitude were exactly like Ginny's. She was truly her mother's daughter through and through. She was always ready to jump right into a confrontation and thoroughly beat up anyone who dared to mock her, leaving them sobbing hysterically before they ran home crying to tell their mothers. Kuma, in contrast, absolutely cherished and adored his beloved daughter. He consoled her by saying that the sapphire-like scales appearing on Bonney's face were actually rare and precious jewels. He insisted that the other mean kids were merely teasing her because they were jealous of the beautiful gems that they themselves did not possess. During their special playtime together, Kuma would consistently ask Bonney where she would most like to travel, and visit once her terrible illness was completely cured and she was well again. Hearing this hopeful question, Bonney promptly pulled out her favorite book, which was filled with fascinating details about various islands across the world. The destination Bonney most desperately wanted to see was the legendary Sky Island, Sky PA. She believed that there was a strong possibility that she and her father might encounter the great sun god Nika up there. Upon mentioning the sun god, Kuma and Bonney would joyfully bounce and dance together, imagining the rhythm of the drums of liberation, both of them beaming with happy smiles. One particular day, after completing Bonney's regular medical examination, the doctor requested Kuma step outside for a private, solemn conversation. The physician had reached a final, dire conclusion regarding the devastating, incurable sapphire scale disease that Bonney was suffering from. The doctor explained that with the current limits of medical knowledge and technology, there was absolutely no known solution or cure for this particular wretched illness. Even if Bonney continued to meticulously avoid exposure to the sun, she had a maximum life expectancy of only 5 more years. Kuma broke down in heartbreaking tears upon hearing that his daughter could only survive until the age of 10. He numbly stepped back inside the church, completely devastated, and was immediately startled out of his profound grief by his daughter playing a jump scare prank on him. It turned out that Bonney had been secretly eavesdropping on the serious conversation between her father and the doctor, but she had tragically misunderstood, believing that when she reached the age of 10, she would be completely cured of her disease. Having no other feasible course of action, Kuma felt obligated to pretend that nothing alarming had occurred, desperately hoping his daughter would continue to live a joyous and wonderfully carefree life. 1 year later, the horrible nightmare of the past tragically resurfaced and crashed down upon Sorbet once again. The malicious and wicked former King Bakori had returned. Just as he had attempted 16 years prior, he once again intended to violently divide Sorbet, this time by ruthlessly burning down the humble villages belonging to the impoverished population. This shocking escalation made Kuma completely speechless and taken aback. Emulating the ruthless, destructive policies employed in the Goa Kingdom, Bakori ordered his soldiers to incinerate entire villages in the southern area. Kuma showed absolutely no fear of the ferocious, dangerous flames, exerting all his energy and strength to rescue the suffering, miserable people and transporting them back to the church for treatment. Given the rapidly worsening and complex situation, Bonney became extremely frightened and was deeply concerned for her father's immediate safety. The general populace grew utterly furious because of the barbaric and inhuman actions committed by the tyrant king, leading them to spontaneously march toward the palace in a massive public demonstration. Bakori, acting worse than any wild animal, responded by ordering his troops to open fire with live ammunition into anyone who dared to show signs of resistance or defiance against his rule. The public's collective wrath finally reached its absolute boiling point. Kuma, moving with divine speed, instantly rushed forward and channeled all his immense, desperate strength into his hands to launch a massive, decisive attack against Bakori and the royal army forces. This specific, incredible event in Sorbet was eventually coined by the masses as the one-man revolution. Back at Mary Joie, the Holy Land, Saint Saturn quickly received reports confirming that the Sorbet kingdom had undergone another dramatic change in rulership. Since he couldn't possibly refuse the unanimous will of the populace, Kuma reluctantly agreed to become the figurehead king, though strictly only in name. He immediately handed the actual administrative authority and power over to the beloved former king, Bulldog, and continued living quietly with his daughter in the security of their church. During King Bulldog, 2 previous terms of leadership, while Sorbet hadn't become excessively wealthy, the citizens had consistently lived happy and genuinely content lives. Separately, while Bonney was out jogging to improve her physical health, she suddenly and unexpectedly transformed into a dazzlingly beautiful young woman. Her sudden appearance, bearing an appearance that was strikingly similar, almost identical, to Ginny, astonished everyone present at the church. It required some conversation and interaction before the congregation realized that the person standing right in front of them was none other than Bonney herself, now fully grown. Kuma was utterly shocked to discover that his daughter possessed the ability to transform instantly into an adult form. According to the detailed Devil Fruit Encyclopedia, this mysterious ability was the power of the age fruit, Toshi Toshi no Mi, granting her the tremendous ability to manipulate the age of herself or other people around her at will. Bonney had absolutely no recollection of exactly when she might have consumed this mysterious devil fruit, and currently, the young girl completely lacked the necessary control to effectively manage its unpredictable power. At this exact same moment, the benevolent King Bulldog and his mother, Queen Dowager Connie, personally made a diplomatic visit to the church to speak privately with Kuma. It turned out that the cunning and manipulative tyrant, Bakori, had returned to Sorbet yet again, audaciously demanding his throne back by force. He had been maliciously spreading false rumors. Bakori was lying, claiming that Kuma was the one who had maliciously incinerated the poor villages and violently seized the throne through brute force and terror. Absolutely nobody in Sorbet wanted Bikori to return to power, and Kuma emphatically agreed with that sentiment wholeheartedly. Kuma vowed that this time, he would definitively deal with that blood-sucking leech of a former king once and for all. That greedy leech who continuously drains the life and resources from the citizens. However, Kuma realized that if he took such drastic public action, he would immediately be classified as a major criminal by the world government, and would no longer be able to safely remain in Sorbet. Therefore, he requested that King Bundak officially take the throne in his place, and simultaneously implored everyone to protect and care for Bonney with the utmost devotion and vigilance. Kuma also made a profound and heartfelt promise to his daughter, assuring her that he would frequently return to visit her and check in on her. Following this difficult farewell, Kuma bravely went out to the sea alone, engaging in a solitary and terrifying battle against the countless marine warships that Bikori had called in to assist him and enforce his tyranny. The despicable monarch clearly hadn't learned his lesson at all after his humiliating failure before, so Kuma decided he would show absolutely no mercy or forgiveness this time around. On that fateful and chaotic day, Kuma successfully sank Bikori's entire supporting marine fleet. He then made the definitive choice to flee to the open seas, becoming a wanted man and officially recognized as a pirate. His reputation and notoriety, combined with his formidable strength, caused Kuma's bounty level to continually skyrocket and increase dramatically. Meanwhile, Bonney was taken by the Queen Dowager and moved to the relative safety of the palace, and she grew to greatly miss her father, who had been forced to leave her behind. Knowing that Kuma had become a pirate, Bonney developed an intense, strong desire to grow up as quickly as humanly possible so she could sail the treacherous seas alongside her father. Separately, during the extensive period when Kuma was being relentlessly hunted across the entire globe, he was actively traveling to every island he could reach, desperately searching for a medicine or cure to treat his daughter's deadly illness. His first stop was the Tantata Kingdom of Tanta, which is famously known as the homeland of the dwarf tribe. Next on his itinerary, he traveled to Kurigana Island, the desolate abode of the world's greatest swordsman, Hawkeye Mihawk. Throughout his extensive travels and constant movement across the globe, Kuma was incessantly pursued and targeted by numerous relentless bounty hunters. For example, included in that group were the duo known as Abula and Z, who would eventually find their place within the Straw Hat Grand Fleet. Kuma swatted them aside without breaking a sweat and pressed on toward Kazakuji Island, the childhood home of Dr. Vegapunk, to seek out a remedy for the illness. His search led him across the massive bridge of Tequila Wolf and high up into the clouds to the legendary Sky Island. He scoured Geisha and the treacherous Boyan Archipelago, but the elusive cure for the sapphire scale disease remained a mystery to everyone he encountered. Then, destiny struck. While drifting across the vast, open ocean, Kuma crossed paths with the ship Wind Grandma, reuniting with his old brothers-in-arms from the Revolutionary Army. It was Dragon who broke the news that Ivankov and Inazuma had been hauled off to the depths of Impel Down. Kuma and his comrades had been following the news cycles closely, but not a single one of them believed the slanderous lies being spread about him in the tabloid rags. At the same time, another transition was taking place within their ranks. Bilo Betty approached Kuma, expressing her desire to step up as the commander of the Eastern forces, taking over the mantle once held by Jinny. Kuma didn't hesitate to give his blessing, as the two shared a remarkably similar spirit. Meanwhile, young Sabo and Koala were absolutely eager to cross paths with Kuma once again. The fresh recruits that Kuma had once personally trained had grown significantly stronger, and they were dying for a chance to show him how far they'd come. In his heart, Kuma longed to fight side by side with the revolutionaries, but his current burden made that impossible. However, Dragon finally brought a glimmer of hope. He had located the one man capable of saving Bonney, the genius scientist Vegapunk. This brilliant doctor was their only shot at curing Bonney's condition. Vegapunk's old lab had actually suffered a major accident just days prior, forcing him to relocate to a brand new headquarters. Kuma had been right on the verge of losing all hope after so many dead ends. But hearing this news reignited his spirit immediately. Overjoyed, he rushed back to his homeland to retrieve his daughter. He made a silent vow that if Bonney was finally cured this time, he would return to the Revolutionary Army and stand with his comrades for good. Young Bonney had grown much more resilient lately, and seeing her father return filled her with pure, unadulterated joy. The duo wasted no time and set out for Navy Research Station Number 8, a facility that would one day be famously known as Egghead, the island of the future. When they finally stood face to face, both Vegapunk and Kuma were taken aback by the sheer uniqueness of each other's physical appearances. The genius doctor was able to diagnose Bonney's rare condition almost instantly. Thanks to his access to top-secret technologies that the world has never even dreamed of, he confidently declared that a cure was possible. However, fully eradicating the sapphire scale would be a grueling process that required a massive investment of both time and resources. While examining Kuma's own body, Vegapunk was stunned to realize he was standing before a member of the legendary Buccaneer race. Because Kuma placed absolute trust in Dragon, he didn't mind sharing his deepest secrets with a government-affiliated man like Vegapunk. As it turned out, Vegapunk had been searching for a perfect model for his project. The doctor had long been on the hunt for the ideal physical specimen to serve as the blueprint for his clone soldiers. He seized the moment to propose transforming Kuma into a series of advanced cyborgs. In exchange for Kuma's cooperation, Vegapunk offered to waive every single cent of the astronomical costs for Bonney's medical treatment. These new cyborgs would be equipped with the power to fire devastatingly destructive laser beams. Integrating that kind of firepower into Kuma's already legendary steel-like physique would be like giving a tiger a pair of wings. His combat potential would be unmatched. They were designed to serve as ultimate marines, crushing villainous pirates and turning Kuma into a true guardian for the innocent. After talking with Vegapunk, Kuma felt certain that the doctor was a genuine, soul and eccentric old man driven by pure, honest dreams, exactly as Dragon had described him. Kuma was so dedicated to saving his daughter that he would have gladly become a demon if that's what it took. Vegapunk was so moved by this devotion that he actually called Kuma a saint. However, the humble giant just shook it off, saying he was simply a man who cherished peace above all else. Vegapunk absolutely loved that sentiment, which is why he decided to name his future warriors Pacifistas, literally meaning peace lovers. But unfortunately, the atmosphere turned dark, as Saint Saturn had been secretly eavesdropping on their entire conversation through a hidden connection. Saturn viewed the brilliant doctor as someone who failed to grasp the true potential of the situation. While they talked of peace, the sinister elder was already plotting a far more malevolent path for Kuma's future. Before long, Admiral Kizaru was dispatched to the Navy's 8th research facility on Saturn's direct orders. At that specific point in time, Sentomaru was serving as the Admiral's direct subordinate, and they both arrived to oversee the situation. Soon after, Kizaru, Vegapunk, and Kuma gathered to speak with Saint Saturn via a transponder snail. Saturn didn't hold back, immediately lashing out at Vegapunk for making a backroom deal with a notorious pirate who carried a massive bounty. Even with Kuma's head worth 296 million berries, Saturn admitted he was the perfect model for the clones, but having a dangerous criminal become the face of the Navy was simply unacceptable. Therefore, Saturn demanded 3 harsh conditions be met if Vegapunk wanted to continue his work with Kuma. First on the list, Kuma had to agree to join the ranks of the 7 warlords of the sea, serving as a direct pawn of the world government. It turns out a vacancy had just opened up after the warlord Hafuda was taken down by a rising rookie pirate named Ace. To keep the public from panicking, the government needed a new warlord to fill the gap immediately, and Kuma was the logical choice. The second condition was that Kuma had to undergo invasive surgery to be transformed into a living weapon for the Navy's arsenal. Saturn wanted to use Kuma's reputation to spread fear across the pirate world. The authorities were well aware of Kuma's past ties to the Revolutionary Army, so they planned to implement strict security measures to ensure he could never use his new power against them. The final and most brutal condition was that Kuma had to completely surrender his free will and his very sense of self. In simpler terms, he would be stripped of all memories and humanity, leaving nothing behind but a soulless machine. He would become an obedient engine of destruction for the government. Vegapunk was absolutely livid at Saturn's sick demand, arguing that this was no different from an execution. The doctor refused to be part of such an absurdly cruel request, but Saturn didn't care about the doctor's ethics. He stayed firm, forcing Kuma to accept all 3 conditions if he wanted his daughter to live. Despite Vegapunk's fierce protests, he couldn't change the elder's mind. Kuma had lived so long believing Bonney was a lost cause. He broke down in tears when he finally realized his daughter had a real chance at survival. Knowing this, Kuma pleaded with Vegapunk to proceed with the surgery to save his precious little girl. Kuma declared he would submit to whatever conditions Saturn imposed, a statement that left the brilliant scientist completely stunned and frozen in place. The procedure to treat the sapphire scale would take 6 months, but Bonney would still need an entire year of recovery before she could safely step into the sunlight. As for Kuma's transformation, that process required a minimum of 2 years. Kuma was just overjoyed that his daughter would finally be healthy by the time she reached her 10th birthday. But to ensure he didn't go back on his word once she was cured, the world government planned to keep her in custody. They would only release her once Kuma's personality was completely wiped out, meaning he would never actually get to see her as a healthy child. This level of cruelty only served to make Vegapunk even more furious. During the long road of being turned into a warlord, Kuma was forced to do the government's bidding. His role was to help maintain order on the high seas for his new masters. Even after Bonney's recovery, any form of contact with her was strictly forbidden. If he showed even a hint of rebellion, Bonney would be immediately dragged back into a life of slavery. Kuma gave his word that he wouldn't run or try to see her. asking only that the dark truth of their deal remain a secret from her. He wanted her to live without that burden. To ensure she was safe, Kuma requested that the government return her to her home at the church in Sorbet. Once she was safely back in Sorbet, he promised to obey every single order they gave him. Kuma told Bonney that the two of them would be staying at the laboratory for the next 6 months. She was absolutely thrilled, thinking she finally got to spend quality time with her father. During that time, Vegapunk threw himself into the project he had dreamed of, the perfect clone soldiers. Ideas were flowing out of him so fast he could hardly keep up, leading him to wish he could split himself into multiple versions to handle all the work. The simultaneous work on Kuma's modifications and Bonney's treatment began in earnest. During this period, Vegapunk began transforming Research Station No. 8 into a technological marvel, while Admiral Kizaru often dropped by to check on his friend. Vegapunk, Senamaru, Kizaru, Kuma, and Bonney all spent their days working and sharing meals together in a surprisingly happy atmosphere. After filling their bellies, they would even perform the legendary Nika dance, which looked quite hilarious coming from such a group. Looking back, those days were likely the most joyful moments any of them had ever experienced. 6 months later, the sapphire scale on Bonney's cheek had finally vanished. Juice needed 1 more year of recovery before she was officially cured, and the two of them thanked Vegapunk before heading back to Sorbet. The locals were ecstatic to see them return, and even Queen Dowager Connie personally visited the church to celebrate. Kuma entrusted his daughter's care to the townspeople, knowing he couldn't stay behind since he was still a wanted pirate. Kuma explained to Bonney that he'd be away for at least a year, but he promised to write to her constantly. He told her that when they finally reunited, they would set sail together and head straight for the horizon. Bonney was incredibly excited for that day, though it was a dream that would never come true. At that point, a team of doctors and nurses arrived to monitor Bonney's progress, but they weren't medical staff at all. They were secret CP-8 agents sent by the government. Their true mission was to keep her isolated, building a house right in front of the church to control who she saw. The lead agent, Alpha, warned Kuma to never set foot back in the area, threatening that Bonney's life would be forfeit if he disobeyed. After a painful goodbye to his daughter and the villagers, Kuma left, and shortly after, the pirate world was rocked by a massive announcement. The news that the infamous tyrant Kuma had suddenly joined the 7 warlords and was now an absolute servant of the government spread like wildfire. Each of the existing warlords had their own reaction to the news. Doflamingo was particularly thrilled to see another monster joining the fray. Crocodile didn't give the new member much thought, as he was far too preoccupied with his schemes to seize the Alabasta Kingdom. Similarly, Hancock couldn't care less about any man despite Granny Nyan's constant lecturing. As usual, Mihawk kept his emotions perfectly neutral and unreadable. While the world was in an uproar, Jinbei was aboard Whitebeard's ship, the Moby Dick, reading through Kuma's profile alongside the old man himself. Meanwhile, Ace seemed quite amused by the situation, especially since he was the reason there was a vacancy in the first place. Ace was actually the one who had shaken up the warlord system to begin with. Mori was also intrigued by Kuma's recruitment, already curious about the potential power the big man brought to the table. The shockwaves of the announcement even reached the distant East Blue. Alvita was loudly boasting that she was far superior to Kuma, and poor Koby didn't have the guts to point out otherwise. Back at headquarters, the Revolutionary Army was completely blindsided by the news. They knew better than anyone how much Kuma loathed the government, making his decision to serve them seem completely impossible. For his own pirate flag, Kuma chose a drawing that Bonney had made for him. Staying true to his promise, he made sure to write a letter home after finishing every mission. He spent his free time researching fun travel destinations to take Bonney once she turned 10, always hoping everyone back home was doing well. One day, Kuma's journey brought him to the Goa Kingdom in the East Blue. Luffy was 16 years old and deep in the woods, honing his skills by taking on the most ferocious creatures he could find. Kuma's ship had quietly entered the waters of the Goa Kingdom, and the giant man watched from a distance. Years earlier, during a mission in the area, Kuma had noticed that dragons seemed strangely connected to this place. It was then that he first saw the energetic kid, Luffy, in Fuchsia Village. After a talk with Dragon, Kuma was floored to discover the boy was actually his leader's son. To keep his son out of the government's crosshairs, Dragon had sworn Kuma to absolute secrecy. Now that he was back in the East Blue for official business, Kuma couldn't resist stopping by Fuchsia Village just to see how much the boy had grown. Up on Mount Kolbo, the warlord watched as Luffy tangled with the local monsters. The kid had already developed a powerful gum-gum battle axe technique specifically designed to take down high-level threats. It was clear that Luffy was getting ready to start his own adventure soon. When Luffy sensed someone watching him and spun around, Kuma used his powers to vanish instantly. Unfazed, Luffy went right back to his training, eventually clearing out the strongest beasts in the forest before finally setting sail on his own. Kuma was called away to hunt down some pirates who had been terrorizing civilians. Once the job was done, he sat down to write another letter to his daughter. Back in Sorbet, Bonney was constantly checking the mailbox, desperate for any word from her father. But she never found anything because Agent Alpha was intercepting every single one of Kuma's letters as soon as the delivery birds arrived. Alpha would sit there reading through Kuma's heartfelt messages, finding his affection for his daughter completely nauseating. In a fit of malice, Alpha would tear the letters into tiny shreds. Bonney, stuck in isolation while her body supposedly recovered, was bored out of her mind. She eventually started training her muscles and getting into playful brawls with Old Man Geo to pass the time. She was lucky enough to transform back into her normal self just before Alpha walked in on her. Queen Connie had already grown suspicious of the medical staff sent by the government and constantly warned Bonney to keep her powers hidden from them. Meanwhile, back at the research station, Vegapunk had turned the entire island into a scientific wonderland. He had even gone as far as to remove his own massive brain, managing it remotely via a strange apple-shaped antenna on his head. Stussy visited often to check in on Vegapunk and Kuma, noting that Kuma's fate was becoming just as tragic as her own. The deadline for Kuma's total personality wipe was only a year away, and he vowed to keep writing letters until his mind was finally gone. In Sorbet, the town came together to celebrate Bonnie's 9th birthday with a massive pizza cake. She was beaming with happiness during the party, but as soon as the sun went down, she would cry herself to sleep, wondering why her father hadn't written a single word. Another 6 months slips by with no sign of a letter, leaving her heartbroken. On the front lines of the revolution, Kuma would occasionally appear like a guardian angel to help his former comrades during tough battles before disappearing back into the shadows. Dragon was convinced that Kuma must have some incredibly painful secret that forced him to behave this way. As time went on, Bonney finally achieved a full recovery and was dying to see the world outside her room. But Alpha refused to let her leave. Alpha planned to keep her under lock and key until she reached 10. Queen Connie eventually confirmed her suspicions that the doctors were actually government spies. She realized there was a sinister reason they were keeping Bonney prisoner and why no letters were getting through. Connie decided to take matters into her own hands and helped Bonney plot an escape to find her father. Geo and his rough-looking crew were already waiting at the harbor to act as her protection against any pirates they might face. Using her unique abilities, Bonney disguised herself as the elderly Queen Connie, which allowed her to walk right past Agent Alpha without raising a single alarm. It was her first time feeling the warmth of the real sun since she was born. The people of Sorbet were moved to tears seeing her finally free. When she arrived at the docks, she was greeted by a custom ship the group had built for her one that looked exactly like a giant pizza. But the peace didn't last long as Alpha realized she'd been tricked. Alpha chased after her, abandoning her medical disguise and revealing her true lethal nature. The crew was terrified when they saw her using the Rokushiki techniques to close the gap between her and the pizza ship with terrifying speed. Drawing inspiration from her father's stories about the sun god Nika, Bonney used her distorted future ability to take on a divine, rubber-like form. With a massive reinforced fist, she delivered a crushing blow that sent Alpha flying and shattered her face. It wouldn't be long before the world government heard about her escape. Much like Luffy and his peers, her humble vessel was destined to become a notorious pirate ship that would leave a lasting mark on this new era of the sea. Once they pinpointed Kuma's location, the Bonney pirates made a beeline for him. To look the part of a fierce captain, Bonney spent most of her time in her adult form. When the Navy tried to intercept them, she made short work of their soldiers. Kuma was completely stunned to find out his little girl was now a pirate actively hunting for him. However, because of the strict deal he had made with Saint Saturn, he had no choice but to keep his distance and avoid being found by her. Kuma chose to vanish whenever she got close, leaving Bonney frustrated and confused. But her journey wasn't just about her father. She was also searching for the legendary Nika, believing that seeing the sun god would bring her father immense joy. Back in the East Blue, Luffy had already gathered his first crew members and set out. After taking down the Arlong pirates, he was slapped with a 30 million berry bounty, officially announcing his arrival on the world stage. Dragon headed to Loge Town to see his son off. Meanwhile, over on the Moby Dick, Ace was proudly showing off Luffy's new bounty poster to Jinbei, who was absolutely shocked that a nameless rookie had managed to defeat Arlong. Kuma noted the irony of fate, seeing both his own daughter and his commander's son choosing the life of a pirate. Bonney, for her part, made sure her crew only targeted those who deserved it, often going out of her way to help those in need. She started wearing lipstick and got a facial piercing, hoping that these distinctive features would make it easier for Kuma to recognize her if they ever crossed paths. On Egghead Island, the Pacifista project was finally reaching its completion. Vegapunk even asked if he could take the opportunity to study Kuma's actual memories before they were lost. Knowing the doctor would find out eventually, Kuma decided to reveal the truth. The rookie Luffy was actually the son of Dragon. This revelation left Vegapunk completely floored. Kuma saw it as destiny, a boy with rubber powers standing up to the government just like the legends of Nika. After the Straw Hats' massive victory at Eni's lobby, their fame became undeniable, and Kuma was ordered to wipe them out. Kuma encountered them at Thriller Bark, right after their exhausting fight with Moria. With Luffy unconscious, Kuma decided to put the crew's loyalty to the test to see what they were truly made of. They had the heart and courage, but their bodies were already at their limit. Seeing Zoro offer his own life to save Luffy made Kuma realize just how incredible Dragon's son and his companions really were. Later, Kuma and the rest of the warlords were called to prepare for the massive war against the Whitebeard pirates over Ace's execution. The 11 supernovas had all arrived at the Sabaody archipelago, and Bonney was right there among them, earning her nickname Big Eater by clearing out an entire restaurant. Kuma watched his daughter from the shadows, a bittersweet smile on his face, knowing this was the last time he'd see her before losing his mind. Meanwhile, Luffy was making waves by punching a celestial dragon at the auction house. Kuma hurried to the roof to see who would be crazy enough to attack a noble, and was shocked to find it was Luffy and his crew behind the absolute chaos. Knowing an admiral would arrive shortly, Kuma stayed to provide aid to the Straw Hats. He internally asked for forgiveness from Dragon and Ivankov for the silent path he had taken. He saw Bonney and Luffy as the world's best hope. He used his powers to scatter the Straw Hats to specific islands where they could train and reach the next level of strength. Watching Luffy cry in agony, Kuma hoped the boy would eventually understand that this was a necessary lesson in the true power required to survive the new world. They just weren't ready for what lay ahead yet. But the cruelty didn't end there, as Saint Saturn ordered Vegapunk to install a self-destruct device inside Kuma as a final failsafe. Dr. Vegapunk was absolutely desperate to save what was left of Kuma, pleading with Saint Saturn to allow even a tiny fragment of his original personality to remain intact. But Saturn was heartless, showing a cruel determination to strip Kuma of everything that made him human. To make matters worse, Saturn is a scientist himself, meaning Vegapunk couldn't pull any fast ones or use technical jargon to trick the old man. There was simply no outsmarting the elder. Today was the final tragic deadline where Kuma's sense of self would be wiped away forever. Over the past 2 years, Vegapunk had actually grown quite fond of the warlord, cherishing their deep conversations and shared time. Just before his memories were scheduled to vanish into the void, Kuma had one final secret request for a special program to be installed. That specific program was designed to force his body to stand guard over the Thousand Sunny, protecting the Straw Hat crew's ship until the very moment one of them returned to the Sabaody archipelago. Based on everything Kuma had witnessed from Luffy, he was a true believer. He felt certain that one day, this boy would revolutionize the world's oceans, just as the legendary sun god Nika once did. Following through on his promise to Vegapunk, Kuma used his powers to push out a massive bubble containing a copy of his entire memory bank, so the doctor could continue his vital research. As the process began, a montage of the most precious people from his life flashed before his eyes in a heartbreaking sequence. Every soul that had ever touched his heart appeared one last time before the darkness took over. A gallery of faces manifested, first his beloved parents, followed by his old friends Ivankov and Ginny, then his comrade Monkey D, Dragon, his precious daughter Bonney, and finally, his scientific partner Vegapunk himself. These were the ghosts of his humanity, flickering in the light of his vanishing consciousness. Kuma had endured a lifetime of unimaginable agony and suffering, yet he never let the world turn him into a bitter or evil man. His final departure from this world is a heavy blow that will leave an eternal scar on the hearts of everyone who truly knew him. As Vegapunk's hands gripped the lever to finalize the procedure, he couldn't hold back the flood of tears streaming down his face. The doctor wept openly because, in his eyes, Kuma was the purest definition of a hero. It wasn't just Vegapunk either. Every single person present on Egghead Island showed the utmost reverence for the warlord, silently offering up prayers that he might finally find some semblance of peace after a life of total sacrifice. Kuma took a moment to thank Vegapunk once more for saving Bonney's life, leaving a final tender message for his daughter. Bonney, happy 10th birthday. With that, the lever was pulled. At that exact moment, Kuma officially lost every shred of his human memory, and every biological instinct that defined him as a living person. The long, tragic flashback of his journey came to a close right then. Having witnessed the brutal truth of her father's past, Bonney completely collapsed under the weight of her grief, her tears falling like a torrential storm. Meanwhile, after the Straw Hats managed to rescue him from the traitorous York, Vegapunk didn't waste a second. He sprinted toward the laboratory containing Kuma's memory bubble. When he realized that Bonney had already absorbed the entire story, Vegapunk was overcome with a crushing sense of guilt, feeling like he had failed to uphold the sacred promise he made to the former warlord. Bonney threw her arms around the doctor, apologizing to her sobs for ever doubting him. Moving forward, Vegapunk presented her with the sapphire necklace, the very gift her father had intended for her 10th birthday. It was a small piece of her father's love she could finally hold on to as the doctor began his explanation. Vegapunk filled Bonney in on the chaotic events unfolding on Egghead while she was submerged in her father's memories. He remarked on the incredible coincidence, or perhaps destiny, of both Bonney and Luffy arriving at the island at the same time. Now there's no more time for talk. The doctor and the girl must act fast. They have to make a break for it with the Straw Hat crew immediately, or they'll be rounded up by the incoming Navy fleet. Vegapunk couldn't stop apologizing, feeling absolutely pathetic that he could only watch while the world government tormented Kuma. But Bonney understood the truth now. The doctor wasn't the enemy. She knew the blood wasn't on Vegapunk's hands. The real monster was that bastard Saint Saturn. We cut back to the grim present where Bonney is still trapped in Saturn's clutches. Below her, the Marines have their rifles aimed and ready, just waiting for the command to fire. Sanji, Frankie, and Vegapunk are dying to rush in and save her, but they're completely paralyzed by an invisible force. Meanwhile, Luffy is still totally drained of energy, lying there helpless and needing a massive meal to jumpstart his strength so he can rejoin the fray. It's a desperate situation. Unfortunately, there's no one around to deliver the food Luffy needs. In another part of the island, Sentomaru has been taken into custody by the Marines for defying government orders. Admiral Kizaru is clearly conflicted, showing deep concern for both Sentomaru and young Bonney as things continue to spiral. Across the entire globe, the public is buzzing with rumors about the massive collision between the Navy and the Straw Hat Emperor's crew. People are saying this conflict will be even more devastating than the Ohara incident, with heavy casualties expected. Everyone is holding their breath, hoping Dr. Vegapunk survives the storm. At the Revolutionary Army's new headquarters, Dragon and Ivankov are working frantically to deduce Kuma's current location. Back on Egghead, Bonney, feeling cornered and convinced her life is ending, decides she's going to go down swinging to avenge her father's suffering. She activates her distorted future technique, attempting to channel the rubbery power of Nika to land a finishing blow on Saturn. But her resolve falters, and her punch loses all its power before it can even connect. Saturn actually looks surprised that she even knows about the Sun God. He mocks her, claiming she hasn't yet realized the connection between Nika and Kuma's new mechanical body. Suddenly, Saturn's attention shifts as he notices Luffy is somehow stuffing his face with an enormous pile of food. He barks at his subordinates for letting the boy act so freely and demands they restrain him immediately. He orders the use of Sea Prism Stone shackles on Luffy right away. Bonney tries to use her age-altering powers on Saturn, but it has zero effect on him. It turns out Saturn had been experimenting on Bonney's body since she was an infant, a dark secret that explains why her powers are failing against him now. The Elder revealed that he had forcibly implanted the Toshi no Mi's essence into her as a newborn to test its viability. This unique fruit allows the user to transform into a version of themselves from any potential future, provided they can envision it and believe in its existence. The catch is, if Bonney loses faith in that future, the power vanishes completely. Saturn doesn't stop there. He continues to humiliate Kuma's memory, mocking his foolish belief in the Sun God legend. He laughs at the idea that Bonney would pin her hopes on a myth that doesn't exist. It gets even sicker. Saturn admits he's the one who experimented on Ginny, infecting her with the deadly sapphire scales disease. Tragically, that horrific illness was passed down to Bonney herself. Hearing this cold-blooded confession makes Vegapunk absolutely livid with rage at the cruelty of it all. Vegapunk condemns Saturn's actions as beyond revolting, noting that the disease ruined Kuma's family and forced him to sacrifice his very life. Yet Saturn had the audacity to use a cure as a bargaining chip, despite being the one who caused all the misery in the first place. Saturn brushes off the criticism like it's nothing, viewing Kuma, Ginny, and Bonney as nothing more than insignificant insects. Suddenly, a high-velocity projectile streaks across the sky toward Egghead at supersonic speeds. Marine lookouts scramble to see what's coming, only to realize who it really is. It's the genuine, original Kuma, the former warlord himself. The authority chips the Navy relies on seem to have no effect on him anymore as he marches straight into the heart of the island. Both Saturn and Vegapunk are stunned that he actually made it this far. It's obvious Kuma is here for one reason, to save his little girl. Even as Marines rain heavy cannon fire down on him, Kuma keeps getting back up, pushing forward with a resolve that defies logic. Nothing on this earth can stop the overwhelming power of a father's love for his daughter. But Bonney has reached her breaking point after learning the horrific truth. Her heart is completely shattered, and she's rendered speechless by the tragedy of her life. In her darkest moment, she begins to feel like maybe it would just be better if her life ended right here. She feels immense guilt for giving up so easily after everything her father sacrificed, but the emotional burden is simply too heavy to carry. Saturn, annoyed by her incessant sobbing, coldly orders the soldiers to execute her with a point-blank shot to the head. Sensing his daughter is in mortal peril, Kuma unleashes a barrage of lasers that wipes out the firing squad in an instant. Enraged, Saturn throws Bonney to the ground and raises his sharp claws to finish her himself. In the blink of an eye, Kuma teleports his massive frame directly into the line of fire. He uses his own body as a shield to protect his daughter, leaving Bonney absolutely stunned by his arrival. After gently placing her aside, Kuma effortlessly blocks Saturn's follow-up strike. The Elder made a fatal mistake by laying a finger on the person Kuma loves most in the world. Then, with all the fury of a lifetime of pain, the former warlord winds up a massive punch and slams it right into Saturn's smug face. It's a glorious moment as the old monster is sent flying, his head spinning from the impact. To be honest, a simple punch is far too kind compared to what this monster deserves. Everyone watching is frozen in pure disbelief at the sight of Kuma's raw power. Saturn takes the full force of that righteous fist and is launched through the air, crashing through several buildings before being buried under a mountain of rubble. The Marines are losing their minds. They can't believe a mere cyborg just punched one of the 5 elders, the supreme rulers of the world. This event will go down as a shockwave in history. Fearing the consequences, the soldiers rush to dig Saturn out, knowing they'll be executed if he dies. Kuma's attack broke the paralysis holding Sanji and the others, allowing them to finally rush to Bonney's side. This chaos provides the perfect opening for the group to make a run for it and escape the island. Meanwhile, the genius scientist is having a hard time processing the scene. Dr. Vegapunk cannot understand what is truly happening. Following Saturn's orders, he had personally installed a self-destruct switch inside Kuma's body. If Kuma ever lost control and rampaged, the government would activate it and blow him to pieces instantly. When the revolutionaries rescued Kuma from the Holy Land, Saturn admitted he had already pressed the detonator. Yet, against all logic, Kuma survived the explosion and managed to travel all the way here to Egghead. It's a miracle of the highest order. Vegapunk theorizes that Kuma's unique Buccaneer lineage might be what allowed him to bypass the kill switch. Seeing his daughter in such distress, Kuma pulls her into a warm, protective embrace. Watching this reunion after years of separation brings tears of joy to Vegapunk. Atlas, Sanji, and Frankie. Sentomaru lets out a sigh of relief as well. Even Admiral Kizaru seems moved, clutching his head in emotional turmoil as he watches the touching scene. Amidst the chaos, Luffy has mysteriously vanished just as the Marines were closing in to capture him. It looks like a secret ally stepped in to help Luffy find some food so he can get back on his feet. Meanwhile, Bonney gently touches her father's face, whispering her thanks. Through those memory bubbles, she's finally seen the truth. Both of her parents were absolutely incredible people. Reading the letters Kuma sent her has brought her so much peace and happiness. The world might fear him as a tyrant, but to Bonney, he is the kindest, most noble, and coolest person she has ever known, a man who stands completely alone in his greatness. Just then, Saint Saturn emerges from the wreckage, absolutely seething with rage. Despite his injuries, he demands that Vegapunk explain how on earth Kuma is still functioning and standing right there. The doctor doesn't flinch as he faces the Elder's wrath. Vegapunk boldly declares that it was the sheer power of love that drove Kuma back to this island. Unmoved, Saturn decides to finish the job personally, showing off a terrifyingly fast regenerative ability. As he prepares to strike the father and daughter with his claws, Sanji leaps into action. Sanji delivers a powerful kick to deflect the blow, telling the gross old spider to stop hurting Bonney. Frankie joins the fray immediately, unleashing a devastating radical beam that blasts a massive hole right through Saturn's torso. After catching his breath, Admiral Kizaru finally re-enters the battle to back up his superior. He catches Frankie off guard, sending him flying with a swift light-speed attack. Bonney looks over and realizes with horror that her father has finally run out of steam and can no longer move. Following Vegapunk's urgent commands, Atlas hoists Kuma's massive body on her shoulders and starts sprinting toward the group's rendezvous point back up at the Labo phase. Vegapunk stays behind to stall Saturn, urging the Straw Hat duo to escort Atlas and protect Kuma and Bonney. Frankie's previous blast didn't slow Saturn down for long. He regenerates instantly and prepares to put an end to this entire rebellion once and for all. Kizaru is in a terrible spot, forced to target his own friends in this battle. Vegapunk actually feels pity for the Admiral, knowing that Kizaru's heart is likely breaking from the heavy burden of his unclear justice. Kizaru can barely hide his emotions behind those shades. Maybe he should have worn darker ones today. Saturn then makes a terrifying declaration. Egghead is officially a global threat because of 3 major sins present on the island. First, Vegapunk, the government's own scientist who dared to research the forbidden history. Second, Kuma, the sole survivor of a race the government wanted extinct. And finally, Straw Hat Luffy, the pirate who directly defied the world's masters. Luffy has awakened the power of a literal god, posing the ultimate threat to their reign. Because of this, Saturn authorizes a full-scale Buster Call. The entire fleet is ordered to open fire and erase Egghead from the map. Vice Admiral Doberman relays the order, signaling the end. Marines stationed on the island are scrambling back to their ships in a blind panic. They don't know why the order was given so suddenly, but they aren't about to stick around and find out the hard way. In a surprising move, Saint Saturn chooses to remain on the island alongside Admiral Kizaru. He wants the privilege of personally eliminating Vegapunk, Kuma, Bonney, and the entire Straw Hat crew with his own hands. The Vice Admirals are shocked by his decision to stay, but one look at his grim expression shuts down any possible questions. Vegapunk is horrified that Saturn would destroy Egghead, home to scientific breakthroughs that could advance humanity by a century. Erasing this place would set the world back 100 years. Vegapunk begs Saturn to call off the Buster Call, even offering up his own life if it means sparing the island and its invaluable knowledge. He's willing to die just to save the future of science. He looks to Kizaru for help, but the Admiral simply can't defy a direct order from an elder. Saturn is convinced that Vegapunk is still hiding dangerous secrets that could undermine the government's absolute authority. The elder claims the world doesn't need to progress any further anyway, showing zero remorse for the loss of Vegapunk's life's work. To him, keeping the world stagnant is much more important than any technological advancement. Saturn drops another bombshell. He ordered the destruction of the evacuation ship carrying the innocent researchers who left the island yesterday. Vegapunk is utterly speechless with rage at such mindless, cold-blooded brutality. As the Marines retreat to their warships, Sanji and his group get Kuma and Bonney to safety inside the lab to regroup. Bonney is terrified for Vegapunk's safety, so Sanji decides he has to head back and get the old doctor out of there. Sanji calls Nami to get an update on everyone else. When Usopp and Chopper hear about the Buster Call, they absolutely lose it. It's the second time they've had to deal with this nightmare, and they feel like they're being cursed by fate. Luffy is still missing, but Sanji isn't panicking yet. He has total faith in his captain's ability to survive anything. Meanwhile, Zoro is still locked in an intense duel with the assassin Rob Lucci, completely focused on the fight. Jinbei has been sent to track Zoro down and guide him back before the swordsman gets himself hopelessly lost in the middle of a war zone. The original escape plan using the Vegafox 1 is dead in the waters since Kizaru trashed the robot. Lilith and Brook are working on an alternative way to get the Sunny to the pickup point. Brook used his icy powers to freeze a path on the island's clouds, creating a slick slide that allows the ship to glide along at high speeds. The only problem is Brook hasn't figured out how to brake yet. Outside, the Marine fleet is unleashing a non-stop bombardment on the Label Phase's defenses, dead set on turning the entire city of the future into a pile of ash. The Pacifista units are now operating under Marine control, adding their own destructive lasers to the carnage. Vegapunk is heartbroken as he watches his life's work crumble into dust before his very eyes. Saturn coldly orders Kizaru to execute Vegapunk immediately. Swallowing his pride and pain, the Admiral approaches his old friend to carry out the sentence. Nearby, Frankie and Kuma's group manage to board a vacuum tube pod for a quick exit. They launch toward the Label Phase, but Kizaru isn't about to let them get away. He intercepts them with his sword made of light, slicing through both the pod and the transport tube. The group is left falling helplessly through the air. Sanji uses a skywalk to try and catch them, but Saturn sees an opening and orders the Pacifistas to aim their lasers at Kuma and Bonney. He takes a moment to mock Kuma's sacrifice, laughing at the irony of his final moments. Saturn finds it hilarious that Bonney might be killed by the very machines modeled after her father. He calls Kuma's entire struggle the ultimate height of stupidity. Vegapunk had actually foreseen this tragic possibility when Bonney became a pirate. The thought of a Kuma clone attacking his own daughter was Vegapunk's worst nightmare come true. Meanwhile, the Marines finally locate Luffy near a food machine, but he's so stuffed he can't even crawl away. He's a giant balloon of a man right now. Out at sea, the ships sent to destroy the evacuees were decimated by a mysterious third party. The Marines report that an unidentified group is heading straight for Egghead Island. Panic soldiers radio Kizaru to tell him that another powerhouse faction is approaching the island. This mysterious ship is getting closer with every passing second, and they look ready for war. They set sail the moment they saw Morgan's latest headline. Back on the island, Luffy has finished his feast and fully recovered his strength. The Marines are hesitant to approach him, legitimately terrified by his supernatural appetite. They're half convinced he'll eat them too. Stray shells are starting fires all over the island. But Luffy doesn't care. He transforms back into his radiant Gear 5 form, laughing with pure joy. The drums of liberation are thundering. The Marines try to swarm him to tie him down before the island blows, but a lucky explosion sends the whole group flying into the sky. Outside, the fleet continues its relentless shelling. As Kuma and Bonney fall through the air, Vegapunk screams for Atlas to tell Bonney the ultimate secret. Saturn is barking orders for the Pacifistas to fire their final volley and end the Kuma bloodline once and for all. Sanji is moving as fast as he can, but it might not be enough. Following Atlas's instructions, Bonney shouts a command at the Pacifistas. "Don't shoot, Dad! Help me get out of here instead!" Every Pacifista on the island freezes instantly. The Marines are confused as hell, but it gets worse. The cyborgs turn their backs on the crew and aim their weapons directly at the Navy warships. Beams of light blast through the fleet, sinking ships in seconds. Even Saturn is caught off guard. It turns out Vegapunk couldn't live with the idea of Bonney being killed by a machine that looks like her father. He secretly hard-coded a priority override into every Pacifista. Bonney is the one person in the world who has higher command authority than even the 5 elders. To those machines, her voice is the absolute law. Vegapunk ensured that even if the whole world turned against her, her father, or at least his image, would always protect her. He knew the secret coding was an act of high treason, but he didn't care. Saturn is absolutely furious and stabs Vegapunk with one of his sharp legs. He then yells at Kizaru to quit stalling and finish the job. Kizaru has no choice but to charge up his light beams for one last strike. The light beams scatter, keeping Sanji and Frankie pinned down. Kizaru forms a blade of pure light and points it directly at Bonney's heart. He's ready to end this, promising a quick and painless death. Just as he's about to strike, that iconic rhythmic laughter of Gear 5 echoes across the battlefield. Kizaru freezes for a second, and then, bam! A massive rubbery fist sends the Admiral flying across the island. Bonney's jaw hits the floor. She watches Luffy's cartoonish combat style for the first time. With a full stomach, Luffy is back to 100%, and he's ready to turn this whole serious battle into a playground. Luffy turns the ground into rubber, giving Bonney and Kuma a soft, bouncy landing. It's like the whole island is dancing along to the beat of those drums. But the Marines have bigger problems now, as the Pacifistas are still tearing through their fleet. Kizaru is struggling to get back up after that hit. Meanwhile, the rhythm of Luffy's heart is reaching deep into the island, and that ancient giant robot is finally starting to move again. Monkey D. Luffy is the one Kuma pinned all his hopes on, the true sun god Nika. Kuma's faith was rewarded, because for Nika, a Buster Call is just a fun game. The world has waited centuries for this moment, and now a massive ship appears on the horizon. A gargantuan ship is approaching Egghead from the northeast, dwarfing every Navy vessel in its path. It's a group of people everyone thought had vanished from history. The Giants have arrived and they're sailing straight into the heart of the storm. That was previously launched. Nothing could stand in this destructive path. The Marine forces realized they were explicitly being targeted by this massive assault, so they hastily began firing their cannons back in a desperate counterattack. Lo and behold, this incredible power belonged to none other than the legendary giant pirate crew. This fearsome group is captained by the iconic figures, the Blue Demon Dory and the Red Demon Brogy. These two formidable old warriors immediately drew out their weapons, ready to engage. Their massive, intimidating weaponry fully prepared to dive straight into this incredibly fierce and intense battle. They declared their purpose with booming voices, shouting, "We are here specifically to retrieve you, Straw Hat. Or perhaps we should be addressing you now as the mighty sun god Nika." The monumental giants have decisively stepped onto the field, officially joining the chaotic fray here on Egghead Island. Their two commanding captains, the legendary duo, immediately issued stern commands to Oimo and Kashi, instructing them to take their forces and swiftly engage the enemy on both the left and right flanks. Their directive was simple: sink every enemy vessel they encountered without hesitation, but they absolutely must keep a sharp eye out for the Marines' heavy artillery cannons. The giant pirate crew members are notoriously bloodthirsty and fiercely competitive. Consequently, they wasted zero time leaping headfirst into the raging battle zone, right alongside their impressive captains. The sheer, sudden appearance of these colossal figures threw the Marine ranks into total disarray and extreme confusion. They were baffled, wondering where the famed, legendary giant pirate crew had vanished to for so many long years, only to resurface dramatically right here, right now, in this location. Furthermore, the Marines couldn't comprehend the motive behind the giants' aggressive assault on their forces. There was simply no precedent for other course of action available to them except to mount a desperate counter-resistance. High up in the sky, positioned amongst the clouds and peering through his trusty binoculars, Usopp managed to clearly spot the two legendary captains of the giant pirate crew making landfall right here on Egghead Island. The sniper extraordinaire was so profoundly overwhelmed with emotion that he actually burst into tears because, after all, the mighty warriors of Elbaf have always been his greatest heroes and absolute idols, his deepest admiration. He immediately wondered aloud, what in the world are they doing way out here? He recognized all of them, Brogy, Dory, and even Oimo and Kashi. It quickly dawned on him that Oimo and Kashi must have made the arduous journey all the way to Little Garden, specifically to retrieve their venerable leaders and bring them back. And here Usopp was, agonizing over the fact that he might never get the chance to reunite with them again once they finally reached Elbaf. Oh, what an incredibly stroke of good fortune this turned out to be. Just for a little background context on the remarkable giant pirate crew, many years in the past, the entire world trembled in intense fear of this legendary pirate gang, fiercely captained by Dory and Brogy. Unfortunately, things took a turn for the worse when these two highly respected yet stubborn old gentlemen fell into a bitter and seemingly endless rivalry, which ultimately caused the entire giant pirate crew to disband. It was completely fractured and dissolved. Thankfully, when Luffy and his crew finally arrived at the prehistoric locale known as Little Garden, the Straw Hats played a crucial role in helping the two mighty giants fully reconcile their long-standing childish animosity. As a result, Dory and Brogy finally ended their pointless squabble and had absolutely no further motivation to fight each other. Regarding Oimo and Kashi, these two individuals were dedicated sailors who belonged to the giant crew originally, and they made the brave decision to sail out across the treacherous seas specifically to search far and wide for their beloved captains. Alas, this loyal pair was tragically manipulated and deceived by the sinister world government, who then coerced and forced them into serving as guards for the infamous Enies Lobby Court of Justice. It was only thanks to the timely intervention and quick thinking of Usopp that these two young warriors realized they had been duped, and simultaneously learned the precise location where their captains were currently residing. Meanwhile, Dr. Edison was utterly astonished and quite impressed by the tremendous raw power displayed by these giants. He certainly never anticipated that they would have established such a strong acquaintance or friendship with the Straw Hat crew. It seems overwhelmingly likely that this massive pirate crew decided to make the journey here specifically after thoroughly reading the shocking newspaper article published by the economic mogul Morgans. The sheer fact that the world government mobilized thousands upon thousands of marine troops for this monumental operation, this specific time around, was simply too massive to not be reported in the papers. Usopp, our emotional sniper, felt even more profoundly moved when the realization struck him that the giant pirate crew had arrived with the sole purpose of assisting him directly. Right now, the crucial thing to do is complete the remaining preparations for their escape. Over on the other side of the island, the musicians Brook and Lilith were desperately attempting to steer the Thousand Sunny ship towards the designated assembly point. Due to the dangerously slick and slippery ice surface, however, the Soul King found himself completely unable to find any effective method whatsoever to bring the ship to a halt. Observing Brook's incredibly nonchalant demeanor, as if nothing serious were happening, Lilith became intensely irritated. She snapped, "This is absolutely not the moment for joking around or making light of the situation. If we crash directly into that energy barrier, we'll undoubtedly be roasted alive, and that would be a terrible surprise." Meanwhile, across the battlefield, the brave fishman Jinbei had successfully assessed the perilous situation at hand, currently, and knew they must prepare themselves to make their swift exit the very instant a viable opportunity presented itself. He muttered to himself, "Engaging in a full-scale battle right this second is certainly not the wisest plan, Roronoa." In a parallel development, the aggressive leopard fighter, Rob Lucci, and the master swordsman, Zoro, were still fiercely locked in combat, neither having yet achieved a decisive victory. Zoro mentally acknowledged that Lucci was proving to be surprisingly durable and exceptionally tenacious. Nevertheless, the swordsman felt an urgent pressure due to the time constraint, recognizing that he desperately needed to finalize and conclude this intense duel immediately. Lucci sneered back, asserting, "Only the victor gets the privilege of declaring such a statement. You miserable one-eyed swordsman! While your precious crew is busy waiting for you, you're merely acting as a dead weight slowing down their escape." Lucci firmly declared with absolute certainty that the Straw Hat Pirates would be utterly unable to make their getaway from this island, unless they willingly abandoned one of their comrades, adding that Zoro would eventually just end up as a dried-out corpse soon enough anyway. Zoro scoffed playfully, "Oh my, aren't we boastful? You're really acting as if you, the spotted leopard, are the one truly holding the reins of control in this situation, aren't you?" The dramatic, unexpected betrayal of the Pacifistas, coupled with the sudden and overwhelming assault launched by the enormous giant pirate crew, had resulted in devastating and heavy losses for the already beleaguered marine forces. An astounding count of over 30 battleships had just been sent to the bottom of the ocean, and that alarming total showed absolutely no sign of slowing down. To swiftly adapt and respond to this rapidly deteriorating situation, the imposing, multi-chinned Vice Admiral with the scarred face sternly ordered the massive main battleships to move immediately to the front lines. He admitted he never ever anticipated a day like this, where they would be compelled to turn their very own military weaponry against their own combat units, the Pacifistas. Boom. With a resounding explosion, one of the newer Pacifista Mark III models was successfully shot down and completely destroyed by concentrated marine cannon fire. Now, shifting back our attention to Luffy. The rubber boy was cheerfully continuing his wild bouncing routine on the strangely resilient, rubber-like surface of the island. Noticing that Bonney appeared quite distressed and was actually shedding tears, Luffy, ever the concerned friend, paused his antics to ask her exactly what sort of trouble the young girl was currently facing. He then teased her a bit, joking that the punch she had previously thrown at Saturn looked pathetically weak. Bonney quickly retorted, explaining that she was merely attempting to imitate the powerful giant rubber fist belonging to the legendary sun god Nika. She challenged Luffy, saying if Luffy felt that her imitation wasn't quite accurate, then he should absolutely give her a full demonstration right then and there. She pleaded, "Go show that awful, arrogant old geezer what real power looks like and get some much-deserved justice for Professor Vegapunk." It was precisely at this moment that Luffy finally spotted the esteemed scientist, realizing with a shock that the professor was gravely injured and immobilized nearby. Even after taking damage, Saturn retained his haughty, superior attitude, openly showing his utter disregard for the sanctity of human life and the value of people's existence. Motivated by Bonney's request and this injustice, Luffy wholeheartedly decided to follow her instructions. He began rapidly spinning his arm in continuous circles, creating a dizzying blur to demonstrate the technique for the excited young girl. Observing this brazen display, Saturn immediately fixed Luffy with a terrifying glare and unleashed a silent, powerful attack, striking the rubber hero and causing him to violently cough up a spray of blood. Despite the sudden pain and injury, that painful blow proved completely insufficient to halt the charging warrior of liberation. Following up instantly, Luffy unleashed his signature move, the Dawn Explosive Punch, delivering a ferocious, machine gun flurry of continuous blows straight into the arrogant old fiend's face. What a truly glorious and satisfying spectacle it was to witness. It serves that wicked, venomous, power-delusional spider right for his cruelty. The ferocious and incredibly powerful attack sequence launched by our beloved rubber hero Luffy resulted in Saturn being violently blasted backward once more, sending the Elder crashing through the structures far below. Meanwhile, Admiral Kizaru, the Man of Light, maintained his relentless and unbroken chase of Vegapunk. The very instant Kizaru fired off one of his devastating light beams, Sanji materialized in a stunning, almost miraculous display, immediately kicking the lethal light beam away with breathtaking, utterly surreal agility. This jaw-dropping moment caused Admiral Kizaru to display an expression of genuine shock, something rarely, if ever, seen on his face. He exclaimed in disbelief, "Holy smokes, you actually managed to kick pure light, Sanji." Sanji, cool and confident as ever, replied, "Naturally. Light is nothing more than a faint, flickering ash compared to the blazing intensity of my love." Kizaru mumbled in amazement, "That truly is ridiculous. So, does this mean all the established laws of physics should just be discarded right into the trash bin then?" Without wasting another precious moment in the escalating chaos, Lilith and Frankie quickly moved to escort the pair of Bonney and her father away from the immediate danger, entrusting the remaining conflicts and complexities to their courageous crewmates. Simultaneously, two very distinct individuals, who felt both unfamiliar yet strangely recognizable, were seen approaching the exact location where the gravely injured Saint Saturn had landed. These figures were identified as the notorious Katarina Devon and the sharpshooter Van Augur, both prominent members of the dreaded Blackbeard pirates. Observing an elder star of the world government actually stepping foot onto the ground was certainly a historical event, a truly once-in-a-millennium occurrence. Devon appeared intensely intrigued, noting that the sheer tremendous power Saturn demonstrated made her feel quite covetous and intensely desiring that strength for herself. Who in the world would have ever suspected that an Elder Star would condescend to step down from the heavens and personally enter the battlefield in such a manner? This unexpected turn of events actually allowed the Blackbeard pirates to streamline and accelerate numerous long-term plans they had been formulating. Following this, Devon utilized her ability, placing a hand upon Saturn's monstrous leg to successfully record and store his unique, monstrous form. Their intended mission was essentially now complete. Saturn, meanwhile, was fully aware of just how inherently dangerous and unpredictable Katarina Devon truly was. He pondered aloud, Unable to fathom why such a formidable woman would choose to align herself as a subordinate under the command of Blackbeard, Devon responded with a subtle smirk, stating that the answer was quite simple. It's because Marshal D. Teach, otherwise known as Blackbeard, possesses a nature that is truly exceptionally unique and incomparable. Saturn immediately pressed the issue further, questioning her. Are you perhaps implying that it is somehow related to his unusual bloodline? Devon registered a look of mild astonishment, surprised that Saturn seemed to possess such detailed knowledge about Teach. Despite this insight, the Elder Star confessed that he could not possibly conceive of the next terrifying, clandestine conspiracy that this group of dangerous pirates might be plotting. Van Augur, the sharpshooter, provided only a cryptic and extremely brief response, consisting of exactly 2 ominous words, the world. Upon hearing this unsettling reply, Saturn furiously swung his massive spider-like leg in a forceful attempt to crush the intrusive duo. However, Augur instantly activated his Devil Fruit ability, seamlessly teleporting himself and Devon far away and out of harm's reach. Having lost his target so abruptly, Saturn was left helpless, unable to react further, and could only brood deeply in contemplation. Furthermore, it must be noted that since Van Augur had only recently come into possession of his teleportation Devil Fruit power, it had not been very long ago. He still lacked the mastery required to successfully teleport himself completely off the boundaries of Egghead Island. Meanwhile, nearby, the treacherous pirate Caribou spotted the members of the Blackbeard pirates, and he instantly expressed overwhelming delight and excitement at the sight of them. Caribou was genuinely shocked and thrilled, admitting he never expected to encounter such high-ranking captains of Teach's crew in this precise location. For a long time now, Caribou has held an intense admiration for Blackbeard, idolizing him and secretly nurturing a desperate dream of becoming one of Blackbeard's official subordinates. He had originally set sail on his own journey purely because he aspired to become a figure as legendary and great as Teach himself. Therefore, seizing this golden opportunity, the slimy swampman was intensely eager to be personally guided by Van Augur to finally meet his ultimate idol, the mighty Blackbeard. The ongoing marine invasion and destructive assault on the futuristic island continued to rage violently at the periphery of the main confrontation. Caribou's extremely sudden and somewhat inexplicable appearance here immediately raised massive red flags for Van Augur, compelling the skilled sharpshooter to draw his weapon without hesitation and cautiously interrogate the unexpected intruder. Despite Caribou openly identifying as a pirate, the fact that he suddenly materialized on an island that was under the direct control of the world government was inherently deeply suspicious. Augur theorized that it was highly probable that the slimy man was an undercover enemy operative, secretly plotting an elaborate scheme to gain close proximity and ultimately target Blackbeard's head. Caribou, sensing the intense danger, hearing Augur's grave suspicion, hurriedly scrambled to provide a detailed explanation, vehemently insisting that Blackbeard himself would severely punish Van Augur if the sharpshooter chose to execute him on the spot. His reasoning was solid. This desperate swamp man was in possession of information that was extremely valuable secrets that only a tiny handful of people across the entire globe were privy to. This critically important intelligence revolved entirely around the legendary ancient weapons, each of them designated by names belonging to the old gods. The first piece of information concerned the bizarre and immense power possessed by the mermaid princess Shirahoshi, found deep within Fishman Island. This power, of course, is also widely recognized as the ancient weapon known as Poseidon. Next on the list of secrets was Pluton, the formidable ancient weapon that is currently sleeping soundly deep beneath the earth of the isolated Wano country. This precise location-specific information seemed to be exclusively known only by the Straw Hat crew and Caribou himself. For this exact reason, the slimy swamp man was incredibly self-assured and confident that Blackbeard would highly value him, reward him for bringing these priceless secrets. After a moment of careful deliberation between them, Katarina Devon and Van Augur eventually came to a consensus and made the strategic decision to bring Caribou along on their next venture. Now turning our focus back to the brutal conflict between the world government forces and the future island. We see that a massive number of marine warships have now been completely obliterated and sunk to the bottom of the sea. The remaining marine forces were left with absolutely no alternative but to execute a temporary strategic retreat in order to preserve their fighting strength, primarily because the sheer power demonstrated by the fully controlled Pacifistas was genuinely horrifying and overwhelming. The specialized bubble shields surrounding the Mark III models proved to be incredibly sturdy and impenetrable. Even the heaviest, most concentrated cannon fire failed to breach its defenses. It is safe to assert that these new models possess a staggering combination of comprehensive and perfect blend of both offensive capabilities and defensive fortitude, rendering them effectively unbeatable. This frustrating realization was giving the assembled vice admirals an extreme, pounding headache. Vice Admiral Bluegrass, looking stressed, emphatically pointed out that the Marine organization simply could not afford to unleash their entire military might to counter the threat posed by the Pacifistas, because doing so would inevitably lead to truly catastrophic losses. That would be far too massive for them to absorb. Another Vice Admiral was heard expressing a wistful wish that they could somehow revoke or cancel the dreaded Buster Call summoning order, even though no such precedent for canceling it had ever existed before now. Simultaneously, Vice Admiral Gotten offered his crucial assessment, stating definitively that Professor Vegapunk had personally and intentionally transferred the controlling authority of the Pacifistas directly into the hands of Bonney, which meant that now, absolutely nobody present could effectively restrain or stop their aggressive actions. Since the professor carried out this action under extreme secrecy, it strongly suggested that the scientist had harbored intentions of outright betrayal right from the start. Conversely, the stern Vice Admiral Doberman quickly proposed a much more practical and effective solution tailored for the immediate circumstances. The Marines absolutely needed to forcefully draw the Pacifistas back under their own control, which by necessity implied they had to capture or absolutely neutralize Jewelry Bonney. Consequently, all the gathered Vice Admirals were given the urgent command to immediately abandon their current tactical positions and aggressively push inward into the island's interior to conduct a determined hunt for the Supernova Girl. The instant the Vice Admirals received critical intelligence regarding the exact location where Bonney was currently situated, Vice Admiral Tosa immediately launched himself forward at high speed, utilizing his powerful armament Aki in conjunction with his deadly finger pistol attack. This specific strike possessed a terrifying destructive force capable of shredding even the toughest battle armor. If Bonney were to be struck by this focused attack, the young woman would undoubtedly lose her life right then and there. The determined Vice Admiral quickly and aggressively closed the distance, swiftly gaining on both Frankie and Bonney, a terrifying sight that caused both of them to panic uncontrollably. Fortunately, in a dramatic nick-of-time intervention, a colossal battle axe came crashing down from above, flattening and utterly crushing Vice Admiral Tosa beneath its sheer weight. This shocking spectacle caused everyone nearby to gasp in profound astonishment. They were utterly bewildered, realizing with alarm that there were also mighty giants present on this island. If these colossal warriors happened to be hostile enemies, then the predicament for everyone involved would become catastrophic and life-threateningly dangerous. The enormous warrior who delivered the crushing blow to Tosa was none other than the great island demon Brogy, and standing proudly beside him was his longtime companion, the blue demon Dory. The legendary duo had just taken the time to carefully examine the wanted posters of the Straw Hat crew members, making absolutely certain they could recognize all the recently joined comrades who had recently been added to the ranks. Curiously, however, Frankie's current wanted poster prominently displayed a picture of the Thousand Sunnies ship, leading the two well-meaning giants to mistakenly believe that Frankie was simply another one of Vegapunk's many researchers. Upon realizing that the giants had actually come to this chaotic island specifically searching for Luffy, Frankie immediately became quite bewildered and intensely panicked. He worried terribly that his beloved captain might have had some sort of serious confrontation or disagreement with the giants, and now they had arrived to exact some form of vengeance. Fortunately, things were not at all as the worried cyborg initially suspected. Dory and Brogy proudly confirmed that they were true warriors hailing from the glorious land of Elbaf. They stated that if Frankie and his group were indeed allies and friends of Luffy, the warrior of liberation, then they would commit every ounce of their monumental strength and effort to provide them with complete protection. Hearing this generous and courageous offer, Bonney quickly seized the moment and earnestly implored the two veteran giants to extend their assistance to Luffy, Sanji, and the critically injured Vegapunk, all of whom were currently trapped and struggling further back in the dangerous interior of the island. There was actually no necessity whatsoever for the young girl to make such a plea, as that very mission was the fundamental reason the entire giant pirate crew had made the effort to come to this island. Subsequently, Brogy and Dory assigned the incredibly vital responsibility of safeguarding Bonney's group to their remaining giant crewmates. Following this delegation, the two legendary giants immediately began marching further into the island's depths, determined to provide direct support and assistance to the struggling warrior of liberation. Frankie was left utterly speechless and couldn't even process the incredible fact that his crew now possessed such formidable giant allies. He immediately recognized that these colossal beings were definitely reliable and trustworthy companions. Over on the Marine side, Vice Admiral Tosa's communication signal abruptly dropped out, signifying his defeat, prompting the remaining Vice Admirals, including Urban, Pomsky, Bluegrass, and Dahl, to collectively decide to initiate a ground landing onto the island. Utilizing the potent abilities of his Nagi Devil Fruit, Vice Admiral Bluegrass skillfully took control of a massive, heavily weaponized sea creature, directing it to move forward and accompany Vice Admiral Dahl into the combat zone. Dahl's commanding officer from over 20 years prior was none other than Jaguar D. Saul, a truly sturdy and unyielding warrior. This context made the current situation all the more intense, as the necessity for the Marines to engage in direct combat with powerful, aggressive giants hailing from Elbaf felt profoundly overwhelming and incredibly difficult, challenging for the Marine forces to overcome. As things stood, only Frankie had successfully made it close to the coastline, and the Straw Hats required the presence of 9 more crew members before they could successfully cast off and finally sail away from Egghead. Just then, Saint Saturn, still in the throes of battle, had completed its full transformation into his terrifying, true demonic monster form. Sanji, noticing the change, also spotted this critical change, recognizing the wild, maniacal glare in the Elder Star's eyes and the thick, toxic substance now completely covering his monstrous body. Without delay, Saturn launched a relentless barrage of consecutive attacks, utilizing his extremely sharp demonic claws. Sensing the extreme danger of these vicious blows, Luffy quickly employed his rubber powers, bouncing and leaping expertly to evade every single strike. He simultaneously entrusted the safety of the unconscious Vegapunk entirely to Sanji, instructing the chef to handle the professor's care. Then, noticing that Admiral Kizaru was preparing to speed off in pursuit of Sanji and Vegapunk with poisonous leg whips that look like tentacles, but Luffy is just casually dodging all of them, joking around. This dude tanked a Dawn Gatling and is already back for more. He's a tank for sure. Luffy tells Sanji to just grab Vegapunk and go, no matter how much he complains. Sanji scoops him up, ignoring the doctor's wails of agony. But in the next instant, Kizaru was there. A flash of light and he kicks Sanji square in the face. Vegapunk falls, and Kizaru stabs him right through the chest with his light sword. It's brutal. Sanji just had one job, and he got cooked. Luffy sees this, and all the jokes stop. He tells Sanji to get his act together, grab Vegapunk, and run to the back entrance. Kizaru tries to intercept again, but it's too late. Luffy gets dead serious and transforms into his giant form. With a swift motion, he then snatched Kizaru using his massive right arm, while his other colossal hand securely gripped Saturn, ensuring these two formidable adversaries could not continue their destructive rampage any longer. Having successfully brought the professor to a relatively safer location, Sanji observed Vegapunk and realized the scientist had collapsed into unconsciousness. Yet curiously, a small, knowing smile was etched onto his face. In parallel with this moment, internal transmission system that the highly prepared scientist had meticulously set up deep within his laboratory was suddenly and automatically activated. Vegapunk's ultimate goal was to successfully transmit a pre-recorded video message, one he had diligently filmed in advance, for the consumption of the entire world. This broadcast carried an exceptionally important and utterly earth-shattering message, one that promised to expose and reveal to every single person the absolute, complete, unvarnished truth concerning the history and true nature of this world they inhabit. Even though the video segment meticulously prepared by Vegapunk had successfully been activated within the laboratory, it was not capable of being broadcast widely to a global audience right this very second. Shaka, the pragmatic personality of Vegapunk, voiced a reasonable concern, arguing that not every single person in the world would be emotionally or mentally prepared to process this overwhelming news. Furthermore, he was certain that hostile parties would inevitably attempt to interfere with and suppress Vegapunk's crucial broadcast message. Because of these pressing concerns, Shaka quickly devised a clever, calculated strategy. They would exploit the vast pre-established communications network belonging to the global marine forces. This highly sophisticated maneuver would then allow Vegapunk to forcefully initiate a continuous, totally uninterrupted worldwide broadcast, transmitting his message globally at an absolute maximum signal strength. Right now, the marine hierarchy was frantically attempting to locate and sever the communication transmission lines, but the technical issue preventing them from doing so was insurmountable. Consequently, anyone who possessed a functioning communications snail device could immediately pick up the initial recorded segment of the message, which marked the very beginning of Vegapunk, but they would still need some time to prepare their visual transmission snails. The setup time varied depending on the region, so the team ultimately decided upon a very strict and brief 10-minute pause before the full broadcast commenced. Over on Luffy's side of the raging battlefield, the giant hero is still firmly grappling and restraining both the Admiral and Saint Saturn. He looked profoundly bewildered and completely confused as he heard the distinct, unmistakable voice of the scientist with the giant apple-shaped head echoing over the communications lines. Nami's group, situated elsewhere, was equally puzzled and couldn't quite grasp what chaos was unfolding, but they could all definitely confirm that the voice they heard was, without a doubt, the genuine article belonging to the professor. Outside the immediate conflict zone, the Marine forces were experiencing extreme difficulty and struggle in their attempts to successfully deal with the overwhelming presence of the colossal giants. Cannon rounds were being fired incessantly, but the artillery fire was having absolutely zero noticeable effect on the durable giants. Meanwhile, Sanji brought himself to a standstill, halting his movements when he observed that the injured Vegapunk was no longer showing any signs of life or movement. At this critical juncture, Saturn utilized his powerful telepathic connection to communicate with the other Elder Stars who were still stationed back at the Holy Land. He confirmed to them that he had personally witnessed Kizaru delivering the definite, killing blow. He was convinced that Vegapunk absolutely could not still be alive. Upon hearing this grim confirmation, the 4 other Elder Stars speculated that Vegapunk must have meticulously installed a preset, automatic death trigger mechanism which would ensure that his extremely sensitive message would be widely disseminated across the globe the very instant he met his demise. The entire council of the 5 Elder Stars expressed deep anxiety and concern, desperately wondering exactly what potentially world-altering information Vegapunk was preparing to reveal. They deduced that the probable location broadcasting this message was somewhere within the highly secured laboratory level of Egghead. However, they also knew that that specific location was currently barricaded and protected by a robust and incredibly sturdy defensive barrier. Exactly as they had dreaded, Vegapunk's shocking message had successfully begun to spread and propagate across the entirety of the world's communication network. In the distant, vibrant kingdom of Dressrosa, the citizens murmured amongst themselves, believing that if Vegapunk truly intended to disclose something, then this revelation would absolutely be monumental and history-making. Truly earth-shattering news. This news would shake the very foundations of the celestial sky and the solid earth. Following this initial sound wave, they frantically rushed to prepare a visual broadcast snail and swiftly erected a large projection screen for viewing. Inside the royal palace, the 2 close companions, Rebecca and Leo, were also intensely curious, anxiously wondering what sort of explosive secrets the highly renowned scientist whom Luffy had supposedly kidnapped was about to reveal to the public. Meanwhile, back at Windmill Village, the humble hometown of our protagonist Luffy, the local residents could only manage to receive Vegapunk's message exclusively through an audio transmission snail. Sadly, the village remains quite poor financially, and for that exact reason they simply lacked the necessary funds and resources to acquire and set up a visual broadcast transmission snail. Over in the bustling metropolis known as the aquatic cityscape of Water 7, obediently following the direct commands issued by Mayor Iceberg, large viewing screens were immediately set up and successfully prepared at every single major dock and harbor area. Furthermore, the mayor utilized his authority to issue a widespread summons, urgently calling for every resident throughout the Watertown to instantly assemble in front of the nearest screens within the very tight time frame of the next 10 minutes. High above, in the massive aerial balloon belonging to the World Economic News, Princess Vivi was exhibiting considerable worry and apprehension concerning the rapidly deteriorating situation facing Luffy and his cherished crew, especially since the devastating Buster Call had been officially initiated. Meanwhile, the sharp-eyed publisher Morgans rapidly deduced that the content being displayed on the screen was merely a film segment that had been meticulously pre-recorded. Concurrently, across the globe, citizens residing in vast regions across the 4 major oceans, including the West Blue, North Blue, and South Blue, had successfully gathered in massive crowds in front of large public viewing screens. Over at Kamabaka Kingdom, the core members of the Revolutionary Army were also monitoring the highly secretive conversation unfolding between Vegapunk, Shaka, and Pythagoras with intense scrutiny. Notably, this particular broadcast marked the very first instance in history where the entire world was able to gaze upon the true physical form of the brilliant Dr. Vegapunk. Consequently, viewers everywhere were left utterly flabbergasted and somewhat disoriented by the unexpected sight of his real body. Vankov, in particular, was completely clueless about what sort of scheme Vegapunk might be currently hatching, and expressed extreme surprise that the scientist's signature, impossibly tall, floating apple head, had seemingly vanished. Reflecting deeply upon the cryptic words Vegapunk had spoken previously, hinting that he was fully aware he would meet his death sooner or later, Monkey D-Dragon remained completely silent, lost in profound, troubled contemplation. Shifting back to the intense, chaotic melee on Egghead, Luffy instantly recognized that inflicting lasting, meaningful harm upon the 2 incredibly tough adversaries currently facing him was proving to be far from an easy task. In order to somehow wrench themselves free from Luffy's powerful grip, Kizaru and Saturn coordinated their efforts, simultaneously unleashing powerful concentrated energy attacks aimed directly at the Rubber Man. Fortunately, Luffy reacted instinctively, leaning his body dramatically backward just in the nick of time to effortlessly evade both of those lightning-quick concurrent strikes. Following this masterful dodge, Luffy swung both Kizaru and Saturn behind his back, positioning them perfectly to gather colossal momentum, confidently asserting that he absolutely would not permit the 2 stubborn old geezers to run away or escape his grasp under any circumstances. Immediately afterward, Luffy executed his signature, powerful technique known as the Radiant Dawn, bringing his two massive giant hands together in a tremendously forceful clap. That earth-shattering clap instantly crushed both Kizaru and Saturn, flattening the two formidable figures as if they were nothing more than thin sheets of paper. Refusing to stop his playful torment there, Luffy decided to continue using the hapless duo as an entertaining toy, gleefully spinning them around and around in his massive, rubberized hands. He then suddenly released them, violently flinging both Kizaru and Saturn away into the far distance. Kizaru and Saturn were rotated so rapidly they resembled spinning tops, much to Luffy's sheer delight and amusement. The Admiral of Light was sent careening rapidly towards the distant battleships stationed outside the island's perimeter, but Saint Saturn, demonstrating his terrifying resilience, unexpectedly reversed his trajectory and came hurtling back directly towards Luffy, launching a furious counterattack. This unbelievable persistence severely annoyed and frustrated Luffy, who muttered in disbelief, "What in the world do I have to do to make this old man finally stay down for good?" Meanwhile, regarding Kizaru, after delivering the fatal blow to his longtime friend, the Admiral had seemingly lost all his motivation and complete will to continue the fight. The usually cool and collected Admiral of Light was sprawled out miserably on the deck, using his hand to cover and conceal the tears that were visibly streaming down his face. He became utterly indifferent, ignoring anything and everything that was said to him. Seeing Saturn charging back towards him yet again, Luffy suddenly launched himself backward with insane speed, temporarily retreating, to seek momentary refuge, giving himself a brief window to desperately formulate a viable plan to effectively counter the relentless Elder Star. The remaining Elder Stars, communicating telepathically with Saturn, urgently warned him that time was running out rapidly, and they absolutely must prevent Vegapunk from broadcasting any of his revolutionary, dangerous nonsense. Meanwhile, back on the island, Bonney's group had been successfully escorted and moved towards the coastline by the powerful giants. The young girl desperately hoped that the professor and all her friends would manage to escape this terrifying situation completely unharmed. Recognizing that he had exhausted all his other options in this escalating crisis, Saturn reluctantly realized he was forced to initiate a dangerous summoning ritual, intent on instantly bringing the remaining Elder Stars from the Holy Land straight to Egghead Island. Immediately following this decision, 4 distinct, terrifying beams of black lightning shot straight down towards Saturn's position, coalescing and forming 4 massive, glowing magical circles in occurrence, perfectly mirroring the moment the Elder Star had originally materialized unexpectedly onto the future island. Faced with this incomprehensible, surreal display, the Marine soldiers and Luffy alike stared wide-eyed in stunned silence, utterly confused as to what kind of demonic spectacle was unfolding before them. It wasn't just a single vortex, but there were now 4 terrifying black flames raging simultaneously. Everyone was silently asking themselves if the situation could possibly escalate to something far worse than this current apocalyptic scene. The powerful black lightning currently spanned across the entire sky above Egghead Island, striking fear and astonishment into the hearts of every observer. Every participant, including the various vice admirals, the common marine soldiers, and even Bonney's retreating group, were fixated and focused intently on this dreadful celestial event. This identical, dreadful phenomenon was a clear repeat of the mystical display that occurred when Saint Saturn first made his unexpected, solitary appearance on the ground. Confronted by this completely insane and rapidly escalating spectacle, Bonney felt an intense wave of worry wash over her for everyone still caught in the conflict, and she desperately hoped they would somehow manage to escape the island in one piece and find peace. Refusing to allow themselves to be distracted by the shocking events overhead, the immense giant warriors maintained their disciplined cooperation with the Pacifistas, tirelessly continuing to shoot down and obliterate the approaching enemy battleships. In the thick of the action, the heroic duo of Dory and Brogy were noticeably still laughing and sharing excited banter as they purposefully advanced further into the escalating chaotic battlefield. Simultaneously, in the central command room, power located in the Holy Land of Marishwa, an even larger magical summoning circle had dramatically manifested, accompanied by swirling black flames and crackling black lightning bolts. The 4 Elder Stars who had remained there had now completely vanished, confirming that they had successfully been summoned through the ritual to Egghead Island. The imposing room of power was now eerily empty, save for the distinct echoing voice of Vegapunk broadcasting live over the television screens, where the eccentric scientist appeared to be using this unprecedented global opportunity to actually advertise his specialized brand of coffee to the entire world. It certainly proves the old adage that truly intelligent individuals are always well versed in the intricate art of business and marketing. The critical countdown timer for the video's worldwide premiere now showed only a mere 7 minutes remaining. Emerging slowly and ominously from the swirling chaos of the four powerful magic circles, the remaining Elder Stars began to gradually unveil their horrific, genuine, monstrous forms. Luffy stood alone, facing an impossible scenario. How on earth could he hope to effectively battle 5 horrifying, awakened deities all at the same time? Finally, the monstrous shapes and devastating powers of the 5 Elder Stars were shockingly revealed. St. J. Garcia Saturn is confirmed as the horrifying demon, sea serpent monster. St. Marcus Mars manifested as the dreadful serpentine bird creature Sumade. St. Topman Mercury took the grotesque form of the towering wild boar demon, Hoki. St. Venus Nushiro revealed himself as the skeletal horse demon, Bakotsu. And finally, St. Shepherd Jupiter was the gigantic, terrifying sandworm demon. Standing right in front of our hero, Luffy, were now the absolute, ultimate arbiters and supreme judges of the entire world government, the 5 Elder Stars, all fully transformed into their terrifying, awakened, mythical Zoan forms. The sheer physical appearance of these monstrous figures was both colossal in size and absolutely hideous to behold. In stark comparison, Luffy looked hopelessly tiny and minuscule. This revelation made the previous confrontation at the Holy Land even more astonishing. Realizing that Sabo had faced all 5 Elder Stars plus the formidable Emu alone, meaning Sabo had been forced to directly contend with a total of 6 horrifying, overwhelming monsters of this caliber. The sheer fact that the revolutionary chief of staff was able to successfully escape that terrifying ordeal is nothing short of a true miracle. Now, Luffy is faced with the exact same grim necessity as his older brother. He must find every single possible strategy and clever means available to him to successfully escape this perilous island immediately, taking his friends and allies with him. They were already facing an impossible situation just with Saturn present. We finally see the first member of the 5 Elders making a move. It is none other than Saint Nasujiro who leads the charge. Assuming the form of a skeletal horse, this terrifying elder immediately gallops straight toward the coastline, exactly where the deadly Pacifista Max models were locked in fierce combat against the marine forces. Nasujiro then transitioned into his hybrid state, swiftly drawing his prized sacred sword and delivering an instantaneous, lightning-fast slash directly to the cybernetic chest of one of the cyborgs. That single, precise slash from the elderly saint immediately froze the Pacifista in its tracks, causing the massive super cyborg to crash down right there, completely deactivated. But Nasujiro was far from finished. He relentlessly continued his assault, annihilating all the remaining Pacifistas along the shore in what felt like less than a moment. His movement was so incredibly swift that when the Marines tried to look in from the exterior, all they could perceive was a blur, the phantom outline of an enormous horse moving across the battlefield. Countless Pacifista units dotting the coastline suddenly ceased operation. Nisujiro's freezing cuts had managed to temporarily suspend their functionality. Meanwhile, St. Marcus Mars, in his magnificent demonic bird form, was soaring high in the heavens with a clear objective to launch a devastating attack directly onto the Cloud-born laboratory. Nami was completely bewildered by the sheer panic radiating from Sanji. But once the cook explained that a genuinely terrifying actual monster was flying right over their heads, the entire group became utterly terrified. They were thrown into chaos and fear. The Marine forces quickly checked the condition of the Pacifistas and confirmed that the earlier slash had effectively paralyzed their nervous systems, rendering them temporarily inert and useless. The Navy personnel were absolutely thrilled, even ecstatic, to suddenly have such powerful, albeit mysterious, reinforcements on their side. Now they realized they no longer had to stress over having to waste time and effort battling those impossibly durable Pacifista models. Vice Admiral Doberman immediately seized this golden opportunity, ordering his subordinates to fan out, locate, and neutralize Bonney immediately, since her precise current location had now been successfully tracked by the Navy. Capitalizing on his own incredible durability and perceived tenacity, he rushed straight into the fray without showing even a flicker of hesitation. Honestly, the 5 Elders were performing their duties exceptionally well, achieving feats that thousands of regular Marine soldiers had only ever dreamed of accomplishing since the conflict began. In the midst of all this chaos, St. Saturn kept relentlessly targeting Luffy, unleashing attacks with his massive, toxic-laden claws. Meanwhile, St. Jupiter, transformed into his gargantuan sandworm state, plunged his monstrous head deep below the surface, resembling a colossal earthworm, instantly causing Luffy to break out in a cold sweat from the sheer dread. The Sunny, carrying Lilith and the rest of the crew, managed to execute a perfectly safe landing. thanks entirely to the strategically placed plant barriers created by the long-nosed fellow, Usopp. Jinbe quickly gauged the severity of the situation and concluded he absolutely must interfere and restrain Zoro if remained too eager and reckless in the ongoing battle. Switching scenes, let's return to the conclusion of the high-stakes confrontation between the relentless leopard fighter Lucci and the basket-headed swordsman Zoro. During their intense exchange, one of Zoro's 3 beloved swords was knocked clean out of his grasp and sent soaring into the air. Both combatants had independently sensed the powerful presence of the 5 elders, realizing that the haki emanating from these terrifying old men was unimaginably potent. That overwhelming power was currently radiating out, blanketing the entire area. Eventually, the fishman Jinbe managed to locate Zoro. Sanji, using some form of communication device, contacted the fishman knight, imploring him to restrain the reckless swordsman, while simultaneously tossing out a classic taunt, calling Zoro a constant burden who always drags his teammates into grave peril. Unsurprisingly, the stinging insult from the chef truly infuriated Zoro, lighting a fire under him. When Lucci rushed forward with his rapid Rankiaku barrage, Zoro needed only a slight shift in position to elegantly evade every single attack, quickly snatching the sword Enma. As it slowly descended back toward the ground, the swordsman immediately unleashed a decisive, final attack, magnificently combined with the supremely potent Advanced Conqueror's Haki. Before the furious leopard fighter Rob Lucci could even process what was happening, Zoro's devastating strike connected, being defeated not only by the captain, but also by the crew's swordsman people whom Lucci had dismissed as utterly insignificant 2 years prior. It certainly appears that, in the present era, this particular leopard assassin is completely off the charts in terms of being outdated. Shifting focus. The sandworm Jupiter abruptly burst out from beneath the earth, intending to swallow Luffy whole and drag him into its massive stomach. Luffy, caught entirely off guard, was snapped up by the terrifying monster. But just at that precise moment, the 2 legendary giant captains made their grand entrance. Even though Luffy was currently transformed into his blindingly white warrior state, they recognized his face instantly and it was impossible for them to forget him. Dory and Brogy fiercely declared that the dark, cavernous stomach of this horrifying sandworm was definitely not a fitting place for their treasured friend Luffy. Immediately following their declaration, the giant duo swung their enormous weapons in perfect synchronization, brutally severing Jupiter's massive head, thereby rescuing Luffy right in the nick of time. Upon seeing his old acquaintances, Luffy became completely ecstatic and overjoyed. Dory explained that their entire crew was incredibly anxious and eager to finally reunite with the Straw Hat Pirates. That is exactly why. They had made the firm decision to sail straight to Egghead in order to safely escort everyone back to their homeland of Elbaf. Concurrently, St. Marcus Mars, maintaining his demonic bird transformation, repeatedly smashed his head directly against the massive dome barrier. Utilizing his impossibly tough physique and his ability for super speed regeneration, the Elder managed to penetrate the protective layer without sustaining any visible damage whatsoever. Having breached the perimeter, Marcus Mars immediately began searching for the exact location from which Vegapunk was managing to transmit his global signal. Jinbe, ever perceptive, also quickly detected St. Marcus Mars, noticing that the old man not only possessed a truly grotesque appearance, but also radiated an immense, malevolent quantity of haki. Because of this terrifying aura, Jinbe strongly suggested that Zoro should definitely call an end to this intense battle right now and make a hasty retreat. Following his advice, the Straw Hat helmsman then utilized Fishman Karate, slamming his fist onto the ground to generate a thick wall of smoke, successfully creating a crucial separation between them and Lucci. Rob Lucci's reserves of strength were utterly depleted, meaning he could no longer manage to hold onto his powerful transformation. He was unable to maintain his lethal leopard hybrid form any longer. Simultaneously, St. Marcus Mars flew directly over to Lucci's position to interrogate him, demanding to know York's current location. It seemed apparent that this was the very first time Lucci had witnessed the monstrous, beastly transformation of one of the 5 elders, which caused him to be so terrified that he was frozen stiff. He was paralyzed with absolute dread. Zoro, seated securely on Jinbe's back, admitted a genuine curiosity regarding the colossal demonic bird hovering right in front of them, yet quickly agreed that fleeing was definitely the wisest course of action. Lucci, forced to cooperate, reported that York was currently tied up inside the control room on the 4th floor of building A. He correctly identified the 2 escaping individuals as Zoro and Jinbe. Lucci continued his highly detailed report, stating that inside the dome barrier there were 5 other members of the Straw Hat crew, along with 2 Vegapunk satellites who were busy preparing their final escape route via the laboratory's rear exit. He also mentioned that 85 CP agents and 4 Seraphim models were being detained in the underground levels. There were only 6 minutes remaining before Vegapunk intended to broadcast his critical message to the entire world. Marcus Mars commended Lucci for the valuable information he had gathered and quickly decided that his priority was to fly off and find York immediately. Seeing his chance, the leopard fighter asked St. Marcus for a single crucial favor, that he spare the life of his injured comrade Kaku, who was seriously wounded and currently trapped inside the control room. Lucci desperately needed Kaku to be rescued. However, Marcus Mars coldly rejected this plea, stating plainly that he had absolutely no interest in or concern for creatures he considered mere insects. Meanwhile, on the other side of the island, Luffy was completely absorbed in a cheerful conversation with the two gigantic elderly men, momentarily forgetting the brutal high-stakes battle he was engaged in. It had been 2 long years since their last encounter. Dory and Brogy immediately recognized the Gear 5 form, proclaiming that Nico was the legendary sun god of Elboth. Luffy's current attire and appearance bore an astonishing resemblance to this mythical solar deity. Luffy, utterly confused about what the two giants were rambling about, decided he needed to promptly put that strange conversation aside for the time being. The immediate priority was confronting and neutralizing the 2 massive monsters standing right in front of them, who honestly looked just like some of the ferocious beasts found roaming the forests of Elboth. Luffy expressed that he truly did not wish to fight them right now, as his ultimate and overarching goal remained a swift departure from the island. Just prior to this reunion, the 2 great, giant captains had encountered Sanji, and he had arranged for them to meet Luffy on the opposite side of the island. Following this discovery, Dory raised his signal horn and blew a loud blast to signal his entire crew. This sound served as the designated retreat signal, confirming that both captains had successfully located Luffy. The giants were immediately required to return to their ship without delay, seeing as the entire crew's initial objective was solely to rescue the Straw Hat Pirates, and there was certainly nothing valuable worth plundering from the Marine fleet. Observing this impressive display, St. Warcury, Wankuzi, felt compelled to blow his own personal, formidable signal horn for Luffy's group to witness. The Elder then opened his colossal maw and let out an incredibly ferocious roar. This mighty bellow was infused with a massive burst of Conqueror's Hawkeye, generating an overwhelmingly powerful shockwave that was strong enough to destabilize and knock the 2 gigantic warriors off their feet. The force was so intense, in fact, that it literally stripped every ephemeral part of Luffy's Gear 5 form right off his body. The 2 cloudy eye patches, his iconic straw hat, and even the scar on his chest appeared to flutter away, creating a totally surreal visual. Thankfully, he managed to keep hold of his pants, otherwise he would have been completely exposed. The deafening sound of Warcury's massive roar resonated across the entire island, carrying with it an enormous blast of Conqueror's Haki. The Marine soldiers observing this chaos from the outside were convinced they were witnessing something utterly insane. Unable to endure the overwhelming pressure, they collectively began to foam at the mouth before collapsing, rendered completely unconscious. Simultaneously, Dory and Brogy watched with profound concern as Luffy's external features were literally blown away. They realized that their friend's body truly operated under strange, unknown rules. Next, Luffy had to comically stick his loose parts back onto himself in their correct positions. He almost lost everything. It must be honestly admitted that Demon Boar in front of them is one truly powerful opponent. He is certainly worthy of his title as the supreme leader of the world government. But Warcury wasn't finished yet. He suddenly leaped toward the 2 giant captains, launching a surprise attack. Even more alarmingly, his enormous tusks transformed into razor-sharp lethal blades capable of slicing through absolutely anything. Using their magnificent solar shields, Brogy and Dory successfully intercepted and blocked the furious, powerful assault. Determined to shift the momentum of the battle, the duo worked together and managed to send the Elder Warcury flying backward, a considerable distance away. Not ignoring the situation, Saturn inflated his cheeks and began firing a barrage of poisonous spheres toward them. These toxic bombs were designed to completely erase everyone standing before him from the face of history itself. Recognizing the extreme danger, Luffy casually yanked a nearby tree out of the ground and began nonchalantly chewing on the trunk. In mere seconds, Luffy transformed the tree into a perfectly shaped baseball bat. Coloring the bat and topping it off with a baseball cap completed his look perfectly. He was absolutely ready. Immediately, Luffy swung the bat with immense force, knocking the poisonous spheres right back at Saturn, effectively turning the enemy's attack against himself. Believing that the formidable foe had been dealt with, Dory and Brogy concluded it was finally time to make their exit. However, Luffy knew full well how ridiculously resilient these monsters were, realizing that none of their attacks would truly faze them for long. So, the decision was simple. Retreat now. Why waste energy trying to pummel foes that are essentially immortal? There was no point in tiring their arms out unnecessarily. Elsewhere, Nami was urgently pressing Zoro and Jinbei to return to the ship as quickly as possible. Yet, several vice admirals had already taken up defensive positions right in front of the giant pirate ship. absolutely determined to prevent Bonney from escaping. Meanwhile, St. Marcus Mars had successfully located York. He grabbed her and forced her to identify the room currently being displayed on the monitoring screen. Upon seeing the colossal demonic bird up close, York was struck by such paralyzing terror that she was crying and unable to articulate a single word. At the exact same time, Marine soldiers were attempting to treat Admiral Kizaru. Yet, they realized his deepest injury was not physical, but one of the heart, an emotional wound that truly could not be soothed by any medicine or treatment. Due to his profound internal pain, Kizaru decided he wished to rest there, completely disinterested in pursuing the conflict any further. Adding to the bizarre chaos, the ancient giant robot suddenly reactivated and began lumbering slowly but majestically through the intense sea of fire surrounding the island. Right now, its appearance was strikingly similar to a massive titan striding through an inferno. Furthermore, the robot was heard muttering phrases eerily identical to the giant elephant Zunsha, specifically uttering words of apology directed toward Joy Boy. With the formidable reinforcement provided by the five elders, the Marine side dramatically flipped the tactical situation and instantly regained a substantial advantage. Consequently, they immediately ramped up the intensity of their cannon fire, aiming to blockade every single Pacifista unit, determined to absolutely prevent both the Straw Hat crew and Bonney from escaping Egghead. It was revealed that Saint Venus, Nusajuro, was the one responsible for paralyzing the majority of the Pacifista Max 3 models with his potent ability. The Elder was utterly enraged that Vegapunk had bestowed upon Bonney a power capable of potentially obliterating an entire nation. He viewed this act as nothing short of insane rebellion against the established order. Meanwhile, the giant warriors were steadily streaming back toward their vessel, realizing they were outmatched now that truly powerful figures from the world government had officially landed on the island. Currently, Egghead appeared to be sinking into a raging inferno, with nearly all the major buildings reduced to rubble and ash. Furthermore, the Marine forces continued to advance their troops toward the northeast coast, hoping to definitively sink the pirate ship that had sailed all the way from Elbaf. However, this task would certainly not be as simple as they expected. To effectively obstruct the path of the Straw Hat crew and ensure Bonney's capture, Vice Admiral Zeesking boldly chose to engage Frankie in a test of pure strength. Yet before Zking could even launch a proper attack, the powerful Iron Cyborg delivered a devastating blow that instantly dislocated the Vice Admiral's jaw. Recognizing that the enemy numbers were overwhelming, Bonney decided to jump into the fray to assist Frankie. She earnestly requested that the two giant old men look after her father, Kuma, before leaping into battle herself to confront Vice Admiral Pomsky. One might have assumed that a Marine Vice Admiral would be incredibly powerful, but it turned out that Pomsky was surprisingly easy to defeat. Bonney effortlessly transformed him into a child using her powers and then sent him flying with a kick, making him look utterly pitiful. Up in the laboratory level, the main screen was still ironically displaying Vegapunk's pre-recorded clip, in which he was proudly showcasing his personal brand of coffee to the world. There were now only 4 minutes remaining until the broadcast of his actual message was scheduled to commence. At this exact point in time, St. Marcus Mars was directed to the identified recording studio, but found no trace of Vegapunk or the broadcast device. The Elder immediately opened his mouth, unleashing a massive shockwave that destroyed everything in the room instantly. Seeing this recklessness, York frantically begged Marcus to cease his destructive actions, confirming that the original Vegapunk must have definitively concealed the crucial broadcast mechanism elsewhere. Not wanting to lose any precious time searching for the snail, Marcus decided his best move was to flatten the entire laboratory, betting that this act would surely disrupt the ongoing broadcast. York vehemently objected, instantly countering that the first and second floors of Tower B contained the primary weapon manufacturing area and the power plant. Furthermore, she explained that the third floor of Tower C housed highly dangerous, high-pressure gas cylinders. If those cylinders were to explode, the entire experimental floor would be obliterated. This catastrophic event would vaporize Punk Records itself. Consequently, the crucial blueprint for the prototype Mother Flame weapon, which the Five Elders urgently required, would be irrevocably lost. With his options limited, Marcus ordered York to immediately put her shared brainpower to use and determine where Vegapunk might have strategically hidden the transponder snail. After all, she possessed the same intellect as the brilliant scientist. York, of course, recognized the immense pressure and knew that if she continued to fail him, her dream of becoming a celestial dragon would be severely jeopardized, making it incredibly difficult for her to ascend to that status. Suddenly, Marcus Mars sensed the distinct sound of a creature's voice resonating from deep inside Punk Records. He instantly deduced that this was highly likely the broadcast transponder snail, a newly developed triangular device. Following the frantic instructions provided by York, Marcus immediately and swiftly flew inside the massive structure of Punk Records to locate the source of the signal. Thankfully, the colossal monster had departed. Otherwise, the lives of both Stussy and Kaku would have been in extreme peril. Based entirely on the horrifying conversation they had just overheard, Kakeru correctly surmised that the giant demonic bird was, in fact, one of the legendary Five Elders. He realized that the transformed appearance of this terrifying individual was truly too grotesque for words. The square-nosed assassin suggested cynically that Stussy had likely been abandoned by the Straw Hat crew, deeming this the rightful consequence of her decision to betray them. However, Stussy clarified that she had intentionally chosen to remain behind because she still had one crucial mission that remained incomplete and required her attention. Up on the clouds, Nami expressed her genuine surprise that Stussy was not traveling with the rest of the group. Stussy explained that the primary reason for her solitary decision was the necessity for someone to lower the massive dome barrier precisely at the moment the ship was making its exit, and that the command to lower the dome could only be executed from inside the command center. In order to honor Stussy's significant sacrifice, Edison urgently advised the Straw Hat crew that they must absolutely escape Egghead by any means necessary. Even given the gravity of the situation, Nami firmly insisted that she truly did not want to abandon the single crewmate or ally. Furthermore, Robin voiced a practical concern, believing it was highly uncertain whether the Thousand Sunny could manage to fly across such a vast expanse of ocean. Edison conceded that he had done the calculations himself, which confirmed that there was a 100% chance the ship would crash directly into the ground. However, the emergency retreat system preparations were now fully complete. Once Zoro and Jinbei arrived at the location, the entire group would need to execute one massive, powerful leap across to the other side of the island. Edison reflected that the Straw Hat Pirates were genuinely a magnificent group, always displaying unwavering determination regardless of the danger they faced, a spirit he believed was the true origin of miracles. Having delivered this heartfelt praise, Edison immediately vaulted down below. He decided to fly directly through the dome barrier himself, ensuring that the Straw Hat crew would have a secure route for their eventual launch. Back in Luffy's relentless battle, Saint Jupiter opened his enormously wide mouth and started forcefully sucking everything into his vast, abyssal stomach. The sheer gravitational pull generated by the sandworm was so powerful that marine battleships sitting offshore were actually being dragged closer toward Egghead Island. Even those distant ships were gradually being pulled inexorably towards the treacherous island. The two venerable giant elders and Luffy were not exempt. No matter how desperately they tried to run away, the colossal worm's suction force relentlessly dragged them backward. Unable to tolerate the situation any longer, Luffy darted towards a nearby massive building and effortlessly hoisted it into the air. He then hurled the entire structure straight toward the hungry sandworm. Jupiter was forced to swallow the building whole, which had the effect of pancaking him and neutralizing his suction power completely. However, just as he achieved this, Luffy's Gear 5 form reached its absolute limit. He immediately reverted, shriveling into a wrinkled, elderly version of himself, completely devoid of energy or vitality. Luffy's startling physical transformation left the two giant warriors utterly astonished and confused. All the energy from the massive meal Luffy had consumed just moments earlier was totally expended. Upon mentioning the need for food, Brogy promptly offered Luffy some rations. He presented Luffy with a specialized reserve fruit known as Hakan. This delicacy is prepared using rotten shark meat and serves as the emergency ration for the people of Elbaf. Due to its ingredients, the taste of Hakan is absolutely horrific and almost impossible to choke down. In sharp contrast to its terrible flavor, this specific food source is packed with such an extraordinary amount of nutrition that Luffy's stamina was instantly restored. He instantly snapped back to his original vibrant form, brimming with extreme vigor. At that precise moment, the enormous pig demon Saint Mercury came charging forward aggressively. In powerful response, Luffy inflated his arm to a colossal size and unleashed a devastatingly potent punch aimed right at the center of the Elder's massive forehead. Shockingly, Saint Mercury's skull proved to be impossibly hard, leaving the Elder completely unfazed by the attack. Conversely, Luffy suffered painful blisters on his punching arm and recoiled, screaming in agony. The threat level was far from diminished. Saint Saturn, observing the ongoing chaos, began climbing onto the clouds, clearly intending to move closer to Nami's group. Meanwhile, back at the coast, one of the giant warriors was violently struck down by Saint Venus Nusero, who now appeared truly terrifying, his great sword drenched in blood. Inside the laboratory, St. Marcus Mars had reverted to his human form and finally managed to locate the elusive triangular transponder snail. Moreover, standing right in front of him was a sight that was truly unimaginable. He saw something utterly mind-blowing. With only 30 seconds remaining before the critical global broadcast was set to begin, St. Marcus had located the largest brain structure in the entire world, the massive repository that housed the incredible genius of Dr. Tarn, Vegapunk. He realized that this massive brain would continue functioning and storing knowledge, even after the original scientist was deceased. Vegapunk's upper brain structure was now expanded to an unimaginably enormous scale, surpassing even the head of a giant many times over. Because of this bizarre setup, St. Marcus Mars paused, pondering whether the original consciousness and sentience of the genius scientists could still possibly exist within that colossal structure. The broadcast snail was clearly positioned nearby, prompting St. Marcus Mars to calculate how to destroy it immediately. Meanwhile, back in Seraph Village, Usopp's peaceful hometown, television snails were considered highly valuable and rare. Even Miss Kaya, the wealthiest resident in the village, did not own one. Inside her home, the young lady was sitting comfortably. She was accompanied by the three little impish boys, all eagerly discussing the message that Dr. Vegapunk was about to transmit. Given that he was a legendary figure in the medical field, Kaya held him in the highest regard. The Marine personnel, at this moment, were also frantically preparing to record the critical information that was about to unfold. The entire world was tuning in. Over at Twin Cape, Dr. Crocus was listening intently, accompanied by the great whale Laboon. In Bandamore, the very birthplace of Dr. Vegapunk, the local children watched, intensely curious about the man speaking on the screen. Vegapunk was born in this location and was considered the immense pride of Bandamore. The place held special significance. 2 years prior, Frankie had been blasted all the way here by Kuma's power. The kind old man who had sheltered the cyborg during that time felt a pleasant wave of nostalgia for that unusual period. Simultaneously, in the Torino Kingdom within the South Blue, the location where President Chopper had spent his 2 years of study, the local populace was also captivated, intently listening to the news unfolding on the screen. Over on Hachinosu Pirate Island, the typical rowdy Devil May Care pirates continued their chaotic noise as usual, completely ignoring the fact that Dr. Vegapunk was moments away from proclaiming a truth that would fundamentally shake the globe. Despite the indifference of some, every corner of the world was carefully following this unprecedented special livestream, desperate not to miss a moment. Returning to the battle where Marcus Mars thought he had secured victory, it was instantly revealed that the Saint had been cleverly fooled by Vegapunk. The device the Elder had just destroyed was nothing more than a common transponder snail, cleverly disguised as the crucial broadcast snail. He was absolutely livid at being outsmarted by the scientist. St. Marcus Mars, burning with intense fury at being circumvented, instantly transformed back into his monstrous beast form and soared into the sky, continuing his frantic search for the hidden, irritating broadcast snail. The agonizing 10 minutes of waiting had finally come to an end. Vegapunk declared he had no intention of delaying any further, announcing that he would commence his broadcast immediately. Citizens around the globe were deeply engrossed, eagerly anticipating whatever astonishing revelations the scientist was about to unveil. The other 5 elders, observing that the transmission had not been halted, began aggressively chastising Marcus Mars for his failure. This intensified the frustration of the Elder. Marcus Mars was becoming increasingly furious. Vegapunk was, in truth, far more cunning and resourceful than the 5 elders had ever given him credit for, and now there was absolutely no known way to stop the broadcast. Moreover, they were unable to ascertain the extent of Vegapunk's knowledge, or the precise nature of the world-changing declaration he was about to make. Based on York's intel, it seemed probable that the smartest man in the world intended to continue the intellectual legacy. He planned to take up the torch initially lit by the Ohara scholars, taking the place of Professor Clover to reveal the inconvenient truths that the world government had been desperately concealing for decades. At this moment, Vegapunk himself appeared utterly motionless and unresponsive. Carrying the scientist carefully draped over his shoulder, Sanji finally managed to sprint all the way to Bonney's location. Bonney was definitely in urgent need of assistance, as a terrible monster named Nusujuro was standing right in front of her. The Elder did not want the state-of-the-art Seraphim models to fall under Bonney's control, so he ruthlessly swung his sword, attempting to strike her down. Observing the imminent threat, Frankie immediately used his massive cyborg body. Frankie put his mighty steel frame between the Elder and the girl, shielding and protecting her from the deadly blow. Right then, Sanji arrived in a magnificent flourish. Utilizing his godlike speed, Sanji instantly teleported into position and delivered an incredibly impressive and powerful kick directly to the chin of Saint Nusujuro. However, Nusujuro wouldn't allow Sanji to bask in his glory for long. He instantly transformed his head into a skeletal horse and clamped down fiercely onto the Straw Hat Cook's head. Fortunately, the duo arrived right in the nick of time. The pair swiftly grappled with the gigantic horse, exerting great force to compel it to release Sanji. With Sanji now free, Bonney reached her breaking point. She activated the power of her Toshi Toshi fruit, imagining herself fully embodying the legendary sun god Nika, and transformed into a colossal giant. Immediately afterwards, she launched herself high into the sky, intending to crash down and crush the vicious old man Nusujuro beneath her colossal weight. Concurrently with Bonney's dramatic attack, Vegapunk began his solemn confession, admitting to the world that he had committed two immense cardinal crimes. The scientist stated his absolute belief that he would soon be executed for the grave transgressions he had performed. For this deeply personal reason, he had carefully programmed the message to begin broadcasting precisely at the very second that his heart ceased its beating. This chilling sudden statement caused a massive immediate uproar across the entire globe. In the bustling Sabo archipelago, residents were thrown into a panic upon hearing the announcement that Vegapunk was dead. Even Duval couldn't wrap his head around the news, recalling that just this morning, papers were still running sensationalist stories claiming Vegapunk had been taken hostage by the Straw Hat crew. The news of Vegapunk's death was currently dominating every headline. At the Germa Kingdom Castle, Judge erupted into tears of frustration upon hearing about Vegapunk's demise. He simply refused to accept this turn of events and began relentlessly cursing the deceased scientist. Caesar Clown and Sanji's father, Judge, had been in the middle of forging an alliance with the explicit goal of collaboratively defeating the genius scientist. Yet here he was, suddenly gone. Even the notorious news boss Morgans was thrown into a state of shock by the sensational news Vegapunk had just proclaimed. He worried immensely that the scientist's truth-telling global broadcast would utterly destroy the credibility and circulation of his own newspaper business. Vegapunk then sought to clarify a deeply personal matter, hoping for worldwide understanding. He urgently pleaded with everyone not to automatically view the individuals who were about to execute him as inherently evil, regardless of the circumstances or their true nature. Dr. Vegapunk had absolutely no intention of discussing right versus wrong, stating quite clearly that he held no authority whatsoever to judge anyone else's actions. Just as this crucial statement was being made, Saint Saturn managed to successfully climb up onto the cloud where Nami's group had gathered. The sudden and horrifying arrival of the Elder Star caused immediate pandemonium, forcing the Straw Hat pirates to frantically scramble, trying to figure out some viable method of resistance. Upon hearing the distinct voice, Robin instantly recognized him as the very person who had communicated with the late Professor Clover and subsequently issued the grim command for his execution long ago. Saint Saturn, in turn, also quickly identified Robin, recognizing her as the sole child who had managed to escape Marine's grasp during the devastating Ohara incident that took place years before. Realizing right away that the adversary's primary objective was clearly aimed at Robin, Nami immediately screamed out a frantic warning to the rest of her comrades, emphasizing that they absolutely must protect the crew's archaeologist at all costs, no matter what they had to sacrifice. Following this rallying cry, they began utilizing every single resource and ability at their disposal to fight back against the sharp, wicked claws of the spider-like Elder Star looming directly in front of them. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of the battlefield, St. Marcus Mars continued relentlessly, demolishing the various laboratory rooms in his path, but sadly, was proving entirely useless. The live broadcast continued airing as if nothing unusual were happening. There were simply far too many structures within the facility for Mars to accurately sense the location of the crucial broadcast. On her side, Yerk was totally beside herself, desperately tearing at her hair and racking her brain, trying to figure out where the main body of Vegapunk had decided to hide the broadcasting snail, because if she failed, she knew exactly what would happen. The core Vegapunk had stashed it away. If she couldn't locate it, she definitely wouldn't be able to achieve her coveted goal of becoming a celestial dragon. And the 5 Elder Stars would surely dispose of her without hesitation. After providing a sufficient warning and sense of alertness to the citizens across the entire globe, Dr. Vegapunk made the crucial decision to get straight to the heart of the pressing matter. Simultaneously, the Elder Stars resumed communicating amongst themselves through their shared telepathic link. The matter of destroying the energy plant here on Egghead Island in an attempt to forcefully stop the ongoing live broadcast was deemed utterly impossible. Such a devastating action would profoundly and negatively affect all the surrounding Marine soldiers. Their warships and essential equipment would instantly be caught up and engulfed in the massive resulting explosion. Furthermore, and perhaps even more critically, the world government would then be completely unable to construct or create the immensely powerful weapon known as Mother Flame ever again. Vegapunk's shocking main declaration was delivered next. The entire world where all people currently reside is apparently on the very verge of sinking completely down into the depths of the vast ocean. Naturally, almost nobody can immediately grasp the profound meaning or the terrifying implications of this unbelievable statement. Vegapunk's announcement instantly threw the Marine headquarters into utter chaos, with everyone scrambling and unable to understand what on earth the esteemed scientist was even talking about. In sharp contrast, Fleet Admiral Akainu maintained a disciplined silence, refusing to utter even a single word. Meanwhile, the pirates stationed at Mocktown completely erupted into booming laughter, convinced that Vegapunk was spouting absolute nonsense. How in the world, they scoffed, could the entirety of this vast, solid world simply sink down beneath the vast, sprawling sea? Shifting scenes, the worried citizens of Water 7 were also highly skeptical, struggling between belief and doubt. They reasoned that if the scientists had been referring specifically to their famous Water City, they would have believed him wholeheartedly. However, claiming that the entire world would plunge deep into the ocean seemed far too immense a task for something as simple as a regular tide. It simply wasn't enough. Over in the deep recesses of Impeldown, Doflamingo was absolutely ecstatic and profoundly amused by Vegapunk's outlandish declaration. He found that everything was becoming increasingly intriguing and entertaining. He wondered aloud what the Warden Magellan would possibly do to cope if this massive, inescapable prison were to sink completely beneath the sea waves. The Vice Warden offered his quick response, explaining that the recent, minor incident, where the sea level rose by merely 1 meter, had already caused significant chaos within the prison cells and among the inmates. That was just 1 single meter, he emphasized. So, the real question was, how many meters would the sea need to rise to completely and utterly submerge the whole world? Doflamingo confidently asserted that if the water level were to increase by just 5 more meters from where it currently was, then he guaranteed that most of the major urban metropolitan areas would be instantly wiped out and destroyed. He mused that perhaps now was the perfect time for everyone to start mass evacuating immediately, suggesting that people should constantly seek refuge by climbing to increasingly higher ground. Shifting focus to the Fishman Island's Ryugu Kingdom, the mermaid princess Shirahoshi appeared quite worried and visibly distressed about this serious development, and even King Neptune himself felt that Vegapunk's entire story was unbelievably bizarre and highly suspicious. Returning to the chaotic events on Egghead Island, the Marines collectively dismissed the scientist's speech as sheer unadulterated lunacy. They vehemently argued that even though the words were spoken by the alleged smartest man in the world, they simply couldn't be trusted, believing that the whole thing was nothing more than an elaborate fabrication and pure deception. And lies. The 5 Elder Stars, meanwhile, were extremely worried and were desperately rushing to find a way to eliminate the broadcast. It was becoming distressingly clear to them that what Vegapunk was saying was entirely based on absolute fact. Simultaneously, York felt extremely bitter and enraged that the main body had dared to spill absolutely everything about the world government to the entire world. Vegapunk, anticipating that the general populace would likely mock and scoff at his current announcement, decided to offer a profound and undeniable prophecy. He declared that just a few days after he had initially recorded this very speech, a terrifying and devastating earthquake would inevitably strike across the entire globe, shaking the foundations of the world violently. Following this massive quake, the global sea level would then dramatically rise by 1 full meter. This sudden increase meant that numerous islands would instantly become critically low-lying and unable to support residency, effectively sinking many beautiful beaches beneath the crushing ocean waves. This specific dire prophecy delivered by the esteemed scientist proved to be absolutely and shockingly accurate, a fact which left everyone utterly speechless and completely astonished by the confirmation. Just like Fleet Admiral Akainu, Admiral Kuzan remained completely silent and stoic, offering no commentary or verbal reaction whatsoever. Building upon the verified evidence he had just presented, Vegapunk implored the global population to pay very close attention to the next crucial piece of information he was about to share. He pointed out that the significant earthquake causing the 1 meter rise in sea level was highly unlikely to be a normal, naturally occurring or predictable phenomenon. Fueled by extreme rage over the broadcast, Saint Saturn intensified his vicious attack dramatically and ferociously. No matter how fiercely the Straw Hat members struggled and fought back against him, the actual damage they managed to inflict upon the Elder Star remained frustratingly negligible, barely scratching him. The entire crew was easily blown away and scattered by Saturn's sheer power, and Robin skillfully assisted them by utilizing her familiar hand-woven net technique to catch them. Realizing he had wasted far too much precious time in this particular location, Saint Saturn simply brushed Chairman Chopper aside with disdain and charged aggressively toward the large building directly in front of him. This specific structure housed the experimental room containing a formidable Mother Flame machine, the same destructive device that had previously contributed to the catastrophic annihilation of the Lulusia Kingdom not long ago. Saturn then immediately reverted to his human form and persisted in his relentless search for the various Denmushi snails, intent on smashing them all to stop the broadcast. Vegapunk, driven by a profound and pure desire for global peace and widespread prosperity, had unfortunately become blindly obsessed with the all-consuming dream of developing the source of eternal energy stubbornly determined to guide the world toward a magnificent, glorious, and greater future. However, much like the mythological figure Icarus, he had flown far too perilously close to the sun. Outside the lab, the ancient giant robot continued its colossal, slow, and unwavering march forward. The barrage of marine artillery rounds proved utterly ineffective against the machine, leaving the soldiers feeling completely powerless and utterly defeated against such an insurmountable obstacle. At this critical moment, Wano had gone completely berserk, fiercely spewing fire and incinerating absolutely everything in his vicinity. Because of this overwhelming threat, the two giant elders, Dory and Brogy, along with Luffy, had no practical choice but to execute a necessary tactical retreat. Vegapunk then transitioned his speech to discuss the history dating back 800 to 900 years, a period ominously referred to as the Void Century. Up at Marijua, the Holy Land, Im-sama was paying rapt attention to the unfolding broadcast, listening intently in complete silence. Meanwhile, the despicable celestial dragons were absolutely furious because the Marines seemed totally useless, allowing Vegapunk to wreak havoc and broadcast so freely. They vehemently demanded that the Navy must immediately execute the scientist, and furthermore, they insisted that his lifeless body be brought back to the Holy Land so that his remains could continue suffering eternal symbolic punishment. Through analyzing the various poneglyphs scattered all across the entire world, Vegapunk had successfully deciphered their cryptic messages, finally uncovering the truth of that long-forgotten past. In another part of the world, a massive giant was listening intently to the broadcasting stale, laughing with sheer excitement and anticipation. Familiar faces, known to Luffy from all corners of the world, were buzzing and engaged in heated discussion about Vegapunk's crucial message. People like the mayor of Fuchsia Village and the formidable Kuja tribal warriors on Amazon Lily were well aware that studying and deciphering the poneglyphs was a strict taboo punishable by death by the world government. Yet, Vegapunk had bravely decided to pursue this forbidden knowledge until the very end, demonstrating extraordinary courage. Utilizing some surviving ancient texts gathered from brilliant former scholars, he managed to decode a large number of the vital poneglyphs. Vegapunk stated unequivocally that he held absolutely no regrets whatsoever for the actions he had undertaken. Simultaneously, the large floating cloud platform where Nami's group was currently positioned suddenly began to shift abruptly and was gradually being pulled apart and stretched out. This surprising phenomenon was exactly what Edison had previously referenced in his plans. If the cloud platform enlarged sufficiently, the Straw Hat Pirates would be able to launch their ship directly down into the ocean below. This possibility immediately filled Usopp with tremendous overflowing joy. Meanwhile, Edison was currently deep down, inside the laboratory, heavily breathing with visible exertion and panic. He desperately hoped that the Straw Hat Pirates would manage to successfully escape their predicament, stressing that they absolutely must not allow the world government to recapture them. The truth, Vegapunk confessed on the broadcast, was that he only knew a small, fragmented part of the 100-year story. To prevent widespread, baseless speculation and wild rumors, he stated that he would only reveal what he personally knew from his research. The central pivotal figure of this incredible tale was born 900 years ago in a remarkably advanced and exceptionally prosperous kingdom. Much like the mythical sun god Nika mentioned in the ancient legends of Elbaf, this historical figure fought using a body that was capable of incredible elasticity, stretching and retracting, just like rubber. While Vegapunk was delivering his bombshell announcement, Luffy relentlessly continued his ferocious assault on Boar in his powerful Gear 5 state, completely disregarding the frustrated attempts by the giants, Dory and Brogy, to restrain him. He launched a massive, colossal punch aimed directly at the pig's huge snout, intending to inflict maximum damage. Nevertheless, after all that effort, in the end, the person who actually ended up injured was still Luffy himself. He cried out in agony, clutching his swollen, blistering hand, which caused the two giant elders to burst into uncontrollable, booming laughter. The influential man Vegapunk was referring to was none other than the legendary historical figure known as Joy Boy. This person, the scientist explained, was the very first individual to truly set sail, and thus became a genuine pirate. He hailed specifically from Wano country. Thanks to the fortuitous discovery of a communication snail taken from Orochi's treasury, Momonosuke's group was also able to hear Dr. Vegapunk's crucial worldwide broadcast. Upon learning this, Momo was quite surprised and genuinely amazed that Joy Boy, a figure of such ancient history, was also a pirate, just like his friend Luffy. The scene shifted to a Marine headquarters prison cell in the New World, specifically the one holding the pirate crew previously led by Damara Black, who had once infamously impersonated the Straw Hat Pirates. Now they had seemingly disguised themselves as the Kid Pirates, but had inevitably been captured and incarcerated by the Navy. Just like countless others listening worldwide, this whole group of criminals openly displayed their deep contempt and lack of respect for Joy Boy, even though they had never encountered the historical figure. Even the highly disciplined Marines were left utterly astonished upon hearing the declaration that Joy Boy was, in fact, the very first pirate. According to Dr. Monel, Vegapunk's interpretation, the Poneglyphs clearly documented a massive, planet-shattering Great War that took place in the distant, ancient past. During that monumental era, the mighty Joy Boy was forced to confront a formidable opponent that is recognized today as the world government. Hearing this confirmation, the 5 Elder Stars grew increasingly frantic, disturbed, and utterly enraged. While Boar continued his relentless chase after the troublesome Luffy, St. Marcus Mars continued his search, reverting to his human form to hunt down the broadcasting. And then Mushi snails scattered throughout the facility. The Elder Star utilized his overwhelming Conqueror's haki, allowing him to destroy these vital transmission snails with alarming ease and efficiency. Back in that ancient time, the world government was merely a provisional and temporary alliance formed between 2 distinct kingdoms. The primary purpose of this hastily formed alliance was to stand firmly against the formidable organization, led by the powerful and charismatic Joy Boy. The exact original cause leading up to this immense bloody conflict remains completely unknown and unclear, which is why Vegapunk stated he did not dare to pass definitive judgment on which side was truly good or inherently evil. All he knew for sure was that Joy Boy originated from a highly advanced, superior civilization. Consequently, the devastating combat weapons utilized in that ancient conflict were far superior and technologically advanced compared to the current scientific capabilities and understanding of the present era. In Zoo, the residents of the Mink tribe were listening with intense concentration, displaying clear signs of shock and utter amazement. Simultaneously, the pirate crew belonging to Foxy the Silver Fox have been drastically reduced in size, now consisting of only 3 remaining members. Despite their severely reduced numbers and desperate situation, Foxy still found the time and energy to sit around and criticize Vegapunk's statements. Meanwhile, inside the experimentation lair, Edison was urgently contacting Stussy. He strongly advised her to immediately deactivate the perimeter barrier surrounding the island and evacuate the area without any delay. Edison explained that maintaining the barrier was utterly pointless at this stage, considering that truly monstrous creatures had now appeared on the island, creatures capable of bypassing the defensive shield as if it weren't even physically present. He concluded, stating emphatically that they had already done absolutely everything humanly possible to aid the Straw Hat crew. He expressed confidence, declaring that he was absolutely certain they would overcome their challenges somehow, through their own resourcefulness. At this very moment, Jinbei was carrying Zoro on his shoulder, urgently searching for a path to reunite with the rest of their comrades. Zoro, however, remained incredibly composed and perfectly calm, which greatly irritated Nami. The navigator swore she would settle the score with the fishman as soon as the 2 of them finally met up again. "Now hurry up," she internally urged. The enemy is mobilizing their ships to lay siege to the northeast coast once again. The sister Stussy felt a tremendous wave of relief wash over her upon hearing the comforting words from Edison. She had been terribly worried that the primary Vegapunk wouldn't forgive her actions if the Straw Hat Pirate somehow ended up being captured by the authorities and detained. Furthermore, Stussy herself felt entirely lost and confused about what her next course of action should be now. With the original Vegapunk seemingly gone, she wondered who she had left to live for. She felt she had completely lost all sense of purpose. Hearing this genuine despair in her voice, Kaku felt a pang of sympathy and compassion for his former colleague. Switching back to the chaotic events outside, near the turbulent coast, Bonney's group was desperately struggling with all their might to prevent Saint Nishiro from drawing his massive sword. Knowing that the Elder Star's lethal slash was capable of cutting through absolutely anything in existence. However, even the collective strength of the giants was ultimately insufficient to stop him. Nishiro succeeded in fully unsheathing his formidable sword and unleashed a fierce sweeping slash, directed right towards Bonney. Thankfully, the timely intervention of Frankie managed to shove the young girl forcefully out of the trajectory of the lethal strike just in the nick of time. Bonney subsequently reverted back to her normal small form, unable to maintain her giant state for much longer. Vegapunk continued his history lesson, stating solemnly that the Void Century ultimately concluded with the crushing, devastating defeat of the Great Joy Boy. Nishiro grew incredibly angry and stormed off because the scientists simply refused to stop the broadcast. The Elder Star sensed an overwhelming number of living organisms still present within Egghead Island, so he began wildly swinging his sword in attack. This single, immensely powerful, destructive slash tragically cleaved the floating laboratory situated on the cloud, completely in 2 halves. For that catastrophic reason, the lower portion plummeted rapidly in a terrifying freefall, dragging down the trapped CP agents and the 4 unfortunate Seraphim models. Vegapunk continued to reveal even more. 1,000 years prior, a devastating ecological disaster of world-ending proportions had occurred during the Void Century. The ancient world, he lamented, was literally swallowed whole by the overwhelming expanding ocean. He asserted that we, the people of today, are now residing precariously atop the fragmented continental pieces that remained from what were once boundless, vast land masses of yesteryear. Hearing this earth-shattering information, the members of the Revolutionary Army were left utterly flabbergasted, their mouths wide open in shock. Only Dragon and Sabo remained perfectly silent, carefully processing and considering all the implications of the statement and the historical data. The inhabitants of Kokawasi village immediately dismissed the claim as utter and complete madness. Curiously, only Nojiko seemed completely unconcerned and unaffected by the shocking revelation. Vegapunk stressed that the world from a millennium ago is now sleeping soundly at the bottom of the deep ocean. That ancient era contained many immense, colossal continents. However, in the span of just a single century, the global sea level experienced a terrifying and colossal rise, reaching a staggering height of 200 meters. The Marines were utterly panicked and horrified upon hearing this unbelievable measurement. Considering that even a standard large battleship only stands about 60 meters high, it was easy to understand why the former world was completely submerged. Nevertheless, despite the shocking news, this was certainly not the time for them to relax or stand idly by. Their immediate priority was the urgent mission to rescue the trapped CP agents and the Seraphim who had just plunged from the severed laboratory above. Meanwhile, the pirates hanging out in Mocktown were laughing hysterically with delight at Vegapunk's outrageous words. They believed that the whole tale was pure fantasy and sheer fiction, convinced that the esteemed scientist was entirely out of his mind and had gone mad. In the Sokka Kingdom, King Dalton remained skeptical and uncertain about Vegapunk's extraordinary declaration, caught between believing and disbelieving. Dr. Kureha, however, was chuckling gleefully and finding the situation thrilling because, in her opinion, the world was continuously becoming more and more interesting by the minute. At another location entirely, citizens started pointing and gesturing at a massive mountain right in front of them. It stood exactly 200 meters high. The idea that something that tall had once been submerged by water was genuinely terrifying and hard to fully comprehend. Vegapunk then offered a chilling explanation for why that ancient catastrophe occurred. He confirmed that it was absolutely not a natural phenomenon. Rather, it was intentionally caused by the destructive hands of human beings. Up in the balloon of the news crew, Morgans, the elderly man, was convinced Vegapunk was spouting absolute nonsense and crazy talk, causing Vivi to quickly cover Morgan's mouth to prevent him from interrupting and ensuring they didn't miss a single vital piece of information. Vegapunk's startling speculation had actually been validated just a few days earlier when he conducted a comprehensive, detailed analysis of the global sea levels across the entire world. Through meticulously analyzing this crucial data, the scientists became entirely certain that the catastrophe 800 years ago was directly caused by an ancient weapon capable of submerging the entire planet. He further issued a grave warning. Firepower of that unbelievable magnitude still exists today and is patiently waiting for the moment when it can be awakened once more. In other words, the great destructive conflict that shattered the world during the Void Century has yet to reach its true, final conclusion. Hearing this defiant declaration, Imsama glared fiercely, visibly displaying their immense and terrible wrath. The ordinary citizens of Alabasta refused to believe that any ancient weapon capable of such unimaginable power and destruction actually existed in this world, let alone one capable of sinking the entire planet. They also wondered aloud, how could a war that started 800 years ago possibly still be secretly ongoing? At this time, Onsama moved closer to the portrait of Queen Lily, visibly demonstrating intense anger directed squarely at Vegapunk and his actions. Simultaneously, Igaram and his loyal duck, Karu, were both openly weeping, distressed because they still had absolutely no positive news regarding the whereabouts of Princess Vivi. Furthermore, the royal funeral for King Cobra had also been held recently, adding to the somber mood. Chaka and Pell were incredibly saddened and grief-stricken by the sudden passing of their beloved king. The two of them were also currently listening intently to Vegapunk's critical broadcast. Vegapunk's ultimate lifelong objective had always remained consistent: to successfully create a sustainable energy source designed to drastically boost and promote the long-term development of global society. While that ambitious goal remains unfortunately unfulfilled, his subsequent research accidentally led to the perilous development of the Mother Flame. The incredible sheer power generated by the Mother Flame offered numerous practical, real-world applications and utilities. Vegapunk firmly believed that there would be a glorious day when this source of virtually immortal energy would be fully harnessed and utilized solely to ensure that the world could live in peace and total affluence. However, the groundbreaking technological discovery that the scientist had made was tragically tainted when a significant portion of that powerful flame was stolen by some unknown culprit. Vegapunk humbly apologized, accepting full and complete responsibility for this catastrophic oversight and security failure. Outside, the Marines were frantic, worried sick that the trapped CP agents were caught on Egghead, surrounded by blazing walls of fire. Stussy immediately asked Edison about the powerful tremor they had just experienced moments ago, noting that it had also sent a shocking wave of fear straight through his own heart. He explained that the entire laboratory floor had actually collapsed and dropped down, taking all the imprisoned spies along with it. He was certain that one of the Elder Stars must have been directly responsible for that devastating action. Given the circumstances, they couldn't possibly create any more Cloud Roads for the Straw Hat Pirates. Therefore, Edison urgently ordered Stussy to immediately evacuate this dangerous location. The young woman pondered the situation for a long moment and then sought Edison's opinion regarding the potential immediate release of Kaku. Stussy explained that she genuinely did not want the Square-Nose agent to bear the terrible consequences resulting from this complex, chaotic situation. She further emphatically assured Edison that she would personally ensure Kaku did not continue pursuing the Straw Hat crew, noting that he probably wouldn't even harbor that intention anymore, given the desperate state of affairs. Edison listened patiently, confirming that he fully understood everything that Stussy was conveying to him clearly. Edison admitted that he felt terribly guilty for dragging her into this irreversible, chaotic mess, emphasizing that he had even forced Stussy to essentially betray and turn on her own friends. Although she was internally torn between the two conflicting sides and her loyalties were tested, Stussy ultimately made the difficult but necessary decision to side with and save Vegapunk's group. That powerful, agonizing inner conflict Edison recognized was clear evidence proving that she was genuinely a human being with deep emotions and morals. He advised her, from this moment forward, please follow your own innate will and try to find a completely new path forward for yourself. Stussy responded obediently, I obey your command, Master. Vegapunk then resumed his story, detailing how 2 weeks after the Mother Flame was maliciously stolen, the scientist observed an incredibly blinding flash of light erupting violently from high above the Lulusia kingdom. Upon receiving further distressing news, it was confirmed that this entire kingdom had vanished mysteriously, leaving absolutely no trace or wreckage behind. Crucially, Vegapunk's highly sensitive equipment simultaneously recorded massive, simultaneous earthquakes happening all across the globe. He affirmed that he was absolutely certain that these devastating events were directly caused by the activation of an ancient weapon. Only the Mother Flame possessed the capacity to supply the gigantic, necessary energy for that ancient weapon to function and thus trigger this terrible tragedy. Hearing this confirmation, the surviving citizens of Lulusia, whom Sabo had heroically brought back to the Kamabaka kingdom, immediately burst into tears of overwhelming grief. They cried out in anguish, demanding to know who the evil culprit was who had carried out such a malicious act. Receiving this deeply concerning report, King Elisabella II of the Prudence Kingdom immediately ordered his subordinates to confirm whether Vegapunk's controversial invention had in fact been used to supply energy for an ancient weapon. While the exact motives and deeper objectives of the perpetrator remain a complete and utter mystery, Vegapunk acknowledged that, ultimately, one undeniable truth remained. The esteemed scientist himself was effectively an accomplice to this tragic act of mass genocide. Vegapunk deeply bowed his head in a clear, sincere apology, vividly expressing the profound regret of his soul for his part in contributing to the total and complete annihilation of the Lulusia kingdom. Through this terrible event, it became even more certain that the previous disaster that sank the ancient world was deliberately caused by human hands. Momonosuke was utterly shell-shocked and paralyzed by the magnitude of Vegapunk's latest pronouncement. Could that weapon possibly be Pluton? He wondered aloud with disbelief. Simultaneously, the ruthless pirate Crocodile was paying extremely close attention to the scientist's specific statements regarding the ancient weapons, the very objects that he had obsessively pursued for so many years. Vegapunk informed the global audience that, as far as his research revealed, there were exactly 3 distinct types of ancient weapons that existed in the distant past. Legend whispers that Joy Boy himself had made significant efforts to preserve and safeguard these weapons, intending to pass them down to all future generations. This led Vegapunk to ask a fundamental question. Why would Joy Boy do such a thing? Didn't the world sink deeply enough the first time around? Vegapunk admitted that he felt very ambiguous and uncertain. He couldn't confidently determine whether Joy Boy or the current world government was the truly righteous party or the rightful side of history. Nevertheless, he asserted, the complete truth would eventually come to light very soon. Please take this message as a solemn, essential warning, he implored. When that terrible time arrives, everyone will be utterly terrified by the vivid image of the world sinking beneath the waves again. The former fleet admiral Sengoku grew incredibly agitated and nervous, losing his composure and frantically stuffing rice crackers into his mouth to cope with the stress. The current Fleet Admiral Akainu, conversely, was absolutely livid with anger, his mouth spewing smoke and fire, intensely annoyed that Vegapunk had dared to reveal every single secret. Vegapunk noted that the Void Sentry still remains a deep mystery, but there are certain influential individuals who already know the entire truth concerning that obscure era. The people Vegapunk was specifically referencing, he revealed, were the former crew members of the legendary Pirate King. The Marines were left completely dumbfounded and open-mouthed upon receiving this particular explosive piece of news. As for Dr. Crocus, he remained completely silent and perfectly composed during the entirety of the smart man's profound declaration. People across the entire globe were immediately expressing intense worry, fearful that pirates knew the world's deepest and most dangerous secrets. They questioned if that wasn't an incredibly precarious situation for the world to be in. It was only at this moment that York finally realized that the main body of Vegapunk had discovered the theft of a portion of the Mother Flame much earlier than she had anticipated. She had previously cut off the synchronization of her own memories with the others. So, she pondered, how could the original Vegapunk possibly have known about the theft when they weren't linked? She remembered that Vegapunk was inherently terrible at lying, and when he had realized York was the traitor, he was clearly and genuinely shocked. She began to wonder with growing alarm, could Vegapunk have slowly deduced the entirety of the scheme through analyzing the catastrophic incident involving the complete destruction of the Lulusia kingdom? If so, it would mean that the scientist was fully aware of the world government's malicious plan all along, explaining why he had cleverly hidden the broadcasting snail so far in advance. Just then, St. Jupiter opened his massive, terrifying mouth wide and started forcibly inhaling the stranded CP agents directly into his monstrous form. After giving the matter some careful thought and analysis, York finally managed to successfully deduce the specific hidden location of the critical broadcast snail. She immediately contacted the 5 Elder Stars, asserting confidently and vehemently that the device was currently being kept safe and hidden by the ancient iron giant situated deep within the factory layer of Egghead. Vegapunk then expressed his genuine confusion as to why the Pirate King's crew, who supposedly knew the entire hidden history, hadn't disclosed even half a word of it to the world. He questioned their motives. What reason did they have for not taking action? This, he noted, was a profound and major historical question. At Shaki's ripoff bar, Silver's Rayleigh, the Dark King, was absolutely and visibly stone drunk. It was a rare and surprising sight for Shaki to witness him in such an intoxicated state. Rayleigh muttered that he felt he was just an old man whose time had passed, and that Vegapunk was being overly chatty and causing too much trouble by revealing everything so openly. He seemed to suggest that they should just let the younger generation discover the truth and their own fate for themselves. Globally, ordinary citizens were still buzzing with excitement and anxiety, vigorously discussing Vegapunk's compelling message. On Hachinosu, the notorious pirate island, a number of pirates expressed a keen desire and motivation to search for the massive trove of ancient treasure supposedly hidden away, deep beneath the sea. However, experienced voices countered, pointing out that not every location in the world held a legendary submerged gold city. They noted the extreme difficulty, stating that the treasure lay a staggering 200 meters below the ocean's surface, and you couldn't just descend there safely with any ordinary ship. Worse yet, you risk becoming easy, delicious prey for the hordes of dangerous sea monsters lurking in the depths. Shifting focus, we see Koby's group and the Monkey Mountain Alliance. The entire contingent was currently aboard their own private vessel. After listening to the amazing, world-altering story presented by Dr. Vegapunk, they appeared incredibly excited and profoundly stirred. They universally felt that this revelation guaranteed that their path would now turn into a truly thrilling and captivating adventure. The scene then transitions to a marine hospital where the surviving members of the SWORD Special Forces unit were resting and recovering. They had sustained severe injuries during the intense and chaotic battle at Pirate Island and were currently undergoing the lengthy process of health recovery. Meanwhile, Koby felt overwhelmed, experiencing a major headache due to the sheer volume of colossal information Vegapunk had just provided. Koby was struggling immensely to process the massive amount of intelligence dropped by the genius scientist. Captain X Drake of the SWORD unit had also finally returned from Wano country. Koby mentioned that Drake had specifically requested to be left completely alone, so X Drake was currently receiving intensive medical treatment in a private, secluded room. Koby wondered internally whether or not all these converging events meant that everything in the world was finally winding down towards a dramatic, definitive conclusion. Koby also expressed great concern that Vegapunk's profound and revolutionary message would inevitably lead to several highly worrying and unstable global issues. He emphasized that they needed to immediately rally their spirits and prepare themselves mentally to welcome an even bigger, more challenging wave of turmoil and change. The focus shifts quickly to Vice Admiral Smoker, who is spectacularly driving his high-tech, super-fast vehicle across the ocean surface while simultaneously contacting Tashigi to inquire about her location and the status of the members of the Special Sword Unit. Now, returning our attention to the important message being delivered by Vegapunk, the esteemed scientist states clearly that he is currently approaching the final, concluding part of his global transmission because, he explains, if he were to reveal anything beyond this current point, it would merely constitute hypothesis and speculation. The general population around the world is becoming increasingly engrossed in the speech, hanging on every word. They are eagerly hoping that the genius scientist will finally disclose the great secret that the king of the pirates, Gold Roger, intentionally left behind after his death and execution. On a different note, high up in the sky, Nami's group is fully ready to set sail immediately after the massive polar dome protective barrier has been successfully lowered. Although the surrounding cloud mass has stopped growing any further, the current dimensions are absolutely sufficient for the Thousand Sunny ship to make its descent smoothly and safely reach the open sea below. The singular most pressing complication confronting the entire crew right now is the alarming chance that they might crash land directly into the waiting marine fleet that is amassed beneath them. Inside the ship, Brook has meticulously refueled the ship's mechanisms, completely filling the cola tanks, just waiting patiently for the most suitable and ideal moment to launch the Thousand Sunny Forest ship at full speed. Jinbei and Zoro are also getting very close to their rendezvous point. But right at this very instant, Saint Nushiro suddenly materializes out of nowhere and manages to effortlessly overtake the two Straw Hat pirates. The Otostar is charging directly toward the Thousand Sunny Forest ship, exhibiting an extremely aggressive and battle-ready demeanor, forcing Jinbei to chase after him immediately. And then, Nushiro leaps powerfully high up into the sky and swings his sword, aiming to slice the Straw Hat ship. The sheer physical presence of the Elder Star releases a unique and chillingly ghostly aura around the area. Witnessing this horrifying display, Usopp's group becomes so utterly terrified that their eyes practically bulge out, freezing them entirely, unable to move a single muscle. In a desperate attempt to rescue their comrades, Jinbei swiftly throws Zoro directly toward the formidable enemy using a powerful fishman karate technique. Simultaneously, Zoro activates a potent two-sword style attack, unleashing a move he names Naitoryu Rashomon, specifically designed to intercept and successfully block Nushiro's incoming destructive assault. And just like that, the Straw Hat swordsman and Nushiro were violently propelled in opposite directions following that dramatic and fierce collision. Seeing this, Jinbei immediately grabs hold of Zoro, while the swordsman urgently shouts commands to Nami's group, telling them to let the Thousand Sunny plummet straight down, emphasizing that he and Jinbei will manage to leap aboard the ship at the very last second. There is simply no remaining time left to waste. The scene transitions now to the massive Elbaf ship, where many other giants are heavily engaged in combat against the marine forces. Bonney is filled with deep anxiety because she has been anxiously waiting and still hasn't spotted Luffy anywhere. She realizes they cannot possibly hold out or resist the attack for much longer. If the situation continues like this, more Vice Admirals will continue to arrive, effectively blocking the crucial path of the valiant giant warriors. Thanks solely to the presence of these high-ranking naval officers, the Marines no longer feel intimidated or fear the colossal ship belonging to the giant crew. They continue their determined assault, ceaselessly firing cannonballs at the giants. Sanji is equally worried, growing distressed when he can't detect any signal or sign from his captain. Thankfully, just moments later, Luffy finally starts to reveal himself, heralded by his distinctly recognizable and characteristically noisy voice echoing across the battlefield. Dory and Brogy immediately command their crew members to hoist the sails and urgently prepare for their departure. Seeing the giants attempting to escape, the Marines gain even more motivation to attack, absolutely determined to prevent the giant pirate crew from escaping. However, the thrilling appearance of their captain means the giants are no longer in a passive defensive state. They simultaneously and dramatically leap off their ship and successfully sink numerous marine battleships in a spectacular display of force. To restore the fighting spirit among his subordinates, Vice Admiral Bluegrass immediately orders his mechanical sea beast to use a devastating laser beam, managing to shoot a large hole right through the Elbaf ship's hull. Then, the accompanying Vice Admiral doll jumps onto the deck and delivers a powerful punch that detonates explosively, knocking out the giant in a single blow. When the Marines see this successful action, they cheer loudly and start to regain their self-confidence immediately. Consequently, the chaotic, struggling battle continues to rage once more. Standing firmly on Dory's back, Luffy wonders aloud where Workuri has disappeared to, noticing that the Elder Star has completely stopped pursuing them. That's excellent news, Luffy remarks. Now we just need to figure out how to climb onto the ship, and everything will be fine. Meanwhile, it is revealed that Saint Saturn, Saint Marcus Mars, Saint Shepherd Jupiter, and Saint Topman Warcury are currently surrounding the ancient giant robot. The five Elder Stars instantly recognize this mechanical behemoth as the Iron Giant that had aggressively attacked Mauritius exactly 2 centuries ago. Vegapunk's message abruptly resumes its broadcast precisely as the Elder Stars leap onto the back of the massive ancient giant robot, intending to destroy it. The scientist's final, intended message was addressed specifically to all individuals who possessed the distinctive initial D within their names. However, before he could articulate the rest of his sentence and complete his revelation, the global broadcast is suddenly and violently interrupted, cutting off the signal entirely. Simultaneously, the colossal robot is violently flung high into the air by an attack delivered by Warcury, and it begins to slowly descend toward the ocean surface. Warcury declares triumphantly, "You can stop transmitting now, Vegapunk." The scientist's worldwide signal abruptly vanishes into silence. People watching everywhere across the globe are utterly shocked and completely bewildered. Vivi and Man, who are watching the broadcast, are just as stunned as everyone else. What exactly was he on the verge of revealing? Vivi wonders, what is the meaning of the D initial? Meanwhile, back on Egghead, York drops to her knees, exhaling a huge sigh of relief, delighted that the transmission has finally been terminated. The ancient robot begins to tilt dramatically, falling directly toward the nearby marine battleships. Seeing this impending catastrophe, the soldiers scatter in disarray, attempting to flee, but it is too late. The giant steel warrior slowly sinks beneath the waves following Warcury's powerful strike. Internally, it begins to ponder Joy Boy, wondering where that specific man had actually disappeared to. "I thought you were right here moments ago," it thinks sadly. That truly is peculiar. Following its sinking, a specific, reserved section of the special Denmushi message continues to broadcast internally. However, the signal is somehow prevented from being transmitted to the external world. Standing directly in the path of the Marines now is none other than Warcury himself. The entire squadron is thrown into a panic upon seeing the colossal boar Elder Star looming over them. They are completely baffled, unable to comprehend what strange events are occurring on this darn island. Simultaneously, everywhere across the globe, people begin discussing the sudden, abrupt interruption of Vegapunk's message. Wild speculation starts. Could it be that someone had actually murdered the esteemed scientist? In Alabasta, citizens are noisily debating the situation. Vegapunk had confessed that he committed a grave crime, a cardinal sin. Could it genuinely be that he was eliminated and permanently erased by the world government as punishment for his transgression? Many other onlookers suggest that Luffy must be the one responsible for the chaos or the interruption. The scene transitions to the city where Mr. Shate, Kay, and Monday, alongside other worried citizens, are also discussing the events. They argue that regardless of the specific crime Vegapunk might have been guilty of, why in the world would the government ever choose to dispose of the single greatest scientific brain in the entire world? It just seems totally nonsensical. In Dressrosa, Rebecca and Leo are animatedly talking about Luffy. Leo, being perhaps a little naive, foolishly assumes that Luffy must be the one responsible for the mysterious broadcast cutoff. Hearing this, Rebecca immediately and definitively states, "Of course not. That's impossible." We return now to Egghead Island, where York informs the five Elder Stars that there are still 2 surviving Vegapunks, Lilith and Atlas. Lilith is safely inside the Polar Dome perimeter, while Atlas is located outside on the northeast coast. York also mentions that the Punk record system will continue to function and expand even after the main body's death. Because of this vital intelligence, the 5 Elder Stars decide their next immediate priority must be the swift elimination of all remaining Vegapunks except for York, naturally. Meanwhile, Luffy, Dory, and Brogy have successfully reached the coast. The 3 of them quickly grab onto the ship's figurehead and leap onto the deck, joyfully reuniting with their crew. Seeing this, Bonney is absolutely thrilled and relieved. However, the groups containing Chopper and Usopp have still not reached their current location. The Marines acknowledge that the Giants are proving to be extremely difficult opponents, a tough challenge to overcome, yet they know they absolutely cannot allow them to escape, especially since they have deployed so many high-ranking Vice Admirals from the entire Marine General headquarters into this fierce battle. Simultaneously, Bonney uses her mysterious powers to transform Vice Admiral Bluegrass and Doll into 2 small, helpless little girls. Even the mechanical sea beast that Bluegrass was riding suffers the exact same strange fate. Thanks to this unexpected development, the Elbaf ship is now completely free to make its escape and set sail. In addition, Luffy enthusiastically waves a greeting to Oi and Kashi, the 2 giants who were nearly knocked unconscious moments ago by Bluegrass's powerful attack. Sanji contacts Nami via communication, announcing that their group has successfully managed to depart. Nami confirms to Sanji that their contingent will also be launching and starting their journey immediately. Due to Edison's technological genius, the entire group is set to be launched straight out over the ocean. However, they are in urgent need of structural support from below in order for the Thousand Sunny to execute a safe and successful landing. Sanji immediately understands the gravity of the situation. He makes an unwavering promise that he will personally protect Nami and Lilith, stressing that those two young women are his highest priority, number one above all else. Meanwhile, Marcus Mars, in his fearsome monster form, is rapidly flying toward the Elbaf ship. This sight causes Sanji a moment of genuine alarm and concern. Inside the ship's kitchen, Luffy is frantically stuffing his face with food, attempting to recover the massive amount of physical strength he has depleted. At this critical moment, Mars begins to unleash a colossal cluster of concentrated energy from his mouth, targeting the Elbaf ship with intent. Seeing this direct threat, three of the giant warriors unite to raise their shields, attempting to block the massive bird monster's powerful attack and protect Bonney's group. Unfortunately, the damage inflicted by Mars is simply overwhelming. Consequently, the sheer resulting force causes a significant section of the Elbaf ship to violently erupt into intense flames. The Marines, witnessing the grotesque sight of the monster bird, break out in cold, nervous sweats, paralyzed with shock and terror. Following the monster bird's attack, one of the three giant warriors is overwhelmed and encased by the fire. Right at this moment, suddenly and dramatically, Luffy reverts back into his magnificent Gear 5 form, causing the sea surface and all the nearby vessels to violently shake and tremble. Okay, I'm all fueled up and ready. He yells with energy. Time to jump back into this fight. Seeing Nika, Bonney shouts out in pure happiness and delight, though poor Luffy still seems completely unaware of the identity of the person she is excitedly referring to. The joyous sound of the drums of liberation echoes throughout the area once more. Brogy and Dory immediately begin to rhythmically jump and dance along to the mesmerizing rhythm, completely forgetting that extinguishing the dangerous fire is their urgent, immediate task. Luffy enthusiastically calls out to Bonney, saying, "Come on, let's fight together. You want to land some punches on these guys, right?" Despite this encouragement, Bonney expresses worry that she won't be able to achieve a transformation or power display similar to Luffy's Nika form. Although he doesn't fully understand the intricacies of her Devil Fruit power, Luffy firmly asserts his belief that Bonney will definitely succeed in her goal. And then Bonney recalls her first meeting with Luffy on Egghead Island. The clueless rubber man had explained that the moment he transforms into Gear 5 is when he personally experiences the most profound sense of absolute freedom. Following that, Bonney remembers a core memory of Kuma, specifically when he promised at Ginny's grave that he would lovingly raise and care for Bonney. Finally, the young girl utilizes the incredible power of her Age fruit to intentionally transform herself into the spitting image of the sun god Nika. She shouts, contemplating her vision, distorted future, the future where I feel the most liberated and completely unrestrained. Two genuine sun gods have now dramatically appeared together. Bonney's transformation is absolutely identical to Luffy's Gear 5 state. She acquires the characteristic fluffy cloud scarf around her neck, and her hair and entire outfit change completely to a dazzling white color. The breathtaking scene unfolded before them leaves the massive giants utterly astounded. The Marines are equally stunned and surprised to witness two white warriors standing there in their immense giant forms. Mars, upon seeing this, falls completely silent, instantly losing the aggressive confidence he had displayed earlier. Simultaneously, Warcury and Jupiter sense the profoundly strange and unique presence in the air, prompting both Elder Stars to quickly advance toward the Elbaf ship. Meanwhile, Luffy and Bonney are fully prepared to confront Mars head-on. "Let's go, Bonney!" Luffy shouts excitedly. At this precise moment, the ancient giant robot begins reacting again. Recognizing the return of the sun god, "Joy Boy, you have finally returned!" it exclaims internally. Inside the Egghead lab, Kaku has been freed from his bubble prison by Stussy. However, Kaku is still furious with her because of the pointed remarks that Edison had made earlier. "Seriously, don't insult my intelligence, that's absurd." Kaku snarls. Despite his frustration, Kaku still respects Stussy's position as a colleague. He sternly warns her, "You must leave this place right now before Lucci arrives, because I guarantee you he will definitely not let you off the hook or show you any mercy." Stussy breaks down into heavy sobs, openly weeping. She feels a deep sense of guilt, but dares not offer any further excuses or justifications for her actions. The square-nosed agent, Kaku, manages to hold back his own emotion, turning his back to allow his former colleague to make her difficult departure. The scene shifts to the Egghead coast, where Luffy is laughing hysterically. Completely overjoyed, and Bonney is equally excited and thrilled by her new powerful form. Meanwhile, St. Marcus Mars is absolutely infuriated and deeply distressed by the unexpected emergence of not one, but two Nika figures. Following his brief pause, Mars immediately resumes his assault on the Elbaf ship by firing a tremendously potent, fiery beam of energy. Luffy knows intuitively that nothing conventional can truly injure these monster-like Elder Stars. So he decides that he will instantly transform himself into a colossal balloon-like figure in order to intercept and block the stream of fire shot by his opponent. Luffy screams out in genuine distress and pain because the damage inflicted by the intense flames is certainly not insignificant. Next, Luffy stretches his massive arms out and firmly grips both of Mars's gigantic wings, while simultaneously instructing Bonney, Sanji, and Franky to attack his own rubber body using absolutely every attack they possess. Franky and Sanji instantly comply with their captain's highly unusual command. Bonney inflates her arm dramatically, preparing to unleash a massive, maximal strength punch, and then the three of them coordinate their attack, striking Luffy right on his back, causing the rubber boy to scream out in intense audible agony. Afterward, Luffy further inflates his body and forcefully pulls Mars toward his gigantic cushioning belly. Combining the momentum and energy of those three prior techniques, Luffy unleashes a brand new overwhelming attack which he dramatically names Dawn Blast. This super powerful combined technique successfully blasts Mars far out into the open sea, causing the Elder Star to vanish entirely from the skies above Egghead Island. Having successfully repelled the immediate threat, the Elbaf ship is now finally prepared to set sail. The only major inconvenience is that Nami's group arrived much later than they were initially scheduled. Hearing this, Atlas immediately volunteers to rush over and personally check on the situation. Realizing that the Elder Stars are likely monitoring their every move, a sudden, wild, and incredibly risky idea immediately sparks in Atlas's mind. Deep beneath the sea, the ancient robot is desperately attempting to surface. The internal communication, Denmushi, within the robot has also surprisingly activated and begun functioning once more. Simultaneously, discussions across the world resume with renewed fervor. When the scientist dramatically reappears on their screens, Shaka explains to the 5 Elder Stars, the transmission Denmushi utilizes entirely separate circuits for both transmission and memory storage. Therefore, he concludes, the only definitive way to permanently halt the ongoing broadcast is to utterly destroy the machine in its entirety. At that precise moment, St. Jupiter strategically drops the remaining CP0 agents Lucci and Kaku, along with the Seraphim S-Bear, onto the marine battleships below. Just as predicted, Jupiter immediately begins to violently suck the Elbaf ship back toward his colossal mouth. The immense suction force generated by the giant worm is so unbelievably powerful that all the efforts the giant crew put in previously are instantly rendered meaningless. They realize they urgently need to furl the sails and begin using the ship's massive. To completely reverse the tide of this engagement, Luffy leaps back onto the shore and delivers an incredibly powerful punch right into Jupiter's face, preventing him from causing further trouble for his crew. Seeing this incredible display, the giants erupt into continuous cheers and shouts of encouragement, thoroughly impressed by the amazing performance of Nika. Meanwhile, while Luffy is locked in intense combat with Jupiter, Warkiri completely ignores the Rubberman and instead charges aggressively forward. It is revealed that the colossal boar Elder Star is preparing to leap onto the Elbaf ship with the clear and devastating intention of violently smashing right into the vessel. Unfortunately, Bonney is utterly exhausted and depleted of energy after unleashing her ultimate giant Nika punch, leaving her completely unable to stop Warkiri's devastating momentum. At this exact moment, Luffy notices something enormous and mechanical violently surfacing from beneath the water. It turns out that this colossal figure is none other than the ancient giant robot. It had permanently recorded and remembered Joy Boy's voice from the distant past, and it has awakened now to provide crucial aid to the next generation's Joy Boy. Immediately following its surfacing, the robot unleashes an utterly terrifying super punch directly into Warkiri's face, managing to successfully break off one of the Elder Star's immense tusks. Everyone present is left completely stunned and in disbelief at this insane, chaotic spectacle. Luffy, however, screams out with pure delight and excitement. He is amazed that the robot, which was just lying inert in the scrapyard, could somehow reactivate and deliver such a spectacular punch with perfect timing. The display was truly satisfying. Flashback to 26 years ago on Punk Hazard. Professor Clover is pleading desperately with Vegapunk to lend him assistance in researching the enigmatic Void Sentry, explaining that he desperately requires Vegapunk's specialized knowledge from various scientific disciplines. However, the famous scientist outright refuses this particular request, citing the fact that he is now directly employed by the world government. Clover has unfortunately been captured countless times before, and the authorities are already keeping an extremely close and suspicious eye on him. For that very reason, Vegapunk warns that if Clover insists on continuing his illegal research, sooner or later, the government will inevitably arrive to arrest him and all the other scholars in one devastating sweep. Clover emotionally explains that, long ago, he personally witnessed the brutal murder of his own brother, solely because he was an individual who bore the initial D within his name. Clover's true, full name is Cloudy Clover. On that horrific day, he strategically concealed his real name in order to ensure his continued survival. Since that defining moment, Clover swore an oath that he must discover the entire truth about world history in order to reclaim the rights and establish equality for everyone who bears the mysterious D initial in their name. Despite the professor's heartbreaking story, Vegapunk still insists that he will not assist Clover, urging the scholar to forget everything he had just confessed. The scene flashes forward 22 years ago. Vegapunk and Caesar Clown receive the shocking news that O'Hara has been utterly annihilated by a devastating Buster Call invocation. Caesar, who personally held no affection for Clover, expresses an unsettling eagerness to witness the aftermath of that horrific massacre firsthand. Vegapunk, in contrast, appears deeply saddened and incredibly depressed, solely staring at the wanted poster featuring the young survivor Nico Robin. Subsequently, the esteemed scientist travels to the ruined O'Hara to pay his solemn respects to Professor Clover and the other scholars who perished. Looking at the massive mound of preserved books hidden beneath the lake's surface, Vegapunk breaks down in tears, genuinely mourning and regretting the loss of his deceased brilliant friend. Returning to the present day, Vegapunk's global transmission unexpectedly resumes. Robin is deeply moved and intensely emotional upon hearing the scientist's continued revelations. She cries softly, covering her face with her hands. Vegapunk explains that history is, without exception, always authored and dictated by those who are the ultimate winners. The voices of the defeated are made very weak and are destined to be buried deep within the ocean floor. But after enduring countless sacrifices, Vegapunk has successfully identified several buried truths, and he has painstakingly transmitted these crucial facts to the entire world. The scientist offers a heartfelt prayer expressing his hope that his entire message, up to this point, has been safely and successfully relayed globally. The scene shifts to Zoro's group, where the swordsman is urgently telling his crewmates to launch the ship immediately. Lilith vehemently opposes this rash idea. She argues that if Nostro were to attack them while they were suspended midair, the ship's crucial launching speed would be drastically reduced, and it would fail to land safely in the sea, as anticipated. Therefore, she insists that they must neutralize the Elder Star first. Suddenly, Atlas appears unexpectedly from behind and delivers a swift, stunning punch that immediately knocks Lilith unconscious. This shocking move leaves the Straw Hat crew absolutely astonished and highly suspicious. Fearing that Atlas might be attempting a betrayal, Zoro immediately draws his sword, readying himself to fiercely retaliate. Atlas then turns off the synchronization device on Lilith's head, deliberately making her appear deceased to deceive York. Just as Atlas had expertly planned, York falls for the ruse and expresses dark satisfaction that Lilith is seemingly gone. Now all I need to do is deal with Atlas too, and it's over, she thinks. Atlas urgently requests the Straw Hat Pirates to carefully look after Lilith. She assures them that she will personally handle and remove the obstacle, Musturo, blocking their escape route. Nami then instructs Zoro to quickly carry Lilith inside the ship to safety. Seeing the Musturo charging directly toward the Thousand Sunny Forest ship, Atlas immediately flies toward him to intercept the Elder Star. Following Atlas's decisive plan, Jinbei instantly steers the ship, initiating the launch sequence. Zoro immediately signals Frankie to deploy the emergency retreat system, the Kuba Burst. Simultaneously, Atlas manages to successfully intercept and firmly grab hold of Nushiro, restraining him momentarily. However, Nushiro brutally slices off one of Atlas's arms using his priceless sword. Subsequently, the quick-thinking clone utilizes her specialized jet boots and propulsion pack to violently push Nushiro away from the immediate vicinity of the Thousand Sunny. The scene shifts back to the Egghead Coast, where the bewildered Marine soldiers are questioning the chaotic, strange spectacle unfolding before their very eyes. First a giant worm, then a colossal boar, a huge bird, and now an ancient giant robot. Where in the blue heck are all these bizarre monsters suddenly coming from? They shout in confusion. At this moment, the ancient robot begins addressing Luffy directly, while the rubber man is still bouncing with pure excitement over seeing the robot move dynamically. The robot declares, "I am truly delighted to finally see you again. Joy Boy, please proceed and leave first. Your enemy is now my enemy, and I am highly pleased to have the opportunity to fight on your behalf once more. Hearing this declaration, Luffy is utterly delighted and quite amused. Subsequently, Dory immediately orders his pirate crew to make final preparations for setting sail. Brogy turns to Luffy and asks him cautiously, "Wait, is that mechanical thing an enemy or an ally?" Luffy explains that the robot said it would protect someone named Joy Boy. But who in the heck is that anyway? He wonders. However, Brogy had not heard the robot speak at all, making Luffy's reply sound completely nonsensical. Enough of this foolish talk. Vice Admiral Bluegrass yells, immediately ordering his subordinates to resume their full-scale attack on the Elbow ship. At the same time, Peter also begins his relentless assault against the colossal robot. Seeing this threat, the robot Emeth raises its left arm, preparing to launch a counterattack. But because its mechanical body is so old and deteriorated, the attack fails to deploy successfully. Peter then savagely bites off a large section of the robot's deteriorated body, severely damaging it. The robot quickly uses its remaining arm to firmly hold on to the giant worm-like Elder Star, restraining him. Saturn assigns Peter the critical task of completely crushing a robot, then uses the sandworm as a powerful launch pad to leap directly onto the giant ship. Saturn glares menacingly at Kuma and Bonney with an expression twisted with intense fury and malice, which causes the young girl to feel immediate and profound fear. Simultaneously, the Thousand Sunny is seen flying high through the sky using the Koby burst system. Frankie and Sanji quickly spotted approaching. Back near the explosion, Nushoro manages to land a clean slice on Atlas, preventing her from restraining the Elder Star any longer. Despite this critical injury, Atlas makes a heroic decision. She activates her self-destruct function, choosing to sacrifice herself and take the old horse Elder Star down with her, successfully creating a perfect escape route for the Straw Hat Pirates. Vegapunk desperately wished for more time to continue his research, but there were certain monumental events that even he could not prevent from happening. 25 years prior, the legendary pirate known as Gold Roger and his infamous crew finally completed their journey around the entire world, a truly unprecedented achievement that no one had ever accomplished before. It is highly probable that they successfully learned the complete truth about the lost history of the Void Century. In the meantime, Usopp and Chopper are shedding tears and openly mourning the sudden, tragic demise of the kind Atlas. Elsewhere, York bursts into manic, triumphant laughter, informing the Five Elder Stars that Atlas's signal has completely disappeared. Finally, this glorious day has arrived, she exclaims. Now, the only genuine Dr. Vegapunk remaining in this entire world is me, and only me. Nushoro, currently regenerating his body after the explosive attack, asserts grimly that the entire situation is far from concluded, because the original Vegapunk entity, Stella's message, is still continuously yammering and broadcasting globally. Subsequently, Jupiter and Warcury proceed to launch renewed attacks against the ancient giant, Robot Emeth, in a fierce effort to stop the live broadcast immediately. The robot recognizes that this is the perfect, opportune moment that Joy Boy had mentioned, and so it decides it will activate a special, powerful weapon to continue providing assistance to Luffy. At this moment, Saturn is preparing to savagely attack, Bonney and Kuma using his poison-covered, intimidating crab legs. Consequently, the giants immediately raise their shields to successfully block the lethal incoming attack. Seeing the aggressive old man Saturn attacking so fiercely and refusing to halt his assault, Luffy decides he also wants to personally jump in and offer assistance to his allies. However, he suddenly notices that Bonney is rapidly panting and struggling for air. It turns out she is desperately attempting to successfully reactivate her demanding Nika state. Furthermore, one of Saturn's legs is actively moving straight toward Bonney's position. Recognizing this immense danger, Luffy unleashes a powerful punch, knocking the leg away, much to Saturn's complete astonishment. Thanks to Luffy's timely save, Bonney instantly regains her confidence and successfully transforms herself back into the White Warrior Nika. She floats gracefully in the air, just like Luffy, fully prepared and ready to fight the evil enemy who brutally persecuted her family. Seeing her determination, Luffy continuously cheers and heartily encourages the young girl. Vegapunk's profound statement is now drawing to a close. The scientist solemnly asserts that a day mirroring the tragic events of the Void Century is absolutely destined to happen once again. This grim prediction is certain because the catastrophic weapons that triggered that ancient disaster still purposely exist and are maintained within this world today. The critical reason Vegapunk can state this with such absolute conviction is that the legitimate inheritors of the races that were mercilessly erased from historical records continue to survive and live on. Saturn, meanwhile, still rages, attempting to relentlessly attack Bonney with renewed fury. Luffy quickly launches a rapid, continuous barrage of punches directly onto the Elder Star's wicked claws. Bonney remembers the intensely painful first time Saturn and Kuma encountered each other at God Valley. vividly recalling the extremely vile and hateful curses the old man had hurled at Kuma. Thinking of that deeply insulting memory only serves to fuel Bonnie's anger and makes her even more enraged. Bonney recalled Ginny, remembering how Saint Saturn had confessed to being the one who cruelly experimented upon her mother. The thought roared in her mind, how dare that villainous old man treat my parents this way, after inflicting such unimaginable suffering upon them? How does he still possess the sheer audacity to claim he is a divine being? Her memories brought back the moment when her father often spoke about the legend of Nika, prompting Bonney to unleash a torrent of tears and screams directly toward Saturn. She cried, "I genuinely wish that our little family of 3 could have enjoyed a quiet, peaceful life. This deep, long-standing, suffocating loneliness feels like it's trying to absolutely destroy my soul." Even facing such despair, Bonney was fiercely determined to carry on living, in order to honor the cherished final wishes of her parents. This powerful resolve deeply perturbed and irritated Saint Saturn. Immediately afterward, Bonney and Luffy, both operating their powerful awakened warrior states, precisely prepared to launch a tremendous synchronized combination attack straight at the ancient elder standing right in front of them. Crucially, Vegapunk's global message continued to broadcast just as the attack was launched. His voice resonated. "When catastrophe inevitably strikes, please ensure your personal safety. I place my unwavering faith in the innate wisdom of humanity. My belief is in science." Meanwhile, on the shore of Egghead, the colossal ancient robot Emid remained locked in a fierce battle against Shepherd Jupiter and V. Nishiro. The perfectly coordinated combined offensive by Luffy and Bonney was unleashed instantly. Bonney delivered a direct, devastating, gigantic punch straight to Saint Saturn's face, while the whimsical Luffy, positioned right behind her, simultaneously rained blows upon the remaining portions of Saturn's immense body. Nika's punch of pure freedom struck with such immense force that it caused Saturn's physical body to violently explode, shattering into countless fragmented pieces, leaving it riddled with holes. The Elder Fiend was then dramatically blown clear off the deck of the giant warrior pirate ship. The giants erupted into roaring cheers, ecstatic over the magnificent and spectacular attack delivered by Bonney and Luffy. It even appeared as though Kuma allowed himself a small, faint smile upon witnessing this monumental event. Throughout the chaos, Bonney's tears continued to flow relentlessly, yet Luffy was brimming with boundless excitement and continuously encouraged her with joyful shouts. The Thousand Sunny ship was moments away from falling right near the Elba ship, and the 2 giant pirate captains immediately spotted it. Inside the Sunny, Usopp and Chopper were gripped by extreme, paralyzing panic. Meanwhile, Zoro realized that V. Nishiro was still tenaciously tracking them, and had not abandoned the pursuit of their group. In a parallel development, Dr. Vegapunk continued to share his profound thoughts during his ongoing global broadcast. He theorized that the Pirate King, Gold E. Roger, was privy to the complete historical truth and intentionally used his public execution to spark the Great Pirate Era. By doing so, he caused everyone to rush out onto the seas, searching for the treasure that Joy Boy had originally left behind. However, the person who actually manages to claim this ultimate prize may not necessarily be the individual that Roger and Joy Boy had hoped and intended would find it. Over at Hachinoshu Pirate Island, the rabid pirates there were frantically anticipating the return of Blackbeard because they were absolutely impatient to get back out onto the high seas and resume their pillaging, much like the Dark King had reacted. Meanwhile, at Karzai Island, the current primary base for the Cross Guild organization, the lower-ranking members were practically beside themselves, firmly believing that Buggy also possessed extensive detailed knowledge of world history, just like the Pirate King, Roger. They were incessantly praising, hailing, and exalting the clown to the highest possible degree, which visibly irritated both Crocodile and Mihawk. Back at Marine headquarters, some of the eager soldiers wanted to mobilize their troops immediately to find the treasure before it could possibly fall into the grubby hands of wicked pirates. Vegapunk concluded his message by stating his own certainty. Whether or not this aligns with Joy Boy's ultimate wish, the undeniable fate of the entire world will absolutely be determined by the individual who finally uncovers it. The One Piece treasure. Will the One Piece, indeed, fall under the control of the great powers? The 4 emperors, the Marines, the Revolutionary Army, or maybe the world government itself? That remains a tremendous open question. After Vegapunk's electrifying declaration that pirates would determine the world's destiny, the global population immediately resumed their state of intense turmoil and chaos. They were deeply afraid that their own countries might be submerged under the sea, and they pleaded with the Marines to take immediate action to stop this from happening. Conversely, pirates everywhere were utterly thrilled at the thought that they might now have a viable opportunity to seize the One Piece treasure. Even the prisoners incarcerated, and the massive impaled-down prison shared the exact same rising sentiments. They cried out, "It's high time the government pays for their crimes. We pirates are going to rule this world." Simultaneously, the Marine station at headquarters were utterly furious regarding every word Vegapunk had just broadcasted. Back inside the Marine hospital, Koby reflected on the conversation he had long ago with Luffy about aiming to become the Pirate King. Koby is fundamentally opposed to the destruction of the current world order, and because of this, he feels compelled to halt Luffy's grand aspiration at all costs. The scene shifts now to Gorosei Island, where Buggy is actively addressing his multitude of subordinates. He shouted dramatically, "Don't be ridiculous. This world isn't just mine alone. It belongs to all of us." Upon hearing this inspiring call to arms, the masses of the Cross Guild enthusiastically roared and cheered their support for their charismatic leader. However, Crocodile was becoming highly irritated by the clown's excessive and loud boasting, sternly instructing Buggy to significantly lower his voice volume. Simultaneously, Katarina, Devon, and Von Augur were in the midst of traveling, making their way back toward their primary hideout and base of operations. Devon had been communicating with Blackbeard regarding the situation with Crocodile. She proposed that if Teach disagreed with her terms, she was ready to eliminate the Swamp Man immediately. Blackbeard, however, was quite intrigued and curious about the information Swamp Man currently possessed. Naturally, he would be forced to relinquish his worthless life if he failed to satisfy Teach's demands. Switching back to Egghead Island, the Boar Demon continued his brutal assault, using his formidable Iron Head attack to violently ram Emeth. This crushing impact finally destroyed the vital broadcast snail housed inside the robot, abruptly causing Vegapunk's global transmission to cease. The message concluded with a sudden interruption. At the same time, V and Asura was still fiercely clinging to the Thousand Sunny ship. Having exhausted all other options, Zoro was compelled to draw his sword and prepare to engage the Elder in battle yet again. Meanwhile, Saint Saturn had painstakingly crawled back onto the shore and successfully regenerated his entire form following the overwhelming combined strike from Luffy and Bonney. Concurrently, Shepherd Jupiter, Venu Shuro, and Marcus Mars were actively attempting to submerge and sink the giant warrior pirate ship. Directly facing them, Emma deliberately reached out and grasped the large knotted cord around its waist, while solemnly uttering an apology to Joy Boy, saying, "I am so sorry, Joy Boy." The ancient robot knew that Joy Boy was no longer alive in this world, but it recognized that Luffy truly bore an uncanny resemblance to him. More than anything, Emmet felt profoundly guilty that it had failed centuries ago to help elevate Joy Boy to the position of king. Upon learning the true identity of the young man standing there was Monkey D. Luffy, the robot, let out a burst of joyful, hearty laughter and offered thanks to the boy for allowing it the privilege of hearing that deeply nostalgic and cherished melody one final time. It adamantly declared that it would absolutely not permit Luffy to perish on this dangerous island. With that declaration made, Emmet instantaneously yanked the knotted cord and unleashed a colossal, immense quantity of Conqueror's Haki that spread its terrifying power across the entire vicinity. Marines aboard their battleships collapsed simultaneously, falling unconscious after being hit by that horrific surge of Haki. This display utterly shocked Luffy, marking the first time he had ever personally experienced such an overwhelming and massively potent concentration of Conqueror's Haki. Gigantic streaks of lightning violently shook the atmosphere, and the surrounding sea near Egghead began to heave and toss furiously. Even high-ranking vice admirals were completely unable to withstand this devastating wave of Haki and collapsed instantly on the spot. All the members of the Five Elders were forced back into their normal human forms and were compulsively returned to the Holy Land of Mauritius. Saint Saturn was the sole elder who somehow managed to remain standing on Egghead Island. The sheer raw power unleashed by the Conqueror's Haki left the three other elders gasping desperately for breath within the highly restricted authority room. Saint Marcus Mars was already seated there, having previously absorbed substantial damage from Luffy's incredibly powerful recent attacks. Inside the room, Imu-sama suddenly dropped violently to his knees, screaming out the name Joy Boy in clear agony. Due to the overwhelming protective force of Emeth, the Thousand Sunny was successfully deposited into the water without facing any further interference or obstacles. Luffy felt a profound sense of relief wash over him upon confirming that all his beloved crewmates were safe and entirely unharmed. Everyone aboard both the Sunny and the giant ship was utterly stunned, wondering aloud exactly where those terrifying monstrous figures had vanished to so quickly. The giants themselves were completely perplexed, unable to fathom how a mere robot could wield Haki and cause formidable opponents like the Five Elders to disappear. On the coastline, Saint Saturn stood directly confronting Emmet, shaking with unconcealed fury. Emmet began to recall a fateful conversation it shared with Joy Boy many centuries in the past. It was revealed that the extraordinary surge of Conqueror's Haki the robot had just released was originally Joy Boy's own power. He had skillfully channeled his formidable Conqueror's Haki deep inside, the woven cord so that Emmett could protect itself, as well as anyone it wished to aid in the future. Hearing Joy Boy's foresight filled Emmett with profound happiness. Returning to the present moment, the light in Emmett's eyes dimmed and went out completely. It seemed the time had finally arrived for the great ancient machine to find its rest. Off the coast of Egghead Island, the giant warrior ship from Elbaf was smoothly sailing away and gaining distance. Marine headquarters had lost all communication with the military personnel stationed on the future island. The devastating aftermath of the preceding Conqueror's Haki blast had caused every single Marine to pass out cold, including all of the high-ranking vice admirals. Using their telescopic spyglasses, the giant warriors observed that every single one of their powerful adversaries was now lying unconscious on the ground. Dory and Brogy both agreed that the surge of Haki they had just experienced was truly horrifying, speculating that it might even surpass the strength of red-haired Shanks' Haki. At this moment, Luffy, still manifesting his Gear 5 transformation, continued to chuckle delightedly, while offering his sincere thanks to the massive ancient robot for the incredible assistance it had provided. However, there was no reciprocal response or sound emanating from Emeth whatsoever. Realizing that their path was now completely clear of opponents, the giant warrior pirates were immensely excited. They quickly increased their speed and headed directly toward their sovereign territory, the famous island of Elbaf. Usopp was crying tears of pure unadulterated happiness because he finally got the opportunity to speak with the two legendary giant warriors. Meanwhile, Luffy had completely run out of energy, reverting to his shrunken, wrinkled form, and was being gently cradled by Nami on her lap. Concurrently, in another location, Sanji stood alone, gazing solemnly at the main body of Vegapunk resting on a cushion. The chef was deeply unsettled and simply couldn't accept what Vegapunk had confessed earlier. Did he truly intend for events to unfold in this destructive manner? The scene flashes back to 2 weeks prior on Egghead Island, when Shaka noticed an unusual shift in the data readings being supplied by the Central Energy Plant, prompting him to show this startling information to Vegapunk and Pythagoras. The data strongly suggested that some person was illegally tapping into the Mother Flame sample to siphon off energy. This alteration was hidden with extreme skill, the only individual possessing the necessary technical expertise to perform such a complicated action could only be one of the Vegapunk satellites, a fact that tremendously surprised the main body of Vegapunk. The scientist immediately speculated that the culprit must be Lilith, the satellite clone he always found the most difficult to effectively control. Shaka then confirmed that only 3 people, among them, had completely verifiable and ironclad alibis, since a monumental amount of energy had been stolen. The main body, Shaka, and Pythagoras determined they needed to maintain rigorous surveillance on the remaining 4 clones to identify the thief. They also critically needed to put their shared brain link into a quiet, offline mode immediately. Otherwise, if they maintained synchronization, upon syncing with Punk Records, the guilty party would instantly realize that they were under intense investigation. 1 week later, Pythagoras successfully identified the actual culprit. In a twist that shocked them all, that person was York, which left Vegapunk's main body in Shaka completely and profoundly stunned by this stunning revelation. It meant that every piece of data York had been uploading to Punk Records was entirely fake and fabricated. Furthermore, she had also cleverly tampered with the visual recordings from the site's surveillance snails. At this moment, both Vegapunk and Shaka felt an enormous sense of regret for having wrongly suspected Lilith. Shaka even managed to locate records detailing York's manipulation of the powerful sea beast weaponry. Pythagoras, in a separate development, discovered a white transponder snail that was actively causing communication interference during their probe. Subsequently, Vegapunk worked to meticulously reconstruct the direct call data retrieved from the long-distance communication snail. Through this analysis, the trio learned that York had placed a call directly to Mary Joie. During this conversation, she revealed that Vegapunk's main body was conducting forbidden research into the mysterious Void Century. This immediately explained why such a large contingent of world government agents and spies had recently converged upon Egghead Island. 1 day later, which was 6 days ago relative to the present events, the entire Lulusia kingdom had been obliterated completely. Although the detailed information surrounding this disaster remained vague and highly ambiguous, Vegapunk felt an overwhelming sense of foreboding about what had transpired. The visionary scientist commanded Pythagoras to immediately monitor any fluctuations in global sea levels, while concurrently scrutinizing all outgoing wireless communications. Vegapunk was absolutely certain that this shocking global event was connected directly to the stolen Mother Flame sample. York must have exploited the Sea Beast weapon to deliver that concentrated fire source to the government. Vegapunk deduced that the world government currently held one of the legendary ancient weapons. and they clearly required the intense energy output of the Mother Flame to efficiently fuel it. The Mother Flame was needed to supply that colossal weapon. The brilliant scientist immediately took all the blame upon himself. His catastrophic error, he confessed, was choosing to utilize pure greed as the foundational trait when creating clones like the satellite named York. Vegapunk stated that arresting York at this point was completely futile. Her motives had become irrelevant. The government was determined to erase anyone who held knowledge of the Void Century. The best thing the three of them could do now is strategically utilize the world government's current confidence in York as an opportunity to pinpoint the ultimate goal of their fiery weapon and simultaneously minimize the resulting collateral damage. Vegapunk fully acknowledged that he had absolutely no avenue for escape remaining. His next best step was to organize a vessel so that the inhabitants of Egghead could successfully flee. He knew the Marines would hunt him to the absolute ends of the world, meaning he was certain he would die regardless of his efforts to hide. At least he reflected he possessed the necessary equipment to broadcast his critical message universally. The scientist confessed that he didn't fully comprehend the true nature of the world government. The closer he examined it, the more obscured the whole picture became. If he had to die, he declared that he absolutely refused for his sacrifice to be in vain. There was one other crucial invention Vegapunk desperately sought to protect, the cloud technology used to create genuine island clouds. This could prove extremely beneficial to humankind should the world truly begin to sink beneath the waves. Following this realization, the brilliant doctor initiated modifications within the ancient giant robot, specially preparing it to house the crucial broadcast snail. One day, York stumbled upon Vegapunk and curiously inquired about his activity. Vegapunk quickly lied, claiming he was simply trying to reactivate the robot using the Mother Flame sample as its power source. Just 2 days prior to the events unfolding in the present, Vegapunk, Shaka, and Pythagoras began recording their message to prepare for the inevitable worldwide broadcast. Once they completed this critical mission, the three of them held one final discussion. They were utterly confident that the secrets they were about to reveal would cause an unprecedented global earthquake of reaction. However, all people deserve the absolute right to learn the truth. Their plan was for the broadcast snail to be automatically activated and transmit the message across the entire planet the moment Vegapunk's main body perished. Afterward, to ensure that no third party could discover the details of this revolutionary plan, the trio made the profound decision to deliberately erase all of their own memories concerning the recent period. Nevertheless, the difficult consequence of deleting these memories meant that they would also forget that York was the traitor, leaving the remaining satellites totally unaware that their very lives were in imminent danger. Not long after the drastic memory erasure procedure was completed, Vegapunk finally awoke. The surprised scientist couldn't fathom how he ended up in this specific place until he spotted a sheet of paper that he himself had left behind. The paper contained a brief written explanation detailing why the three of them were present in that containment room. The note explained that their research had been compromised and leaked to the world government, and that they would inevitably meet their end sooner or later. It chillingly continued. However, during these last 2 weeks of blank memory, we have prepared our crucial countermeasures. Please, trust your past self and die when the time comes. Reading up to this sentence, Vegapunk was utterly astonished by his own prior self's notes. Just as his note predicted, the scientist began receiving a flurry of extremely shocking updates. The Straw Hat pirates in Bonney had landed, and CP0 forces were also closing in rapidly on the future island. Additionally, a massive marine armada had totally surrounded the area, and the commanding officers for this destructive operation were none other than Admiral Kizaru and Saint Saturn himself. Not long after the battle began, during the brief window when Vegapunk was being transported alongside Sanji aboard the Vegatongo 8 machine, the esteemed scientist spoke directly to the Straw Hat cook, indicating that it would be better if he were simply allowed to stay put and die. Vegapunk stressed that he no longer required the Straw Hats' assistance in fleeing. Instead, he insisted that they should just leave him to perish right where he was. However, Sanji absolutely refused to watch the old gentleman simply pass away like that. Vegapunk pleaded with Sanji to heed his words, adding that there was one final crucial matter he wished to entrust to the chef's crew, the fabled One Piece treasure. He confessed that he truly desired the Straw Hat pirates to be the ones who ultimately discovered it. Returning now to the present time, the ship belonging to the giants from Elbaf was currently a considerable distance away from the volatile Egghead Island. The giant warrior pirate crew were enthusiastically raising their cups in celebration, thrilled about their successful reunion with their longtime friends, the Straw Hat pirates. The scene transitions to a different setting. The news balloon headquarters of the journalist Morgans high in the sky. Morgans himself was eagerly crafting his next shocking, sensational headlines, specifically aimed at spreading widespread panic and terror throughout the world. Vivi expressed her deep disgust regarding Morgan's cynical and manipulative actions. Hearing this, Morgans became absolutely livid and furiously demanded that Vivi immediately silence herself. Otherwise, he threatened to reveal all of her past actions to the world government authorities. Morgans declared his intention to cover this entire affair relentlessly, stating that even if the world genuinely sank into the sea, he frankly wouldn't care one bit. He then continued formulating headline ideas for his upcoming article, mentioning how the Emperor Blackbeard recently clashed with Law on Winter Island, how red-haired Shanks achieved a crushing victory over Captain Kidd, and finally, the shocking news that Emperor Luffy the Straw Hat ruthlessly struck down the genius scientist Vegapunk. Cutting back to the future island, Fleet Admiral Akainu was urgently attempting to establish contact with the remaining marine forces who were stationed there. Simultaneously, Sentomaru was observed escaping the island in a small boat, carrying only a few essential personal belongings. He was openly sobbing over the devastating turn of events. His esteemed master had been killed, and he was now left without a home, without employment, and even worse, he had become an outright criminal, targeted by both the Marines and the world government. The only Marine official who was still conscious was Admiral Kizaru. He maintained a long period of silence before finally moving to answer the communications snail. Akainu immediately demanded to know exactly what the devil had happened there. Kizaru responded grimly that everyone had collapsed and were foaming at the mouth. Akainu had somewhat anticipated this chaotic result. He immediately began assigning blame to Kizaru for what he deemed incompetent and negligent actions. The Yellow Monkey Admiral swiftly countered with a heavy question for Sakazuki. Have you ever been forced to personally eliminate your closest, dearest friend? Do you seriously believe that I softened my stance? The Admiral then cried out, his voice thick with tears. If you have plenty of spare time to doubt my loyalty, then come down and verify the situation yourself, you stubborn bastard. Realizing the mistake he had made, the Fleet Admiral hastily replied, I sincerely apologize, my friend. Kizaru responded with a desolate tone. However, it is truly too late for apologies now. Aboard the Elbaf ship, a strange and unnatural quiet had fallen. It turned out that the Straw Hat crew had only joined this celebration briefly before collectively deciding to call off the party because none of them were genuinely in the mood for festivities at the moment. The Fishman Knight observed that it was exceptionally rare to see Luffy looking so dejected and downcast. This sadness was completely understandable, considering their failure to successfully escort Vegapunk off Egghead Island. Inside the ship, Lilith had finally regained consciousness, which brought great relief to the Straw Hat pirates, who were delighted to see her awake. Lilith looked around with a clearly surprised expression before reaching up to touch her ear communicator. The entire crew then carefully explained the catastrophic events that had taken place on Egghead. They confessed that, sadly, Lilith was the only Vegapunk satellite that the Straw Hat crew had managed to rescue successfully. Therefore, they felt a significant amount of guilt. The female Vegapunk satellite completely understood the entire situation. Right after receiving this news, Lilith began engaging in some truly peculiar and strange behavior. Following this, Brook carefully guided Lilith to where Luffy was resting. It turned out that Luffy was still feeling profoundly sad, heavily blaming himself for failing to save the old man with the apple head. Lilith firmly told Luffy that he did not need to keep dwelling in sorrow. She admitted that she had cried earlier over the death of the other clones, but she clarified that their demise was only a death when viewed through the narrow human concept of mortality. Put simply, she explained that all the various aspects of Vegapunk were still, technically speaking, alive, despite the fact that they no longer possessed physical bodies. The main critical point Lilith stressed was that Luffy had indeed upheld his promise to the scientist, and consequently he should not continue to inflict such severe emotional torment upon himself any further. Following Lilith's reassuring words, Luffy instantly reverted back to his cheerful, energetic self. He bounded outside and leaped onto the Giants' dining table, enthusiastically thanking them for their monumental and crucial assistance. So, why don't we kick off that proper celebration party now? Bring the food and the booze over here quickly. The Giants then raised a question regarding Dr. Vegapunk's final declaration. The scientist had stated that the person who discovered the One Piece would dramatically change the world. So, Luffy, who did he truly think that person would be? Luffy immediately declared with unwavering conviction, that person is undoubtedly going to be me. Even if you gentlemen try your absolute hardest to prevent me, I will still, ultimately, be the one who becomes the king of the pirates. Immediately following this magnificent and heroic statement, every member of the Straw Hat crew and the Giant Warrior Pirates raised their glasses in a joyous toast, celebrating the declaration made by the passionate young man, Luffy the Straw Hat. Simultaneously, far away on the island of Elbaf in the New World, a solitary, mysterious individual was seen sitting by the shoreline, calmly drinking alcohol while eagerly anticipating the eventual arrival of the Straw Hat Pirates. Returning now to the future island, Lucci and Kakeru had now returned outside into the open. When questioned about Stussy, the cold-blooded leopard responder simply stated that he had successfully eliminated her. Simultaneously, Saint Saturn was engaged in a closed-door discussion with the various vice admirals in a private chamber. The world government forces had successfully managed to secure everything they initially targeted by deploying their substantial forces to the island, including Vegapunk's brain, Punk Records, York, and the vital energy station necessary for maintaining the Mother Flame. The operational outcome had greatly surpassed their minimum acceptable standards. However, Saturn acknowledged that there were still a few unexpected issues that did not proceed according to plan, as desired. The Vice Admiral sincerely apologized, taking full accountability for allowing Bonney and the Straw Hat crew to escape. Even with such a formidable fleet at their disposal, they requested permission from Saint Saturn to travel immediately to Elbaf to destroy the threat at its root. However, the failure that Saturn was referring to was far more critical and serious than just the Straw Hats getting away. It was the fact that Vegapunk's explosive message had successfully been disseminated across the entire world. Furthermore, the totally unexpected activation and resurgence of the ancient robot was a truly supreme irony for Saint Saturn personally. He recalled that 200 years ago, after Egghead attacked Borehois and suddenly depleted its fuel, the attending scientists were instructed to dismantle the robot and turn it into simple scrap metal. Saturn, nevertheless, harbored the desire to repurpose and transform Egghead into a powerful weapon for the government's use in the distant future. Consequently, the Elder had ordered them to covertly keep the giant robot intact and continue detailed research on it. The grim irony was that this specific, past, misguided decision by Saturn directly contributed to the current mission failure. Meanwhile, Vice Admiral Doberman felt intensely perplexed, openly wondering if their operation was deemed a failure. Then everything Vegapunk had publicly stated must be completely and unequivocally true. Saturn displayed his immediate, terrible wrath at Doberman's suggestive question. The Elder instantly glared, launching a devastating strike that sent the Vice Admiral collapsing violently onto the ground. Simultaneously, York suddenly noticed that the Island Cloud creation device had started operating on its own. It was quickly realized that Edison was the one who had activated this mechanism. York instantly drew her sidearm and began fiercely firing shots at the device. However, her reaction came far too late. She watched, utterly powerless, as the enormous top half of the giant egg began to slowly drift and float up into the atmosphere. The scene then shifts dramatically to the Holy Land of Mauritius, where the celestial dragons were openly displaying their extreme annoyance and anger over Vegapunk's sweeping public declarations, while simultaneously cursing Fleet Admiral Akanu for allowing the super slave Kuma to survive and escape. Meanwhile, the escalating worldwide food shortage crisis was becoming critical. These dramatic events are unfolding simultaneously across every corner of the Holy Land itself. Consequently, the despicable celestial dragons are finding themselves unable to indulge in their feasts and pleasures with the absolute freedom they once enjoyed. Meanwhile, deep inside the Pangaea castle, the formidable Holy Knight Figurlin Garling, impeccably dressed in a sharp, elegant suit, made his way purposefully toward the innermost chamber of authority. The 4 remaining Elder Stars immediately felt an overwhelming sense of intense and profound discomfort and absolute displeasure simply because of his sudden appearance. Garling had recently been handed a brand new top-secret decree originating from the highest authority. He wasted no time in making a shocking proclamation. From this very moment forward, the primary body of Vegapunk would be placed entirely under his direct and unequivocal command. Furthermore, Garling declared that he would also be assuming the pivotal position of the Science and Defense War God. Following this pronouncement, the Holy Knight Figurlin Garling had the incredible audacity to sit himself down directly into one of the empty chairs of immense power, acting as if he were absolutely equal in rank and authority to the 4 long-established Elder Stars who sat before him. It was revealed right there that he had officially been promoted, ascending to the rank of a 5 Elder Star himself, taking the place of the Saint Saturn. Concurrently, across the world on Egghead Island, Saint Saturn was miserably collapsing to his knees on the ground, shrieking and howling in overwhelming anguish. A terrifying black flame was violently erupting and rapidly engulfed the entirety of his body. Just moments later, he started hearing the ominous and echoing voice of Imu resonating ominously inside his mind. Imu immediately began chastising Saturn intensely for his monumental failure in allowing the existence known as Joy Boy to successfully escape their grasp. Saturn, terrified for his life, desperately pleaded with his master for mercy, attempting to explain that Joy Boy's formidable power was genuinely far too profound, deep, and utterly unpredictable for him to have contained alone. Immediately afterward, A massive and devastating explosion consisting of potent black fire and violent streaks of lightning suddenly erupted, causing the surrounding marine battleships to pitch and rock uncontrollably, while simultaneously blasting several nearby vice admirals completely out of the area. Once the dark flames finally subsided and vanished, absolutely nothing remained of the Saint Saturn except for his scorched skeleton, which was left lying haphazardly, strewn across the floor. In a parallel development, Punk Records was still miraculously suspended high up in the atmosphere. It was confirmed that besides Edison, 3 other critical Vegapunk satellites, Shaka, Pythagoras, and Atlas, were confirmed to still be alive and functioning. Located deep inside the facility was a lengthy corridor containing an abundant supply of replacement components and spare parts, specifically intended for the various clones of Vegapunk. The main Vegapunk quickly managed to construct a brand new operational body utilizing these available spare parts. Although the resultant form appeared slightly unusual or even bizarre, the brilliant scientist made sure to discard all of the unnecessary junk components. Following this successful reconstruction, Edison immediately initiated contact with his reliable associate who resided on the weather-themed island of Weatheria. In a desperate plea for crucial assistance, shifting the focus to another vital location, at the Kamabaka Kingdom, Koala was diligently summarizing the entirety of Vegapunk's global broadcast for the Revolutionary Army gathered there. It was revealed that the true reason the Celestial Dragons chose to live on the very peak of the Red Line, which is literally the highest spot in the entire world, was actually part of a long-term plan to prepare themselves for the shocking reality that the world is inevitably going to be completely submerged beneath the rising seas. Astonishingly, this alarming prediction is exactly why the world government started forcing countless slaves to construct those massive, colossal bridges spanning vast stretches of the ocean starting as far back as 700 years ago. It seems now that every single piece of this ancient and terrifying global puzzle has finally clicked into place, a truly mind-boggling and difficult truth to accept. At the same moment, Dragon was standing alone on a quiet beach, speaking aloud to himself as he processed the monumental news. He expressed his strong belief that the Revolutionary Army must move quickly and decisively to intervene before the inhabitants across the world descend into absolute chaos and begin slaughtering each other purely to seize and secure the few remaining patches of safe, high ground for themselves. This critical moment demands immediate preparation and intense focus from our heroes, especially now that the truth has come to light. We must observe his next action closely. With the fate of the entire world now clearly hanging in the balance, Dragon's crucial decision will determine the future of the revolutionary cause. The implications of this derevelation are vast, forcing all parties involved to reassess their strategic priorities immediately.